Chapter 91. When did I become so lucky? Why do I feel like I'm the one who makes the most money and the fastest in this world, but why do I still feel like I have a long way to go? She just muttered, not expecting the system to give her an answer. The task of setting up a stall at the central base was completed. There was nothing to hesitate about, and I directly used the remaining balance to order 5 tendras. Ignoring some ordinary things, I got quite a lot of things this time. The first one to come out was the first tendra of the recipe that must be hit after completing the stall task. New recipe. Bobo chicken. This should be the material for the stall next week. Heat-resistant spray paint. Spraying paint on the surface of the object can form a heat-insulating layer. Function. Can prevent cold, antifreeze, waterproof, fireproof, heatproof. Unlimited supplies. Sprinkler. Departs from the B&B every day, automatically sets the destination, and returns to the B&B to charge at 10 p.m. every day, only available in some natural disaster scenes. Blind box machine, only available within the business scope of the B&B. Each person can only purchase once a day, the goods are random, the items drawn can be shared, and cannot be transferred. Siepuro was shocked by the 3 purple equipments that came out this time. He stared at his hands with wide eyes in horror. When did he become so lucky? Is this the legendary, working people are the most glorious? First, put out the sprinkler truck. According to the introduction, you don't have to worry about it at all. It is already a mature car. When you are tired, hungry, and sleepy, it will drive back by itself. The price of heat-resistant spray paint is not low. A large bottle costs 2,000 points. You can spray it on cars, planes, houses, and everything else. It is neither harmful nor beneficial to the human body. It has no side effects when sprayed on people. But it will not work. A normal-sized car can be painted with 1 bottle of spray paint, but for airplanes and houses, the amount of spray paint should be increased according to the size. Siepura thinks this thing is unlikely to sell, because the price is too high. She doesn't think anyone will spend money to maintain their car in the end times. Besides, if it really encounters water, cold, heat, etc., who will go out? Just give it to Bubu, let it be put on the store shelf and sell it, and then leave it alone. But the blind box machine is good. The purchase is limited, but the price is not high. It only takes 20 points to buy once, which is the price of a meal. The charm of the blind box is that the things you draw are different every time, just like low-cost card drawing. Very interesting. Everyday life is monotonous and boring. I hope the small blind box machine can bring a little fun to everyone. The host can draw 3 times a day. Aw? Why? Isn't it only once per person? As a store owner, what's wrong with a little privilege? Yes. She is the store owner. Siepuru was a little flattered. It turns out that it feels so good to have privileges. She put the machine at the door of the store and drew a shot herself. She prayed that she would get a toy. It was a toy. She had everything she needed. She just wanted some nice ornaments. Something fell out. It was a big box. The packaging looked quite exquisite. She suppressed her excitement and expectation and kept guessing what was in the box. The package was completely opened. It was a box of chocolates. Oh my God! There are 9 chocolates in total, each with a different shape, flavor, style. There is also a list in the box, with the chocolate patterns and flavors. I ate a chocolate with matcha strawberry filling first. It tasted like matcha, not very bitter. It tasted good, I loved it. I would get tired of chocolate after eating 1 piece, so I put the rest in my space for next time. I drew again, and it turned out to be canned meat. But it's not for human consumption. The introduction says, it's suitable for any age group, animals? But they don't have animals here. Since Siepura came to this world, she has never come into contact with animals other than the red bean that Shirju brought back. There's no reason to throw it away after drawing it, so she threw it back into space, thinking about when she can use it. This is the last time today. The sound was very gentle, a click. Siepura was delighted. Handle with care, could it be something valuable? She couldn't wait to take the item out of the access port, looking at the small box. She no longer had any hope. What good stuff could be in such a small box? Open it quickly. Owner, see what's inside. Siepura was frightened by the sudden voice. This is her territory, no one can harm her. She focused all her attention on the blind box without worrying about it, and didn't notice the people who had gathered behind her. Why are there so many people around? We came here when we saw the announcement pop up on the panel. What announcement? Host, I did it. I thought that we would push everything new to everyone's panel in the future. Okay, the case is solved. She asked why there were so many people around. But it's convenient this way. If there's anything new, we can notify everyone as soon as possible. She doesn't have to worry about the product gathering dust in the corner. She is happy to be free. Open the outer packaging of the blind box. It turned out to be a bag of beef jerky. She loved eating this before. Beef is a high-protein food. Beef jerky is very chewy. When she has nothing to do, she likes to eat beef jerky bite by bite, especially the spicy one, which is the best snack. People around her became interested. 20 points for a blind box is not expensive. You won't feel bad if you get anything. You may even feel that you have made a small profit if you meet something you like. Siapura walked to the back and found that everyone consciously lined up in a long line. The first one was Qian Wuxuang. Chu Ling was the second. And the 6 men, including Shizhu, were the ones behind him. Qihua snorted coldly. If I hadn't been reluctant to give up the plate of beef rolls that had just been put into the pot, I would have definitely been the first. It's okay. It's all about luck to draw a blind box anyway. And their luck is definitely not as good as ours. Shizhu comforted his good brother in a self-deceiving way, and also comforted himself. Shizhu urged them both with confidence. Draw quickly. After you draw, I show you what a real European emperor is. You? The college student who used cockroach eggs as red beans. God knows, Chu Ling really didn't want to mock him, but every time he thought of this, he wanted to laugh. After that, they mentioned this matter to Shizhu intentionally or unintentionally every day, and it has now become a joke in their team. Shizhu was helpless and furious, but he couldn't do anything to Chu Ling, so he could only slap his good brother Qihua on his shoulder. Didn't we agree not to mention this? Qihua jumped away with a roar, covering his red shoulder, and said aggrievedly, She said it. Why are you slapping her and me? They are girls. Besides, didn't you say you would stick up for your brothers? Shizhu blinked his eyes and acted innocent. Chapter 92 Blind Box Machine Draw. I mean, I stick my neck out for my brother. I don't mean you can stick your neck out for me. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Qian Wuxuang tugged at Chu Ling close. In the blink of an eye, the two of them bought the upper limit of blind boxes, 1 blind box each. Chu Ling drew a hair tie and felt a little disappointed. The hair tie was pure black, a big pack, enough for her and Qian Wuxuang to use for a long time. Qian Wuxuang opened her blind box and found a piece of paper. After reading the contents on the paper, the people around him took a deep breath. A voucher worth 500 yuan for the hot pot restaurant in Great B&B. When the consumption reaches 500 points or more, this voucher can be used to directly deduct 500 points. You are so lucky. Isn't this equivalent to spending 20 points to deduct 500 points? Aw, I suck. I suck. All the good luck is sucked in. Chu Ling woke up from a dream and shook Qian Wuxuang. 500 points. Ah! We can have 10 more plates of meat slices. Their team didn't need the 500 points at all. 5 level 1 crystal cores were just a matter of killing a few zombies. Shizhu could kill ordinary zombies by himself as wild monsters. Everyone wanted to take advantage of others. It wasn't that they lacked something. It was just that the satisfaction in their hearts could not be measured by money. Shizhu stepped forward. It's my turn. I come too. He was very confident in himself, but he was actually unsure. Good brother, let's buy and open together. The 6 men all bought their own share. The people behind them were not in a hurry. Blind boxes are very interesting whether you watch others open them or open them yourself. All eyes were focused on their hands, waiting to see what else they could open. At Shizhu's command, the 6 men opened together. Mine is a basketball. Qihua covered his face and cried. Coach, I don't want to play basketball. Mine is good, mine is actually a dumbbell. I haven't lifted weights for a long time. Lu Ming raised it a few times to try. Wu Tianlong was even worse off. He opened a bottle of oolong tea, and it was sugar-free. He said self-deprecatingly, Do you think my life is not hard enough, so you deliberately don't add sugar to it? Yen Mu's blind box contained a small piece of jewelry, a small ring with diamonds on it, which looked very delicate. This kind of thing is generally not wanted in the end times. At the beginning of the end times, it might have been something that everyone scrambled for, until later everyone found that this thing was good for nothing except good looks. Some were thrown away. Some were destroyed. And it was hard to find. The brothers were all making strange noises of oh to make noises. Captain, what are you waiting for? Haven't you been looking for this thing? His face flushed. And he looked at Qian Wuxuang and found that her blush was even more intense. All the way to her ears. Instead of taking out the ring and putting it on Qian Wuxuang as everyone expected. He carefully put the thing away and said carefully, "This is a serious matter, and it shouldn't be taken out in such a hasty situation." Everyone's eyes were self-evident. All looked at Qian Wuxuang. Qian Wuxuang's originally serious face turned red, and she had some shyness of a girl. She was not used to such attention. She ran away first on the pretext of having something to do. Yanmu chased after her. The two of them ran away, but it didn't prevent them from continuing to open the blind box. Shizhu was a little cautious. He didn't really open the box. He was relieved to see that no one had opened anything good. It shouldn't be too bad for him. "Leave it to me. Brothers, I will be the hope of our whole village." The things that come out of the blind box machine are of different sizes. Shizhu box looks quite big. It is different from theirs. It is a large rectangular box. With a nervous and excited mood, under the attention of everyone, Shizhu opened a toilet plunger. It is the kind of red toilet plug with super strong suction and thick rubber. Shizhu's smile froze on his face, and the color of his face changed from red to green, and then to black. As expected, there is no such thing as the most unlucky in the world. Only worse unlucky. Chu Ling held her big bag of rubber bands and laughed at him. Ah ha ha ha. How could a little idiot draw such a beautiful and bright red color from a blind box? Faced with the facts, Shizhu was powerless to refute, and stiffened his neck and said stubbornly, "Zhuoxing hasn't opened it yet." Zhuoxing was a little at a loss. It's not that he didn't want to open it, but this thing was packed too tightly and a little heavy, so he opened it carefully. After finally opening it, Shizhu's eyes were about to spit fire. "Why is this a tablet?" Zhuoxing unpacked the 4-piece tablet set, tablet, charger, earphones, Bluetooth earphones. He even had Bluetooth earphones. "Oh my god. Do you think this is fair? Do you know how painful this is for an 18-year-old boy?" Shizhu's cry was heartbreaking and deep in his soul. Chu Ling sneered, "You're already losing your hair. And you're still just 18 years old?" Siapura looked at her deeply. This little girl has grown up after following Shizhu. She even speaks so sharply. She likes it. The grief is only temporary. Soon Shizhu came out of the cry of unfairness. She came to Zhuoxing eagerly and nodded. "Brother, you are my only brother. Can you play with me? I will only be good to you in the future. I will listen to you." Zhuoxing scratched his head. He didn't know how to deal with Shizhu's persistence. "Then I play with it today. And you can play with it for a day tomorrow?" "Deal." Shizhu was afraid that he would regret it, so he stepped forward to support him. "Please go slowly. Let's go to the side to see what functions it has." The living Buddhas finally left, and the people behind them rushed forward one after another. I wasn't so excited just now, but after Zhuoxing drew the tablet, it was like a pot boiling. Modern people are used to mobile phones, tablets, computers, and televisions, and suddenly entered the end of the world. In order to survive, they had to abandon those messy ideas. Now that we are well fed and well clothed, tablets have returned to the public's attention. How can we not be excited? Let alone others. Even Siapura herself is envious. She stood by, holding a milk tea and eating beef jerky, looking at what was in everyone's blind box. Unfortunately, the people behind didn't get any good stuff. Compared with the front, the only good thing was that a woman got an eyebrow pencil, and another girl got a lipstick. The simple two kinds of cosmetics pushed the blind box machine to a climax again. Who doesn't love beauty? Love of beauty is not gender specific, but most boys don't need to wear lipstick. Siapura left with satisfaction after seeing this. It seems that the blind box machine will be busy every day in the future. Whether it is for vouchers, mobile phones, or cosmetics, the arrival of the blind box machine really brought happiness to the residents living in the homestay. Chapter 93 School. M80 reminded, "School has been unlocked. Please go to check the school. There are still too few children here, and the ages are not uniform. Would it be too much to set up a school?" Siapura paused in the middle of her words. The unlocked school has a 3-story teaching building and 2 small playgrounds. It is different from any building in the B&B, and she doesn't need to draw cards to decorate the school. All the facilities are complete. Simple and bright classrooms, basketball on the playground, football field. Generally speaking, the tables and chairs in the classroom are definitely not given for free, but those tables and chairs actually appeared in the classroom. The classroom where the sports equipment is stored is actually full of sports equipment. Football, basketball, badminton, table tennis, rope skipping, even shot put. After walking around, I found that the school area is not small, and it is considered large in a homestay with few students of school age. The homestay has been extending outward unconsciously, and it has been expanding continuously. Now she can no longer figure out how big the homestay is. Suddenly, a new school was added. As the owner of the B&B, she didn't feel a bit awkward. The school is not for profit. It is currently open to minors under the age of 16 for free. Host: please recruit teachers for the school. Task: complete the recruitment of 1 teacher, recruit more than 5 students to unlock the book as a reward. There is no need to hesitate about this. Siapuro immediately asked M80 to send a notification from the panel pop-up window. Notice: Grade School is recruiting a number of teachers. Those with relevant work experience or graduates from relevant colleges are preferred. In a few minutes, everyone came with a blind box in their hands. Shopkeeper: does our B&B have a school? Well, if nothing goes wrong, we will recruit students after we recruit teachers. As soon as Siapuro finished speaking, the crowd became noisy. Is it okay if you have teaching experience? Yes. Well, I taught animals when I was young. Can that work? Siapuro was surprised. Sister, you are a talent, but not in this field. This school is really big, and there are 3 floors. What a big playground. Students can play football and basketball. Shopkeeper: do we have any conditions for recruiting students? She pursed her lips. No conditions. Free board and lodging for students of appropriate age. Student meals. Teachers receive a monthly salary of 3,000 points. Food and lodging are provided. Teacher and staff meals. Wow, the conditions are so good. Anyone with knowledge and talent should not be buried in troubled times. No, it should be said that anyone with ability should not be buried. Knowledge is the most valuable in any era. Without the inheritance of knowledge, we don't know what human beings will degenerate into. Great B&B will gradually open more facilities. Don't worry if you don't have relevant experience as a teacher. There will always be a suitable position for you in the future. As soon as the voice fell, the originally disappointed person raised his head again. Everyone, whether they have superpowers or not, all widened their eyes. Boss is generous. Who doesn't want a stable income and a job without life threatening in the end times? With this job, you don't have to take risks to kill zombies, and you don't have to worry about how to earn crystal cores in case the weather is bad every day. Siapuro words undoubtedly gave them hope, and were also a reassurance. No one doubted the truth of the words, and they subconsciously believed the owner. Finally, M80 sent a notice to everyone. Those who want to apply can come for an interview next Thursday, and those who want to enroll can come next Friday to apply for admission. She was really too busy, and it was somewhat beyond her ability to do everything by herself. After finishing school, she had to play around for a while. Yu Shiwen came to see her. As soon as he entered the room, he hurriedly pulled her to sit down. The news that Shurgang base was destroyed was spread everywhere. Everyone couldn't go out when the extreme heat came. There was no gossip at ordinary times. Everyone would talk about this matter when they were bored. My dad was asked about it when he was talking to other bases. They said that our Lion and Shurgang were close, and asked him if he knew anything. He came to ask me. I heard that you were back. So I rushed over. Siapuro handed her a bottle of water. Drink some water first to calm down, and then talk slowly. Yu Shiwen drank the water from her hand, exhaled a few times, and saw that the hot pot restaurant had broken its defense. You actually have a hot pot restaurant here? It just opened. Siapuro smiled embarrassedly. Then, how about we talk while eating? Smelling the aroma wafting from the hot pot restaurant, Yu Shiwen found it difficult to move her feet. Siapuro was a little embarrassed. She didn't need points to eat alone. How about eating with Yu Shiwen? Who would pay? User Yu Shiwen is detected as a distinguished customer. The host can treat him to a meal for free. She breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and said, "Let's go, sister will treat you to a meal." The two walked towards the hot pot restaurant arm in arm. Just then, a table of people finished eating and stood up. The table was empty. So Siapuro quickly pulled her to her seat and sat down, for fear that someone else would get there first if she was a step slower. I ordered 2 servings of crispy pork for myself. I really love this stuff. You can put it in the pot and rinse it before eating. Although it sounds like a dark dish, it actually tastes pretty good. Yu Shiwen looked at the plate of crispy pork and swallowed. You still have crispy pork here? Siapuro took a piece and put it in her mouth and took a bite. Delicious. Would you like to try some too? She has always liked spicy food. The chili oil tastes very refreshing. And the more you eat this kind of thing, the more you like it. It's delicious. Yu Shiwen also took a piece of crispy meat and put it in the pot to cook like Siapuro did. Finally, she put it in her mouth. It was so spicy that she grimaced. It's so spicy. Her reaction caught Siapuru's attention. But she clearly ordered a slightly spicy hot pot base. And she felt it was just right. You can't eat spicy food? Yu Shiwen nodded like pounding garlic. Yes. Yes. Yes, it's so spicy. Siapuru took the milk tea in the space and handed it to Yu Shiwen. Ice drink, have a sip. Yu Shiwen took it and drank it all. It was still too spicy. She was caught off guard and tears came out. Any more? Siapura knew the feeling of having her head occupied by chili peppers, and took out another cup of her treasured milk tea for her. Yu Shiwen took a sip of the milk tea and felt much better. She brought the remaining half bowl of crispy pork to Siapuru. All for you. I don't dare to eat it anymore. Siapura pushed the food back. If you can't eat spicy food, just eat the crispy pork directly. Why did you push it to me? Yes. The two chatted over the 2 plates of crispy pork. From Shurgang to Lian. Siapura couldn't help asking. Is your base okay? Huh? The topic changed too quickly. And Yu Shiwen didn't catch it all at once. Chapter 94 Heat-Resistant Spray Paint. It's just extremely hot. We have the supplies you provided at our base. And we can barely get by. Yu Shiwen's voice was emotionless. And she ate the food calmly. Other bases are not so good. And I heard that many people died due to lack of water. Based on the few things they had come into contact with, Siapuro felt that she was not as calm as she seemed. It was not easy to talk about such a heavy topic during a meal. She tactfully chatted about some family matters. The store has new products recently. There is a blind box machine with a purchase limit of 1 per day, and heat-resistant spray paint. I know. Siapuro was stunned. How did you know? Didn't you just come? She looked so cute when she was dumbfounded. Yu Shiwen was in a good mood. Guess? I can't guess. I'm a user too. Did you forget that you have popped up a window for every registered user? From her expression, Yu Shiwen guessed that she didn't know. Is that so? So the central base also knows about it? Is that spray paint really that powerful? I buy a bottle and spray it on my car later to try. Yu Shiwen drove here alone. I don't know when she started to like going to Great B&B. And she always likes to talk nonsense with Siapuro. Okay, I accompany you to the underground parking lot to spray. Siapuro picked up a large chopstick of meat for herself, urging her to eat quickly. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the spray paint was really that useful. Yu Shiwen ate until she was full. And then she stopped. She wanted to restrain herself. But she lost control when she stuffed the meat into her mouth. She was so full that she couldn't walk. So she ordered a fried yogurt dish to eat while digesting. Aren't you full? Yu Shiwen argued, as we all know. Girls have 2 stomachs. One for meals, and one for desserts and milk tea. She couldn't argue with her. So she didn't rush and ordered a fried yogurt dish for herself. Aren't you full too? Siapuru glanced at her. And said indifferently, if you can't beat them, join them. Perhaps talking while eating can whet one's appetite. And both of them ate very full. In the end, they walked slowly on the road with their arms around each other's shoulders. She bought 2 bottles of spray paint. And bought a blind box at the door when she went out. I wonder what I can get out of it. The shape of the package looked like a small basket. And when I opened it, I saw that it was really a bamboo basket. The bamboo basket was made very delicately. The size of a basketball. But it was not light in my hand. When Yu Shiwen opened the package, she accidentally opened a corner of the package covering the bamboo basket. Suddenly, a strong free fragrance came to the 2 people with the breeze. This familiar smell is like grapefruit? The 2 looked at each other, and they could see surprise on each other's faces. The speed of his hands increased, and his hands trembled as he opened the package. It's really grapefruit. Yu Shiwen smiled widely. So bright and beautiful. The store certainly sells canned fruit, but it can never compare to the human desire for fresh fruit. She had been craving for fruits for a long time. Every time she could only open a can to satisfy her craving, eat the flesh first, and then drink the sweet water in the can. She hadn't eaten fresh fruits for a long time, and missed the taste of fresh fruits, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Siapuro was fine. She made candied haws with fresh fruits, and she would occasionally eat some. Strawberries have always been very expensive fruits. No matter which world she has been in, the price of the fruit has always been expensive. Here she can eat whatever she wants. Eat it as a meal. Eat until she is full. She won't be so greedy for fresh fruits. Just now, her eyes lit up because she was a little envious and jealous of the new varieties of fruits. Now she seems to understand why she has 2 more chances to draw a lottery every day than others. She is so embarrassed. To get a reward by being drawn once, she may have to draw thousands of times. There are 3 pomelo in a fruit basket. Yu Shiwen took out a generous one and handed it to her. You treat me to hot pot, I treat you to pomelo. Just then, the 2 of them walked to her yard. No matter what she said or thought, they forcefully stuffed it into her hand. You go in and put it there first, then come out, and we go spray paint the car. Xie Pu did not refuse. She already regarded Yu Shiwen as a half-friend. There was no need to refuse the gift of reciprocity, just accept it generously. After coming out, the 2 of them sprayed paint on the car. There was no strange smell. The sprayed liquid was colorless and tasteless like water. After painting, she sat in her passenger seat, and the 2 drove around the B&B. Why do I feel like the B&B is getting bigger? You guessed it right. Xie Pu smiled mysteriously, without giving too much response. Is this the school? It's well done, she joked. Do you miss your student days? Do you want me to apply for a special recruitment for you and recruit you to school? TSK. I have a graduate degree. If the end of the world hadn't come too early, I could still study for a doctorate. Now it was Xie Pu's turn to be surprised. Didn't I realize you were a top student? Don't you look like one? Yu Shiwen looked down at herself, dusty clothes, rough hands. I don't think so. Now she doesn't look like an intellectual at all. Her hands look like she has been working for a long time. But it's true, she has been working for a long time. The hand that holds the pen is also very handy for using cold weapons to fight zombies. I wasn't like this before. Before the end of the world, her family was well off, and she was a well-behaved girl. Fortunately, I have become responsible now. Otherwise I don't know what I would become. At least she is very satisfied with herself now. The value of life should not be defined. And all paths are correct. It depends on how you do it, and what you choose. It is a kind of enjoyment to enjoy youth like all girls of the right age. And it is also a kind of charm to be so passionate like now. You are doing well now. Really. I know. Yu Shiwen smiled confidently and calmly. In Xie Pu's eyes, she was simply a fairy with righteousness. Fairies like her rely entirely on personal charm to attract people, making people feel at ease when they see her. If she didn't have the invincible protective shield of the system, she would feel that as long as she stayed with Yu Shiwen, she would be able to lead her to fight her way out of the zombie outbreak. How do you feel about spraying paint? Xie Pu couldn't feel the temperature change, so she could only ask her. I think, after driving around, the car feels very calm and comfortable. Just like the feeling of driving a car normally on a sunny afternoon. Of course, this is without opening the window. If the window is opened, you can still breathe the hot air outside. Yu Shiwen also wanted to know Xie Pu's experience. What do you think? Chapter 95 Treating the Tree. I think you're right. Believe in the system products. It can't be wrong. Send her back to the B&B. Yu Shiwen went in and bought 30 bottles of spray paint and put them in the car to take back with her. Xie Pu said goodbye to her and returned to her yard. Suddenly she thought that she seemed to have forgotten something. She dug a hole, took out the new mutant tree and planted it. She put her hand on the trunk, tried to communicate with the tree. Are you feeling better? It's so comfortable here. It was the same familiar voice, but it sounded more lively. I'm alive. Xie Pu was overjoyed, and then a basin of cold water was poured down on her. M80 said coldly, it's only slightly better. A big hole was hollowed out in its trunk, and it's hard to heal itself. Would you like to think of a way? Host? She lowered her eyes, looking unhappy. Host, have you thought about it? I've thought about it. If it dies, bury it here. After all, it's the first plant to communicate with me. M80 was speechless. Who told you to think about the afterlife? Think about it. This is the end of the world. There are superpowers. You should find a way to find a wood power, or a healing power. Yes. The system is really smart. M80 was almost excited by her. It means that if it didn't mention it, the tree would have to wait for death? No. Can you try to treat it with the wood power you gave? Woo, between communicating with plants and regular wood power, I chose communication. This is what you can't have both. Many people who live in the B&B are not received by her personally. She only remembers that Chu Ling is a healing power. System, where is Chu Ling? In her room. Xie Pu remembered her room number, and went to find her directly. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and it was Qian Wuxuan who opened the door. The moment he saw her, he called her uncertainly. Shopkeeper? After getting a response, he remembered to ask, What's the matter? I'm looking for Chu Ling. Qian Wuxuan understood, and invited Xia Pura to sit on the sofa. Shopkeeper sister, are you looking for me? Chu Ling came out of the room, wearing a nightgown. She must have just washed her hair, with the sweet smell of grape-flavored shampoo provided by the B&B. It smelled good. I want to ask you to use your supernatural power to treat. No problem. Xia Puro, I haven't finished talking yet. It doesn't matter who you treat. I change my clothes and go out now. Chu Ling is really a very good girl. Cute and adorable. Except for Shizhu. She is kind to everyone. I'm fine. Let's go. Chu Ling changed into a light-colored sportswear and took her hand in a familiar way. It seemed that all girls like to hold hands like this. And Xia Pura didn't mind, and let her hold her hand. After leaving the house, Chu Ling remembered that she had no destination. Where is the person we want to treat? Xia Pura touched her nose and whispered, I didn't say we were going to treat a person. There is a tree in my yard, and I want to see if you can treat it. Treat the tree? Chu Ling couldn't believe it. Well, I want to try it. What if it works? I haven't tried to treat trees yet. I've only treated people. If she could give it a try, Chu Ling would be willing to do it. Chu Ling looked at the tree that 4 people held hands and still couldn't hold, and was stunned. Wouldn't such a big tree suck her dry? But the owner of the store is so nice. Never mind. Let's give it a try. She stroked the surface of the tree with her hand, and a white light flowed out from her palm. At first, the tree was a little irritable when it saw a stranger. Xia Pura patted it to comfort it, and it did not resist Chu Ling's approach. Chu Ling just tried to input a little power into it, and found that the power could really penetrate the tree and go deep into the tree. She was surprised and happy. It seems to be useful? Xia Pura did not disturb her, and waited quietly by the side. 10 minutes later, Chu Ling felt that the power was in danger, and ended the treatment. I think I can treat it a little bit. Its main body was damaged too badly, and the healing power cannot make the plant regenerate. Xia Puro lowered her head and thought, so? We still need a wood-type superpower? Do you know who a wood-type superpower is? This? I really didn't notice it. She lowered her head, and thought for a long time. In the future, she might rescue more plants, or even animals. The equipment in the hospital can only be used by humans. The healing superpower should be very useful for animals. After weighing the pros and cons, she asked, Are you interested in working in the hospital of the B&B? 5,000 points per month. Accommodation included but not food. According to the current prices in the B&B, 5,000 points can buy a lot of things. And 5,000 points alone cannot be spent on food in a month. Chu Ling couldn't help but be tempted by this offer. But she still has her team. Xia Puro also thought of this and gave another plan. Or, if you are willing, I will find you when I need you. And if there are more things to do in the future, you can come on a certain day every week. 2,005 points per month. I will not interfere with what you want to do normally. How about it? Chu Ling's eyes lit up. Isn't it just like she's there when she's needed? Besides, she really likes and appreciates the owner. Since she doesn't need to consider the team, she is definitely willing. I am willing. Xia Pura's dark eyes were smiling more and more. The points will be deposited into your account at the end of each month. After the deal was settled, Xia Pura broke the grapefruit she had just peeled when she was bored into 2 halves, and put 1 half into her hand. This is what I got from the blind box machine. Thank you today. Take this back and eat it. Chu Ling wanted to say she didn't want it. She wanted to say she was willing, but she couldn't move her eyes away. Thank you, boss. After Chu Ling said goodbye, she didn't stay idle. She went into the kitchen to tinker with Bobo Chicken. The same tune echoed in her mind, Bobo Chicken, Bobo Chicken, Bobo Chicken with a twist. The magical melody was very brainwashing. She hummed while preparing the ingredients for Bobo Chicken. What does this mean? Host? Are you 2G? I am a highly intelligent system that does not need the internet. Yes, 2G is confirmed. If I win a tablet or a mobile phone in the future, I will let you use your phone for half an hour every day. She was very clear about her promises, and the most important thing is that the stupid system is very susceptible to this. M80 was silent, and I don't know what it was thinking. It is not difficult to make Bobo Chicken. The most complicated thing is to wash the ingredients, slice the potatoes, and lettuce and other ingredients and string them together. Her favorite food is potatoes, sprinkled with a little spicy red oil, and kept in the refrigerator to keep fresh. It is not very spicy, and it is cool and suitable for leisure in summer. Most of the time, she eats it as a snack. If someone wants to pair it with white rice, it seems that there is no problem. Boboji provides a lot of ingredients, including various meats and vegetables. Everything can be boboji. And the most important thing is the soup base. Chapter 96 Juyong Base. The soup base of bobo chicken is made of chicken soup and bone soup. The chicken soup is delicious. After soaking, the flavor can be better absorbed into the ingredients. All meats are soaked in scallion and ginger water in advance to remove the fishy smell. The bloody smell will not be so strong. Wash and cut the vegetables, and string them together. Bobo chicken has a lot of profit. Normally, 3 thin slices of potatoes would be sold for a few yuan. In the end times, there is no such a high price. Both vegetarian and non-vegetarian dishes are equally precious. In addition to meat and vegetables, you can also make some meatballs, meat cake slices, and string them together to make bobo chicken. The meat should be cut along the texture, and it should be strung together after cutting. The system also provides shrimps in the ingredients. 1 shrimp is strung on 1 skewer. I don't want to be too busy making bobo chicken for the first time, so I made more than a dozen kinds of skewers and finished the preparations in a hurry. After the broth is ready, I will start making the red oil soup base. Various spices and peppers should be stimulated to bring out the fragrance first, and then filtered to get only the spices and no oil. The hot oil was sprinkled on the chili noodles with a sizzle, emitting a pungent smell. This step is to stimulate the aroma of the chili noodles. Bobo chicken has another soul, which is to sprinkle a lot of white sesame seeds. The glossy red oil is no longer monotonous with the addition of white sesame seeds. After boiling all the skewered ingredients, they can be soaked in the bobo chicken soup base. The amount she made is definitely not enough to sell, so she asked several robots to repeat the steps she made today in the kitchen, and she went to sleep. There is another great advantage of making bobo chicken, which is that the ingredients can be prepared the night before, so you don't have to get up early to make anything. As she made the new dish, a small stall appeared on the food street. Xie Pu had a good sleep, and sat in the car refreshed. Without hesitation, she ordered the Jiaoyang base recommended by Yu Shiwen. The Jiaoyang base was in deep trouble. The people in the base were like crabs trapped in a steamer, being slowly cooked by the high temperature of life. The water she was going to sell this time was slightly cooler, not at room temperature, and it should be very comfortable to drink in this weather. Because the weather was still very hot, she was wondering where to set up the stall so that people would come. It seems like a motorhome is approaching. It's approaching if it's approaching. It looks like the motorhome described by the superior. The color matches, but this car has 3 floors. Hearing this, the man stopped pretending, grabbed the telescope. Let me see. Do you want to report to the superior? No, didn't you see the pattern of grapes on the car? It's almost certain. Open the door to welcome it. Just as Xie was about to move, the gate of the base suddenly opened. She drove the car over tentatively, and 3 men wearing base guard uniforms came over with umbrellas. Their words were very respectful. Hello. Is this the grape dining truck? Yes. Xie nodded, not understanding what they were going to do. It's really the grape dining truck. The 3 men whispered. Who will report it? How about this? You go, and we buy something and leave a portion for you, and we eat together. Are you sure? The fool person is a little dumb, but not stupid, and he is not sure whether they will really leave it for him. Sure. It's for you. After getting the assurance, Xiao Dai ran very fast from the shade, wanting to tell the leader that the grape dining car was coming. Come in. The guard had originally made way for the RV to enter, but when he saw that she did not move, he remembered that he had not explained it yet. The head of the flame base has greeted us, and the superior told us to go in when we see the grape dining car. We have prepared a stall for you. Please come in, the 2 said, one on each side. Their hands holding the cold weapons were shaking. This overwhelming wealth has finally come to their base. Even if they can't eat enough, they can buy some water to drink. They were guided all the way to drive the RV to the center of the base. Having received the treatment of the central base, Xie Pu was not upset in the face of such treatment. She was just surprised that the flame base was so good that they even gave her a convenience. It was really inconvenient to go out in the extreme heat. It was definitely the most convenient and excellent choice for her to go into the base to do business. Accompanied by 2 guards, she drove the car to a huge shaded place in the center. Looking at the simple awning, it should have been newly built. There were a few white lines on the ground. I don't know what they are used for. Siapuro didn't care about these. She just put out the things as usual. She didn't put out the tables and chairs. She just took out 2 vending machines. One for rice and one for water. She had modified the water one. You can directly choose to buy a box or just input the number of bottles you want to buy. Shopkeeper, can we order something first? The 2 guards stared at the food on the dining cart with greedy eyes. The aroma of red oil hit their hearts. The colorful green vegetables, each piece of vegetarian dish was so tempting. They had been looking forward to such a sumptuous meal in front of them every day. Today, their dream came true. Cold skewers are not very tasty. But the aroma of the red oil fried with seasonings is so obvious. And it makes people hungry just by smelling and looking at it. Okay. Take a look at what you want. Siapuro put out the price list. Vegetarian dishes, 5 points per skewer. Meat dishes, 10 points per skewer. Meatballs are counted as meat dishes. Don't be fooled by the low price. It's more expensive than every meal she's ever sold. Points can be exchanged here. Siapuro took out a small blackboard and placed it next to the exchange machine. The exchange process was clearly and completely recorded on it. 1 crystal core is 100 points, so I can eat 10 skewers of meat dishes with 1 first-level crystal core. I can eat 20 skewers of vegetarian dishes. I want to eat meat. It's cost-effective to be a vegetarian. I want to eat meat. Vegetarianism is healthy. I want to eat meat. Boss, give me 20 skewers of vegetarian dishes. Give me a little of everything. I'm not picky. The 2 of them talked like a double act, which was quite interesting. Different worlds. Same mother. This stubborn mind is really like her mother. No matter what you say you want or want to eat, she will just be stubborn and want you to listen to her. Have you decided what you want? Boss, listen to me. I want 20 skewers of vegetarian dishes. I won't. I want meat. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Siapuro interrupted them forcefully. How about you recharge another crystal core? There is no purchase limit now. Recharge. Recharge 3. The guard generously took out 3 crystal cores and exchanged them for points. In the end, he bought a total of 30 skewers of vegetarian dishes and 15 skewers of meat dishes, which were divided into 3 portions. Chapter 97 Survival of the Fittest. The RV was cordoned off, which made her feel puzzled. Don't be afraid. Boss. This is not for you. This is to line up the survivors, to prevent them from getting crowded. Siapuro nodded and said nothing. There was no one around yet, so she chatted with them about matters related to the base. What did the flame base tell your base? Nothing much, just some precautions. Our base commander asked us to prepare in advance, and specially marked a cooler spot for you, which is also convenient for people to line up. Siapuro understood, and did not ask any more questions. It was convenient to be able to set up a stall in extremely hot weather. But she did not want to do this in the future. She had an idea in her mind, and thought that she would mention it to Yushi when next time she saw her. After they selected the dishes, she took out the skewers and put them into the paper tube. The skewers covered with red oil and sesame seeds made people drool. Boss, will it be very spicy? No. Before making it, she considered that everyone might not have eaten chili for a long time, and the taste of people who could eat spicy food before would probably gradually degenerate to not being able to eat spicy food. So she made it slightly spicy. Don't be fooled by the amount of red oil sprinkled on the skewers. In fact, they are only fragrant but not spicy. If you are afraid of spicy food, 1 bottle of water is 1 point. A box of water has 24 bottles, 24 points per box. The 2 had never heard that the prices were so cheap, and there was a flash of surprise in their eyes, but then it dimmed. What's the use of cheapness? The base commander has issued an order, not allowing individuals to buy privately. Seeing their attitude change, she asked, aren't you going to buy water? The base commander has issued an order. The base will buy it in bulk and resell it to the masses elsewhere, so everyone can wait patiently. Thinking that it was for the convenience of unified management, Siapuro did not find anything strange. Delicious. One of them ate a bunch of potato chips behind the other's back. The potato chips were crispy, and the red oil they were wrapped in was indeed fragrant and slightly spicy. Why did you eat them secretly? The original rule was that no one was allowed to buy any supplies in advance before the base commander came, and they could not help it and took advantage of their positions. Don't worry about it. Life is important in the present. If we don't eat now, who knows if we will have our turn to eat later? Brother, believe me, it's really delicious. Nonsense. You haven't eaten for a long time. And you say that worm cakes are delicious. The two of them talked about something. And they exchanged 300 points. Bought 2 boxes of water. And used the remaining points to buy Bobo chicken. After that, they took the things and left. She was the only one left in the RV in this empty place. This was the first time she had set up a stall, and it was so desolate. No one cared about her. But she was not in a hurry. She took a few strings of potato chips, lotus root slices, and broccoli for herself. These vegetarian dishes were her favorite. She took the paper tube up to the second floor, turned on the TV and ate while watching. This stuff is really delicious, not as spicy as hot pot. Potato slices cooked in hot pot are sticky. Potato slices from Bobo chicken are crispy. The two tastes are different. After watching half an episode of Legend of Zhenhuan, she felt someone coming, wiped the oil on her mouth and slowly stood up. The middle-aged man with glasses in the lead saw her coming out, and his eyes kept glancing back. "What are you looking at?" Siet Puro was a little unhappy. The middle-aged uncle was originally disdainful of her. After waiting for half a minute, and seeing no movement in the car, he frowned and asked, "Are you the owner of the grape dining truck?" "No one else?" "Yes." She looked straight at him, waiting for his next words. The uncle's expression was stiff for a moment, but soon relaxed. "I am the base commander of Jiayong Base. My last name is Xing. You are selling Bobo chicken today, right? Then, you just make it, and pack it for us to take away." Zheng Rui's tone was not polite at all. He didn't take Siet Puro seriously at all. She was just a little kid in her 20s, but the old guy Yutonghai talked to him so seriously, he thought she was someone who was not easy to serve. "No, our shop only supports queuing to buy." Siet Puro's eyes were like a mirror. Of course she could see Zheng Rui's disdain. Today she wanted to rebel. "I won't do that if you want me to." Anyway, not many people knew that she went all the way to the central base to sell supplies, and people would line up to buy at the stalls nearby. So it was not considered a violation of the rules in front of outsiders. "It's so troublesome." Zheng Rui's face drooped, and his aura looked a little scary. After thinking for a while, he decided on his own, "Just consider it as a convenience. It's not like I won't give you the crystal core. You can sell the things anyway. Isn't it convenient for both of us?" Siet Puro is not a person who has never seen the world. If it were an ordinary girl, she would probably be so scared that she dared not speak when she saw his face darken. Now she has completely lost her good impression of this base commander, and she has no intention of talking to him. She said concisely, "No." Unexpectedly, she didn't give him face. He was very unhappy about being humiliated. The low pressure from his body could freeze people to death on a hot day. Then he thought of Yutonghai repeated instructions to be polite to the store owner, hinting that the store owner was not easy to mess with. What's so difficult about a pretty woman? However, the supplies are still in the other party's hands, so he should wait and see what the other party is like. Zheng Rui snorted coldly. "Then I go get people to line up to buy it." He waved his hands to call his subordinates, and said loudly in front of her, "Go and call the high-level psychics and senior executives to line up first." Siet Puro asked, "What about ordinary people? Why bother with them?" Zheng Rui restrained himself a little after realizing that his words were too blunt. "I also have people lining up to buy. So you can get ready." Zheng Rui was in a high position, so he naturally wouldn't stay outdoors for long. He left with a sentence. "Take good care of the store owner." Anyone could tell that this meant surveillance, control, or care. At some point, a circle of people formed outside the cordon. They were in tattered clothes, and dared not expose themselves to the sun. They gathered in the shadows and looked inside. Everyone was very tired, and their eyes were full of the desire to survive. They also knew that they were not capable enough, and the end of the world was always a world of the jungle. But they just wanted to live. If they did not activate their superpowers, would they die if they were not superpowered? Under the dazzling sunlight, the heat in the air condensed into substance, and the rolling heat waves could be seen deforming and twisting faintly. Soon, more and more people came to line up. There were heavy soldiers guarding near the RV, and only those they allowed in were allowed in. As for the survivors, not driving them away was considered merciful by the base. Thinking over and over again, this world perfectly illustrates what it means to be the law of the jungle, and the fittest survive. She was deeply trapped in it, and didn't know what to do. Chapter 98. The car caught fire. The people in the long queue in front of her were not high-level psychics at all. How could a high-ranking psychic line up? Pale and thin, dry and yellow hair, how could they be high-level leaders? She didn't even need a system to detect it. She could tell with her naked eyes that these people were just errand boys. She understood that the strong were given priority, and that it was normal for psychics to work hard to protect the base, and that resources should be given priority to them. She could understand, but she would not agree. System, I feel so depressed staying in such an apocalypse. It wasn't long after entering the Jiayong base. In just less than an hour, she saw the cruelty like the animal world, and the strict hierarchy was disgusting. In comparison, she felt that the existence of the flame base and the central base was simply a paradise for survivors. At least the upper level would manage them. She really didn't like such an environment. She felt uncomfortable staying there. If you don't like it, just leave. Is it okay? Everything is based on the host's wishes. Siapura decided not to set up a stall here, but there were so many people around. She couldn't just drive out, and was in a dilemma. I can teleport the food truck out. Wait. I let you teleport later. Siapura grabbed a handful of homestay flyers, threw them high in the air, and summoned a vine to scatter the flyers. The flyers fell to the ground like rain. While everyone was still not reacting, she threw a few more. Let's take it away. The flyer fell to the ground with the wind, and was seen by the survivors who were watching and picked it up. Siapura was moved by the system, along with her car and all the equipment, to a place 1 kilometer away from Jiayong base. After she left, the head of the base was soon informed. Zheng Rui was furious. How do you do things? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on her? The subordinates had no words to say. We saw that she and her things seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Zheng Rui recalled many things Yu Tanghai had said in his mind. He had said many times that he should be nicer to the store owner. She also scattered a lot of garbage before she left. You have to tell me about such a small thing? The base doesn't support idle people. Let the poor people pick it up by hand. Just when he was about to say that what was thrown was a flyer for the homestay, Zheng Rui interrupted him, and he had to hold it back. The base chief was angry, and no one dared to touch this bad luck. When he left the office, he heard the sound of things being thrown inside, and everyone was glad that they left early. In a corner of Jiayong base, the 2 guards who had eaten bobo chicken were very happy. Fortunately, we bought it early, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to eat it. Hee hee, I was right to listen to you. This shrimp is so delicious, so tasty. Leave some for me. Bring another bottle of water, damn. I'm going to drink it to my heart's content. The entire base didn't buy much bobo chicken, including the large portion of bobo chicken Zheng Rui bought before leaving. The number of people who bought it in the entire base was no more than 20. There was no time to buy water. After Zheng Rui got angry, he called Yu Tanghai, wanting him to talk to the store owner. After listening to Zheng Rui's exaggerated story, Yu Tanghai added his phone number to the blacklist. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Siapura was in a bad mood today and didn't want to go to work. Today was profitable, and it was a successful day for setting up a stall. The stupid system didn't ask much of her. As long as she was willing to do the task, there was no urging her to complete these aspects. It was still early at this time. She was not in a hurry to go back. She drove the RV around. She sat in the passenger seat and ate bobo chicken. Is there anything more fun than leaving work early to go out and play? No. This degree of fun even surpassed not working. She randomly ordered a place that was a little further away and asked the car to drive a little faster. She went to the 3rd floor and looked around at the end of the world. She passed by the highway and saw that there were many cars on it, and some zombies were trapped in the car and couldn't get out. The next second, she suddenly sat up. A car caught fire right under her eyes. The long-term high heat made the tires of the car, which had been exposed to the sun, dented. Has it gotten this hot? She couldn't feel it. It was shocking to see the fire ignited in front of her. There were many cars on the asphalt road. We couldn't let it burn like this. There were too many cars. If it continued like this, an explosion would be a small matter. We were afraid that the car fragments after the explosion would be blown everywhere. If this is a sea of fire, will the fire spread to a farther place? She didn't dare to think further. Can you call a sprinkler truck to put out the fire? Yes. M80 knew the situation was serious, and directly summoned the sprinkler truck. Sprinkler trucks can travel on any terrain, not limited to ordinary roads. It did not go on the highway, and very intelligently chose to go under the road. A strong stream of water gushed out from the sprinkler truck, and as the sprinkler truck drove, there was no flame wherever it passed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud noises. The cars on the road exploded one after another under the fire. It was so shocking to see this scene with my own eyes. After the shock, I was afraid. Cars are the means of transportation commonly used by humans. There should be many cars in each base. If humans no longer have enough shade to avoid the scorching sun, will those cars also be like the cars on this road? She watched from the side, so anxious that she wanted to drive the RV over to put out the fire with her water ability. Fortunately, the sprinkler truck seemed to be moving slowly. But in fact it quickly caught up with the speed of the flames. The uneasiness that came from nowhere did not disappear with the extinguishing of the fire. Why was her heart still beating violently even though the fire was extinguished? Knowing that her emotions were not right, M80 asked, "What's wrong with the host?" "I don't know. I always feel that something bad is going to happen." M80 checked the range of the homestay. Nothing bad happened. Everything is normal. Siapuro returned to the second floor with a pale face, laid down on the bed, and buried her head in the quilt. After a long time, I felt better. I didn't want to continue playing anymore. I drove the RV back to the B&B with a worried mood. Yesterday, Yu Shiwen parked the car in front of the B&B. Why didn't he stop in the underground parking lot? Is there something wrong? Siapuro didn't park the RV properly. She randomly found a place that was not on the road and got out of the car to ask Yu Shiwen. The girl who got out of the car was a familiar girl. She should be the one who came with Yu Shiwen when she first met him. Looking around, she didn't see Yu Shiwen. Siapuro asked, "Is there something wrong?" The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Seeing her calm down, she became more excited. Team Yu went on a mission today. Their car caught fire on the road. Chapter 99 Hospitalization. Several cars were close to each other, and the tires of the car in front burst one after another. The car behind could not dodge in time, and crashed into it and exploded. Fortunately, there was a water-based supernatural person in the car, who put out the burning fire with one breath. If ordinary people encountered this situation, they would not be able to escape from the scene. Yu Shiwen and others' constant temperature clothes were burned unexpectedly, and everyone was exposed to the sun. The temperature of the road surface exposed to the sun for a long time was so high that the tires could melt. They were blown away and fell to the ground. They didn't have time to cry out in pain. Everyone's first reaction was to run. No matter where. They quickly ran to the shade of the trees to check their wounds. They just hugged the earth, and their skin was burned and blistered. Some people were too close to the explosion and suffered large-scale burns while putting out the fire. She tried to stay calm and simply recounted what happened. "Is anyone injured? I heard that there are healing psychics and hospitals in the guest house. Our base commander wants to move the injured team members here for treatment. Is it okay?" "Don't worry. They were definitely not scratched by zombies. They were injured by the explosion of the car after spontaneous combustion. The flame base really doesn't have such good treatment conditions. Let alone treatment, except for the medicines that Siapuro can provide. Other medicines are in short supply." Siapuro agreed without hesitation. "The hospital in our B&B can be used. You can transfer the injured here for us to see." The girl's eyes lit up. "Thank you, owner. I will transfer the injured here now." She drove away alone. Siapuro was still standing there, wondering, why is this happening? How could this happen? She clearly bought the heat-resistant spray yesterday. Could it be that the spray didn't work? She couldn't verify it, and had no way of knowing. The new product was added yesterday, and today she witnessed a car spontaneously catching fire on the road, and after she came back, she was notified that Yu Shiwen's car had also had various accidents due to the high temperature. Is this a coincidence, or is it a sign that everything she draws is crucial? There is too little material from past experiences, and it is not of any reference value at all. Throw away those messy thoughts and predictions, and save people now. Siapuro opened the door of the B&B, and let the cars drive to the door of the B&B hospital one after another. Yu Shiwen's injuries were not too light. She was not in danger of life, but her injuries were indeed a bit serious. 1/3 of her body was covered with burns, blisters, and burns. Her hair was messy, she fainted on the bed, and she was not as energetic as when they met yesterday. There were a total of 20 people sent here, all with injuries like Yu Shiwen, but not as severe as hers. Siapuro had many questions to ask, but now was not the right time. She could only answer them when Yu Shiwen got better. Several robots began to treat the wounds on their bodies skillfully. 8 hands grew out of their bodies and pushed the people into the treatment room. The light in front of the door lit up, indicating that they were being treated. Chu Ling heard about the situation here and rushed here without leaving home, wanting to see if there was any place where she could be of use. Siapuro didn't know to what extent the robot doctor could treat people. So she didn't reject Chuling's kindness and let her wait with her. If the hospital didn't cure the patient completely, with Chuling, a healing psychic, at least he could save his life. The lights in the treatment room went out, and the robots pushed out one bed after another. The people waiting around hurried over. They were scolded by Dr. E. Don't block it. Don't block it. The patient hasn't woken up yet. Even if he wakes up, he needs to rest and recover. This doctor is really anthropomorphic. Even the impatient tone was very similar. No one dared to gather around, except Siapuru. He didn't dare to scold her. She could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't touch the patient. Report the situation. The treatment was successful. The condition was stable. The family members went over there to pay the fee. He finished the report. Siapura couldn't remember how long it had been since she last went to the hospital. She had long forgotten the procedures, and now it felt like a lifetime ago when she heard the words family members pay the fee. The people at the Flame base paid the fee on their own initiative, and she went forward to check on Yu Shiwen's condition. After the treatment, Yu Shiwen looked fine. The large area of wounds disappeared, and her skin returned to normal and smooth. She was only temporarily healed. No matter what the wound was, it is recommended to rest for more than a week after treatment to ensure that there are no complications. Siapuru understood and personally pushed Yu Shiwen to the ward. Yu Shiwen woke up half an hour later. What's going on? You scared me to death. Siapura gave her a glass of warm water. There is a water machine in the hospital. Both cold and hot water are provided free of charge. Yu Shiwen tried to speak, but his voice was hoarse, and he drank some water to moisten it before continuing. The weather is too hot, the tire burst and spontaneous combustion. I was unlucky. Both happened at the same time. Didn't you buy a lot of spray paint yesterday? Did the heat-resistant spray paint fail? Yu Shiwen smiled bitterly. There are many vehicles in the base, so they are given priority to senior leaders, and ordinary taskers were originally planning to use them next time. It seems that it is not possible now. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. Even moving cars are in danger. Siapura told her about the car explosion on the road she saw today. Those cars have been exposed to the scorching sun for a long time. It is only a matter of time before they explode. I just didn't expect that moving cars would also have such risks. Damn the end of the world. It makes it difficult for humans to move forward. Siapura sighed and said nothing. She couldn't help much at this time. I think I'm fine now. When can I be discharged from the hospital? Can I sleep for a while, and then be discharged? Yu Shiwen didn't want to leave the hospital. The bed here is so comfortable. Except for the pungent smell of disinfectant, this place is almost perfect. It's best to rest for 7 days before moving. The treatment only heals your surface. Your internal deficiency needs to be adjusted slowly. Okay, I understand. Surprised at Yu Shiwen's obedience, they chatted for a while. How could she not be obedient? It's comfortable here. You can take a shower, and even watch TV. It's not like Yu Shiwen can't move around without her. She's injured. Although it's not obvious on the surface now, what's wrong with her taking a rest? Siapura estimated the time. Rest well, I come to see you tomorrow. Yu Shiwen nodded in agreement, and gave her a few more instructions before sending her out of the hospital. After Siapura left, Yu Shiwen took the remote control next to her, and turned on the TV to see if there was anything good to watch. Any channel she turned on could attract her attention. She chose a disaster movie about the end of the world with high temperatures, and watched it attentively, wanting to see if there was anything she hadn't expected, or missed, that could remind them. Chapter 100. The old lady got 5 kills. There was nothing good to watch on TV. After the apocalypse, you could only watch old movies. No one would make movies or animations anymore. Returning to her yard, she began to think back. She felt that all the things that happened today were related, but she couldn't connect them all. She didn't know which details she had overlooked. Suddenly, she thought of something very important. System, what's the temperature outside now? Yesterday, it was only 59 degrees Celsius, and today it suddenly rose to 64 degrees. It rose by 5 degrees. Why did there happen such a big change overnight? You know, the highest temperature in history was only 58 degrees. And 64 degrees is chilling just to hear this number. High temperature. Dry land. Lakes dry up. Spontaneous combustion. Explosions. The sprinkler truck you drew is not just for spraying water. It is for putting out fires everywhere. Right? Host. So smart. The system will never give her inexplicable things for no reason. It should be predicted that the high temperature is high. So no matter how many times she draws cards, those useful things will definitely come out. No wonder she could clearly feel that she had a particularly good luck in drawing cards before the disaster. The dots that she had ignored before were captured and connected again. She suddenly remembered what M80 said at the beginning. The goal this time is to save the world. The price was particularly low. The items drawn would be updated with the situation. But what was the reason for saving the world? She didn't understand. She was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, she was just an ordinary worker, it didn't matter. She felt that if they really wanted her to save the world, she might be able to draw something good. And she was full of motivation. Jiayong Base. Yang Datong experienced ups and downs in his life. He knew that the great food truck had arrived at Jiayong Base. And he was in a good mood. He knew that the base gave priority to the superpowers and high-level people. And he felt depressed. He thought that as long as he queued longer, he would always be able to eat. And he felt excited. He accidentally heard the high-level discussion. And in fact, the base chief would only hold the supplies in his hands, and would not let the food truck sell to ordinary people and low-level superpowers like him. And he felt depressed. Finally, he watched the RV surrounded by the crowd disappear in front of him. He didn't know what to feel. He didn't feel sad, but rather excited. He picked up a leaflet for Great B&B at the scene, and was thinking about whether to go with others to try it. He was interrupted by the sound of a vicious man ordering the poor to clean up the leaflets scattered on the ground. The physical fitness of people with special abilities is better than that of ordinary people. And there will be no problem if they are directly exposed to the sun for a few minutes. Ordinary people are different. They have always eaten the least, done the most, and did the heaviest work. A mortal body exposed to the sun for just a few tens of seconds will be burned. Under such circumstances, they were pushed out to pick up flyers under the sun. When they came back, they had more or less blisters on their bodies. No one took it seriously at the time, until the truth came out a few days later. 5 elderly people, now hunting zombies wandering outside near the B&B. If they hadn't run out of crystal cores, they wouldn't have chosen to go out and take risks at this time. This is such a horrible weather, the zombies don't come out. It's hard to find crystal cores. Life is really hard. The 68-year-old silver-haired old lady wielded a machete, sweating and killing 5 zombies, cutting off 5 zombie heads with one stroke. What depressing words are you talking about? Juanzi. She put on the gloves that she had used over and over again, reached into the zombie's brain, and dug out the crystal core. They were all first-level crystal cores, useless. Juanzi had nothing to do, so she stood on the roof of the car and looked around. Is there a big sign in front? Homestay? From her perspective, there was a big, lit sign on the roof of a building. The light was not obvious in the daylight, but if you look closely, you can still tell some differences. Do you want to go over and take a look? Let's go, get in the car. We can't waste too much time. We have to go back before the sun gets too hot. Old Zhao looked serious. What is this place? There's even a snack street? The gate was not closed, and there was no sign of zombie invasion. Everything looked so beautiful and harmonious. The clean floor had no bloodstains. The food sold at the food festival stalls were all real ingredients. In such a normal and abnormal place, they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Is anyone here? There's a light on here, so there should be someone here? I don't think it's a good place. Look at this door. It's so big, I don't know how it hasn't been occupied by zombies. There are few zombies nearby, otherwise we wouldn't have come here. After parking the car at the door and walking in, Juanzi felt that she was not so hot anymore. Do you feel that you are not so hot anymore? I feel chilly. Is it because of the strong energy here? Go to hell. What kind of ghost would come out to stroll in such a hot sun? Siapura was woken up by the system. When she woke up, she found that she had slept for more than 10 hours. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. It seems that using the brain is a tiring thing. I should use it less in the future. You better be okay, kid. Otherwise, humph. Host, there are a few elderly people outside the door who don't understand the rules. They have been thinking about it for a long time, but still haven't checked in. It's really business. Okay, Siapura sat up and walked to the hall after a little sobering up. She was dazed, walking to the hall with her hair loose. Among the 5 people, the silver-haired old lady Zhao, who got the pentacle, was vaguely the leader. The 2 sides looked at each other, and finally Siapura broke the deadlock. Hello. Grandpa and Grandma, I am the owner of this shop. Excuse me. Are you looking for accommodation? Without waiting for their answer, Siapura introduced the accommodation price and related facilities of the homestay. Stay? Old Mrs. Zhao recalled what she saw and heard on the way in. After tinkering here for an hour, it was almost the same as what the girl said. The most important thing is that it is not so hot here. After coming in, I felt that I didn't sweat at all. Stay? I am old. I don't want to go back to the heat. Juanzi was the first to express her opinion. Mrs. Zhao, what are you thinking about? The little girl said that the water and electricity are all free. You only need to pay the accommodation fee. You'd be a fool not to live here. She exchanged glances with Uncle Li. She could see that Uncle Li was also tempted. Mrs. Zhao was still a little hesitant. Is the water and electricity really free? Is it really safe? Xie Puru smiled calmly. Of course it's true. If it's not true, I refund you the full amount. Okay. It's impossible to refund. I won't refund in this life. We live here. Mrs. Zhao gritted her teeth, took out the crystal core that she had finally found today, and asked for a family room that could accommodate 5 people. Chapter 101 Meet Dora again. When exchanging crystal cores for points, Xie Puru noticed that these elderly people were not simple. Grandma Zhao's ability level was actually level 5, which was the highest level of ability she had seen so far. As expected, the elderly should not be offended at any time. Your grandma is always your grandma. Mrs. Zhao, aren't we going back to pack our luggage? Grandma Zhao spoke bluntly. Do you have any valuables? We were just going back to get some tattered clothes. They had just walked around here, and the supplies they needed could be bought here with a small amount of points. Old Lady Juanzi thought about it, and agreed. The valuable crystal cores were all on her. It was so hot outside. It was not worth going back for that little thing. Old people are slow to accept new things. Xie Puru personally took a few people to find their own room. She was relieved until she led them in. She wanted to go back to catch up on some sleep, but was stopped by Grandpa Li. Girl, is this door safe? How come it opens with just one pull? The disadvantage of being too smart and convenient was reflected. Xie Puru patiently told a few old people that the door of this room could only be easily opened by a few of them. I don't believe it. I don't feel safe. Grandpa Li just refused to let her go. The habit formed in the end times is the lack of security. How can they sleep peacefully with the door like this? Pull it for me to see. I don't believe that only we can open it. Don't fool us old guys. How could Xie Puru pull it? She was the owner. She didn't even need to put her hand on the door to go anywhere. The door would open automatically. She explained again, but it didn't make sense to the old man. Old Lady Zhao was fed up with it, and pulled Uncle Li behind her with one claw. Girl, it's okay. You can go back first. Sorry to bother you. Xie Puru got the chance to get away quickly. I leave first if you have anything else. Come find me. Don't come. Don't come. Don't come easily. Uncle Li is not difficult to communicate with. It's just that you can't communicate with him at all. You talk to him for a long time, and he listens, and nods and responds while listening. As soon as she finished talking and stopped, Uncle Li started to ask questions. She explained the things she just said several times, but he still didn't understand. Every time she thought that the old man finally understood. Then Uncle Li paused and continued to ask, Girl, tell me again. Who can open the door? Communication is difficult. It's harder than climbing to the sky. Old Li, what are you doing? It's a safety issue. You can't risk your life just because there is water, electricity and cheap here? Juanzi pouted and said dissatisfiedly, You can be happy with the water and electricity. Where else can you find such a good place to live? Juanzi, you are the one who cherishes life the most. Do you believe that girl words that only we can open the door? Mr. Li was heartbroken. I believe it. Anyway, there are no zombies. If someone comes to cause trouble, we can just beat them up. We have a few lives to live and earn every day. Don't think too much. The conditions here are so good. Just go to bed. The other 3 people left. Only Mrs. Zhao and Mr. Li were left in the living room. Mr. Li, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Just think about it. That girl is not a bad person. If a bad person would explain to you in a nice way, he would have been annoyed by us old guys. You still can't judge people well. You have to learn from me. Mr. Li sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and wanted to say something. He was slapped by Mrs. Zhao. You are so dirty. Why are you sitting here? Go take a shower. What shower? How can you take a shower without a change of clothes? It's so hot outside. Everyone smells of sweat. And everyone wants to take a shower. Isn't there a clothing store downstairs? Go call Juanzi. Let's go buy some things. The two old ladies were shopping lavishly. They finally saw some clean new clothes, buy them. Old people don't like instant noodles, so they throw them aside with disdain. When they saw the 8 treasure porridge, their eyes lit up. Each of them bought more than a dozen cans, to take back to their rooms and eat slowly. Grandpa Lee and the other 2 grandpas only bought enough clothes for changing, and were not interested in accompanying them to the store. Old Lee, there are chess pieces. What chess? Go chess, everything. Grandpa Jean pointed at the goods on the shelf, excited. This was their favorite thing before the end of the world. There are also playing cards, which they loved to play when they were young, and they still play chess more when they are old. When Lao Li saw that there were really chess on the shelf, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking. At their age, they just like this. He said 3 goodness in a row, and put all kinds of chess and cards into the shopping cart. Buy them all. Buy them all. Don't you say it's unsafe here? Aren't you afraid of wasting money? Old Wang had a mocking smile on his face, deliberately teasing him. Grandpa Lee looked innocent, completely different from just now. Who said it's unsafe here? I'm going to die here. That day, 5 elderly people contributed 10,000 points to Siapuru, and I don't know how they spent it. Siapuru sighed. It would be nice if there were more old babies like this. Being disturbed by this, she couldn't sleep, so she simply packed up and left the stall. Once the business location is chosen, it cannot be changed. She can only set up a stall near the Jiaoyang base. Ride my beloved motorcycle. Park the car in a place with many trees not far from the base. Where there are many trees, there are more shades. If someone would go out for a walk in this kind of weather, they would come to this kind of place. Set up the stall, and put out the tables and chairs as usual. In her free time, she watered the flowers and plants nearby, and walked a little further away without realizing it. When she returned to the stall, there were a few more people. Hello. I'm the owner. Would you like something to eat? Siapuru trotted to the dining car, opened the freezer containing bobo chicken, and took out the skewers. Owner? Don't you recognize us? She raised her head and looked at the person in astonishment. She really didn't pay attention just now, but now that she sees it, it's hard for her to forget people calling her name. Dora? Dora. Destroy it. No one in this world remembers her name anymore. Gu Jing and the other 2 laughed out loud, and Dora punched them each. Siapuru took out a few paper tubes and asked them to take turns to choose. The skewers were all placed together. She didn't want the customers to touch the skewers directly. They could only choose what they wanted, and then she would put the items in the paper tubes for the customers. Owner, why are you setting up a stall here? Several people asked as they selected skewers. I set up a stall a few days a week. I just happened to be here this week. What a coincidence. We just passed by here and saw the car looked familiar. We walked in and saw that it was your car. In fact, it was time to stop and rest. It's hot now, and we can't continue driving in high temperatures. Chapter 102 I Hugged You. Driving with the engine too hot can really cause spontaneous combustion. They drove on and off all the way. Have you been out recently? Siapuru really didn't know if they had gone out. No wonder she hadn't seen them much since they checked in. It stands to reason that these people are the same as Shizhu conspicuous group. If they were staying in a B&B, they shouldn't be so quiet. We took a mission before, and this time we went back to hand in the mission. It's probably the last mission. It's more comfortable to stay in a B&B. Gu Jing took over the conversation. If it weren't for the generous Crystal Core reward for this mission, they would definitely give up and go back. What's even more unfortunate is that they encountered extreme heat a few days after leaving home. The only good thing for them is that the extreme heat at the beginning was barely bearable with the air conditioner turned on in the car. But now it's getting hotter and hotter, and it's really unbearable. After finishing this job, they don't have to go out for at least 5 months when they return to the B&B. The price of the B&B is too low, and they can just lie down and live in retirement. I've chosen it. Boss, please take a look. Siapuru sprinkled some chili oil with sesame seeds into the paper bucket. It was just a little bit of chili oil, so it wouldn't taste oily, and it would add color and flavor. Several people took the skewers they had chosen, paid points, and sat down to eat. Gonzi pulled out a skewer of meatballs. There were 5 meatballs on a long skewer, which was very affordable before the end of the world. The taste of meatballs is similar, and it is difficult to make them distinctive. But the meatballs made by the owner are completely different. The skewer he took was beef meatballs, and the surface color was darker, compared with the color of pork meatballs. It was exaggerated to say that they were black and white. wrapped in chili oil and sesame. It was very tempting. Take a bite, and you can taste the elasticity of the beef balls. It was chewy and springy. It was very tasty when soaked in the soup base of bobo chicken. The fishy smell of beef was completely eliminated by the suppression of spices. I don't know how the boss made it, but the beef balls were still juicy. I swear to God, he only took a bite and the juice splashed out. Paw. And it splashed on Han Bing's clothes. Fuck you. Do you want to fight? It's not easy to find a clean new dress in the end times. Han Bing stood up, with a big, fat and strong figure, so scared that Gongzi handed over the remaining 4 beef balls in his hand. What if you bite me too? Dora was used to the way they got along. Men, if they want to fight, just fight. She just watched the show. Boss, your cooking skills are still as good as ever. In a few minutes, Dora had finished 5 strings of vegetables, potato slices, lotus root slices, kelp knots, lettuce slices, broccoli. The 5 kinds of vegetables all retain their original flavors. The flavor of the spices is not too strong, and the chili oil poured on the ingredients is the icing on the cake. Being praised for cooking skills is the greatest respect for the chef. Siapuru smiled gently. If you like it, eat more. Gu Jing ate several skewers of meat slices, 5 slices of meat slices on a skewer. The meat slices were of moderate thickness. Based on his many years of experience in snack stalls, every piece of meat slices like that is top quality. It tastes the best kind that is flavorful but not too salty. It's so delicious. Boss, I've been wanting your cooking skills for a long time. A child far away from home wants to taste the taste of home. Who knows that feeling? He picked up a skewer of beef, and used an empty skewer to pull it off, and rolled the meat in the chili oil at the bottom of the paper tube for a few times, so that the chili oil can be evenly coated with the beef slices. He chewed a piece of beef a few times and swallowed it, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, and he didn't have to chew all the time to prevent the meat from not being enough to swallow. If you think it's delicious, when you go back, tell me about it if you meet someone. Siapuru casually asked. Okay, when does the boss get off work? She didn't set a time to get off work. She could get off work whenever she wanted, she replied. I get off work when I've almost sold out. Dora, however, mistakenly thought that she meant to get off work when she's almost sold out. After eating the skewers in the paper bucket, the car was almost done with resting. Boss, we're going back first. Siapuru waved her hand. Okay, be careful on the road. Ouch, damn muscle memory. Dora also subconsciously waved her hand. Damn muscle memory *2. Strange knowledge +1. How did this thing achieve national uniformity? We didn't have uniform training when we were young. Why do we have to wave when we say goodbye? And then wave back? Dora had this question in mind. She asked Gongzi to drive very slowly along the way. If she met people who were looking for food from the base, she would recommend them to eat at the dining car. This trick actually succeeded in attracting Siapuru. What are you doing? You've worked so hard to promote to the boss. Did you secretly take Guangzi? Dora said in a bad tone. Go to Guangzi. Do you want to glare at me? Do you want to slap me? Okay. Okay. Why should I be so mean to you? Gu Jing was still feeling wronged. He found that Dora had become very irritable, since he cut her hair short. She was not as gentle and soft-spoken as before when she had long hair. She was always saying that she was mortal enemies with him. He didn't think about it. A girl who loved long hair, and had long hair since she was a child, suddenly had her hair cut into Dora's. How could she not be irritable? Although it saved her life, it also cost her another life. Soon after, a few scattered people followed Dora's instructions, and finally found the dining car. Siapuru, who had just lain down, had to get up again and start business. She introduced herself as usual. Hello. I am. Aunt Jiang was so familiar with her as if she knew her, and interrupted her. She wanted to go forward and pull Siapuru's arm, but was ruthlessly blocked by the dining car. She smiled awkwardly, not embarrassed, and continued, You are Little Grape, right? Siapuru was shocked by this name. Some people called her Crab, but not me before. But this was the first time she was called Grape. I don't. And Jiang didn't give her a chance to continue, interrupting her again. Don't you recognize me? I'm Aunt Jiang. I held you when you were a child. Siapuru's face was dark. What? She is not from this world. You held her? System. I'm a little doubtful about my life. At this moment, she was questioning the many small worlds she had experienced. Was it a dream? Host, she is CPUing you. Little grape. You really don't remember Auntie? Auntie is going to be sad. When you were this small, I held you in my arms at that time. You still look exactly the same as when you were a child. So iconic. Auntie Jiang gestured with her hands to form a baby-sized shape. Mom. The one who came with her should be her son, whose face was flushed, pulling her sleeve to persuade her to leave. Chapter 103 I Wish You Peace. He did it again, and used the same tricks as before the end of the world to get close to others. I have said it countless times, and now is not the right time to get close to others. If I say a few more words to a stranger, I don't know if the other person is a good person, and if I meet a bad person, I will be eaten up sooner or later. Why do you call me Little Grape? I always say that I held you when I was a child. You were small at that time, just as round and plump as a grape. Aunt Jiang used a smile to cover up her embarrassment, and she didn't know what she was talking about after talking nonsense. How could she know what other people were called? She just saw a grape shape on the dining card, and thought that she would force a connection between the girl and grapes. Sorry, my mother is just polite, she never hugged you. Xie Pu met the apologetic eyes of the young man, but she didn't feel uncomfortable. Do you sell food here? She looked at the mother and son meaningfully, and then looked away. Would you like to eat something? She displayed the bobo chicken in front of him. The dozen or so different kinds of skewers were a dazzling array in the eyes of several people. They were dazzled by the sight. Are these expensive? Lu Bo felt hungry just by looking at them. Compared to the rice bowl, bobo chicken was indeed a little more expensive. They didn't know what their situation was. It should be that filling their stomachs was more important than their appetite. According to the needs of customers, Xie Pu recommended, you can buy the rice bowl at the points next to it. That is cheaper than bobo chicken. What? One crystal core can buy so many foods? Her son told her the approximate price. Aunt Jiang howled, and Xie Pu was caught off guard and shuddered. Who said being polite is useless? Stand up, and watch her hit his size 42 face with her size 39 insoles. Little Grape, tell the truth to Auntie, are these foods real? You will know if they are real after you buy them and eat them? Anyway, you said it. It's cheap, you won't lose money or be fooled. Aunt Jiang couldn't hold back any longer. She didn't care whether it tasted good or not. As long as it was edible. She would not lose money if she bought it. She walked a little further away from the RV and untied her hair. She had tied her hair into a bun. When Xie Pu first met Aunt Jiang, she sighed that Aunt Jiang had more hair than she did. As the bun was untied little by little, a few things were found by Aunt Jiang by rummaging through her hair. It was like looking for dandruff in her hair. Xie Pu looked at her cart of skewers, and was glad that she was not eating just now. Otherwise she would not be able to eat. The aunt did the right thing. It is important to hide the crystal core. She was quite smart. She knew that no one would look for the hair. It would not be too abrupt to hide the crystal core inside. Aunt Jiang searched left and right, but only found a dozen crystal cores. She took out 2 and exchanged them for points for Lu Bo. Alas, the crystal cores are getting less and less. In this weather, there are not many zombies. I don't know what they will do after they run out of crystal cores. Aunt, are you living in this base? Yes. Oh, don't mention it. This base commander is not a good person. Xie Pu pricked up her ears and asked with interest. What's the matter? I heard that a car came a few days ago. Selling food? I don't know what happened to the base commander, but he got angry and left. Lu Bo, I heard from my brother that it was because the base commander only wanted to sell things to people with special abilities, and civilians like us should forget about it. It's better to leave. I can't eat it anyway, and it's best if no one else can get those supplies. I heard that a car like yours was also used to set up a stall at the base. Xie Pu raised her eyebrows. Didn't you go to see the fun? What fun was there to see? I don't have enough crystal cores to spend. It would be better to go out and find more zombies with that time. I see. No wonder she didn't know that the car was hers. Hey, could that car be you? There aren't many people who have supplies to sell in the end times, so it's easy to associate it with her. Auntie, let's choose the dishes first. Aren't you hungry after talking for so long? In fact, it was only Aunt Jiang who was talking to her. Lu Bo had been waiting for something to eat, and he just waited for them to finish talking before asking Xie Pu to get it for him. His hands were too dirty. People couldn't even afford to drink water, let alone wash their hands. He knew his own limitations, and wouldn't put his dirty hands into the pile of clean food. Even if he just touched the skewers, without directly touching the food itself, the next person who bought the dirty skewers he touched would definitely feel uncomfortable. Since there was no one else around except the mother and daughter, he wasn't in a hurry. Let my son choose. Let's continue. That's a great story in the base. I heard that the base commander made things difficult for you. Siapura smiled. I don't want to get involved in the twists and turns of the base. It's so much easier to set up a stall outside. The base wanted to give the superpowers and high-level officials priority to the food she made, and to use her things as a favor. She refused. It's better not to get involved. You don't know the dirty things in the base. Let's stay out of it. My daughter, aren't you afraid that so many supplies will be robbed? And Jian rolled her eyes. She had a bold idea. The next moment, what she said surprised Siapuru and Lu Bo. What do you think of my son? Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Bo's face turned red quickly, as if he couldn't breathe, and his face turned the color of a pig heart. Why was it the color of a pig heart, and not the color of a pig liver? Because she was not his sweetheart, and her face could not turn the color of a pig liver. Shut up, Mom is trying to earn you a good future. Lu Bo, ? Is living off a gigolo a good future? And Jiang continued, my daughter, look at my son. He has arms and legs, he is a little thin, but he will definitely grow taller and stronger after some care. You are setting up a stall outside by yourself. Are you still short of help? It turned out that it was not an introduction. Thank you, Auntie, I can handle it by myself. And Jiang was rejected, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lu Bo. Gurgle. They had been talking for too long. Lu Bo's stomach growled and interrupted their conversation. Women are really scary. Even though his mother had been hungry for so long, she was still able to chat with people even when the food was in front of her. It seems that shopping is not enough for women to survive, and gossip is needed. She took the paper tube that Siapu Ro had put the skewers in, and sat down next to her. Mom, you must be hungry. Mom will eat first. Thank you. May good people live a peaceful life. Lu Bo, I told you not to use internet slang indiscriminately. It's an old joke from 3 years ago, why can't you forget it? And Jiang smiled very simply. She smiled at the sky with her big mouth for a full half-minute. There's nothing new to say now. Isn't it good to wish you peace? Chapter 104 Advanced Points Converter. And Jiang threw the question back, leaving Lu Bo speechless. He could only take a skewer of meat and stuff it into his mother hand. Eat it, or it will get hot if you don't eat it now. In this lousy weather, the skewers with a little bit of cold air would become spicy hot pot if left on the table for a little longer. Lu Bo went to the machine to buy rice bowls, and Jiang sat in her seat and looked at the pile of things in the paper tube. When there was no choice, we ate whatever we had, but now there are both meat and vegetables, and there are many varieties, but I just want to eat some green leaves. Just as Siapura was about to sit down, a few people came towards her. She stood high, so she could naturally see the scenery in the distance. There were people walking towards this side in the distance? It would be fine if there were fewer people. It might be a coincidence. She was curious when there were more people. Why did groups of people suddenly come here? Brother, let me ask you. Were you introduced by someone? Yes. There was a car driving very slowly. We just happened to pass by, and a girl showed us the way, and said that there was food for sale here. Siapura had a bad feeling. Is it a girl with short hair? Yes, and there were 3 men in a car. Dora, you are really my good sister. Smiling like a flower version, Siapura greeted the wave after wave of guests with a smile. At first, the smile on her face was generous and decent, but later, the polite smile was about to dry up. Dora, you are really my good sister. Gnashing of teeth version, she had originally planned to water the flowers and plants if there were no people here, but now, it is the nightmare of a poor worker. Skewers are not like other dishes. We have to give customers what they want. Generally speaking, customers will choose more varieties. She picked and put her hands, which was more tiring than packing for a whole day at the central base. After finally packing the skewers for the customers, her hands were almost broken. While there were many people, she handed out a flyer to everyone. Take a look, a safe house in the apocalypse, with air conditioning, food, and the monthly rent for one person is as low as 9 crystal cores. Huh? This flyer looks so familiar. Boss, are you the boss who threw the flyer into the sky at the base yesterday? It must be. I've seen this flyer before. It's exactly the same. Someone recognized her and danced with joy. So, does anyone want to stay? Now you can buy a teleportation business card and teleport over with just 100 points. Seeing that the hands of the people holding the skewers were shaking with excitement, Siap Ro increased her temptation. The food alone was enough to tempt them. After all, they could not earn a single bite to eat in other places. There were about 140 people present, all of whom were recruited by Dora. This damn girl. She was so energetic that she could not get enough food every day. 190 teleportation business cards were sold out of the 140 people. But they actually wanted more. One crystal core could buy a ticket equivalent to a safe zone ticket. And it was worthwhile to give it to people with whom you had a good relationship, so that people would remember a favor. The items were almost sold out, and it seemed that no more customers would come. So Siap packed up the stall. The best-selling item was still the rice bowl, which was cheap, large in quantity, and filling, so most people would choose it. She didn't make a lot of bobo chicken, because she didn't sell it at the base, so the portions she made were much smaller. To avoid waste, Siap checked her account, and with the income from the homestay and the food truck added together, she now had 60,000 more points in her account. Guess someone extended their stay? Or is it faster to cooperate with a big base, tens of millions of points, if she relies on her own strength? I don't know how long it will take to save them. She doesn't want to save points anymore, now she just wants to buy. Buy. Click on the card drawing interface casually, actually, draw, gold legend. This is the only golden card besides the cooking golden finger. Not hiding her excitement at all, turn the golden card over. Advanced points exchanger can only be placed within the business scope of the BNB? A question mark slowly formed on her head. Didn't she have a points exchanger? Why did another one appear? It can only be placed within the BNB, and detailed instructions can be viewed after placement. This was the first time she was so eager to go home. As soon as she arrived at the BNB, she went to the lobby on the first floor. The moment she took out the card, the place where the points exchanger was originally placed in the lobby changed. A large container for exchange items, and a familiar operation page. Advanced points exchanger can use any valuable items to convert into points. This is too amazing. Is anything really acceptable? It needs to be something valuable. The machine will convert the item into corresponding points based on its value. That is to say, the crystal core can still be used to convert points, but it is not limited to only the crystal core. Can the corpse of a zombie be converted? The host can try. Siap Ro, speechless. Where can the corpse of a zombie be obtained? The weather is so hot now. The zombies will hide if they can. They also know it is hot, so they won't come out. When she was at a loss, she saw her savior. Shirju appeared in her sight with a dazzling golden light. After a brainstorm, she came up with a set of words. Hello, brother. I am Qin Shi Huang. If you can find me a zombie corpse, I will give you some points later. Shirju looked indescribably confused, and he looked surprised and happy when he saw her. This guy. Doesn't he think that she and he are from the same world? You are Qin Shi Huang? Then who am I? You are you, I am me, you are me, then who am I? Okay, he even started singing. They are 1/3 friends. Siap Ro slapped him on the back without hesitation. Zombie corpse, bring it to me, and I will exchange it for points for you. She couldn't touch the crystal core, and didn't know if she could touch the zombie. The machine was in front of her, she just wanted to know the answer as soon as possible. Are you serious? How many points do you give me? If you don't give me any, you're a dog. I give you 30 million. Shirju's eyes flashed with golden light. It was the golden light of a lucky cat seeing money. Are you serious? Zundu, go quickly. 5 minutes later, Shirju ran back with the zombie on his back. I'm back. You're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. She knew at the moment he stepped into the door of the BNB, and she couldn't wait to greet him. Seeing that he really brought the zombie back, Siap Ro kept praising him for being a good baby. She stretched out her hand to try it, and sure enough, she couldn't touch the zombie's body, but she could beat the living zombie. Shirju fiddled with the zombie's body according to her instructions without any disdain, and when he was about to throw it down, Siap Ro called him. Wait, the crystal core hasn't been dug out yet. Right? Chapter 105 with treatment. The crystal core is in the brain. If you want to get the crystal core out, you have to pry open the top of the head. This method is also the easiest way to kill the zombie. But this zombie's body is relatively intact. It seems that there is still a crystal core. Yes, there is still a crystal core. Do you want to dig it out? Shirju sat on the ground in a daze. Thank you for your trouble. Siap Ro has always disliked the temperament of troubling others. She felt a little embarrassed after troubling him twice today. She is the kind of person who doesn't care about anything. Don't come to me. And each of us takes care of our own business. She always feels that she owes someone a favor if she bothers someone. I will treat you well in the future. I will give him half of whatever I draw from the blind box machine. Shirju misunderstood it as something else. Do you mean to add money? It hurt so much to mention money. Siapura's face immediately drooped. And she no longer had the smile on her face that she wanted to be nice to him just now. She said fiercely, work first. Shirju skillfully opened the zombie's brain and dug out the crystal core. Do you want the crystal core? Siapura shook her head. He took the crystal core to the side and rinsed it, washing his hands at the same time. She had installed a faucet and a sink on the first floor when she upgraded last time. People in the apocalypse are too dirty. There is a lack of water, and you can't let everything be dirty. After washing his hands, Shirju put away the crystal core, picked up the zombie, and threw it into the container of the points exchanger. Shirju's personal information appeared on the machine. Shirju, male, level 4 with psychic, this exchange points, 20, automatically recharged to account balance. He opened his account, but couldn't see anything. There were too many numbers, he couldn't see clearly. He clicked on the details to confirm, and it was really 20 points more. Can zombie corpses be exchanged for points? No, that's not right. He looked up suddenly. Where's my 30 million? How did it become 20? Siapura couldn't keep a cold face anymore, and she gave herself a strong psychological hint to suppress the smile on her lips. He said seriously, I wish you happiness, joy, and happiness. Shirju's pupils trembled. And he roared, is this my 30 million? Siapura shrank her neck, a little afraid to face him, and whispered, I will give you another 20 million. You must be careful with women. Be careful of being cheated by women. Woohoo! Brother Hua. My boss bullied me. He was about to leave, but Siapura grabbed him by the collar. Wait, you are a wood-type mutant? Look at her pig brain. She said that she seemed to have forgotten something. I always have been. When we first met, he was a level 3 little Karami. Now he is actually level 4. Time flies, years are unforgiving. I have gone off topic. Siapura patted her chest generously. Come with me to save lives. I will give you half of whatever I draw from the blind box machine in the future. Save lives? Whose life? Don't ask so many questions. She ignored the machine and took Shirju back to her yard. The second tree was still there, just like last time. No difference. You want me to treat this tree? Shirju put his hand on his chin to prevent his chin from falling to the ground. Yes. If you want treatment, go to Chuling. I am just a wood-type superpower. I should not have this function. Right? I have already found her. She said she needed to find a wood-type superpower to try. But just try it if I tell you to. Siapura put her hand on the tree to feel its state, remembering its current state before letting Shirju take action. But where should I treat? Shirju really didn't understand this. Start from the roots. She pointed casually after all. The roots are the source of all energy. Shirju did as he was told. He closed his eyes to sense the state of the tree roots, and began to mobilize the supernatural powers in his body. Siapura stood aside and observed. He didn't show any abnormal behavior, but the wrinkles between his eyebrows seemed to deepen, looking a lot more serious than usual. 10 minutes passed. Is it better? It may take a while. He opened his eyes. Siapura quickly asked again, is it better? Yeah. Siapura breathed a sigh of relief, and felt that the tree's condition had really improved a lot. You are so amazing. A miracle, doctor. Siapura's nice words came out like they were free. She praised Shirju from head to toe. Shirju's head tilted up to the sky, and his nose was facing her. Now you know to praise your brother? Humph. Is it true that you give me half of whatever you get from the blind box? After being cheated once. The bamboo spirit is as timid as a monkey. Of course it's true. I go with you after I water the trees. She watered both trees. Now she is just looking forward to the fruits. Only when the fruits are produced can the system detect the usefulness of the fruits. There are still many fruits of the first tree in her space. She didn't want to get the fruits off the branches until they fell off. It's just strange why the first tree doesn't like to communicate with her. Did it faint from the pain after producing the fruit? With doubts, Shirju dragged him away, and the two of them went to the blind box machine at the entrance of the store one after the other. You're really going to give it to me this time, right? Are you sure you're not going to fool me? I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. Siapuru almost patted her chest to promise. As expected. You can't fool people. Some people will become cautious after being cheated once. Shirzu first bought a blind box, which was a small bag of dried mangoes. Siapuru bought 3 under his gaze. Ballpoint pen, book, stick-it note. Did you win a stationary blind box? He held the things she had unpacked, with a look of disbelief on his face. How could someone have such bad luck? That was 3 chances to win a blind box. Others, Shuixing could win a tablet in 1 try. He and Chihua had been trying to persuade him for many days, and he almost said he would move in and sleep in the same bed with Shuixing to watch the game together, before he agreed to let them play for 2 days. 3 chances meant that the probability of winning the grand prize was 3 times higher than others, and he actually got these things? Siapuru shrugged indifferently. See what you want, I'd be generous, I'd let you choose 2 out of the 3 things. She had long since decided that she was just unlucky. How could she possibly draw something good just a few times? If she had that kind of luck, the BNB would be at least 3 times bigger now. You can't blame me if I'm unlucky. Right? Why don't you show some fun in sharing? I give you 2, let me try your dried mango. Shirzu's eyes widened. I really didn't expect that. As expected of the shop owner, she was even more shameless than him. You are the one. Shirzu gave her a thumbs up. He didn't even ask her to share the things, and ran away with his dried mangoes. Hey. I kept my word, you don't want this. Siapuru shouted from behind to remind him. Chapter 106 Reshuffle. If you want to ask her for it next time, she won't give it to you. After Shirzu ran away, she started to study the advanced points exchanger again. A zombie corpse can be exchanged for 20 points, just enough to buy a bowl of rice. She didn't see many zombies. She remembered that when she went out to fight zombies with Shirzu team's car last time, they only dug crystal cores, and then burned the zombie corpses. In other words, zombie corpses are things that no one wants, and if they are not burned, it may damage the environment. If the corpses are left unattended, they will continue to be exposed to the sun, breeding bacteria and viruses. If animals are infected with the zombie virus by mistake, they may mutate. Basically, as long as they are human, they will burn the corpses after beating the zombies, even if it is just for themselves. Bring the unwanted things to her to exchange for points. She seems to be able to see that one day soon, her place will become a huge garbage shelter. She doesn't know what can be put in to exchange for more points. System, do you know? I don't know. The main reason for the hostel is to publish the announcement. The things they can exchange for should be different. You just need to watch the exchange value, then publish the announcement. She sat on the front desk chair and waited for a long time. The first wave of people who came were the 5 elderly people she had just received today. Only Zhuanzi and Mrs. Zhao came. Sister, the owner, we saw the announcement and came here to see if these things can be exchanged for points. Zhuanzi was carrying a heavy bag in her hands, and she was not even as good as she was this morning. Siapuru was delighted and helped to carry the bag to the side of the machine. Screwdriver, fruit knife, gold ring, fruit picked from the roadside, hairpin. What is going on? Well, it is hard to judge. Little sister, what is your reaction? These are all my treasures. Siapuru was silent for a while. The screwdriver too? Zhuanzi waved her hand. Don't worry about the details. As she said that, she threw things into the machine one by one. Screwdriver thrown in, exchange points 3. Fruit knife 3 points, gold ring 200, a pile of fruits 100, hairpin 1. The fruits I picked casually are so valuable. Zhuanzi was surprised. Those are fruits of mutant plants. They have special functions so they can be exchanged for more points. Siapuru repeated what the system said and congratulated her. Auntie Wan is so lucky. If she picked more, it would be enough for a month's accommodation fee in a single room. Suddenly I felt that with this thing, there are treasures everywhere in the end times. There are opportunities everywhere. It just depends on whether you can grasp them. The problem of how to provide some work for ordinary people, which I was struggling with before, is also solved. She also has a general understanding of the value of things that can be exchanged, and it once again proves the saying that gold is a hot commodity everywhere. Old Mrs. Zhao didn't take anything. She just came with Zhuanzi, and they went back after exchanging the points. Siapuru felt that it was meaningless to continue watching, so she took out the notepaper and pen drawn from the blind box today, and wrote on the notepaper, "Zombie corpses can be exchanged for 20 points." It was not her business whether others worked hard or had food to eat. She could not control a person's life. and she did not want to interfere with their fate. Host, there are people coming to the central base again. They come quite frequently. Before, I thought it would take a long time to see them, but now they see each other every week. Joka brought people over to greet her, and went straight to the store. The spray paint cost 2,000 points per bottle, and the God of Wealth took away 10,000 bottles directly. She still bought some boxed lunches and some snacks. Her balance, which was originally at the bottom, was maxed out to 25 million. Miss Shopkeeper, it would be nice if we could sell some rice, flour, grain and oil. Xiaoke looked at the pickled mustard in the store and felt sad. These canned foods tasted good, but it was a pity that there was no rice to go with them. I had been hungry for a long time in the base, and I was craving for the white porridge in the B&B. Maybe there will be some in the future. Xie Ro was very confident in this regard. When you upgrade to the later stage of the mission development, you will basically have everything. But she didn't give the other party a definite answer. Just said maybe. It was only a matter of time. Was the space empty before you came? Joka didn't expect her to ask this, and nodded. Yes. What's wrong? The points exchanger in our store has been upgraded. If your space is empty next time, you can bring other valuable things to exchange for points. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. And an empty space is still empty. A natural disaster has come, and the base has to support so many people. She thinks the base will definitely bring something to exchange next time. The bigger the family, the more they like to manage the household. Otherwise, how can they afford to support so many mouths? Siapura opened her mouth to ask about Jiangjue, but then she thought it was probably the secret of the base, so it would be bad to ask rashly, and she swallowed her words. Joka seemed to see that she was hesitant to speak, and went over the draft of what she could say in her mind. The base is already preparing, and now we just have to wait for the weather. The two looked at each other, and could only nod if they couldn't say anything, indicating that they knew. Do you have so many medicines? Siapura saw them packing up the few types of medicines in the store. Yes. We need to bring more. If the spray paint is really effective, we can send it to other bases. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. High temperature. Many people have died in other bases. Most of the bases were built in a hurry. Everyone had to use their energy to fight zombies and rebuild their homes. They didn't think of insulating the houses they built. The previous appeal was just a place to live in to shelter from the wind and rain. No one thought that extreme heat would come. The tiles of the not-so-thick walls began to loosen under the constant exposure of the scorching sun. In this kind of natural disaster, no one or a small team can stay out of it. If everyone is not united, the country will be gone. How can we survive and reproduce? Only by extending a helping hand to each other can we overcome everything and rebuild our real home. Siapura suddenly thought, why didn't anyone move to the base? If the natural disaster started suddenly, shouldn't the first reaction of the higher-ups be to evacuate to a safe place? Unless, is the global temperature so high? According to satellite detection, it is. Then, will the glaciers melt? Yes. Joka seemed to be able to read minds. Don't worry. The prehistoric viruses in the glaciers will not survive in such high temperatures if they are not stored in other things. The end of the world seems to be reshuffling all living things. Chapter 107, the second branch of the central base. Humans, animals, plants, all face challenges. The sunlight of the eternal day shines on them through the transparent protective cover of the B&B, and there is no strange feeling. The sun shines on the earth, and from where they are, looking at the sky, everything looks so quiet and peaceful. Probably because the temperature on their bodies is very comfortable, they can't feel the heat in the B&B, and at first glance they feel that they are still living in a peaceful and prosperous era. Are you staying overnight? No. The people at the base are waiting for us to bring back the spray paint. We have experimented with spray paint on cars, and it can effectively insulate the body of the car. No, Miss the owner, you misunderstood. Joka put down the water in his hand, and explained, we believe in the effectiveness of the things you sell. We just want to go back early to take precautions, and also drive to deliver the supplies to other bases. Except for this group of space ability users who came to purchase goods, no one in the entire base had left the base gate after the extreme heat. She wanted to keep them to see if she could draw new supplies. Look at her hands. Forget it. With this non-African's physique, it's better not to delay other people's business. Would you like to buy some food to eat in the car? Of course. Joka looked at her and smiled brightly. Now what they are most looking forward to is to come to the B&B. After receiving their salary, They just want to spend it here. Crystal cores are not worth spending anywhere else in the B&B. Just spend your own points to buy food to eat in the car, which will not take up space resources, and can satisfy your appetite. The person standing next to him suddenly spoke up. The new Bobo chicken is available. My space is full. How about I go buy some first? Joka thought about it and agreed. It's useless to keep people here if the space is full. It's better to let people move freely. Siapuru and Joka chatted for a while. After a while, all the space users were full and surrounded Joka waiting to start again. We go back first, Miss Shopkeeper, see you next time. Okay, I won't see you off. Soldiers at the central base are always like this. Coming and going in a hurry. Joka and his men ate as soon as they got on the bus. Ate and drank well. And then took a good rest. During the 2-day and 1-night journey, they either ate or slept on the bus, making good use of all their time, so that they could get into work right away after arriving at the base. Painting the car was done very quickly, without waiting. And after getting on the car, they found that the temperature had dropped. Now the real difficulties have just begun. Space ability users sit in pairs in a car. Offensive ability users, please protect the back row. Joka and his team are from the first sub-base. They are going to the second sub-base, which is the closest to the central base. The destination is K City. It is only a little over 100 kilometers from here. If everything goes well, it will take 2 hours to get there. If not, it's hard to say. They brought a lot of supplies, various supplies, constant temperature clothing, insulated tents, heat-resistant spray paint, water vending machines, as long as they can be distributed. They will try to bring out. When the high temperature came, no one from other bases went out. If they went out, they would be discouraged by the high temperature and heat wave. Wearing thick protective clothing would ensure that they would not be burned by the sun. But wearing such thick clothes, it was even more difficult to breathe in the heat wave. Not to mention making big movements. People who did not faint in the protective clothing had strong physical fitness. When Joka arrived, no one came to greet them. It was hot. There were only 2 people standing guard in the shade at the door, wearing protective clothing. A group of guards had to be replaced every hour. I was afraid that no one would know if they were standing at the door. Joka and others got off the car, opened a special large heat-insulating umbrella made by disassembling the heat-insulating tent, and shielded one of the guards. The man in the heat-insulating suit did not move. 2 people came forward to help him take off his clothes, and then put on the constant temperature suit they brought. Joka took out a bottle of water from the space and handed it to him. Since the last time he led the space ability users to risk their lives to buy supplies at the B&B, the attack ability users also lost their arrogance, and Joka was still the leader of the group. Everyone was originally in the same boat. They had been the ones who had to protect the space ability users before. They felt that the space ability users could only hide behind them. They felt unbalanced because they had to take the lead in any dangerous work. Seeing what Joka did, they only admired him. Chiao Tsung looked at Joka gratefully. After drinking the water, he felt better after a minute. My name is Chiao Tsung. I take you there. After taking only 1 sip of the bottled water, he couldn't bear to drink it anymore. He stood up and took them to find the next shift to take over. Joka pressed his hand, seeing his lips dry and bleeding. He knew that a small sip of water was just a drop in the bucket. He signaled him to continue drinking with his eyes. We don't need your bottle of water. The 2 guards changed into constant temperature suits and drank water. The other one took the constant temperature suit and went to find the next guard. Chiao Tsung led the people to the inside of the base. The people from the first base left 2 people at the door to temporarily stand guard for them. Chiao Tsung explained to them the situation when they entered the base. All people have been transferred to the building. There is no one on the street. The extreme heat came too suddenly, and we were not prepared at all. We couldn't go out, so we could only eat and drink the supplies in the warehouse, and we had saved so much food that we could barely fill our stomachs with only 1 meal a day. Chiao Tsung smiled bitterly. Joka was silent after hearing this. If it weren't for the owner of Great B&B, their base would probably have been left with nothing but eating out and waiting to die. Can the building accommodate so many people? Chiao Tsung sighed. Everyone squeeze in. At least save your life first. Many people are gone, so burn them all together, otherwise there really won't be enough space. Looking back at Joka, the people who came had strange faces, both relieved and sad. They were relieved that they were lucky, and did not suffer much at the first base. They were sad that all the dead were their compatriots and comrades. They could only blame the damn natural disaster. Joka felt helpless. After understanding what happened, He asked people to distribute the constant temperature suits to the staff first, so that they could put them on and build the constant temperature tents together. Some people distributed medicines. Some carried water. And everything was in order without anyone's command. Time is short, and the task is heavy. If they delay for one more minute, someone will probably die within 1 minute. Those who were assigned the constant temperature clothes joined in voluntarily. Everyone was united in mind and delivered the relief supplies at a fast speed. They found the space power users of the second base to connect with them, put the supplies in the warehouse, and then the other party collected them. The space power users of both bases distributed water and biscuits together, and they were so tacit that it seemed like they had been on the battlefield together. More and more people joined in, and in the end almost everyone was in action. The second base finally ushered in the first active activity of the entire base after the extremely high temperature. Chapter 108. A hero does not ask where he is going. The rescued people held biscuits in one hand and water in the other, and their tears fell on the ground with a patter. They finally saw hope. The most important thing at the moment was to place the water vending machine first. These trivial matters had been communicated in the previous contact between the two bases. Xiao Tsong took Zhou to the pre-planned place to place the machine. Find 2 space ability users who have not recovered yet, and let them constantly exchange points next to the machine, and transfer the purchased water to their own space. When the space was full, they would exchange it with an empty space to continue filling. The people filling water were able to take a break. The space ability user Yanran became the busiest person. In the 3rd hour after Zhou arrived, the whole base had water, 2 bottles per person. In the 5th hour after they arrived, all the people in the second base, who were sick due to the extreme heat, were treated. Some had heat stroke, and the crowd was chaotic, with countless people with mild and severe illnesses mixed together. The heat-insulating tent was built, and everyone took turns to put on constant temperature clothes and move into the tent. Severely ill patients were transferred first, followed by mild cases, and asymptomatic healthy people were transferred last. The constant temperature clothing had been worn by countless people, and turned black and yellow when it was passed on to the back. No one took a shower, and no one should look down on anyone. The number of people gathered in the building gradually decreased, and the air became better. The people who were transferred later could finally breathe deeply, as if every extra breath was a good deal. On the 20th hour, everyone had been transferred. Joka took out the lunch box he bought from the BNB and gave it to the space ability users in the second base. A new round of distribution of supplies began again. This time it was easier to distribute the supplies. Just distribute the supplies according to the number of people in each tent, saving the time of going back and forth. The patients were given flowing rice porridge, and each tent was given canned fruit and canned meat. Ordinary people were given boxed lunches. Even if the smell in the tent was not pleasant, this was the most satisfying meal for them. No heat, no difficulty breathing, only the delicious food in large portions in front of them. The 23rd hour, the personnel distributing the supplies gradually became exhausted, but fortunately everyone had their first full meal since the end of the world. The base commander personally met Joka, and held his hand with tears in his eyes. Thank you for the help from the first base. Before leaving, Joka was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the reinforcement of the first base. At this moment, he was communicating with the base commander of the second base on behalf of the first base. You can provide so many supplies to reinforce us. Joka looked into the eyes of the base commander, who was already over 50 years old, and his tired eyes were very bright. What are you talking about? We Chinese grew up under the same blue sky. When facing disasters, the nation should unite, and when one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. The comrades from the second base were secretly red-eyed. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they heard such inspiring words. If Jair didn't leave, they would have to risk wearing protective clothing to go out and find supplies. But 3 years after the end of the world, where could there be so many supplies? The helping hand extended by the first base really saved them from the water and fire. Chief, can you lend a hand? Let's go rescue the sub-base together. Then Joka repeated in detail the plan he had brought according to his superior's instructions. After the rescue, they had to release all the supplies brought in the space immediately, and take the space ability users from the second base to the BNB to purchase supplies. Go now. According to the weather forecast detected by our base, the second wave of heat will arrive in January, and we have to go to the 10 sub-bases for rescue before then. Joka paused, and still finished his words. We don't have much time. The second base did not hesitate. and immediately set all the space ability users to follow them to the B&B. Before leaving, the base leader took the space ability users of the first base to the warehouse to place supplies. The empty underground warehouse was relatively cool. After the extreme heat came, as the food supply decreased, the senior leaders gradually moved to the underground warehouse to rest. The temperature here was not as high as on the ground, and they could barely breathe when resting here. There are many rooms below, originally built to store water and food, but now empty. He took Joku to a room alone, where crystal cores were stored. As soon as the door was opened, the dazzling crystal cores were more dazzling than diamonds. How many of these do you need? Take them all. The end of the world is famous for having money and crystal cores, but nowhere to spend them. It would be good if these crystal cores could be exchanged for supplies. Joku had several purchase experiences and estimated the crystal cores needed to fill so many space ability users. Only 1/20th of the crystal cores in the warehouse were taken. Is this enough? It's enough. The prices there are not high. Good. 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 The base commander was so excited that he couldn't even say what he meant. Finally, he just said, humanity is saved. If the small shop they mentioned is really true, the hope of all mankind is probably there. The number of space ability users in the second base is about the same as theirs. It was originally a branch base. To put it bluntly, it is a family. The number of space ability users assigned is about the same. This time, a total of 106 space ability users went to the B&B together. They stood at the gate of the base. Someone asked, "Don't we need to drive? Don't we bring attack ability users?" It was obvious that they had not been out since the extreme heat. It was so hot outside that zombies would not come out. Now what they should be most wary of is the human heart. Lihu smiled and said, "No need to bring people. We can take the bus directly. It's very safe, and we can get there after a good sleep. We are all comrades in arms." No one asked more questions. In short, just trust each other. It is said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. In such hot weather, they still rushed over to provide supplies and help. And they also accepted being harmed. They are all heroes. Never mind. If they are not heroes, they are at least handsome. At least their appearance and entry are not ordinary. But at least they are not stupid. Joku led more than 100 people to stand at the gate of the base. He handed a business card to everyone. Look at the words on it. I will count down later. Let's shout together. Before, they were worried that if they didn't shout slogans together, the buses that appeared would be one after another, so they would shout together. Everyone in the second base looked down at the words on the business card. Ah, such a niche Chinese. Why can they understand every word, but can't say it together? Joku blushed. Don't worry about the details. It's okay as long as it works. A hero doesn't ask where he left off. Under everyone's attention, Joku shouted the countdown. At first, he was shy. Grape, you are my god. Chapter 109 Living Creatures Blocking the Road. After shouting once, he was determined. Grape, you are my god. His eyes gradually became firm. Grape, you are my god. What kind of ancient spell is this? Why is it getting stronger and stronger the more he shouts? 1, 2. Buses stopped in front of them. According to the assigned groups, the old people from the first base took the new people from the second base to the homestay. After getting on the bus, Joku lay down skillfully and squinted his eyes. Everyone, take a good rest. We will be busy when we arrive. And Ming was the commander-in-chief of the second base's trip. He was a little worried. Why don't you guys go to sleep? I keep watch. Joku waved his hand. Let's sleep together. It won't be dangerous. Yes. Don't worry. Don't think about this or that. Just listen to Joku. Go to sleep quickly. We will be busy when we arrive. And Ming wanted to say something, but felt too embarrassed and shut up. I thought they could sleep if they wanted. And I could just keep watch. The air conditioning was comfortable in the car. And the seats were so soft, and I fell asleep without realizing it. The whole car was silent, and snoring was heard one after another. Siapura was driving on the road, and was going back to the place where she had set up a stall next to the Jiayang base yesterday. Suddenly, the car stopped on the road and didn't move. I was surprised. What happened? Was there someone blocking the traffic? It shouldn't be. Something is blocking the traffic. Why don't you go out and take a look? Siapura thought the traffic jam the system was talking about was people, and she got off the car with a stern face, thinking of showing off her momentum. After getting off the car, she could see clearly that they were neither people nor objects. on a cracked road after being extremely hot. A few little Sika deer were blocking the road. There must be a reason for creatures blocking the road. As the old saying goes, they are blocking the road to help you avoid disaster. She always felt that she could not believe in the old saying. But she could not be without awe. When she got off the car, a few little deer blocking the road stood up and walked towards her. The ignorant little deer walked straight towards her and knelt down in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to understand some kind of pleading. Are they asking for help? All things have spirits. Feeling the silent help they conveyed, she couldn't help but reach out and touch the furry head. The big wet eyes looked at her, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. What kind of animal would ask for help from humans after the end of the world? That must have mustered a lot of courage. Help a few deer off the ground. The ground is very hot, so kneeling is not an option. She squatted down and gently brushed the deer with her hand. Don't cry. She arched her other hand to make a bowl shape, and a pool of water flowed out of her palm and passed it to the deer. The deer trusted her very much and lowered their heads to drink water from her hand. The deer put their mouths into the water and licked it with their tongues. One hand could only barely feed water to one deer, and the other 2 deer watched their companions drink water and waited obediently. The first one only drank a few sips and then raised its head to let the next one drink. Siapura simply held water with both hands and let the 2 deer drink water at the same time. They looked up at her. Have you finished drinking? Her hands continued to rub the fur without hesitation. It felt really good. A little deer took a few steps forward and rubbed its head against her. Is it trying to show her goodwill? Can you put them in the space? Yes. After all, the space is not a mountain forest, it is just a piece of grassland, not suitable for animals to live in for a long time. Such a place is both salvation and bondage for them. The weather does not allow it now, there is no other way. She could only temporarily place the deer in the space, and wait until the extreme heat passed, and there was a suitable place for them to live before taking them out. Do you have other deer? I take you to a safe place. They seemed to understand, leaving the deer that rubbed against her, and the other 2 ran away. Soon a group of deer appeared in front of her. Seeing the old Sika deer walking at the head of the herd, it gave a look, and the deer around Siapura consciously returned to the group. A group of deer surrounded her, chirping. Facing a group of huge animals, Siapura was still a little scared. She had never kept a pet, or even had little contact with animals, and suddenly there was such a large group, and she was subconsciously afraid. She had to keep such a large group, and she didn't even know what they ate. M80 reminded, ask Baidu for everything. Then remind me, I go back and ask Shuixing to borrow a tablet. M80, where do you put me? The system was going to explode. Siapura hurried to comfort. I know our system is the most powerful. But I also want to play with the tablet. The system, comforted by a few words, became proud again. The host said it was the best. The information was received successfully. I understand, you want a tablet. Right? Alright. Arrange. The old Sika deer walked to her side. The thing in its mouth fell to the ground. It pushed it down in front of Siapura with its hoof. She noticed that there was something in its mouth. It would be hard to find it if you didn't look carefully. Looking closely, it turned out to be a crystal core of a level 4 mutant plant. All things have spirits. And I won't lie. Whose fawn is this? So amazing. Siapura praised them generously. They will pay for the food of their own tribe. I don't know whose fawn it was before, anyway. It will be hers in the short term. But it's useless for her to hold the crystal core. She can't touch it, and can't exchange it for points. Touching the deer's head. Be good, you guys eat it. Mutated plants and animals also have crystal cores. They can swallow crystal cores, and advance just like humans can use crystal cores. The fawns were in a panic. They saw that she would not accept it, and the herd began to get agitated. It's not that I won't accept it, I just can't touch the crystal core. Helplessly, she could only reach out and touch it for them to see. Are mutant animals so kind? They are not afraid of losing their pants. The old Sika deer accepted the crystal core. Siapura made an agreement with them first. I will take you to a safe place, don't be afraid. The fawns nodded as if they understood, and the smaller fawns imitated the older deer and nodded, and their silly and cute appearance made Siapura laugh. She touched the deer one by one before sending them into the space. She counted them while touching them. There were 49 deer in total, and only 3 cubs. She took the opportunity to touch them when she sent the cubs in, and rubbed them a few more times. Their parents didn't say anything. which must mean they agreed to her touching them. It's not enough to send them in. They still have to give the deer some food and drink. Right? System. The deer are so cute. What can we feed them? Sika deer are herbivores. They can eat anything from tender leaves, tender grass, fruits, and leaves. Will I get points for feeding them? Siapuro asked the most important question. We only collect points from humans. Chapter 110, The Loneliness of the Tasker. Got it. Got it. Siapura nodded frantically. It means that animals don't have to pay points for eating. I looked for the ingredients to make bobo chicken. Uncooked raw materials, carrots are a good choice. You just need to cut a carrot into 6 long strips. Smaller ones are easier to eat. The current location is very close to the destination. For the time being, I just went to the small kitchen on the first floor to find a few larger basins filled with water and put them in to feed them. The deer was so hot that it was almost like a hot dog. It finally came alive after entering the space, running wildly on the grass, chasing, playing, looking into the inner space. I felt relieved to see the deer so active. The temperature in the space was comfortable, much better than the state outside. It felt very healing to have a group of small animals that could be seen at any time in the space, and I worked harder. Is this the happiness of a pet owner? She seemed to have experienced it briefly. The car drove for a while, and stopped at the place where the stall was set up yesterday. She didn't even put out the tables and chairs. She just opened the car window and started cutting carrots. There were so many deer. She had to cut a large basket to eat. She could have let Kaikai do these things, but it was her first time to deal with small animals. She was still curious and didn't want to ask others to do it. It was too boring to set up a stall alone. She spent most of her time waiting for customers and occasionally arguing with the system. It was too boring. When she was busy, she was really busy. When she was free, she was really free. I was talking about her. To prevent the carrots from causing a frenzy, she cut a large basket of carrots by herself before putting them in. The way the Sika deer eat is quite cute. I really want to try feeding them with my own hands. She changed her mind and brought the 3 cubs out. She observed the reaction of the deer in the inner space. If the reaction was intense, she would return the deer. However, the deer found that it was only a momentary disturbance. And then they ate and drank. Siapuro. I don't know whether to say that she is careless, or that she trusts her too much. The cub who had just grabbed a small carrot and held it in his mouth looked confused. It was very confused about the sudden change of environment. 3 pairs of round deer eyes looked at the girl in front of him. When they saw the carrot in her hand, they immediately walked towards her eagerly. Siapuro couldn't help laughing, shaking the carrot in front of the 3 little ones. Come, come, Auntie has delicious carrots in her hand. If you want to eat, come to Auntie. The 3 little guys were not afraid of strangers at all, and came to her one after another. She handed the carrot stick in her hand to the first fawn that came to her. The little guy immediately took the carrot, took a bite, and then took one bite after another, making a sound of crunching as he bit the carrot. She held the carrot in her hand, and waited for the fawn to finish eating, and occasionally patted its head. The carrot was cut into small pieces, so the fawn could finish one in a few bites. The 2 came forward after waiting for a long time, and she fed them one by one. Looking at the cute little cubs, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She patiently passed the carrots to them, and fed them to their mouths, enjoying the close contact with them. The cubs also cooperated and ate with relish. They migrated from far away, and they ran to many places, but could not find clean water. In desperation, they smelled the fragrance of human food. Yesterday, the elder grandmother took them to hide in the dark and secretly saw the humans in front of them. All the deer agreed to go to her for help. Just after making the decision, before the deer hooves took a step, they saw many humans gathering. They only believed in her, not other humans, so they could only hide and wait until all humans left before going up to ask for help. But she moved too quickly. She had packed her things, and her car drove away before the deer that were foraging nearby had gathered. The car was driving very fast, and they didn't dare to be discovered, and they chased after her car along the forest beside the road, but they still couldn't catch up. The elder grandmother decided to lead all the deer to wait for her on the road, and didn't allow the adult deer to go foraging, for fear that other deer would miss it. It seems that what the elder said was right. She is worthy of being the oldest and most experienced elder in their tribe. They made the right choice by eating one meal after another. The 3 fawns looked at her with firm eyes, gradually trusting her more, and letting her touch them everywhere. Touch them. Touch them. This human is so nice. They are so lucky. with Siapuru active feeding. They were full and circled around her. Siapura's steely heart had long been melted by them. Feeling their purest and warmest love, she seemed to have a little sense of belonging to this world. Who could have thought that this eagle-like woman would be captured by an animal in the end? Host, why not try to make friends? This is your last life, which is equivalent to you living one more life than others. You are invincible. So why can't you try to make friends? M80 understands the cruelty of the end of the world. When it knew that its host's last mission plane was the end of the world, it asked for invincibility for her, protecting her from any danger. Siapuru has never made friends. Who can understand the loneliness and solitude of the missioner, traveling through so many small worlds? She had to meet many people. Even if she made friends, it would only take a few decades. She was here to complete a mission, and was destined not to stay for long. When she met Yu Shiwen, she admired her at first, and then felt distressed. Even so, she did not dare to make close friends with her. Siapuru paused while stroking Xiaolu. No one could understand the complex loneliness in her eyes. Your machine brain doesn't understand. Why don't I understand? Host, the end of the world is fierce. You might as well be bolder. Anyway, no one can hurt you. She wanted to tease it. Aren't you afraid that you will lose favor if I get along with someone else? The host can only love me the most. Covering her ears and roaring, after being interrupted by her, she didn't continue the previous topic. Her eyes were dark and unclear, and I didn't know how much she heard. Oh, you are annoying. I don't agree. I only like you. Siapuru suddenly looked up. This voice is familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. You like me so much? Then will you listen to me? Listen. 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 This man and woman, this voice. She seemed to recognize it. It was the crazy couple. Send the little deer back to the space. She decided to face such a difficult thing alone. You two again. Siapuru put out the tables and chairs. Not a child this time. They were the first customers today. There must be a turnover every day to be counted in the weekly stall task. If there are no customers on the day, it is considered a stall, but it will not be counted in the number of days completed this week. Chapter 111 Mental Patient. It's still unknown if anyone will come later. The mission can be completed on the last day, so we can't fail. The other party is just a little crazy, and hasn't done anything excessive so far. Siapuru still receives her normally. My king, have we seen her? Why did she say again? Siapuru was stunned. Is she playing amnesia here? Is she really a part of their play? She felt like crying, but had no tears, and just wanted it to end as soon as possible. Siapuru took the initiative to ask about the process. What do you want to buy today? We are selling red oil bobo chicken this week. The man rubbed her head, coaxed her softly. Baby, can you go sit over there and wait for me? This simple sentence filled the woman's eyes with tears. No. The man pressed the woman's head on his shoulder. Baby, don't you want a little surprise? Look, I come to you after I buy bobo chicken. I guess your taste and see if I guess it right, okay? Yes. The woman was coaxed. Then I wait for the king next to you. The woman walked to the table and sat down, and turned her back to avoid looking at them. She is my lover. And she was diagnosed with mental illness before the end of the world. The man looked at the woman back deeply. We knew each other in high school, and she was still normal at that time. After graduation, she lost contact with me, and I went to look for her, but couldn't find her. They moved away with their family. Speaking of sad things, the man subconsciously touched his pocket, and then he remembered that people were not full, and there was no tobacco for a long time. I met her again a month before the end of the world. Our company sent me to donate money to the mental hospital, and I knew she. Siapuru shrank. I really deserve to die. Host, don't be afraid. I will beat the electronic wooden fish in your name. Siapuru, you are a nice person. After that, she often had a seizure, and she and I would change a new identity every once in a while. In her cognition, she didn't know how old we were, no matter how we changed our identities in her world. We were in love. The man was already in tears when he said this, and he turned his back and wiped his tears. When he turned around again, he had already sorted out his emotions. Thank you for selling supplies in the end times. Please don't hate us. She is just sick, not unworthy of living. The man's voice was choked with begging. It is not easy for a person to survive in the end times, and it is hard to survive with a woman with mental illness. Outsiders can understand the hardship. Anyone can hate them. But he has to explain to the boss that supplies are becoming increasingly difficult to find in the end times. And they can't miss a chance to survive. Siapura wanted to slap herself in the face right now. She actually joked about a mental patient. After understanding the whole story, she quickly apologized. Sorry. I didn't know before. Well, if you need a place to stay, you can take a look at the flyer. If you want to stay, there is a special car to pick you up. It only costs 100 points per person. The man's eyes followed her finger and looked at the flyer. As long as the B&B has been upgraded or changed, she will print a new one. Now the other party sees the latest B&B situation. The man's hand holding the paper trembled slightly, and he almost laughed to tears. There's a hospital? We stay there. The moment he saw the hospital, he had no worries. Even if there was no psychiatrist or special treatment drugs, he didn't ask her to become a normal person. As long as she had a place to treat a minor injury. He took the business card and kept it close to his body. He randomly selected some food, all of which were her favorites. He didn't know if she still liked it after 3 years in the apocalypse. Siapura was in a daze, feeling condemned in her heart. Even if the end of the world came, they did not let go of each other's hands. The woman was sick, crazy, but she did not forget to love him. In her world, no matter how her identity changed, she loved him. This sentence was deeply engraved in her mind. There are too few such feelings in reality. When did she become a person who judges people by appearance? Well, next time. Don't label others easily. This world is diverse, people are also different, and everyone has their own wonderfulness. Woo, I really deserve to die. Host works hard to upgrade. The girl sat not far away, and could still hear the conversation over there faintly. Wow, the king loves me so much, and bought all my favorite food. Eat quickly, can we move to another place after eating? I will listen to the king. This time she really became the NPC in their love world, but it doesn't matter, as long as they are happy. After sending them away, there was no business all day, and I don't know where the group of diners yesterday went. Siapura suddenly felt lucky. Luckily, she received this customer. Otherwise, she would not have completed her KPI. On the way back this time, she paid special attention to the window system. Keep an eye on it. If there are any small animals that need help, just tell me. If conditions permit, it would be nice to open a zoo in the B&B. It can accommodate animals and allow humans to know more species. Human civilization still needs to be passed on. Anyway, there is not much in the end times. There is more on the spot. As long as she works hard, she can achieve everything. When she returned to the B&B, she found out that the diners had really run away. They had come to the B&B because there were too many people. They were queuing up to check in. She saw a familiar face. The mother and son who had tried to get close to her yesterday. And John's eyes lit up when she saw her. Like a cat seeing a mouse. Lubo grabbed his mother tightly. Mom. Mom. I beg you. Please be quiet. It's not my son. Mom thinks this girl is pretty. I can't even say a few more words to her. Why are you holding me? Mom, just be thankful that you are a woman, otherwise. If you were a man, the boss would have called the police long ago. Rebellious son. Aunt Jiang was getting even more upset, screaming and cursing. Let go, don't touch my elbow. Siapura laughed immorally. Why is she so charming? She won the hearts of ants without killing men or women. Right. Go to the front desk and find the check-in process on the personal panel before the upgrade, and put it aside. You don't have to queue up. You can check in by yourself by opening the panel according to the above process. Young people gathered around, and those with families and elderly people did not move. The check-in process is very simple. Young people who like to use mobile phones can learn it after just one look. There are many elderly people here today, not too old, probably around 60 or 70 years old, which shows that they are well protected by their families. Lu Bo was checking in, and suddenly he couldn't keep an eye on his mother, and Jiang squeezed in front of Siapura. Chapter 112 Making Snail Noodles. Little Grape, can we do square dance downstairs? The hobbies of the elderly are really strong. They still want to pick up their hobbies in the end of the world. But there are no speakers. Oh no. And Jiang waved her hands nonchalantly. It's no big deal, the melody is in my ears. She patted her chest. It won't disturb you guys to rest. It's not a question of whether it's noisy or not. If it really disturbs them, she will consider allocating a place for the elderly to do square dance. She can set up soundproofing for a certain area in the B&B. so that the sound will not be transmitted and will not disturb the neighbors. In fact, there is no such thing as disturbing the neighbors here. The soundproofing of the room is very good. Except for ringing the doorbell. No sound can be transmitted. If there is some music downstairs, it would be nice for everyone to dance and increase the popularity. Thinking of this, Siap Puro nodded in agreement. As long as you don't disturb others, it's fine. Little Grape. Aunt Jian wanted to come up and say something, but was pulled away by Liu Bo, who came. Sorry, boss, my mom is so. Siap Puro smiled. It's okay. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him. Aunt, there is a blind box at the entrance of the store that you can buy once a day, and you might get a speaker. Come on. Come to the store. Come to buy clothes. Come to spend money. Host is too happy too early. The single room is about to be full. The next upgrade only needs to spend 50 million points to separate each room type. That's it? Nothing else? Siap Puro pursed her lips, with indescribable disdain. Last time, there was a hot pot restaurant. Yes. You can also unlock the library, by the way. But I don't have enough money. I can earn points when Joku and his friends come to buy supplies next time. Now she only has 25 million points, omitting the decimals. It's useless to be tempted and can only think about it. They will come again soon. The host might as well use these points to draw some things and sell them to them together. Why are you so sure they will come? Are you hiding something from me? She was very keenly aware that something was wrong. Generally, when the system asked her to draw a card, something must have happened. The temperature will rise in a month, and that will be the most difficult time. The host can now draw something to provide to the base, a drop in the bucket. The population of the base was so large that she could not imagine it. China originally had a population of more than 1 billion, and no matter how much the population shrank, it would not be left with only tens of thousands of people. If the people who are alive now want to avoid natural disasters, they must have a unique luck, and secondly, they must have a safe place and enough supplies. Siap Puro understood. The world now is different from before. She has to keep drawing cards, turning things into cash, collecting crystal cores, and providing supplies for the base. A win-win situation, she can get points, and the base can get supplies. It is completely different from the previous dead accumulation of points waiting for upgrades. She can no longer be an idle fish in this life. Her luck is related to the lives of many people. She gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and decided to draw after taking a shower. After taking a shower, she lay on the second floor of the RV, watching TV while drawing. Next to it were washed fruits, freshly opened sparkling water. The Legend of Zhen Huan, start. Skip the messy card drawing page animation, she didn't even look at it, and kept clicking 10 consecutive draws. Unlock new dishes, fresh fruit soup, snail noodles. Unlock new supplies, heat-resistant potato seeds, heat-resistant sweet potato seeds, heat-resistant white radish seeds. Unlock new drinks, yogurt, soy milk, mung bean water. Added bag food, strange flavored beans, potato chips, walnuts. Added materials that have been drawn. Homestay transfer card *999, homestay return card *999, nutritional soil for planting, unlimited supplies, container for planting, unlimited supplies. Insulated constant temperature clothing, insulated tents and other insulation supplies are so many that she can't count them. Universal insecticide, all kinds of medicines were thrown at her like a storm. Siap Puro, who had never worried about not having enough paper before, was panicking now. Looking at her magical right hand, was it really her luck that caused this? Is this really happening? Why do I have a sense of unreality? The more she drew, the more frightened she became. Toiletries did not come out, and the worst were insecticides and medicines. This time, she drew until she had used up all the points in her account before she stopped. She was afraid that stopping halfway would affect her luck, and she wouldn't be able to draw so many good things next time. What shocked her the most was that she drew the seeds. She clicked on the detailed introduction. Description of temperature-resistant seeds, can grow in extreme climates, and can shorten the planting time by planting with special nutrient soil. This seed is not used in the BNB. Not to mention the ingredients in the BNB. Even the food can be eaten downstairs. Who would go to the trouble of planting? Siap Puro was wrong about this. The planting gene engraved in the DNA of the Chinese people is well-deserved. The seeds were snatched up on the first day they were put on the shelves in the store. Many survivors were excited when they saw the seeds. Then, they looked at the detailed instructions. It was specially marked with the words, "Simple, newbies can successfully plant." Most of them fled with their relatives and friends in the end times. Even children of a few years old know that food is more important than anything else. Only with food can there be a future. The price list of seeds and nutrient soil is not high. You can buy a special planting container and place it in the room or on the balcony. It doesn't matter whether it looks good or not. The most important thing is to have food in hand. So you don't have to worry. With a 3-piece planting set, you don't have to worry about going hungry. It's up to them to plant if they want, as long as it's not too high quality. Siapuro can tolerate it. Her eyes stayed on the snail noodles. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last ate it. She had been thinking about it for a long time. No, there is another very important question. Can you open a separate store for snail noodles? Don't put it on the snack street. I'm afraid that people who don't like the taste will smell it and affect other businesses. Her request was well-reasoned and reasonable. And M80 agreed to it. Yes. She stopped watching TV, walked into the kitchen in slippers, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to start cooking. The most important source of flavor for all soup noodles is the soup base. And snail noodles are no exception. Soak the rice noodles first. Prepare the 3 raw materials for stewing the soup: stone snails, local chickens, and shanks. The process of stewing the soup requires a lot of ingredients. It is not troublesome to prepare all the ingredients, but it is troublesome to brush the stone snails. First, wash the snails with clean water several times, and soak them for 2 hours. Siapuro stood on the sink. Simply cut off the tail of the snails, and rinse them with running water. She was just demonstrating, and the robot did the rest. A bucket full of snails. If she did it alone, she didn't know how long it would take. But fortunately, there was Kai Kai. Chapter 113: Yogurt and Fruit Salad. System: can't I bring the robots with me when I'm reborn? Each of them is so practical and convenient. What will she do in the next world without them? M80. It's quite speechless. The step of brushing the stone snails is too tiring. Many unscrupulous merchants may not brush the stone snails one by one, or brush them carelessly. Such perfunctory behavior can be seen. Just look at whether you eat sand when you eat, or whether there is dirt at the bottom of the bowl after you finish the soup. First, blanch the shanks and chicken racks separately, then put them in the pot to stew and remove the fishy smell. Drain the clean stone snails, and cook them once. Add the chopped spices and fry until dry and fragrant. Pour them into the bone soup and continue to boil. The snails roll in the boiling water, making a gurgling sound. The steam is rising, and the air is filled with a strong fragrance. There are many ingredients needed to make snail noodles, the most basic of which are sour beans, sour bamboo shoots, sauerkraut, dried radish, cucumber, wood ear, bean curd, fried peanuts. In addition to rice noodles, some vegetables are also needed. Generally speaking, snail noodles are best paired with water spinach. If it is not the right season, snail noodles can be paired with other vegetables. After the base soup is cooked, the noodles can be cooked. The noodles are rolled in the pot. If she likes to eat softer noodles, she will blanch them for a longer time. A small handful of water spinach can be added to the noodles as a base after blanching. Put the blanched noodles on the green vegetables, and add a small spoonful of all the prepared side dishes. The soup of the snail noodles is turbid, with the unique freshness and fragrance of snails, which makes people unable to stop. A spoonful of sole snail noodle soup goes down, sprinkles chopped green onions and coriander, and finally pours a spoonful of spicy chili oil. The whole bowl of snail noodles exudes an attractive aroma, and Siapuro takes a deep sip. This is the taste. Ah! I have wanted to eat it for a long time. She brought this simple bowl of snail noodles without any extra side dishes to the table. Picked up the chopsticks. Picked up a chopstick of noodles. Dipped it in the soup and put it into her mouth. The noodles were scalded until they were soft but still chewy. She even picked up some snail meat with her chopsticks. The freshness of the snail and the aroma of the chili oil bloomed in her mouth. The whole world was quiet. Only this bowl of snail noodles with a fragrance that spread 10 miles away remained. Siapuro ate with relish alone. Life was so wonderful. She drank almost all the noodles, side dishes, and even the soup in the bowl in one gulp. Burp. He burped while touching his bulging belly. After eating, he slumped in the chair and felt refreshed. M80 was tempted. Is it really that delicious? It couldn't smell it, nor could it taste it. A unique delicacy in the world. Siapuro exaggeratedly lied to it. You know Journey to the West, right? Yes. If Sung Wukong had been given a bowl of snail rice noodle, he wouldn't have gone to heaven to grab peaches. M80 didn't know if it was true or not, so he searched for information, and after searching a lot of information, he couldn't find that snail rice noodle was available in that era. Host, help, my CPU is going to burn out. Did snail noodles really exist at that time? Siapuro. My mother wouldn't let me play with idiots. Even idiots who I've known for a long time couldn't do that. As she made her first bowl of snail noodles, a snail noodle shop appeared on the snack street. This shop was different from others. It was very mysterious. The doors and windows were tightly closed. There was a deodorizing spray at the door for customers to remove the smell on their bodies. After eating snail noodles, stand in front of the door and spray it. The snail noodle smell is gone. I'm so tired. I make the yogurt fruit salad tomorrow. She used the deodorizing spray, which perfectly removed the snail noodle smell, and slept well. Siapuro was asleep. The water sprinkler truck she had drawn was running everywhere, without stopping for a moment. It was either running here to put out the fire, or going there to put out the tiny flames. The weather was too dry, and the wild grass on the grass that had been dried up by the sun would spontaneously combust for no reason. It was the busiest car in the world. It was busy when people were sleeping. And it was also busy when people were awake. Fortunately, it was just an emotionless robot, otherwise it would really make trouble. The bus dedicated to the great B&B gradually approached. The day before was not busy, she had a good rest, and got up early, and was taking out the fresh-cut fruits to set up the stall. This time the system was not stingy or mean. There were all kinds of fruits. She could choose whatever she wanted. The yogurt fruit salad was very popular as soon as it was put out. This kind of thing is loved by almost everyone, young and old. Those who don't like yogurt can choose not to add yogurt. You can add salad dressing or nothing. Put the fruits in the right position on the stall, and you can command the robot when customers come. The robots are very smart. What kind to choose, how much to want, as long as you tell them. They will understand and do it. When M80 reminded her that the god of wealth had come again, she was speechless. She thought she could only see Joku occasionally, but now, seeing him every week, is really nice. Do you have to do it so often? The god of wealth who came to her door, of course, should be greeted at the door. She simply waited at the door, waiting for them to come up and tease her. You kid, you come to my place every day to buy goods? Joku got out of the car and went up to chat with her. Miss Shopkeeper, we are here with the people from the branch base. We are very tight on time. Can we talk while walking? Siapuro then noticed that there seemed to be a lot of people coming this time. And there were many unfamiliar faces. Could they all be space ability users? So many. The things that were just drawn were about to be sold. And she looked at them with hungry eyes. In her eyes, everyone was like a pile of small golden potatoes. Space ability users are also divided into different levels. The higher the level, the larger the space. Only people like Joku who have high ability levels and huge space are considered to be great gold in her eyes. Joku arranged for everyone to purchase what they should do. Miss Shopkeeper, do you have any inventory to replenish? We need as many constant temperature suits and tents as you can get. Joku took out a booklet and handed it to her. It was filled with various things, including some food that needed to be purchased in large quantities. Except for bobo chicken and hot pot, everything she had was written on the list. Siapuro quickly scanned the area and said with a smile, we just got a new batch. And we have a lot of inventory. Can you see if you can sell it? Yes. We take as many as you can. Joku said excitedly. Let's go. Siapuro had an expression that said, I understand you. There are also food seeds and nutrient soil for sale. This light sentence aroused Joku's inner turmoil. There were countless scientists from all walks of life in the base, all studying how to cultivate and plant in the end times. Either they couldn't grow it, or they needed a lot of manpower to look after it. And the yield was low. Chapter 114, Book a Trip. There is no shortage of manpower in the end times, nor is there a shortage of talent, but there are very few scientific research talents, and we simply cannot afford that much manpower. Later, it was extremely hot, and there was a shortage of water, and people could not even drink water, so we gave up on cultivation. Now here, you can actually buy a 3-piece cultivation set for 60 points? If the leaders of the base knew, they spent so much manpower and material resources on the unsuccessful scientific research results, and only need to spend 60 points in the B&B. Will cry. Right? He felt like crying after listening and watching. What's wrong with you? Siapuro asked with concern. Why is the god of wealth crying? I'm bored. Joku pointed at the 3-piece set of crops. Can this be purchased in large quantities? Siapura raised her eyebrows. Business is here. She didn't show any joy on her face, but she couldn't let people look down on her. Sure, how much do you want? Joka couldn't make up his mind. Now the most important thing was to get to the sub-base first to deliver the supplies and start the rescue. Other bases should not be much better than the second base. The food storage is not much. Everyone is living off it, and they have to replenish the supplies before the second heat wave. Let's ask for it next time, sorry. We still need to go to other bases for rescue. It's a bit inconvenient to bring these now. He has his own considerations. It's not terribly hot now, and it's not that difficult to evacuate the masses. If we delay any longer, it will be more and more inconvenient later. Siapura was a little disappointed. But she didn't feel down for too long and regained her fighting spirit. Joka bought too much, so it was hard not to be excited. There were many space ability users traveling with him this time. So he packed up all the tents and constant temperature clothes that had just arrived and took them away. Insecticides were not very useful for the time being, so he took a little to each base for defense. After using them, they found that the temperature-resistant spray was very useful, like forming a layer of heat-insulating film. And it had its own advantages compared to the heat-insulating tent. She was buying things frantically. Siapura felt that the crystal cores were flowing into her account like water. She had no time to wait, and suddenly she had an idea. Why not just go to their branch bases to set up a stall? Shako, which bases do you plan to go to? Joka vaguely guessed the reason for her question, and her face was surprised and happy. Are you going to set up a stall at the base? The shop owner was really nice. This way, their time would not be so tight. Some shopkeepers went to sell supplies first. No matter which base they went to, they could always last longer with food and drink. She spoke calmly, as if she was just saying it casually. I have this idea. Joka smiled and told them all the routes they were going to. He took out a topographic map and pointed it to Siapura. We plan to go to the nearby base first, and then go to the distant base little by little. It's just that this is a problem. There are 2 distant bases on the left and right. If you want to set up a stall, can you choose one of these bases? His tone was very careful. He observed her expression, and when he saw that she had no aversion, he offered the map to her with both hands for her to choose. This scene was very much like a eunuch waiting for the emperor to review the memorials. Siapura laughed out loud, and wanted to tell him not to be so careful, but she held it back. People's greed is terrible. It's not that she doubted Joka's character. It would be bad if she didn't let the other party be too humble and think that she was easy to bully. After all, she was not a difficult and unreasonable person. She was polite, and she would not bully soldiers. Siapura took the map, and only took a glance at it to let the system remember the approximate address, so she could go there next time she wanted to. She decided after only taking a glance, and went to the one at the edge. She really liked the feeling of traveling along the way, and it would be nice to save more plants on this trip. I think we go here. Can you tell them in advance and let me in? You can't do business outside the base. It's too hot. You can only do it by getting inside the base. The main reason is that we have cooperated with the central base so many times. And the upper level people are all pretty good. Even for the sake of supplies. They would not have the same situation as what happened in the Jiayong base. Okay. Seeing that the owner was serious, he couldn't control his excitement. His body trembled slightly, and his face was full of excitement. The owner went there a day in advance and many people were rescued in advance. Is there anything else you need me to tell them? Siapura shook her head. Nothing else. On behalf of all the people in the 9 sub-base, I thank you for your help. Joka was wearing a military uniform, and he bowed to her with tears in his eyes. Don't. She dodged sideways. I can't bear it. I just thought it was a stop. I really hate that they are too polite. Besides, he was wearing this uniform. How could she bear a soldier's bow? There are new products this time. Yogurt fruit and snail noodles. You can take some back, she added, wanting to sell more fruit. Eat more fruit to supplement vitamins. It's very hot, and no one should be sunbathing. And not eating fresh fruits and vegetables for a long time will cause scurvy. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Owner. We will go and check it out later. As for checking it out, what to check it out? The price. Even if you have a big family, you can't afford to spend it casually. You have to support so many people. By the way, Miss Owner, we want to buy more business cards. Do you think you can sell more? I can sell you 800 round-trip cards. Is that enough? 800 is already a lot. Siapura can't keep any on her. If she encounters the same thing as before, it will be embarrassing to draw them now. Such a large number was beyond Shoku's expectation. He nodded repeatedly, fearing that Saepuro would regret it. Enough. Enough. Saepuro had nothing more to say, and turned to leave. Having decided to go to such a far base, she had to deal with things before leaving. Today was Thursday, the day for the teachers who had been announced to come for the interview. When she arrived at the school, there were already many people waiting at the gate. She was not surprised that Ming Qinglu was among them, but she did not expect so many people to come for the interview. There were both men and women queuing at the school gate. When they saw her coming, they came forward and surrounded her. Everyone was actively promoting themselves. "Shopkeeper, we are all here for an interview. I have experience. I used to work as an early childhood educator. Is that okay? I teach English. I can take care of children. I have 10 years of experience as a confinement nanny. Can I teach calligraphy? It is also important for children to write beautifully. Can I teach physical education? I used to be a gym coach." A bunch of people were talking in her ears at the same time like flycatchers. She couldn't hear a word clearly. She almost wanted to explode her ears. The noise came like a tide. It was unbearable. "Shut up. I will get angry if you keep making noise." Chapter 115 Interview, Principal. A shout instantly quieted the boiling crowd. She understood their mentality. They just wanted to find a class to attend. Everyone came here to make a living, and didn't want to sit around and eat up the crystal cores they had obtained before. No one dared to make the owner angry. For a moment, the silence was like falling into an abyss, and no one dared to make a sound to challenge the owner's majesty. It was still poverty that made everyone feel insecure. He sighed and adjusted his tone. "Go in first. The interview will be inside, not at the door." Saepuro took the lead and walked into the school, followed by a group of people. The whole school was empty, and the first floor was a good place for the interview. He stopped in front of the door of the student classroom on the first floor, where there were seats for everyone to sit and wait for the interview. He scanned everyone and said, "Everyone, please find a seat in this room." No one whispered to each other, and everyone found a seat at the desks used by the children in class. After everyone sat down, she pointed to the people in the first row near the door and said, "Our interview room is next door. Start from this row, and go in one by one when one of them comes out." After that, she took the person sitting in the first row to the teacher's office next door. The interview began. The other party briefly introduced himself, and Saepuro knew that the other party just wanted to find a job. When the other party talked about her previous work as a nanny, she saw a nanny teaching a child. She interrupted, "I'm sorry, you may not be suitable for the position of teacher." The other party was anxious. His face turned red, but he still wanted to fight for a chance for himself. "What's so difficult about being a teacher? Isn't it just playing with children? I like children very much." Saepuro was furious after hearing this. Who said being a teacher is playing with children? Teaching and educating people, you must teach and educate people. The other party blushed. "I didn't expect that it would be so strict in the end of the world. Does our school need cleaning? I'm a good worker." "Sorry." Saepuro declined again. After sending this interview away, she received 2 more in order, and suddenly felt that the interview was a waste of her time. Everyone came here with the mentality of trying it out and not losing out. In fact, they had no relevant work experience at all, and they were just talking nonsense. Her patience was worn out. She got up and called Ming Qinglu over to the classroom, and let her interview first. Ming Qinglu was very nervous, sitting on the chair with a fidgety look, worried that the owner would not remember her. She started by introducing herself with her name. "My name is Ming Qinglu. I have a postgraduate degree, and I have experience in teaching in rural areas before. Later, I taught in a high school in H City. I teach Chinese. If the school needs me, my English and mathematics are also okay. I can take on multiple roles." Saepuro nodded repeatedly, feeling that she was very capable, and immediately decided to discuss her salary and benefits. "You can be the principal. 8,000 points per month. Accommodation included. Your accommodation fee is waived. Okay?" Ming Qinglu obviously didn't expect her to say this. Looking confused. "Me? Principal?" She repeated it again. "Yes, you can be the principal. If you are willing, you can interview them later. I believe in your character. You can recruit whoever you want. If she recruits a bad person, she will dismiss him. She can't keep an eye on the school all the time. The children's education cannot be neglected, So hiring a principal is a sure thing. Ming Qinglu's speech at the Shurgang base made her feel that the other party must not be a bad person. Later, she was willing to live with several children and volunteered to take care of such young children. If nothing else, she must love children and like children. Such a person is a role model for teachers and has work experience. It doesn't matter if there is a temporary lack of ability. There are not many children in the homestay, so they can definitely take care of them. Ming Qinglu was stunned, subconsciously doubting herself. Can I do it? Giving her such great power. Can she do it well? Siapura was puzzled. You can't do it? You like children very much. I have seen it with my own eyes. I feel relieved to have you as the principal. Ming Qinglu was stunned. The owner actually valued her so much. Siapura joked. Did you return all the knowledge to the teacher in the last 3 years of the apocalypse? Ming Qinglu relaxed and joked with her. I am a teacher myself. And returning it is also returning it to myself. Then you just agree. The children need you. Agree now. She was craving for snail noodles again. This thing is so addictive. She will go over and have a portion later. Ming Qinglu was not a hesitant person. She agreed without hesitation. The owner trusts me so much. I am willing. If I do something wrong, the owner can point it out at any time. I will correct it. She was confident. But it was her first time to take on such a big responsibility. She still felt a little nervous. Then it settled. Siapura smiled with 8 neat teeth. And finally, the heavy burden was thrown away. From now on, I will call you Principal Ming. He also had to give Principal Ming some recruitment tips. Teacher salary is 3,000. Accommodation is provided. And working hours are based on those before the end of the world. I don't understand these. So you decide? Siapura hasn't been to school for a long time. After wandering in so many worlds, she has long forgotten all the things in the school. And even forgot what time to go to school. Ming Qinglu quickly got into work mode. Okay, I prepare a document and give it to you for approval. No approval required, all up to you. I'm going on a long trip in a few days. It should take more than 5 days. The round trip also needs to take time. She wants to walk around and see more during the trip. By the way, can I trouble you with the enrollment tomorrow? Siapura felt a little embarrassed, whether she was exploiting the new employees too much. Leave it to me. Siapura was really relieved by Ming Qinglu's words, and gave her all the authority of the school. For example, she could use the school's teaching materials at will, and place the school's public supplies at will. Siapura confirmed the details of the enrollment and tuition fees with her, and then packed up and left. Before leaving, she returned to the classroom where people were waiting for the interview. Ming Qinglu is the principal of our grave school. I will leave the interview and other related matters to her. She said a few words and left. She is more suitable for working for the system. Being a boss is too tiring. Walking on the campus, it seems that I can hear the sound of future children playing on the playground. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. It will definitely get better and better in the future. No, the empty playground seems to be missing something. It's the national flag. The national flag engraved in my bones. The national anthem. I will never forget it even after many years of graduation. This is the education from childhood. This aspect cannot be lacking. Chapter 116 Temporary Employees. System, can you get the national flag and radio? The radio should be able to play the Chinese national anthem. M80 obviously didn't think about this aspect either, and only said, I will apply to the main system. The request is reasonable. She knew that it was only a matter of time before the application was approved. No work to do. It's easy, now I can finally enjoy my time alone. Snail noodles, snail noodles. While mumbling about snail noodles, I bumped into someone on the way home without noticing. You are so... What? What? I just said it. It's easy to say. Shurju? Siapura bumped into him, and Chi-Hua. She rubbed her head. It hurt a little. Sister Buro, we were just about to go find you. Siapuru's expression froze on her face. She glanced at him warningly. Just call me sister. Don't use the prefix. Sister? Sister. She did call me, but it made her feel cold. Why did it feel so awkward? She always felt that they were looking for something bad. And said in a sullen voice, Why are you looking for me? We want to apply for the position of teacher. Chi-Hua added. Physical education teacher. You too? Siapuro looked them up and down. They were not fat or thin. And you could see some muscles on their bodies. It was a pity that they were stupid. How could these two good kids become funny boys? Shurju met her gaze. Sister, We can definitely do it. I show you his muscles, he's a big guy now. As he said that, he was about to lift Chihua close. No, no. Siapuro hurriedly stopped him. She had already had the pleasure of watching it last time. Originally, she was not in the BNB at that time. The damn system told her to show her a treasure, and save the video, and showed it to her. Damn it, she was not there yet, but still couldn't avoid the poison they spread. I can't tell you two are teachers? Chihua was very proud. You underestimated us, we were bored before, and even passed the physical education teacher qualification exam. He really underestimated them. Siapura felt a little uncomfortable. Are you so awesome? Of course not. Shirju smiled, and reached out to put his arm around her. So did you pass the interview? No. Siapura pushed him away, glared at him, and turned away. Chihua chased after him. Sister, why? Aren't we excellent? Excellent in what? Excellent, I am quite good at being funny. Siapuru asked, why did you think of becoming a teacher? Being a teacher means keeping an eye on the family. It was too hot outside so we didn't go out, and the accommodation fee is so expensive. Shirju wanted to play the victim. Did he ignore that Siapura could see the account balance of everyone in the background? It's okay for others to say they are poor, but their team can't be poor. I don't know if they have exchanged all the crystal cores for points. All she saw was a series of numbers. Such a large sum of money is enough to live well in the BNB for several years. Don't fool me. Chihua confessed. Okay. We are just too bored. Shirju, the world is so big. We want to try our luck. What if being a physical education teacher is their destiny? It turns out that they are bored. No wonder they can be seen everywhere in the BNB every day. That's right. Being good at comedy can eliminate boredom. Siapuro has a bold idea. It was busy and boring to set up a stall in the base alone. If she had two funny people to help, she would be much more relaxed. System. Bored. I want it. She communicated with the system with her consciousness. And her tone was exactly the same as what she wanted to say. M80 must have heard her acting coquettishly. But she finally wanted to make a friend. So forget it. Indulge her again. Next time I upgrade the BNB. The RV can take temporary employees out. Just two people. Then what room do you live in? Of course, I will make a room for them. I can't let the temporary staff and the host sleep together, don't even think about it. Besides, the host is very delicate, the RV is not big to begin with. She is already cramped enough living in the RV, I can't make room for others. I still need to think about upgrading the RV, see how to make room for them. M80 is like an old father, worrying about her. Siapuro doesn't know it at all. Will the host bring in temporary staff in the future? I don't plan to. Siapuro's plan is to try not to recruit employees except for the school. Of course, she will adjust according to the situation if necessary in the future. She brought two people this time, just because she didn't want to go to such a serious place as the base and feel depressed. If she were to set up a stall normally, she would be enough alone. She made up her mind and retreated, smiling with calculation. What fun can there be in such a small place as A, B, and B? Do you want to go out with me to see the world? They were indeed attracted. Their eyes full of surprise. Then they thought of the situation outside. And shook their heads vigorously. It's not good. Sister. It's hot to breathe outside. It's useless to wear a constant temperature suit. I feel like I can't breathe if I move a little more. Host. Don't worry. You can also get the benefit of an invincible protective shield when you become a temporary employee. That's no problem. Siapuro invited them. I'm going out in 2 days. And there are 2 positions for temporary employees. Temporary employees can breathe deeply when they go out. Just like they usually do in a BNB. The two of them did not doubt the truth of her words at all. If they had not considered the difference between men and women, they would really want to rush over and hug her big thick legs. Sister, you are my only sister? Sister, take us out to see the world. Good guy. He stopped calling her sister and started calling her sister instead. Siapuru smiled with a fake smile. You dare to call me sister again to disgust me? I hate men calling her sister the most. Either they have other purposes, or they want to make her look old. It felt like she was constantly reminding him that she was old. Stop yelling. Stop yelling. Sister. Dear sister. Take us with you. We don't want any salary. Just food. The two of them moved in sync. Like puppies wagging their tails to beg her. Siapura pretended to consider. It's just that the accommodation environment may not be very good. The funny man was eager to express his opinion. You can sleep on the roof of the car. Shihua added, you can sleep in the toilet. Maybe she was just free. And she still wanted to continue teasing them. The only food is snail noodles. We love it. We eat it so much, 3 meals a day is fine. Now that it's come to this, there's nothing else to say. Okay, I let you know the day before I go out in 2 days. She was afraid that they would go out and run around, so she warned them in advance. If you stand me up, you're dead. She didn't like being stood up. The advantage of not having friends is that you won't be stood up by your friends. She really couldn't understand the pain of others having friends, but always not being able to get together. I promise not to. We will be there whatever you call. That's better. She left in style, and ran towards the snail noodles. Last night she made simple snail noodles. She didn't even make other side dishes. It would be too unsatisfying to eat that way. She returned to the kitchen and began to think, what side dishes should be added to the snail noodles? Yuba must be there. Braised eggs, and fried eggs. Chapter 117 Snail Noodle Fried Eggs. If the fried eggs are cooked well, they will absorb the juice from the snail noodles into the fried eggs, and the fried eggs will not be greasy. It is similar to eating yuba, both absorb juice. In addition, tofu puffs are also a perfect match for snail noodles. Tofu puffs are also called fried tofu, and are put in a soup of snail noodles, and cooked for a long time. And they will become like sponges, and absorb the taste of the snail noodle soup into the tofu itself. It is not difficult to make yuba and fried tofu as side dishes, only the fried eggs need to be processed. Get a smaller, deeper pot. Crack many eggs into a bowl and stir. Heat the oil. When the oil temperature reaches 80%, slowly pour in the egg liquid. There is a trick to pouring the egg liquid here. Do not pour too much, otherwise the egg will be too thick, and the solid fried egg will not absorb the juice. As the heat wave hits, the bottom of the pot makes a crackling sound. As the egg liquid flows in, waves of hot air rise. When both sides are golden brown, you can remove them and drain the oil. The fried eggs are high and fluffy, and there are many holes in the egg liquid on the surface. Those are the key to absorbing juice. She also prepared hot dogs and sausages, which are good helpers for snail noodles. The price of the additional dishes was determined by the system after evaluation, and she didn't worry about it at all. She made herself a bowl of family-style snail noodles, and put the ingredients she had just prepared into the bowl. In order to put so many side dishes into the snail noodles, she prepared a super big bowl. Before, she could eat it, as long as it tasted good. Now she is completely different. Even the snail noodles have to be plated. After arranging the plate, she realized that she couldn't take a photo to post on WeChat Moments. She was enjoying the noodles, while Joku, who was packing the snail noodles, was also shocked to see the side dishes gradually added. The side dishes appeared in small portions. First, there were bean curd sticks, then tofu puffs, fried eggs, and finally fried eggs. The order in which the items appeared was the order in which Siepura prepared the side dishes in the kitchen. Joku was very serious and tried to find the suggestion box in the store. If possible, he hoped that next time he came, he could add pig feet to the snail noodles. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the suggestion box. If he wanted to eat, he could only eat pork trotter rice. The space ability users brought by Joe had filled themselves up. Now they had 20 minutes of free time. They bought their favorite food and took it to the car to eat. After eating, they could sleep. The people in the second base now completely listened to Joku words. They had no other intentions, because they found that what Joku said was right. They could get there after a good sleep. No one was needed to keep watch. It was very safe. After they experienced it themselves, they found that such words were completely true. After packing the snail noodles, Joku wanted to leave. The robot in the snail noodle shop spit out a bottle of spray after he picked up the packaged noodles. Looking closely at the words on it, it was clearly a snail noodle deodorizing spray. Joku, already full of good feelings for the BNB, overflowed. Who would want to leave after coming to such a place? Who wouldn't want to stay and become a long-term resident? Anyone can do it, but they can't. They have heavier responsibilities waiting for them on their shoulders. When the space power users gathered, Joku could see that their eyes were full of nostalgia for the BNB. It would be great if we could live here too. There are no zombies, no natural disasters, no dangers, only a lot of delicious food and peace. Joku patted the little soldier on the shoulder and comforted him. We will work hard and strive to let everyone live in such an environment in the future. But they all knew in their hearts that it was difficult. as difficult as climbing to the sky. All the people in the central base are about to face the next Shura field. Commander Zhou, can we speak in a low voice? Shoka retorted, no, if you want to read it. Do it openly, there is no one else here. Everyone was in unison, and they shouted firmly, Little Grape wants to go home. The familiar bus appeared, and everyone got back on the bus. Joka took out the packaged snail noodles and handed them to everyone. Eat quickly, and take a rest after eating. There are still tasks to do when we get to the base. No soldier in the end times will be picky about food, let alone the taste of snail noodles. In order to survive, who hasn't eaten raw meat? Ever eaten unknown wild fruits? The word pretentious is totally incompatible with soldiers. If you have something to eat, you should be grateful. The seats on the bus are like those on the high-speed rail. The seats can be adjusted, and there is a small table in front. Put the well-packaged snail noodles on the small table. The package is soup, and the noodles are separated. Eating it now will not affect the taste because it has been soaked for too long. The little soldier at the second base was eating the snail noodles with great concentration. So happy. Who would have thought that they could eat noodles with such big mouthfuls 2 days ago? Joku wanted to say. That's because they have never stayed in a B&B before. They don't know that the big bed in a B&B is very comfortable. And they can eat delicious food downstairs. Forget it. He held back his words. If there is a chance, everyone will come here to stay. While eating, someone asked a question. Why do we waste space to store pesticides? There are obviously no mosquitoes now. I can't even see a mosquito. Joka had already done a survey on this in the first base. The answer given by the other party was that mosquitoes would hibernate when the temperature exceeded a certain level. It's over 60 degrees now. People are limp and unable to move. Mosquitoes will not be stupid enough to run to the surface to be baked by the high temperature. In short, I still trust the owner of the B&B. She can provide these heat-proof materials. She must have a basis for saying that mosquitoes will proliferate after extreme heat. Besides, it's been the end of the world for a long time now. Everything is mutating and evolving. Buy some, and put them in various bases for safety. No one refuted Joke's well-reasoned inference. They were just curious, not trying to question or argue. Joka had left when Siep Puro was full. They came and went in a hurry. They couldn't even have a good meal. This is what a soldier is like. I suddenly thought of a very serious question. I only gave them 8 water vending machines when I drew them. Right. There are 2 for you, Shiwen. And 1 I brought with me. That's right. But there are 10 sub-bases on the map they showed me. I don't know if that's all. There should be more official bases than this. Not to mention the unofficial ones. There should be more bases like the Flame base that are not directly under the official. She suddenly felt powerless, feeling that her luck was already very good, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Don't worry. Host, you might as well upgrade quickly. It's nonsense for the host to save so many people by himself. Only by upgrading the B&B as soon as possible will more and more people be saved. If you don't upgrade and unlock new rooms, you won't be able to accommodate them. Chapter 118 Teleportation cards are available in the store. Siepura was puzzled. Why are there so many people in our B&B? M80 asked back, are you questioning the appeal of absolute safety? No. I'm just curious where so many people come from. Most of them came from the Jiayong base. After the host disappeared from the Jiayong base last time, the head of the Jiayong base was furious and squeezed the lower-class people even more. They started to think of ways to transfer. And there were still many people who didn't have teleportation cards. And they were all thinking of ways to transfer. It's not easy to transfer at this time. Not to mention whether there will be danger on the road. It's unbearable to lie still in this high temperature. Ding dong. The doorbell of her yard rang. Is the owner here? Siepura stood up and walked out. There were several unfamiliar people. What can I do for you? We want to buy teleportation cards. May I ask if we can still buy them now? The leading man asked politely, with a very sincere attitude, looking straight ahead, seemingly without any malice. Siepura still had some teleportation business cards in her hand, but it was obviously not enough to sell to the people in the base. How about this? I will put it on the shelves in the store in a while. You can buy it if you need it, but the quantity is not much. Siepura told him a time. It will be on the shelves in the store in 15 minutes. They had nothing else to do, so they thanked her and left. She sorted out the business cards in her hand, leaving only 50 for herself, and asked Bubu to put the rest on the shelves in the store. Siepura waited until the dead of night, and then clicked on the system page, and the number of guests was indeed almost full. System prompt. The B&B has met the LV3 upgrade conditions. Do you want to spend 50 million points to upgrade? Zhou Kalai gave her a wave of points. He exchanged a lot of crystal cores, and there were still a lot of unspent points in the account, so she had enough points. Upgrading is imperative. You can't let people come to the B&B and have nowhere to stay. Upgrade successful. B&B is upgrading. It is expected to be completed in 5 minutes. She had nothing to do, waiting for the countdown, and was the first to go out to check the B&B after the upgrade. The accommodation building was separated into 5 buildings, and the entire homestay was transformed again. The space expanded at an astonishing speed, and the area was many times larger than before. What was even more surprising was that she could see a map of the entire homestay on her panel. Clicking on the map, she could see her own location as a small red dot on the map. She randomly selected a place, and a navigation popped up. A white arrow appeared in front of her, pointing her to the location of her destination. The upgraded navigation was a highlight, which must have been useless before. But now Xie Pu Rose saw the names of the zoo and botanical garden on the map, which were in the 2 large areas at the back of the homestay. What is this? Isn't this what she thought? Yes. Yes, it's just what you thought. It's to place the rescued animals and plants for the host. Xie Pu Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's just like this. She thought she was going to chase animals and plants everywhere. Next to the hospital is the school. A new library has been added next to the school on the map. The gray icon means it's still to be opened. After the upgrade, the B&B is still surrounded by an electric fence. There is a transparent protective cover in the air above the B&B that only she can see. The entire homestay has only one entrance and exit. The food street comes into view as soon as you enter the door. There are still various shops on both sides of the street. The number of all room types has doubled. Single room 600, double room 300, triple room 150, quadruple room 100, family room 100. Next time you upgrade to LV4, you will need 100 million points. Please keep working hard. In addition to upgrading many facilities, the overall decoration has also been renewed. From the floor to the flowers and plants in the B&B. The decoration of the shops on the street with various interior decorations looks more advanced. And the overall decoration is very harmonious. All the people who got up early to run were stunned. The old residents were just slightly surprised. And the new residents wondered if they were too excited. They always knew that Great B&B was definitely not simple. But they didn't expect it to be so complicated. They didn't realize that it could be upgraded to this level overnight. They were no longer simple people. Could the owner be a god? A prompt popped up on everyone's panel. Great B&B has been upgraded. After leaving, they found that it was not just the overall layout of the B&B that had changed. Even the rooms they were staying in had changed. Owner, I felt like I was staying in the wrong place when I came out. Oh no, I forgot to let the system send a notification. Our B&B has been upgraded, and all the room types have been separated and unified into the same building. That is to say, all the single rooms have been moved to Building 1, and the double rooms have been moved to Building 2. You can click on your own panel to check the room number. The things inside will not change. They will remain the same as before. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "It's amazing!" Xie Pu hid the exclamations behind her. It was just the basic operation of the B&B. She returned to her yard and wondered whether to transplant the 2 big trees. Finally, she gave up. The tree had been with her for a long time. She always felt that she would not feel at home if the tree was removed. She would put the plants she brought back in the botanical garden next time. For now, she would go to the zoo first. The zoo looked small from the outside. But once you walked in, you could reach a different space. The environment here was not much different from the dinosaur park in the Jurassic movie. It was divided into several parks. Since it was empty, whatever animal was put in would become a park. She didn't plan to go far, and chose the nearest park, and entered the transparent glass of the park. Below was a huge place, which would automatically adjust the environment according to the animals placed in it. Entering the park, she released the deer in the space. The environment suddenly changed, and the deer were a little uncomfortable, and they were a little panicked for a moment. They didn't come around until they saw her, and surrounded her in the center circle. The round deer eyes looked around, and their noses were also sniffing something, until they were sure there was no danger. They came over to rub her hand. "Good boy, I found a new home for you." Xie Pu's hand caressed the cubs' bodies. They didn't know which of their parents was which, but they didn't come to stop her. "Are you sure you want to put the Sika deer into the park?" "Sure." As the words fell, the label at the entrance of the park was changed to Sika Deer, and some introductions to the living habits of Sika Deer were hung. The environment gradually changed, and finally there was blue sky, green plants, flowers and trees. Chapter 119 Zoo. Siapura didn't know much about the growth environment of Sika Deer. She could only see the deer trotting away after the environment changed. The older adult deer ran away, chasing and playing wildly in this new place of residence. Do they have anything to eat here? Do you need me to feed them? No, the park will take good care of them in all aspects, the host can rest assured. How could she be at ease? These are all lives. What if no one comes to see them when she goes out? The park will simulate the most suitable environment for their growth, and they are all herbivores. There is grass everywhere for them to eat, so they won't starve. Okay. She just wanted to be responsible for the life she brought back personally. After all, they are animals, not people, and they can't express their needs directly to her. Since there is a system guarantee, she is relieved. Watching them playing to their heart's content, Siapura couldn't help but envy. Why do I feel that they live better than me? M80, if you envy me, you can go to the park next door and squat there. When someone comes to see you, you can beat your chest and scream, and perform Tarzan for them. How do you talk to your host? Are you always monitoring the funny men team? Did you learn bad things from them? At this moment, she really wanted to make him 80 a physical body, and then give it a punch. I learned this from the host. Pa! Does the host want to make the zoo accessible? If you said it is open to visitors, it will be open to BNB residents. No. Siapura looked at the fawns. They have always been free. And she didn't want them to be disturbed by humans. She took out the carrots stored in the space, and fed them to the 3 cubs who were around her. I didn't expect the BNB to open a zoo so soon, so Kai prepared a lot of carrot strips, and put them in her space. I didn't expect the carrot strips to be moved much, so the little guys have a new home. After playing with them for a while, Siapura left. As she walked out, the gate of the park was closed. She ran into Ming Qinglu, who was holding a bunch of documents. Ming Qinglu handed her a bunch of documents. I'm glad to meet you here. These are the school's plans, including time planning, course planning, class arrangements, etc. And this is the information about the teachers we are recruiting. The information about the students we are collecting today is also here for your review. She stuffed all the remaining information in her arms. Siapura fell into deep thought while holding the information. Ming Qinglu's ability to act is so strong? It's been less than 24 hours since she became the principal. No. Sister. Are you Avalokitesvara? You have sorted out so much information in such a short time. You are the contemporary test paper king. Ming Qinglu has always been very serious about work. I have been idle for too long and have nothing to do. I saw a computer and a printer in the principal's office yesterday, so I just did it together. Siapura really didn't want to open the information. Seeing so many things made her dream back to her school days, nightmare days. Just make your decision, I trust you. He then stuffed the information back into her hands. There was really nothing to see. She didn't know anything about recruiting teachers, and she felt relieved to have such a professional person like Ming Qinglu to take charge. Besides, there was M80 monitoring the situation in the BNB at any time, and she really didn't worry about anyone playing tricks on her territory. And there was no need to look at the matter of recruiting children. All children of the appropriate age were recruited. As long as they were not born bad, she was willing to give the children an equal opportunity to receive education. Ming Qinglu was terrified by her unwarranted trust. Why don't you just take a look? I really can't decide so many things. There are many important things waiting for you to make the final decision. Siapura pushed the information back again. Will you listen to me? Ming Qinglu was stunned for a moment. Yes. Then you listen to me. I trust you. That's it. I am really relieved to leave it to you. Siapura ran away. You can make the decision. Believe in yourself. I was afraid that she would stop me and say something nonsense. Luckily she didn't catch up. Ming Qinglu sighed, resignedly holding a stack of information, and went back to school to continue working. She was busy for a long time, finally sorting out the school's affairs. There were not many children in the BNB, only 32 of them registered. The headache was the uneven ages. The youngest was only 3 years old, and the oldest was 12 years old. With such a big age gap, the things that can be taught must be different. How to divide the classes and formulate teaching plans is the most headache. Ming Qinglu worked on the plan for a long time, starting from class division to the formulation of teaching plan. Once she got into the working state in front of the computer, She didn't want to stop. It felt so good to have work to do. It had been a long time since she had worked so happily. She suddenly thought of the lack of teaching materials. And she stood up to ask the store owner. She saw the library next to the school when she went out. The library has 2 entrances and exits, one of which is connected to the school, and is only 1 gate away from the school. The gate verified Ming Qinglu's identity as the principal, let her enter the library, and let her choose any book in the library. She followed her plan, picked up 32 textbooks suitable for different age groups, and the system did not prompt her to pay points as usual. She waited for a few minutes, but no payment information popped up. She took a few steps back and tried to walk out of the library and return to school, but there was still no payment reminder. There were too many books. She even pushed the library's special card out directly, and the system did not even warn her. After repeated attempts, she finally realized what she had done when she saw the principal's administrator identity on her personal page. M80 put away the remote monitoring screen, and Siepura was already grinning from ear to ear. I didn't expect Ming Qinglu to have such a lovely side. Her usual gentle appearance really fooled me. She was very careful, and all her attempts were played to Siepura by M80. She saw it, and smiled from the bottom of her heart. She became more and more relieved about Ming Qinglu. Being able to make such a detailed teaching plan, almost starting from scratch, is really amazing. She would like to respectfully call Ming Qinglu the king of roles. Fortunately, it is not a peaceful and prosperous era. If Ming Qinglu is her colleague or leader, she would really want to cry without tears. But she is from the boss perspective. She feels really good. Is the end of human nature really the capitalist? After lunch, Siepura went to the store to buy a blind box as usual, thinking that no matter what she drew, she could eat it while watching TV in the car. After drawing cards many times, her mentality is so good now. The first blind box, tomato-flavored Lay's potato chips. Cut. Original flavor YYDS. The second blind box, pickled pepper chicken feet. This one is okay, but I have eaten too much spicy food recently, so I don't want to eat it. Chapter 120. I drew a tablet. But it would be different if I could take it in the car while watching a movie and eating. Siepura was in a good mood, thinking that she could accept whatever the next one was, and drew a heavy box. According to her luck, she had imagined whether it would be a brick, a kitchen knife, a cutting board for cutting vegetables. She never expected that she would also draw a tablet. When she opened the package, her whole expression was dull. After knocking a few times, I finally confirmed that it was a tablet. Ah. System. We can watch tablets in bed from now on. God knows there is no TV in her yard. How bored she is every day. When setting up the stall, she is busy with this and that. And when she has time to rest, she can only talk to the ants. I can feel that the ants are not in a good mood recently. They haven't been wandering around under the big tree for a long time. I don't know if they are angry with the big tree. M80, hidden power and great accomplishment. The tablet doesn't have many functions. There are a few small games. You can watch some TV series and movies before the end of the world. But why is her tablet? It seems to be different from the one Zhuoxing got. It only has a tablet and a charger, and she didn't even get headphones. Forget it. It's already great to get it. Siepura calmed herself down by thinking about it, and went back to the yard to indulge in TV and games with the system. TV and games can be opened at the same time, but the system can't play games, it just wants to watch TV. She split the screen, watching TV on one side, playing games on the other, without delaying either. A few days passed in such a dull manner, and it was finally time to leave for work. After upgrading, she had not seen the RV yet, and she finally stepped out of the yard. Ah! The scene in front of her startled her, and made a sharp explosion. My sunbathing balcony on the 3rd floor is gone? Host, there is gain and loss. Although you lost the sunbathing balcony, you got a staff room. Do you want to see what you are talking about? Is this still the system that is devoted to her? Don't be angry, don't be angry. Anger gives room to the devil, forget it. There is no point in getting angry now. Can I get my 3-story balcony back in the future? M80 turns into the voice of the poisonous chicken soup video that mothers watch. Young people, don't be obsessed with the details in front of you. There is a broad future waiting for you. Come on. Oh. Stop. Siepura, I can't bear it anymore. Strike hard. You are not allowed to watch short videos in the future. M80 voice returned to normal and wailed. No. Sister. Are you there? If you have the ability to close the door, if you have the ability to come out. It was the voice of those two idiots. They agreed to let them in, and the decorative door in front of them automatically opened. They said in unison, "Sugoi, I beg you to, don't look like you have never seen the world." "Okay." Siapura held her forehead. "Isn't this a remote control door access control before the end of the world? How could these two have never seen it? I don't believe it." He was just teasing her. "Sister, when are we leaving?" They both waved the black plastic bags filled with clothes. "Where are we staying in the car?" "I go put the clothes." "You lied about putting clothes, you just wanted to see where we were going to live." Siapura brought them to the front of the caravan. "The third floor, your residence." She had just gone up to see it, and she would not go up now. There were 2 beds in the small space, with an aisle in the middle. "Sister, you are our sister, and you live in such a good place." Shirju muttered, "Before I came, I thought you would let us sleep on the floor on the first floor." In fact, he was doubting whether she would let them sleep in the toilet. "I am good to you too? So you two should do your best." Siapura did not expose their misunderstanding, and she was not soft-hearted in making promises for them. It's fun outside. Doing business is like running a small game. You just keep packing and serving food. Shirju's eyes were about to light up. "Really?" She asked a question, but the two of them didn't doubt the truth of her words. They were bored in the B&B. Even if it wasn't fun, as long as they could go out. Some people are like puppies. They feel uncomfortable if they don't go out for a walk. "Sister, we are going to be promoted to level 5 soon. With our 2 bodyguards on both sides. We will definitely protect you." Siapura was very upset, but she didn't reject their kindness. "You are so nice. So when do we set off?" Their expressions were eager to try. "Let's set off at 8 p.m. It won't be dark now." She still subconsciously distinguishes between day and night. "Okay, then let's go pack some food and drinks." "Sister, what do you want to drink?" Chihua is quite sensible. Shirju is really a silly boy. I don't know if it's because of their team spoiling. Buy 20 cups of milk tea, 10 portions of other snacks, 2 of each kind of candied haws. Chihua wrote them down one by one. "Sister, how many days will we be there? Will the 3 of us not spoil if we buy so much? I keep it fresh in the space. It's hard to say how many days we be there, but the stall will be open for 3 days anyway." Siapura slapped her head. "I forgot about you too. I just said I was going to eat by myself. You can take whatever you want. I won't be stingy if you say it's a free meal." After that, he gave the 2 people the right to consume without paying for their employees. Siapura, who was still ignorant and generous, didn't know that she would cry bitterly for paying for her pretense. Before she knew it, Shirju brought back 2 boxes of drinks and the largest bags for various snacks. Siapura wanted to cry, but had no tears. "I treat you as my younger brothers. And you treat me as your majesty?" Shirju hesitated. "Sister, you know, Chihua and I have big appetites." Chihua nodded repeatedly. "Did we buy too much?" "Oh, I'm sorry to ask my sister to spend money. I'm to blame. I put it back." Siapura's eyes were not filled with tears, but with the lava of Huiyin Mountain. He even played the green tea trick on her. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, "It's okay, as long as you two can finish it and don't waste it, it's fine." Chihua carried the things up. "I knew my sister wouldn't be a stingy person. We're leaving tonight. Right? I go buy some more." Shirju rolled up her sleeves, eager to try. Damn it! He was flattering her. He just praised her for not being stingy. And now he wants to buy something. "Well, I just thought it would be a good time to go now. I go get 2 clothes. You guys stand still and wait for me. Don't move." Siapura ran back to the room quickly, picked up a few clothes and packed them away, and ran back again. The sudden intense exercise made her breathless, and she was relieved when she saw that Shirju really didn't move. Chapter 121. The artificial lake evaporates. Only after driving him to the RV did Siapura really feel relieved. "The little brat was serious about starving me to death. I was careless. I can't promise to provide meals to others in the future." She took inventory of the things in the space, and always felt that it was not enough. Before, no matter which plane she was in, she would bring a lot of delicious food with her when she went out to play. There are still too few things unlocked in the B&B now. She is determined to develop and unlock more food after returning. It's not okay to keep doing the same old things over and over again. Also, the unlocking is too slow, only once a week. Host, don't worry, the next upgrade will unlock a hot spring with special effects, and the next upgrade will give you more freedom, and the card draw will be divided into 2 sections, materials and food. For the host to draw as needed. Then I don't have to set up a stall? That won't work. TSK. Siapuro was just teasing it. Setting up a stall is fun, you can go out more often. The sun was scorching on the way. Many of the places they passed were more desolate than the places she passed last time. The land was almost dried up into a desert, looking a bit desolate. The 3 of them looked out the window. Siapuro sighed. Oh my! The small artificial lake outside has dried up. Hearing this, Siapuro slowed down the car and looked out. Sure enough, there was no water left in the small artificial lake. The weather was so hot that the artificial lake evaporated. This world is so hopeless that there is no way out. After getting off the car, Siapuro stood by the lake and observed. There were also dried dead fish at the bottom of the lake. Forgive her for being too ignorant. She could not tell the difference between fish except for the difference in color. Shizhu and Chihua also got off the car. They were fully armed and put on heat-insulating clothes. Chihua sniffed hard. Strange, there are so many dead fish at the bottom of the lake, but I can't smell the fishy smell. Siapuro couldn't smell it either. After becoming employees, they had a transparent protective cover like hers. And no odor could be smelled within the protective cover. Don't you think there's something wrong? Shizhu Jing reminded her. And suddenly realized. Yes. It seems that breathing is not so uncomfortable. This discovery made them very happy. And the 2 chased and played for a while. Siapuro felt like she was taking her 2 sons out for a spring outing. Come and chase me, I'm coming. So annoying. Why doesn't the protective shield block teammates' voices? She stopped looking at them. She looked at the fish at the bottom of the pond. So many fish should be considered as supplies. If they are handled well, they are supplies. If they are not handled well, they will be left in there. If it is extremely hot, they will probably rot and stink. She doesn't lack these things. She memorized the address and marked it. She plans to tell Joka next time to see if they need it. Open the system panel. Record the address where she is currently located. After doing all this, he said to his 2 sons, Stop playing. Let's go. They came back quite quickly, panting. Are we just going to leave like this? Just to take a look? They were just thinking about how to go down and get the dried fish. No matter how small the fish is, it's still meat. If it was in the past, they would definitely be very happy. Collect all these fish and see if they can use them. If they can use them, they will deal with the internal organs. Siapuro gave them a beautiful back of the head. Are you the one who is short of supplies? Really not. They all forgot that they have achieved food and drink without worries now, and have surpassed 99% of people in the end times. Okay. Sister, we are back. They ran back to the RV together, for fear that Siapuro would step on the accelerator and drive away without paying attention to them. After the upgrade, the RV's speed limit is faster, and it only takes more than 20 hours to reach the destination at the fastest speed. Go to sleep, get in the car and take a nap. I will control it so that I can arrive around 6 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Siapuro handed the tablet to them. There is a TV on the 2nd floor, but not on the 3rd floor. It was boring on the way. If I don't give them the tablet, I don't know what trouble they will cause. Sister is so nice to us. Shizhu took the tablet and put on a smile to flatter her. That is, Sister, can you bring out some food, so we can take it up and eat while watching? Siapuro took out 1 portion of each food that was kept fresh in the space. Is it enough? Chihua said shamelessly. How about we order another one according to this specification? She put out another one. The 2 were finally satisfied, and they returned to the 3rd floor with the tablet and food in their hands. Nothing happened along the way, and there were no animals or plants along the way. It was quite remote, and there was not even a green spot. Siapuro's original plan was disrupted these days. Apart from eating and drinking, they just watched their own TV tablet. It had been too long since the end of the world. Siapuro was a quiet person and used to the dullness, but what she didn't expect was that they didn't feel bored. Siapuro sternly lectured them. We will reach our destination in 10 minutes. You 2 should be good packers, and you are not allowed to smile and cause trouble for me. Make sure to complete the mission. Chihua and Shizhu immediately put away their smiles. Don't mention it. She was quite scared when they suddenly became so serious. Just be normal. Chihua and Shizhu sat obediently on the 1st floor, waiting for arrival without saying a word. The gate of the 9th base fits in well with the surrounding scenery. Next to the heavy iron are 2 young soldiers, who came out to take turns. The car moved forward slowly. As it approached, she noticed that the two guards had different blushes on their faces. She was not an ignorant girl who was oblivious to what was happening outside. She still had some basic common sense. Standing guard in such hot weather, it would be strange if she didn't get heat stroke. The two soldiers opened the door when their RV was almost close. Joku must have reminded them. The door opened with a lot of noise. Just a few simple actions made them sweat profusely in such hot weather. At this moment, they were panting and breathing heavily. They wanted to say a few words to Siapuru but couldn't. They couldn't put on clothes themselves. She took out two thermostatic clothes and stuffed them into the arms of the two temporary employees. Put on the clothes for them. There are differences between men and women. Siapuru has always disliked physical contact between the opposite sex and herself, so she could only let them do it for her. Shirju and Chihua were not hypocritical people. Before they met Siapuru, they were also struggling in the end times. They didn't dislike the dirt on each other's body that hadn't been washed for a long time. They lifted each other's hands and put on clothes for him. The two of them eased a little. Siapuru went straight to the point. I am the manager of Great B&B. They are my employees. Can you take me to meet one of your leaders or something? Chapter 122. You wanted to, right? Okay. The two of them were trying to adapt, and they couldn't say anything extra. She waited for a while. Do you have crystal cores? We sell mung bean water in our RV. Drinking it in this weather can relieve the heat. And sugar water can also replenish some energy. The other party nodded repeatedly with his only strength. And his face, which had just eased a little, turned red again because of the difficulty in breathing. Siapuru shook her head silently in her heart. The extreme heat was so severe that it was difficult to breathe. System, look at what you have done. Why don't you let her draw something good? Host, it's unfair. M80 scratched his hands aggrievedly. It's obviously because the host's level is not high enough, so he can't draw the corresponding high-level materials. But it's enough after the last level upgrade. It didn't dare to say much pitifully. M80 reminded weakly, you might be able to draw something good if you draw now. Siapuru was startled. It seems that she didn't draw after the upgrade. But now is not a good time to draw cards. Let's wait. Apart from the difficulty in breathing, their bodies are already very comfortable, and the symptoms of mild heat stroke have eased a little. Each of them took out a first-level crystal core. Chihua took the initiative to take them to the point exchanger. Without putting out the sign, he told them what to do step by step. After they exchanged the points, he quickly made 2 bowls of mung bean water at room temperature and handed them over. Mung bean water means less mung beans and more sugar water. A bowl of mung bean water only costs 3 points. The bowl was big enough. 1 bowl would definitely be enough to replenish energy for a normal person. When they were in the RV, they watched TV. Several robots worked day and night, and boiled countless pots of mung bean water. They are still busy boiling now. It should be enough for this base. 2 soldiers drank a bowl each, and then they really came to life. They greedily didn't let go of every mung bean, and they were still not satisfied after licking the bottom of the disposable bowl. The sugar water was not very sweet, but it could sweeten people's hearts when they drank it in extreme heat. Can I have another bowl? Shirju looked at the other person. You want one too? Yes. The other person nodded. He took 2 bowls and filled them up. Siapuru looked at them and said nothing. It's fine if it's full. The customer paid points. Besides, she's not a stingy person. Thank you. The 2 took the mung bean water and drank it all again. The disposable bowls were clean after drinking. 2 1.8-meter tall soldiers, even if they got heat stroke in such extreme weather, they still had to stand guard, protecting the people of the entire base. Such a person actually showed gratitude to her for 2 bowls of sugar water. She couldn't bear to see such a scene. One of them stood up and said, Hello, owner. Joku has contacted our superiors. My name is John He. I will take you there. He nodded slightly to show his agreement. Excuse me. Please walk in front, and we will drive behind you. Seeing that their discussion came to an end, the little soldier who was left guarding the door became anxious. That? He stopped them. Can I buy a few bottles of water? Shirju, okay. Buddy, how many bottles do you want? I want to exchange all my points for water. The little soldier spoke out his true feelings, and waited anxiously for the other party's answer. It was only a few seconds, and he was so nervous that he was sweating. It didn't matter if they didn't give him the water, but he was afraid that he would offend them and not go in. The inner torment made him feel like every second was a year, and just when he couldn't bear it anymore, and said he didn't want it, Chihua and Shizhu each carried out 2 boxes of water. There are 24 bottles in a box. 2 bottles were taken out of 4 boxes, which was just enough to use up the remaining points. Brother, where should we put it for you? Put it next to you. They were not careless people. They put it in the small guard room. Zhang He's teeth were chattering with sourness. He wanted it too. Shizhu received his gaze, patted Chihua's shoulder, and the two went back and carried out 4 more boxes. He said to Zhang He, "You want it too, right?" Zhang He nodded, and asked him how he knew. Chihua came to answer him, "You want it written on your face." After teasing, the 2 of them carried the water and put it in the small room again. "It's done now. Let's go." Shizhu came out and whistled at Zhang He. He was very proud. "You little brat. This can't take you down? No one can resist my charm." Chihua shook his head when he saw it. Arrogant king. The head of the 9th base personally met with the 3 of them. The basement where they were received was quite large. Siapura directly took out 498 constant temperature clothes. "Zhoka ordered them for you, and he has already paid for them. There are 500 pieces in total, and 2 were given to the guards." Her tone was indifferent, and no emotion could be heard. Chiwa Shiza had greeted her in advance, and now he was like a good boy, standing behind her as a bodyguard with a blank expression. "Thank you." The chief was very polite. "You are here to set up a stall, right?" "Yes, the food we can provide includes snail noodles, dumplings, yogurt and fruit soup. Drinks include green bean soup, mineral water." We prepared the stall after receiving the contact from Comrade Zhoku. The leader looked at Zhang He. "Take them over." "Okay, leader." The stall they prepared was also located in the center of the base. This base was hit harder. A group of people huddled under a shelter, and barely managed to avoid being exposed to the sun. This base is relatively open, with few buildings. When the extreme heat arrived, people moved into the buildings that were not yet completed. Everyone no longer cared about the danger, and just wanted a place to hide from the sun. The walls were red from the sun, and a piece of cloth was hung under the eaves. But it did not move at all. There was no wind. Not even a little wind. The 3 people were dressed neatly, and they were very eye-catching in the crowd. Fortunately, no one came around. The official people of the base had already distributed the constant temperature clothes, and they would have to wait for them to come to maintain order before they could start selling things. Siapura had nothing to do, so she washed her hands and returned to the 2nd floor to see if she could get some good stuff at this time. Breathing mask can maintain normal breathing in all kinds of extreme weather, ignoring the temperature difference. Unlimited supplies. She got it in the first 10-shot combo. Not long after she was happy. She found a text bug. "So the constant temperature suits we are currently selling can only be heat insulated?" "Yes. The product description says that it is a heat insulating constant temperature suit." Siapura completely understood. Clothes bought in summer are worn in summer, and clothes bought in winter are at a different price. How can you spend the same amount of money to buy clothes worn in all seasons? After years of drawing cards, Siapura has now learned to stop losses in time. If you draw something good, you won't continue to draw. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a gambler? Chapter 123 Breathing Mask. The breathing mask looks ordinary, just like an ordinary medical mask, and the price is 1,000 points each. It is a bit expensive, but it can be used to breathe in extreme heat. What is the most precious thing for ordinary people now? They will definitely answer water, food, and air. What is the principle of this mask? Siapura was curious. What mask can also produce air? It just filters out the discomfort caused by the climate. I really don't know what the host is thinking. He dares to think of anything. She could imagine the production of air with a small mask. The base staff who changed into constant temperature clothing started disaster relief work. It was not safe to temporarily arrange people to live in many buildings that had not been built. Those houses that were not sound were exposed to the sun for a long time. When you touch the wall, it will fall apart like a crispy shark. It is definitely not safe for people to live in it. They began to take out all the sunshade items hand in hand, and spread them on the road to evacuate the people in the dangerous houses. Report, there are too few shelters, and it is impossible to lay shelters on the entire road. In fact, there are still people gathered under many shelters. They are people who wanted to stay cool before, and didn't want to be in the same room with the crowd. They didn't come back in time, and didn't wait for the heat to dissipate. Instead, They were greeted by even more intense heat. People can no longer be exposed to the sun in the current high temperature. The sun is like poison. Just a slight exposure for 30 seconds can burn people's skin and cause blisters. If this had happened in the past, no one would have believed that the sun was poisonous. Unless the ozone layer was broken, no one would have believed that the sun could cause such harm to people. But the end of the world has come, and zombies have erupted on a large scale. Nothing is more impossible. Move the people under the original shelter away first. Now the situation is forced, and they have no choice even if they don't want to squeeze in a large room with others. Siepura couldn't believe that there were still such stupid people. If you can move, why don't you move? Isn't it better to be indoors than under a shelter? Her eyes followed the people who were moved away. The house they moved to was full of people. Even the terrace. Okay, if it were her, she wouldn't want to move either. With so many people, she might not even be able to breathe. The load-bearing capacity of each floor is limited. They didn't move to just one place, but just moved the people in the dangerous building out first. The people in the shadows didn't want to be moved away, and they cursed at the staff. Can you move other people's shelters? Why do you have to move mine? Everyone's shelters will be used. Please don't interfere with public affairs. I won't leave. Since everyone's shelters will be used, move others first. The person curled up under a huge parasol was unwilling to move. This was the most comfortable shadow. Other people either hid under the eaves, or under a wooden board. Only the parasol where he was could block the sun to the greatest extent. This is what the higher-ups mean. Don't force us to forcibly pull you away. The personnel carrying out the mission said to them expressionlessly. They just wanted to save some energy. If they really pulled someone up, both sides would lose energy and have difficulty breathing. The person under the parasol had expected this. Since the other party couldn't force him to do it, he wanted to drag it out. There were more than a dozen people under the parasol. Everyone just watched. No one said a word and no one moved. People are selfish. Other people were waiting for him to protest successfully, so that they could follow suit and not leave. Who would have thought that the staff would really do it? They grabbed him and tried to pull him out from under the parasol. He would definitely struggle when he was dragged out, and when he struggled, he was exposed to the sun and was suddenly burned and wailed, "Stop! You want me to die?" The staff panted like a cow. If you don't want to die, be more conscious. Siepura has good eyesight and can see the expression on the face of the person who didn't listen to the command from such a long distance. Oh my God, can you come closer? I'm afraid the shield you are holding can't cover me. After taking a few breaths, the staff came over with a shield. Only one staff member was arranged to evacuate the area. The moment he approached, more than a dozen people under the parasol surrounded him and held him down. They quickly stripped off his clothes. Everyone was scrambling to grab the clothes. When they surrounded him just now, they felt that it was not so hot just by touching him. Being able to wear this clothes and expose himself to the sun. This clothes must be something good. Everyone wants it. Someone grabbed the clothes and put them on. He widened his eyes in disbelief. He was not hot after putting them on. To prevent being snatched away, he put on a hat and jumped out of the parasol with a gamble mentality, exposing himself to the sun. I'm fine. I'm fine. Ha ha. The laughter sounded hideous. The crowd was still pushing and shoving. The staff who had just been stripped of their clothes had already been exercising vigorously. And now they couldn't breathe. They were exposed to the sun under the crowd's pushing. You punched me and I slapped you. The person was pushed to the ground. With a sizzling sound, the skin was burned as soon as it touched the ground. Siepura and the other two rushed over. She was quick and helped the person up first. The skin that touched the ground was blistered, and the surrounding skin was red and swollen. Luckily, she was quick. The floor that had been heated for a long time was like an iron plate. If a person fell on the iron plate, he would be cooked like beef on an iron plate. Siepura used her with power to roll up the parasol to shield the injured. Without the protection of the parasol, the people exposed to the sun wailed like evil spirits. They rushed over to get in to shade themselves, but were trapped by a transparent wall of air. She said coldly, "If you like to push people under the sun, just stay under the sun for a while." She never had a good face for people who didn't take other people's lives seriously. The people who couldn't move were furious, but they were helpless. She could only curse at the three of them. The words she used were too dirty, calling them a pair of bastards, and having an improper relationship. She actually liked their cursing like that. She had originally thought that it would be enough to just expose them to the sun for a while, But now, she didn't want to do that anymore. She activated her water ability, and soaked them from head to toe. The floor made a rustling sound, and they hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. The person who had been cursing at first closed his mouth, and opened his mouth to get some water to drink. How could they do what they wanted? The water just soaked everything on them, and then stopped. A man knelt down and kowtowed to her, saying nice things. "Beauty, please, give us some more water. Please give us some water to drink." Chapter 124. You know how powerful my sister is. The temperature of the ground that had just been watered was not so high. The people who kowtowed, and the people who just scolded them seemed to be different groups. She didn't say anything, but just looked at them. They were so thirsty that they squeezed the water droplets on each other's hair and drank them. Some of them twisted their clothes and put their mouths under the clothes to moisten their throats. The water squeezed out of the hair, and clothes that hadn't been washed for who knows how long was dark brown. Siapuro felt a chill when she saw this scene. They also knew that the squeezed water was not as clean as the water on the ground. Soon, someone lay down, put his face on the ground and licked the water. The hot floor was only temporarily cooled by the water. The sun was still hanging brightly above their heads. Soon, the water on the ground evaporated. Under high temperature, what would happen to a group of wet people? Time will tell. A group of ignorant people. They actually regarded the water on their bodies as a gift. It was so funny. Siapuro was thinking about how to go to the head of the base again. And the other party appeared in front of her wearing a constant temperature suit. Send him to treatment quickly, the leader ordered. He had come here to discuss with Siapuro. But he saw the scene. Several people took the wounded from her. His back was burned over a large area. Several people lifted him up by his arms. And they did not dare to put on a constant temperature suit for him. Report. We are out of medicine. Are there no spare medicines? The person who reported lowered his head in grief. We have not gone out to search for medicines for a long time. There are even fewer medicines after the extreme heat. And now there are none. What about the healing ability? Chief Chio lowered his head after he finished speaking. The healing ability is very precious. There are only 3 of them in the entire base. In the end times, all resources are precious. There are still many people with special abilities waiting for treatment. Ordinary people will not be treated. All resources are tilted towards people with special abilities. This is the end times. Even the official base will undeniably shift resources towards those with stronger strength. I have medicines for sale here. You can buy any medicines you need with crystal cores. As soon as Siapuro opened her mouth, everyone who heard her looked at her. Chief, can we talk for a moment? How could Chief Chio refuse? He was originally here to find her. Just as he was about to follow her, he was stopped by the howling for help from behind. Then she said in an unhappy tone. In the end times, we have to share the hardships. We can only overcome difficulties if we work together. Since these people can hurt soldiers, are you keeping them because you are worried that the animals will become extinct? My sister is right. Shizhu and Chihua stepped forward, blocking her, with serious faces, fearing that the chief would attack Siapuro in anger. Chihua ability has now reached level 5. But he still can't tell the chief's strength. Blocked by the 2. Siapuro turned around and left back to the RV. If the chief of this base is so ignorant, she will not care about this base. Chief Chio was actually wronged. His original intention was to move these people to another place. And they were blocking the road. He didn't know how he had offended the shop owner. He was confused. There were so many people watching him. He couldn't explain. He had to ask someone to take the injured to rest, and quickly chased after him. Shop owner. I didn't mean to stop you from dealing with those people. I just wanted to change their positions. She didn't give him face in public. But he didn't get angry. He even chased after her to explain. Siapuro had a different perception of this official. She wouldn't take advantage of him if he took the initiative to explain. She adjusted her tone. It was also my impulse. Both sides had a way out with this simple sentence. Chihua nudged Shizhu with her elbow. Sister, let's go out and set up the tables and chairs. Siapuro nodded. After setting up the table, she and the chief went over to sit and talk. They moved out the stall items as she had done before. I only brought some medicines to sell to you for emergency use. Joku reminded her that she could bring some medicines to sell if it was convenient, and she did. Chief Chio was a good-tempered and easy-to-talk person. Thank you. Owner, I take as many as you can. Siapuro regretted it. Why didn't she move the store here? She asked Bubu to pack the things she brought in advance. She didn't even know what medicines there were. She just asked Bubu to pack a sack of each kind. If they couldn't be sold, she could just pack them and take them back. She took out several sacks of medicine from the space and placed them on the ground. Chief Chiu, let me make it clear first. It's not that I haven't seen the world. Secondly, this is too much. He thought that Siapura meant to bring some, and it wouldn't be more than a sack at most. Who would have thought that happiness would come so suddenly? Shizhu was very satisfied with the chief's surprised expression. He came over and said in a mean way, "You know how powerful my sister is, right?" I don't know what he was proud of. His chest was about to rise to the sky. Chi Hua appeared in time and took him away. Before leaving, he covered his mouth and said, "Children should not interrupt when adults are talking." Chief Chiu didn't dare to speak. He couldn't help but said when he knew Shizhu was gone, "Can you really sell it to us? How many crystal cores do you want? We only want points." Crystal cores can be exchanged for points. On average, one box of medicine costs 100 points. Wait a minute. Siapura asked the system to count the numbers for her, and she relayed them to Chief Chiu. There was a hearty laugh, and then a series of good. Ha ha, good. 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 Chief Chiu was not very old, but his personality was easy to get along with. He wore a military uniform under his thermostatic clothes, and he looked at the medicine as if he saw some treasure. In fact, he didn't understand medicine, but all medicines in the end times were very precious. With so many medicines, I don't know how many lives can be saved. Thinking of this, he looked at her with more respect. The other party was just as Joku described, had a good personality, looked obedient, and was decisive in doing things. If the other party let go of those people who hurt the soldiers, he might be disdainful. But the other party did not. She said those people were beasts very straightforwardly, and gave them back in their own way. Such people will never give up, and have a lot of supplies. No wonder Zhou could repeatedly emphasize that you can only make friends and not make enemies. Siapura asked, "Don't you want to see if there is anything in the medicine that you can't use?" "No need to look, all medicines are very precious. Besides, the price is like free." Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, Siapura strikes while the iron is hot to promote new products. We have breathing masks, 1,000 points each after wearing them. You can breathe normally in various extreme climates. Would you like to buy some to try? There is such a thing? Chief Chiu's first reaction was to question. There are so many scientists in the base, none of them have invented such a good thing, and it was brought out by a little girl, and it is amazing no matter how you look at it. Chapter 125. What a big deal. Then I realized that a girl with so many supplies couldn't be an ordinary girl. And I made a decision quickly. Can I have 3,000 first? What a big deal. Siapura used her hands to cover up her golden eyes. 3,000 masks equal 3 million points. That's a lot of money. Sure. She couldn't hide her excitement in her tone. And her mouth was harder to suppress than AK. And there's also a temperature-resistant spray. Before Siapura finished her introduction, Chief Chiu made the decision directly. Just because Joku mentioned its use. Give me 3,000 bottles. And, Chief Chiu, give me 3,000 servings. I haven't said that yet. Has he learned to rush to buy? I want everything. This cooperation is definitely a win-win situation. Both parties feel that they have made a profit. Siapura was helpless. What I just wanted to say is, you are so nice. How about I treat you to a bowl of snail noodles? Chief Chiu is definitely a big customer. He is definitely able to treat him to food. When I treated Yushu into hot pot before, the limit was so large. Here, just eating noodles is not a problem at all. Thank you. Shiokan imitated her words. You are so nice. Siapura rolled her eyes at him. Wait. She went into the kitchen and asked the robot to make the flour. She began to adjust the goods and took out 3,000 respiratory masks. The 3,000 masks were still packed in sacks. Shiokan's mouth twitched. I know she has a big family, but she doesn't have to treat precious materials so casually. Right? At least use a black plastic bag to improve the grade. Shiokan took out a black plastic bag filled with crystal cores. Look, this is class. She can just help exchange a large number of crystal cores for points, without having to exchange them bit by bit at the machine on the dining car. Shiokan's plastic bag is very big. There are a total of 100,000 first-level crystal cores, which can be exchanged for 10 million points. Compared with Joe Kalai's purchase, she made a little less, but Siapura was already very satisfied. After all, the supplies she could provide were not as many and complete as those in the store. If it's not enough, someone will bring it over later. As soon as he finished speaking, Someone brought over the same specifications, also a large black plastic bag. Chioken took the initiative to say, "This bag is not as big as before, would you like to order some?" Siapuro shook her head. "You just bought so many things, you only need 90,000 first-level crystal cores. Why don't you spend the remaining 10,000 crystal cores and then exchange them?" She really didn't have so many supplies to provide. The price of food and water was not high. She probably couldn't consume so much. Okay. Chioken agreed to listen to the advice. In the last few years of the end of the world, there are many first-level crystal cores. Ordinary people may not have many, but the base has a lot of them. Chioken flipped through the bag of breathing masks, took out a mask and put it on, and the burning sensation in his respiratory tract disappeared instantly. He gasped for air, and his breathing was still smooth. Amazing. Siapura felt happy when she heard others praise her own products. "I go see if the powder is ready." Next, the leader might need to communicate with his subordinates about distributing masks. It was not convenient for her to listen, so she found an excuse to avoid it. The snail noodle soup needed to be reheated. During her absence, the robot had prepared other side dishes. She only needed to wait for the soup to be heated. She was not in a hurry, so she sat next to him and chatted with Shiju and Chihua. "How do you feel about going out to play?" "Not fun." Chihua lowered his head. "All I saw was the suffering of the people." Shiju spoke sullenly. "This reminds me of the days we lived before. Wow." "What do you mean?" Siapuro opened a bag of melon seeds, gave it to the two of them, and asked them to continue. "Sister, you don't know how hard our lives were before we met you. We had no food to eat. Their team was pretty good, but they were extravagant, and it was hard to find supplies. Moreover, they ate a lot. Over time, everyone got used to the flow of flower crystal cores, and they didn't feel wronged at all. It's no exaggeration to say that knowing Siapura was the luckiest thing for them since the outbreak of the apocalypse." Chihua lowered his head. Siapura could not see the strange emotions in his eyes. The snail noodle soup was ready. A unique and overbearing fresh smell of snail noodles spread out from the RV. The first target of this smell was the people who were trapped in the air wall by Siapura and were facing the scorching heat. They were the closest. Siapura and Chioken were only a few conversation rooms away, and they were roasted with large areas of redness on their bodies. They are not worried about their lives yet. The leaders are here. Didn't you see that the leaders wanted to speak for them just now? The temperature on their bodies was rising, and some people in the crowd were already having difficulty breathing. The hair and clothes that were originally soaked as a gift evaporated little by little under the sun. The skin that had been soaked by water was more fragile, and large areas of redness and swelling were itchy. The first person to grab the constant temperature clothing and put it on was trampled under the feet of the crowd, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The clothes were torn into pieces in the scramble, and shredded into rags. The injuries on their bodies were different from ordinary sunburns. The sunburn on the skin that had been soaked by water after the water was dried was more than 5 times more severe than ordinary sunburns. There were cries of pain. "Chief Chio, help me." Chioken turned a deaf ear to them. Siapuro came out with a bowl of prepared snail noodles, ignoring the cries. But their cries were too much of an appetite spoiler. "Can I take care of them? It's not a big deal to die in the base, and you have to trouble someone to collect their bodies. It's up to you," Chioken said indifferently. To be able to sit in his position, he always has his own way of doing things. "Virgin Mary? Please, it's been 3 years since the end of the world. The Virgin Mary has been reincarnated long ago. He has always believed that only when the scum dies can other people leave survival supplies, but the regulations above stipulate that survivors cannot be abandoned. Now he is not considered to be breaking military regulations. In the end of the world, whoever has the bigger fist will be obeyed. He is just standing on the side of the strong this time." The group of people who were howling just now suddenly stopped making any sound. Chioken looked up and saw that the people disappeared on the spot. Where did they go? Sent to reopen. It's a pity to waste that thermostatic suit, the two thought in their hearts. She put the noodles in the tray on the table. "You are also a big customer, so I will give you a bowl of mung bean water and yogurt fruit salad." Chioken was reluctant to take off the mask when eating. He took off the mask and folded it flat, and put it in the pocket on his chest. The moment the mask was removed, the nasal cavity was invaded by a wave of heat. Is it really good to eat snail noodles in such hot weather? But it smells really good. Xiao Pu, who came to report the progress of disaster relief, smelled the smell, and his stomach kept rumbling. It would be fine if he couldn't smell the food, but if he did, he would not be able to deceive people no matter how much he pretended to have a physiological reaction. Chapter 126 I Hate Yogurt. As he was describing the progress, his stomach was beating the rhythm with his rhythm. Fortunately, he was professional, and had received professional training. No matter how greedy he was, he still resolutely reported the work. Chioken ate while panting heavily. The hot and spicy snail noodles made him feel intoxicated. Damn, it was so spicy that his nose was snotty. Boss! Owner! Do you have tissues? Siapuro had been prepared long ago, and was about to take them out. Here I come. She held a large bag of tissues, and put one on each table. Appetite is very torturous when hungry. Xiaopu's rumbling stomach was clearly heard by everyone. Siapuro whispered Chief Chio. Why don't we all eat first? It's not a good idea to work on an empty stomach. Just call me Chio. Kansas. Chioken grabbed the tissue and washed his nose. I'm not much older than you. She was not a stickler for rules. Since the other party said so, she did it. Okay, Chioken. Chioken took another mouthful of noodles, wiped the oil from his mouth before speaking. Since most of the people have been evacuated, let's organize a group of people to come and eat. There are not many tables and chairs here. Can they accommodate so many people? This is not her territory. These things are not within her consideration. Siapuro asked. Then I will prepare noodles first? Forget about noodles. Just mung bean water will be fine. The weather is too hot, thank you. Chioken was very polite. Not at all the arrogance of an official in Siapuro's stereotype. As expected, people of the same age get along well, and have no generation gap. Host, if they want to eat noodles, we can temporarily turn on the temperature control. At most we can cover the entire open space, and then turn off the temperature control after eating the noodles. With this good thing, Siapuro would definitely not miss the opportunity to earn points and let everyone rest, so she immediately told Chioken. Chioken was only slightly surprised, and then asked them to prepare noodles, and they would take as much as they wanted. Sister, I do it. Chihua and Shirju came out, and took the things from her hands one after another. If she didn't know them, she would have thought they were trying to steal things. Watching them take back the tissue she had just put out, Siapuro's face turned pale. She put her hands on her waist, and controlled herself not to point at them and scold them. What are you two doing? We are working. Shirju's voice was weak. Siapuro gritted her teeth. Those are the tissues I just put out. Then, I thought you wanted to put the tissue away. He was still feeling wronged. Am I the stingy person? Siapuro stood there with her hands on her hips and cursed. This scene was so funny. Chioken couldn't help laughing when he saw it. These people are really interesting. The base hasn't been so lively for a long time. The depressed atmosphere has changed with the arrival of the three of them. Shirju's mind was spinning, and his eyes were rolling. He stood next to Siapuro, with his hands on his hips and asked, That's it. What's wrong with Xiaohua? Can my sister be that stingy? Chihua, ? Siapuro glared at Shirju fiercely. Shirju lowered his head and returned to Chihua. Stop messing around, put the things back, and get to work. Wait. Chioken stopped her. Each serving of snail noodles should be 3 tails, add a sausage and an egg, and each serving should be topped with yogurt and fruit. He just saw the prices written on the small blackboard that Chihua took out, and then he realized that the food was so cheap. Fruits are so cheap. 3 ounces of snail noodles only cost 1 extra point, and adding vegetables or anything else to the noodles only cost 3 points. Rounded off. It's free. Okay. Wait a minute. Siapuro agreed. Chioken finished the bowl of noodles in a few bites. He couldn't bear to waste the soup despite the heat, and after thinking it over, he started to drink the soup. To be honest, it was really delicious. He had never eaten snail noodles before, and only heard about the reputation of this kind of noodles on the internet. He, who doesn't surf, heard that this noodle is like stinky tofu, which smells bad but tastes good. What nonsense! It smells good. He finished eating the snail noodles and drinking the mung bean soup. But he still hadn't touched the yogurt fruit salad. He had kept it for after-meal fruit. He opened the package and took a disposable fork and spoon. Picked up a small piece of fruit and put it into his mouth. The sweet fragrance of the grapes burst in his mouth. He raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The grapes sold by the grape food truck are really sweet. There are all kinds of fruits in a box of fruit salad. And there are only 1 or 2 pieces of each kind. A full bowl of fruit with yogurt is worth it. Chioken hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. With type psychics can grow it, but it requires a lot of manpower, And it's not worth it just to satisfy your appetite. Seeds are hard to find. Most of the seeds that are well preserved are given priority to scientists for research and planting. Besides, the value of wood-type psychics is not limited to planting. The plants they summon can easily lift heavy objects with vines. Such excellent psychics are so comfortable to use in construction. Why waste manpower just for a little appetite? He frowned as he ate. The taste of yogurt. Not good. He hated the taste of milk the most, and yogurt even more. The three of them returned to the RV one after another, and worked together under the command of Siapuru. Chi Hua was responsible for scooping the cut fruits into boxes and pouring yogurt on them. Shizhu was responsible for putting the mung bean water into boxes and packing them. Siapura was responsible for assembling the snail noodles. For convenience and trouble-free. She didn't care about the appearance. She beat the sausage, eggs and various side dishes, and put them at the bottom of the bowl. After the noodles were boiled, they were directly put on and poured with the soup. The few of them didn't have to wait long. The soldiers were very active when they heard that the leader had ordered them to line up for meals. A group of 200 people came to the outside of the RV first. Fortunately, Siapuro had mastered the invisible hand in so many stalls. Making some snail noodles was no problem. The robot Bao Bao packed the snail noodles, fruit soup, and green bean water together, and the soldiers came to the window to receive them one by one. Everyone would say thank you after receiving it. Even if the three were busy, and no one was available to respond to what they said, they would still say it. Siapura suddenly thought, the self-service vending machine didn't seem to be taken out. She asked Shizhu to grind the flour for her, and then she took the machine out. Chiokan. Siapura called him. Chiokan looked at her. The man who just disliked yogurt had some yogurt residue on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were confused. Soon he changed his state, and turned back into the leader Chiokan. In order to cover up his previous gaffe, he also raised his voice. What's the matter? Then he thought if he was too serious, and asked again with a slowed voice. What's wrong? This self-service vending machine sells dumplings, including fried and steamed dumplings. If you need them, let people buy them here, so that everyone can have something to eat. And this machine sells water. Bottled water costs only 1 point. She adjusted the vending machine. The maximum number of bottles that can be sold at a time is 20. Extra items like cola and sour soup dumplings are not in the vending machine. The only drawback is that someone has to pick up the goods at the pickup port, and then place a new order. Repeating the cycle. Okay. Thank you. Chapter 127. We are here. Chiokan didn't know what to say to the girl, so he asked someone to handle it according to her instructions. Why thank me? You paid for it, Siapura said, and went back to work. She was only responsible for serving the food, and she didn't consider anything else. It was Chiokan's business to arrange and distribute food and water to the survivors, and it was not her turn to consider. Siapura had been paying attention to the outside, wanting to see where so many people were going to eat. I don't know who gave the order, but everyone sat down cross-legged and ate on the spot, with the constant temperature suits under their legs and buttocks. The burning sensation on the ground did not come. Whether it is inconvenient to eat in this position is not a problem for them. Originally, they were worried that eating snail noodles in hot weather would be uncomfortable. Now they feel the temperature control that the leader said. The whole body feels like being in an air-conditioned room. It is not hot at all. If the snail noodles are too hot, put them on the ground. Drink a bowl of mung bean water to cool down. They have been involved in the rescue since Siapuro came out from the leader. Their throats have been smoking from hunger. The mung bean water tastes sweet, and they are delighted. Sugar is a good thing to replenish energy for the body. They haven't replenished energy for a long time. For a moment, they were torn between taking small sips and swallowing in large mouthfuls. I don't know who made the decision first. They finished the mung bean water in a few gulps. They took out the snail noodles and put them in the bowl of mung bean water to cool down before eating. After a few chopsticks, they picked up something hard. They fished it out. It turned out to be eggs and sausages that they hadn't seen for a long time. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. There were spontaneous voices of thanks, deafening. Chiokan looked at Siapura figure and said loudly, You should not thank me, but the shop owner who came to support us. Thank you, shop owner. The voices of thanks echoed and reverberated in the air for a long time. Siapura was embarrassed. Who understands her family? She has always been socially anxious. Tiny golden rays of light appeared again. Only M80 could see them. They were even smaller and fewer than the last time at the first base. It's better to have something than nothing. M80 sent a message from the CPU to make the host happy. I thought the two funny guys would be impatient, but they were very obedient, and their hands were busy. She asked, "Why don't you two talk?" Shizhu was always the first to reply her. "Sister, I feel like I go to an electronics factory to screw screws after graduation. I want to cry. This feeling of being busy and not knowing what I'm doing, I'm dreaming of going back to high school to prepare for the exam. The most terrible thing is that this kind of action, that doesn't require the brain to repeat basic operations, really feels like an electronics factory. Aren't you two athletes? When you recommended yourself? Didn't you promote yourselves in various ways? Isn't that enough? I can do it. I'm the best." Chihua was provoked to rebel. "I hate it most when people say I can't do it." He shouted at Shizhu, "Let's compete. Come on. Zhu Zi, if you are a real man, come and compete with me. Let's compete, Hua Zi." After a few words, the two started arguing again. Xie Ro was speechless for a while. It would be better if she didn't say anything like before. Groups of people came to eat. Xie couldn't remember how many groups had changed. She felt as if her hands were not her own. She didn't know who won the game in the end. They both were exhausted. During the break, they rubbed each other's sore and numb arms. "Sister, it turns out that you have such a hard time. Sister, I will never dare to envy you again." She called him sister all the time. If you didn't know, you would think he was her brother. She called him so affectionately. "What do you envy me for?" Xie was rubbing her hands. Woo, others have someone to care for them. She also wanted the system to have an entity to rub her hands. "Before, I envied you for having supplies and a homestay. It seemed that there was more to this," she asked. "What happened later?" "Later, I envied you for having us." The two of them raised their hands, and together made a huge heart shape for her. "You two are really good at playing with the rustic style, thoroughly." Xie gave a thumbs up. It was indeed not wrong to bring them here. You can watch monkey shows in your spare time. After the break, they were still busy for a long time, until Xie felt that it was almost done, and she just needed to sell all the things she had. She found the messenger that Chioken had assigned to them, and said bluntly, "We need to take a break, and we will take a break after we sell these things." "Okay, you take a break first." Chioken had instructed in advance that everything should be based on the wishes of the store owner, and he would try his best to meet any requests of the store owner. "We don't recycle the machines. If you need them, just buy them next door. Our RV is well soundproofed. Don't worry about you disturbing us outside." After Xie gave her instructions, the two of them took out their packed things and placed them on the table and chairs. She took the two back to the car and closed the door. "The owner is such a nice person," the person outside whispered to himself. He returned to Chioken and reported the RV's rest. "Got it." Chioken was looking at the base layout, thinking about where to place the survivors. After Xie finished her bath and lay down, she didn't rush to sleep. She dried her hair and started to draw cards. Now she has a lot of points in her account. If she draws cards now, whether she draws a tent or a constant temperature jacket and sells it, it will be a profit. She is really smart, really a clever little ghost. How much does the host want to draw? She chatted with the system while drawing. "I don't want to draw anymore." "How many draws do you have to make you stop wanting to draw?" "Well, that's it." M80, have you read the random reply? I was about to say something else, but the girl who is ambitious to draw cards and resell them to make a fortune has fallen asleep. She missed the special effects of the golden legend that she was looking forward to the most. Chihua and Shizhu were forced to go back to rest. They both resisted verbally, but in fact, they fell asleep as soon as they hit the bed like Xie Ro. "I don't know why I am so busy. Maybe it's because I didn't live well in the past. I didn't have the ability to save others at that time. Now I just want to cross time and space to help my former self." At 1:30 in the morning, the sun was high in the sky, scorching the earth mercilessly. There were many noises outside the RV. Squatting next to the vending machine. "Keep your voices down. The owner is resting." Oh! Everyone, keep your voices down. Before going to bed, Xie completely blocked the RV from external interference. But they didn't know, and just thought she was being polite. The two parties respected each other and lived in peace. The next morning, Chihua woke up and woke up Shizhu as well, and went downstairs to see what to get for breakfast. "I was ready to eat only dumplings, but I suddenly saw Xie sitting on the first floor and eating." "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Pura's smiling greeting made the two 1.85-meter tall men feel a chill. Sister, I'm afraid of you like this. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. It's just that I'm going to get busy soon. So I prepare them mentally in advance. Chapter 128 Space Bond. As soon as Pura opened her eyes in the morning, the system reminded her to check the results of last night's card draw. She was so confused that she didn't know how many she had drawn. When she was confused, her hand was still clicking the card draw button. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that her points were only more than 10 million. Before she could cry, she was dazzled by the gold. Space Bond can connect to store shelves only in stores. To put it bluntly, it is not an item, it is a medium that allows the RV to connect to the store. That is, the things that can be sold in the store can be sold in the RV. The inventory is the same. If one is sold here, there will be one less there. It is undeniable that this function is absolutely practical. She jumped out of the bed excitedly and ate breakfast, thinking that she would go to Chiokan to make more money. What are you doing? Go brush your teeth and have breakfast. Chihua shook her head violently, looking at the soy milk, and fried steamed bread slices on the table in disbelief. Sister, where did you get these? I made it myself. You look like you have never seen the world. Pura tooted her tongue a few times, and lowered her head to eat her own food. She has been consuming a lot recently, so she wants to eat something high in calories. She suddenly wanted to eat fried steamed buns, but unfortunately there was no condensed milk. She felt it was too troublesome to make it herself, so she could only eat it carelessly. Fried steamed buns still have to be served with condensed milk. It is really delicious with condensed milk. Forget it, she dare not think about the future now, so she should just care about the present. He urged again, hurry up, we be busy after we finish eating. Chihua and Shizhu had been arrogant all the way, and now they finally understood what it meant that there is no free lunch in the world. How much fun he had had eating all the way was how painful it was now. His arms were sore when he washed up. Shizhu asked Chihua while brushing his teeth. How did you sleep last night? The bed was too small. I always felt like I was locked in a cage. It really felt like I was back in my school days. I didn't even dare to turn over, for fear of falling off the bed. My back and waist ached from sleeping. Why do I feel more sore today than yesterday? Pura yelled. Don't think I didn't hear you two nagging me behind my back. Humph, you two rascals, I won't make breakfast for them anymore. Last night, I got a lot of things. She couldn't keep up with them, and took inventory while eating breakfast. It's the end of the month. The system also wants to boost performance. It started its offensive. Host, do you want to upgrade the RV? She raised her eyebrows. Can the RV be upgraded? Of course you can. My best host. As long as you upgrade it, the RV will get a protective cover. The area within 5 meters is absolutely safe, and the weather can be ignored, just like being in a B&B. And now upgrading the RV, only 95% off, which is 10 million points. Don't miss it if you pass by. You're fooling me? I give you a hammer. Her total assets are only more than 10 million, spending 10 million on it. Host, think about it. If the diners are eating next to you, and the weather is not suitable, they will suffer a lot. Pura refused to give in. But I can't let my wallet suffer. Won't the host still have to talk about business later? It will be so face-saving after upgrading. I used to be a face-conscious person, but not now. Points are earned, not saved. They quarreled for a long time, until Chihua talked to her, and patted her while she was still in a daze. She came back to her senses. Sister, are you angry? Ah? What are you angry about? The two looked at each other strangely. You looked at me and I looked at you. Nothing, I'm glad you're okay. Pura thought they were a bit strange, and left the mess for them to clean up after breakfast. You two eat. I'm going out to discuss important business. She jumped out of the RV, opened the door, and the serving table. Good morning, boss. Chiokan sat on the table and chair that had not been taken back to the RV, and looked directly at her. Pura smiled when she saw Chiokan. How did he know that you wanted to find him? And he even brought him to her door. The curve of her mouth could not be suppressed. Chief Chio, do you want to come for breakfast? Not only that, I want to buy another batch of masks in large quantities. Chiokan sat up straight, put his hands on the table, and held his left hand with his right hand. He was wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen clearly, but his eyes were very sharp. Okay, how many do you want? 20,000. Can you provide them? His voice was low, and his years of negotiation experience was of no use at this moment. I don't know why he didn't even lower the price. Maybe it's because breathing masks are not common sense. Don't worry, Chief Chio. I have something else to talk to you about. Siapura took out a piece of notepaper from her bosom. On it was the inventory data given to her by the system. Thermal suits, 3,913 pieces. Insulated tents, 2,782 pieces. Siapura didn't write down other things. First, she was worried that the other party didn't have enough crystal cores for the transaction. Second, the other things were not very urgent and could be put aside for now. After seeing the words on it, Shiokan's heart skipped a beat. Can you really provide these? Of course, businessmen don't cheat businessmen. Siapura blinked her eyes, very playful. I want them all. I happen to bring crystal cores with me. See if you can give me some first. I ask someone to make up for the difference later. It's fun to talk to smart people. Siapura finalized a deal without saying much. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Shiokan took the initiative to extend his hand. I thought it was a normal handshake. Unexpectedly, Siapura didn't pay attention to him and ran away with a smile. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. Luckily, no one saw it. I swear to God, Siapura really didn't give him face. She just went back to prepare breakfast for the big client. She went back once, packed the steamed buns, soy milk, pickled vegetables, and porridge that she had originally intended to keep for herself, and made a delicate platter. An ordinary Chinese breakfast turned into a 5-star Michelin restaurant in seconds. Chief Chio. You eat, I treat you to this breakfast. Shiokan smiled. I don't know whether to say she is innocent or too thoughtful. Before the end of the world, business talks were all done at dinner parties. She, on the other hand, only brought him food after the deal was done. While he was eating, she placed the amount of goods that could be deducted from his points balance on the open space nearby. She could only give so much first. It was not that she did not trust him. It was the system rule that only money and goods could be exchanged. Host, we have made a lot of money. Why don't we upgrade the RV? When Siapura was happy, she was easily flattered by the system. She immediately agreed. Upgrade? It must be upgraded. You can save the points. It seems wrong. Before she regretted it, M80 quickly deducted the points. Give it to you. Nothing wrong. Shiokan was drinking white porridge beside her, feeling very comfortable. Chapter 129. A bowl of white porridge. In the end times, a bowl of white rice porridge can make people salivate. Sometimes, delicacies from land and sea cannot compare to the temptation of white porridge. The ratio of water and rice in the white porridge with a strong rice aroma is very well controlled, and it has a thick rice paste texture when you put it in your mouth. Suddenly, I felt that breathing was not so hot without a mask. He looked at the person standing next to him in confusion, and asked him what happened. The people around him were also confused. Why did the air suddenly feel better? The two people's blatant exchange was about to make Siapura's eyes hurt. She hurried to explain before they asked stupid questions, and got embarrassed. The store has been upgraded. Within 5 meters of the RV, you can breathe freely regardless of the natural disasters and weather. If you are not wearing a constant temperature suit in this area, you will feel like you are wearing one. The soldier next to him began to take off his constant temperature suit without saying a word. As if to verify the authenticity of her words, he even took off his mask. Report, Commander, it is really as the store owner said. Siapura raised her chin, looking at Shiokan. Shiokan skipped the topic directly. He had a light taste, and after eating the thick rice-scented porridge, he praised her from the bottom of his heart. The owner cooked this porridge very well. Siapura felt that he had something else in his words. Was he referring to her in some way? She felt that she was treating guests with porridge. There was indeed no such way of treating guests. But this was the end of the world. Besides, what else could you eat for breakfast if not porridge? It's not convenient to treat you to delicious food now. How about if you have time to visit our B&B next time, I treat you to hot pot? She was just being polite. But Shiokan agreed. Okay. He stared into her eyes. Next time we meet, treat me to hot pot. You said so? Siapura smiled. You should be inseparable from the base. Right. The base needs someone in power. So you should be inseparable from the base. It's okay to leave for a few days. I heard that the owner has teleportation business cards? Oh my god. This is for her business card. Joku was given 100 cards the first time. So she couldn't be too partial now. She didn't rush to reply. and asked the system to find out if she had drawn a new teleportation business card last night. The answer is no. Well, I don't have many business cards left, and most, I can only give you 45. She only had 50 cards. Leaving 5 for herself was her bottom line, and most. She could only give you 45. Thank you. Then, owner. He smiled dazzlingly, and in Siapuru's eyes. That smile was like the smile of a fox who had stolen a chicken and succeeded. Siapuru said leisurely. You're welcome, come and visit often. Whenever he comes, she will recommend everything like crazy. Thinking of Joku's expression before he left, she asked, do you need a 3-piece planting set? What 3-piece planting set? Chiokin was confused by the question. Planting? It's nutrient soil, heat-resistant seeds, and planting containers. There are potatoes, sweet potatoes, and white radishes. They are all crops that are very filling and easy to raise. Do you need them? Chiokin was shocked by the good things she brought out one after another, and couldn't help asking, how many good things do you have that I don't know about? Siapuru smiled mysteriously. There will be more and more good things. As long as Chief Chio has enough crystal cores, I can have everything. She described everything in the instructions for heat-resistant seeds in detail, including the growth cycle, sowing method, and that only a small amount of water is needed to produce fruits. The more I heard, the more horrifying it became. The growth cycle of heat-resistant seeds is shorter than that of normal seeds. If they can be successfully planted on a large scale, maybe everyone can have enough food. Siapuru had never touched a farm before, so she didn't know anything about farming. She just relayed the instructions for the seeds. In fact, there is still a serious problem now. That is, what should we do if there is not enough land? There is land, but the land suitable for planting is equal to 0. Siapuru didn't know what Chiokin was thinking. She just watched him thinking, and she sat silently by the side without saying a word. She took out a cup of milk tea from the space and drank it herself, watching the people next to her carrying supplies back and forth. When Chiokin came back to his senses and looked at her, she was a little embarrassed. She took out a small cup of milk tea from her space and handed it over. Would you like to try it? Pure milk tea, it tastes okay. I wanted to say that I don't like sweet things, but I swallowed it. Thank you. He took the milk tea and took a sip tentatively. It was not as sweet as I imagined, and it tasted okay. He praised, not bad. No, that's not what he meant. Does planting require special soil? Siapuru nodded. How long will the owner stay at the base? This is the second day at the base, and I will leave tomorrow night after completing the mission. I leave tomorrow night at the latest. So soon? Chiokin didn't expect her to leave so soon, and he made a decision right away. Then 3,000 copies first? He didn't dare to ask for more, so he tried a little first. If it's really that easy to feed, then the base will promote planting for all people after things settle down. If it's not enough, there are still teleportation business cards, which can be bought at the B&B. After figuring this out, Chiokin felt relieved. A group of people came to exchange crystal cores for supplies, and Siapuru simply put down all the supplies they wanted on the open space next to them, and let them move away bit by bit. If it's too hot, you can let them go to the RV to have a drink and rest. Siapuru pointed at the busy soldiers. Chiokin said politely, thank you, owner. She returned to the RV and started working today. There were too many people who wanted to eat snail noodles. They all came to the RV to eat. It was convenient to clean up after eating. The people were not so lucky to eat snail noodles. They smelled the smell for as long as the RV stayed at the base. The 500 constant temperature suits Joku supported them were not enough to share. Now all the constant temperature suits Siapuru took out were shared, and it was barely enough to carry out the rescue. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to have one. There are so many people in the base, and there are only a few thousand people in the military. Not all military personnel are superpowers. After the lesson of the last time when the constant temperature clothes were robbed, it is now the superpowers who command the transfer of people. And some people wearing constant temperature clothes go to build tents. People who have no superpowers and no constant temperature clothes are not idle either. They repeatedly buy supplies next to the RV. The area near the RV is like an air-conditioned room, and the work is not too tiring. For a while, they have become the object of everyone's envy. When people wearing constant temperature clothes are tired, they take off their clothes and let others go. Those who are too tired will fall asleep in the tent. This is repeated in an orderly manner. The RV no longer makes snail noodles. According to Chiokin's intention, Another portion will be made for him to eat. They just focus on providing mung bean water and fruit soup. Chapter 130. It's okay to question her character. The three of them were busy repeating the same thing, and they were really bored, so they took the tablet and watched TV. Everyone wanted to watch different things, and finally, under pure absolute authority, they decided to watch The Legend of Zhen Huan. At first, the two of them shouted that they didn't want to watch it, but as they watched, they actually quarreled over the plot. Hua Fei is definitely a good person. She's so love-minded that even the zombies shook their heads when they saw her. She's also a good person. You don't understand women possessiveness. How can anyone tolerate a man having a harem? Just wait, she will definitely be a hit. Seeing them so lively, it relieved her boredom. The third day. It was only noon. Siepuru and Chioken traded another batch of canned food, fast food and other things. They even gave 2 of the water vending machines they had just drawn to their base. Looking at it this way, the 3 vending machines given to the flame base were the most. The central base didn't dare to use the water vending machines they got, and they were stingy, and only gave 2 to each base, and they were afraid that there wouldn't be enough to share. She drew 10 this time. And now there are 8 left. Giving them to Joku should help them alleviate their urgent needs. As long as they get through the extreme heat, when they are most short of water, they will be fine. If you leave, I don't know how long it will take to eat such delicious food. Chioken thought he was not a person who paid attention to the appetite. Now he understood that he just hadn't encountered any really delicious food. It was strange that he ate a lot every day during the few days when the great dining car came. The yogurt that he originally disliked or even hated didn't seem to be so annoying anymore. The cup of milk tea that Siepura forced on him opened the door to a new world for him. It turned out that the taste of milk tea was very complex. It had both the aroma of tea and the mellow aroma of milk. It was not the sweet water mixed with milk that he thought. To be honest, I really can't bear to part with your craftsmanship. Siepura chattered beside him. If you like it, come to the B&B next time you have a chance. Our B&B hot pot is even more delicious. I go there once a week. It's really delicious. And the pork trotter rice in our B&B, everyone who has eaten it says it's good. Chioken looked at her expression, chuckled. Really? Is it false advertising? Siepuro glared at him. You can doubt that I'm cheating, but you can't doubt my cooking skills. You can doubt her character, but you can't doubt her cooking skills. Ha ha, then I look forward to seeing you next time. Chioken didn't ask her if she would come next time. Because of fate, they would meet again. Chief, the first base is contacting you. Chioken took the satellite phone handed over by his subordinate, and answered it. Siepuro was a little embarrassed, thinking whether she should leave, but was stopped. Owner, I'm looking for you. Me? Siepuro pointed at herself, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. Chioken put the phone in front of her. It's for you. He took the phone, answered the phone doubtfully, and asked tentatively, Hello? Hello, are you the owner of Great B&B? The other party's voice was not Joku. It sounded strange. She calmed down. Yes. Is there anything? The other party was silent for a while. And then said, I am the director of the first base hospital. I want to bother you to ask. I heard that the temperature in your homestay is comfortable. And there is a hospital. Can you accommodate pregnant women? Pregnant women? Siepuro was really dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she heard. There are probably less than 200 pregnant women waiting to give birth. Excuse me. Is it okay? The other party's tone was pleading. And it sounded very sincere. We don't have enough staff in our hospital to take care of the mother. Sorry. Siepuro is not inhumane. Her hospital only has 3 robot doctors. What can she do? There was no sound at the other end of the arc. Siepuro asked, Did something happen? The weather is too hot. And the risk of childbirth is increased. That's right. In a weather where even breathing is difficult. It takes so much energy for a mother to give birth. How can she give birth if she can't breathe? Are there so few pregnant women in the apocalypse? There are only less than 400 pregnant women. No wonder she has never seen a pregnant woman. She was struggling in her heart. She didn't want to have other base staff on her territory unless it was absolutely necessary. All the contradictions, struggles, finally turned into a sigh. Forget it. Saving lives is the most important thing. Our B&B hospital is big enough. And there are enough beds. If you can send someone to take care of the pregnant women and deliver the babies, the B&B can provide the venue. As soon as the words fell, the other party could no longer hide their tears of joy. Let's make it clear first. I only provide the venue. And you still need to pay points for anything you want to use, including maternity hospitalization and medical products. And doctor's accommodation. You need to spend points. There were cheers from the other side, and everyone present could hear them. The other party could no longer suppress his excited tone. Thank you, owner. We will arrange for the mother to take the homestay bus to transfer. After hanging up the phone, she took a deep breath and felt that the burden on her shoulders was heavier. Chiokin looked at her with a lot of strange emotions in his eyes. You actually agreed? What do you mean actually? It's not like they won't pay the points. Chiokin frowned. Aren't you afraid that the military will take the opportunity to sneak into your place and find out something if you do this? She raised her face. My place is very transparent. There is nothing to find out. And the base can only cooperate with me. If you don't cooperate with her, it's not only a dead end, but also a death not far away. They couldn't spend their crystal cores. And even if they did, the supplies they could get in exchange would definitely not be as much as what they could buy from her. She smiled slightly. If everyone is so narrow-minded and only pays attention to the immediate interests, then we will be eliminated by natural disasters sooner or later. The dean who just talked to her on the other end of the phone was in the hospital. After hanging up the phone, everyone on the other end had a happy face. Did the store owner really agree? Yes. Select a group of medical staff to take care of the pregnant woman, and we will set off. The family of the pregnant woman. Pack up and leave for the B&B at 6 p.m. It was decided in a few words. Some people in the room were happy and some were sad. After the end of the world, fewer and fewer people are pregnant. Experts have found that because of the disaster, the human body produces certain hormones, which makes it more and more difficult to conceive and uncomfortable during pregnancy. Normal pregnancy does not require hospitalization in advance. But now it is affected by various factors such as weather. Pregnant women over 8 months must be hospitalized to protect the fetus. And pregnant women in the 9th month must be prepared for delivery at any time. Human beings cannot live without new births. How can we talk about the future if the birth rate cannot keep up? No one knows whether the end of the world will end, whether the zombies will be eliminated, when the natural disasters will stop, and whether there will be another one after this one stops. Chapter 131. The B&B hospital receives a large number of pregnant women. Everything is unknown, and humans can only prepare for all possibilities as much as possible. It is impossible that humans will survive natural disasters and zombies, and a group of old men and women will go to fight zombies. The pregnant woman is happy, but the family of the pregnant woman may not be happy. In principle, the B&B is open to guests, but there are not enough tickets for transportation, and the distance is more than far. Only pregnant women who are more than 9 months pregnant and medical staff can go on this trip. The 9th month of pregnancy is the most serious period for pregnant women. Pregnant women under the 9th month have to overcome it and bear it. Not only that, even the number of accompanying medical staff must be controlled within 40 people. 40 people are surrounding 200 pregnant women who are about to give birth and feel uncomfortable. It's hard to think about it. Even so, there are still many medical staff who signed up to accompany. They have heard about it a long time ago, and no one who has been to Great B&B doesn't praise it. If people can't accompany, pregnant women will have opinions. Some of them were worried that they could not take care of themselves, and some wanted to bring their families with them to live more comfortably. I'm scared. Can my husband go with us? No. People who go out must be strictly controlled. If you don't want to go, you can stay in the hospital. The quota is in high demand. Those who don't want to go can leave the quota for those who want to go. It's that simple. In order to welcome new life, the base has always been very tolerant of pregnant women, and no one expected that they would stick to it and refuse to give up on this matter. I just had the idea of bringing a family member over, but now everyone is silent. Someone asked, but we are so pregnant, we can't do without someone to take care of us. If you feel uncomfortable, there are medical staff here. You are just pregnant, not missing limbs. If there are no special circumstances, except for the 2 days before and after delivery, you should do your own things. No one has relatives on this trip, so if it is convenient, help those around you. Everyone can help, and you must not cause trouble for the store owner. The pregnant women wanted to say something else, but were interrupted. If you don't want to go, stay. You won't die in the base. If you say a few more words, it will be regarded as giving up the quota. The quota will be given to medical staff. If the hospital director is really angry, they will not have a good result if they stay. So they can only shut up. In fact, there is nothing to pack. Just take 2 pieces of clothes and some crystal cores. Chioken looked at Siapuro, and her eyes were more tired. What's wrong? Weren't you very happy when you agreed just now? I feel the burden on my shoulders is heavier. Siapuro was unhappy. She had unlocked the hospital before, and spent a lot of points on drawing cards to decorate the hospital. She hasn't made much progress yet. So far, there are only basic medical facilities. The base wants to transfer the mothers here, which has added a lot of pressure to her all of a sudden. All the facilities need to be upgraded, especially the hospital. If other sub-bases also want to move the mothers here, does the hospital have so many places? Everything still needs to be upgraded. The points that I just thought were sufficient now seem to be too little to spend. You need to draw cards to get supplies to deal with natural disasters, and you need points to upgrade the hospital facilities. She is now thinking about points. Points. Chioken thinks her depressed look is quite interesting, and she is completely different from the woman who yelled at him fiercely the day before yesterday. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. She has so many supplies, and she is a kind person, and she still feels pressure. Which means she is a responsible person. Siapuro raised her head from her legs and changed the subject. Well, I'm leaving soon. What else do you want to eat? He glanced at her, and his smile aroused some interest. I will eat whatever the owner can cook. I'm not picky. Did I make you a family of snail noodles? Okay. Siapuro returned to the RV. There was no need to start the fire again. She had stored a few bowls in the space before, and she just needed to take them out and heat them up. The family of snail noodles means putting all the side dishes in it. Now the temperature outside the RV is okay. She made a slightly spicy noodle. In the past, snail noodles were always slightly spicy. Yes, eat it. I especially added some toppings for you. She personally brought the snail noodles to the table for Chioken to eat. She didn't leave after putting it down, but watched from the side. The chili oil floating on the surface of the snail noodles looked more than before, and Chioken immediately saw her little thoughts. The owner really added some toppings for me. His voice was calm, and no emotion could be heard. She made a far-fetched explanation. The noodles before were all slightly spicy, but this time it's slightly spicy. I thought you would want to eat something with flavor. Then I really thank you. Siapuro laughed so hard that she almost spit on Chioken's. I thought the base leaders were all elders. This is the first time I've met someone like you. You're pretty easy to get along with. Chioken was neither arrogant nor impatient. After the end of the world, the strong will be the first, and any position will be occupied by capable people. He raised his hand and brought the bowl of snail noodles closer. He did think that the previous one was not spicy enough. The snail noodles with more chili oil, no matter the appearance or the taste, are impeccable, and people's appetite is aroused just by looking at them. Chioken picked up the noodles with chopsticks and put them in his mouth to taste carefully. The snail noodles were very tasty, and the noodles were fine and soft. He just liked the taste of this kind of noodles. Siapuro stared at him with bright eyes, as if waiting for his comments. He ate very well, eating slowly and leisurely. After swallowing the food, he said, "It tastes better with some chili oil." She was satisfied after hearing this. It was not good to keep staring at others eating. Eat slowly. I'm going to get busy. She stood up and went back to the RV. Can the pregnant women in the 9th base be transferred to your place? Chioken wanted to fight for the pregnant women in their base. Of course. Siapuro figured it out immediately. Pregnant women everywhere are pregnant women. There is no difference. But you have to wait until I have the next batch of teleportation business cards to provide you. I really don't have any on me now. She shrugged, indicating that she really couldn't do anything. The 9th base is not a little far from their homestay. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a long journey. Not only would it waste fuel to move by car, the danger of hiding on the road is also immeasurable. How long will it take? She shook her head. I don't know. I have a satellite phone given to me by the first base. You can ask them how to contact me. She was quite embarrassed when she talked about this. The previous satellite phone was placed in the space, and she couldn't receive calls. It was probably because of this that the first base called the 9th base to find her. Siapuro returned to the RV, put the satellite phone on the first floor, and turned the volume to the maximum. Chapter 132 Little White Flower with Golden Edges. Next time there is something important. I won't be afraid of not being able to contact her. Chioken ate while watching the three of them working together. Busy, laughing and chatting as a meal. I envy such an atmosphere. The 9th sub-base does not have as many people as the first sub-base, and some time was wasted before, and the people have not been fully evacuated on the third day. Siapuro could not see the situation of the people, and the three of them were constantly loading fruit in the RV. Their good intentions were not in vain. Everyone in the base was given a portion of yogurt fruit soup and mung bean water. The younger children got 2 portions of mung bean water. Most of the 4 or 5-year-old children did not know what sweetness was. They only knew that there were few beans in this bowl. The delicious water was the best thing they had ever drunk. In the end, they left countless portions of fruit soup for the people in the base. The great dining car left. Out of courtesy, Chiokin said, "Can I see you off?" Siapura didn't know if it was her illusion. She actually heard reluctance in Chiokin's tone. It shouldn't be an illusion. If they left, he wouldn't be able to eat delicious food. And he was definitely reluctant. She refused. "Just watch me see you off." "Which way are you going back?" Siapura vaguely remembered the way the navigation took her, and she roughly said it. Chiokin was stunned. "I didn't expect that road to be available. Let's go first. See you next time." Chiokin. She returned to the RV and waved to him. "Goodbye." Chiokin's lips curled slightly. Among so many farewell words, he liked to hear goodbye the most. He must try the hot pot in the B&B to see if it was as delicious as she said, and the milk tea, he wanted to drink a big cup. The two of them wanted to try the feeling of sitting in the co-pilot of the RV. There was only one co-pilot, so the two had to take turns. The RV returned along the original route, which she guessed should be the best route, so the route of the RV could not be adjusted casually. If we change to another road, the road may not be passable at all. Or there may be other dangers. Which is hard to say. After getting on the car, the three of them took a shower and fell asleep. After 3 busy days, they finally had some time to themselves. When they woke up again, Siapura opened her eyes in confusion, opened the curtains and looked outside, not knowing where they were. The scene outside the window was moving fast. She stared blankly, without saying a word. A faint wailing sound came. "Help! Help! Jimyeon, what the hell?" "Host, it seems to be the sound of plants." Siapuro frowned. So far, the plant sound she had heard seemed to be quite old. No, she had only heard the sound of that big tree. The other plants? I don't know if they were autistic or something, ignored her. "Stop the car, I'll go down and take a look." She got up and put on some clothes, changed into her outdoor slippers, and went out. The noise of getting out of the car was a bit loud, and when she opened the car door, she woke up the 2 people upstairs. The 2 came down with sleepy eyes, and asked her with messy hair, "Sister, where are you going?" "I go down to see the plants." Shurju's eyes rolled, and he suddenly woke up. "Sister, I go too. If you talk about going to see the plants, I won't be sleepy anymore." "Chihua, I go too. How can I be absent from the show?" Siapuro thought that Shurju was a wood-type mutant, and the plants were crying for help, so it would be good to take him over. So she didn't refuse. "Let's go!" The 3 of them stepped on the dead branches on the ground, making a crackling sound. And it was so quiet that even the birds could not be heard. When she turned around, she saw the 2 of them hugging each other again, and her legs were shaking. "What are you afraid of?" It was broad daylight. The sun was blazing. What could she be afraid of? "I'm not afraid. I just want to hug. Do you understand?" Shurju was not right, but still very confident. Chihua said to him, "Go away. Who wants to hug you?" 9 lives. 9 lives. The closer the voice got, the closer it was. It was a very childish voice. Childish voice. Ouch! "Host, you seem to have stepped on it." "Hold a thread." Siapura took off her shoes, and under her feet was a pure white flower with a gold border. "Help, human. Help, have pity on the child, give some water." It didn't care whether Siapura could understand it or not, and kept shaking its leaves. Shurju muttered, "There's no wind here. What is it shaking?" Chihua had a bold idea. "Maybe it is on fire?" "Bad human. You are the one who got burned." Siapura squatted down, and gently stroked the golden edge of the flower with her fingertips. "I seem to have, did I, perhaps, probably, stepped on it and hurt it?" "Chihua, it's quite elastic. It bounces back when you let go of your foot. It's probably just a minor skin injury." Siapura looked carefully. Green juice was flowing out from the roots of its smaller leaves. It seemed that it was really stepped on. "You guys stepped on it. Please be kind. Give it some water." Siapura looked at Shurju. "Wood-type ability. Come and give it some water." "It still depends on me." Shirju put his hand on the root of the small flower, outputting his supernatural power. The small white flower with golden edges gradually got better. Ah! Why don't you consider giving it some water first? I can still bear this little injury. If I don't give it some water, I'm really going to die. The roots that were stepped on gradually stopped leaking juice. The golden edges of the white flower became more and more dazzling, and the whole flower became visibly alive. Why do I feel that this flower is weird? Wood-type supernatural powers have a natural sensitivity to plants, and it is normal for Shirju to feel that the flower is unusual. After he let go of her hand, Siepura put her fingers close to the roots of the little white flower, and water flowed out continuously. 5 minutes later, she stroked the golden edge of the flower and communicated with the system. System. Why do I feel that this flower is different from the others? It feels like it has awakened its spiritual intelligence. The host's feeling is correct. This mutant plant is really different from the others. It can't tell exactly how it is different. Could it be? This flower is a chatterbox. So it's different? Good humans, these humans fed it water. They also helped it heal its wounds. The golden-edged little white flower was happy, and its small leaves gradually grew larger and extended in the direction of the three people. The leaves came closer and climbed onto the bodies of the three people little by little. Siepura didn't feel its malice and shouted, "Don't hurt it!" It didn't matter if it wanted to attack them when they were off guard, because they still had a protective shield. The leaves became huge and wrapped around their bodies. Siepura just felt very comfortable and felt warm all over, as if she had taken a hot spring bath. Shirju and Chihua received the gift of the golden-edged little white flower, and a stream of energy was transmitted from the leaves into their bodies. The three of them could feel the changes in their bodies to varying degrees. Chapter 133 Golden Edge Heavenly Lotus. I don't know how long it took, but the leaves gradually let go of a few people. Siepura didn't feel anything. She just felt like she had a very comfortable massage. She thought, why not take this flower home and keep it for her massage? Ah! I seem to feel another power in my body! Shirju shouted loudly. Chihua followed and shouted, I feel it too! Siepura scratched her head. Are these two acting? They are so comfortable being massaged that they are stupid? Or do they want to cheat her together? Soon they showed their abilities with actions. A tiny lightning flashed in Shirju's palm, making a crackling sound. It's actually a thunder ability. Ah, Huazi, I've turned over. I'm no longer the most useless person in our team. Chihua tried it. He originally had an earth ability, but now he has condensed another ability. It's wind. Both abilities are mutation abilities. The 5 most common abilities in the apocalypse: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition to these 5 powers, it is rare to see mutant powers. And now they not only have mutant powers, but also dual powers. Dual powers cannot be described as rare. They can be said to be 1 in 10,000. It is already very lucky to be a power user, and dual powers are unheard of. Shirju healed it, and it gave it a powerful power. Chihua did nothing, and it gave it the most useless power. As for the beautiful human who watered it, it didn't understand why she didn't awaken her power. Logically speaking, she gave it the most precious and important water, and it gave her the most gifts. Why didn't this human react at all? Siepura watched the two of them fighting with their new powers. She was so envious that she almost fainted from tears. System. Cry. Host. Don't cry, you are not from this world. It is normal that you can't awaken your powers. But others have them. She doesn't. She is now like a child watching other children buy toys. She can only watch. M80 tried to probe. How about you get the first place in performance this month? I will give you a halo that can communicate with small animals. Then I still have to work hard. I have to spend points to get the first place in performance. The small treasury she just got. It's not even warm yet. But the halo of communicating with small animals is fun. She wants it. It's decided. It's time to upgrade the hospital when I go back. Upgrade what needs to be upgraded, and save what needs to be spent. Siepura did not disturb the happiness of the two, and squatted down to continue interacting with Xiaohua. What kind of little baby are you? You're so awesome. I just wanted to praise it. But the chatterbox replied, I'm the golden-edged Tianlian, good human. Sticky Siepura mouth twitched. Golden lotus? Do you want to come with me? I can give you water every day. Follow me, and you have delicious food and spicy drinks. I follow you. But I don't drink chili water. The childish voice weakened. I tapped its golden edge twice with my fingertips, and thought of a good name. I call you Jeansy from now on. Good human, Why haven't you awakened your superpowers? I've given you many gifts. Siapuro didn't know how to explain it to it. She wanted to take it because she intuitively felt that it was a little gold nugget, and secondly, it could chat with her and relieve her boredom. With the addition of the system, she would have 2 friends. Maybe it's because I'm unlucky. Jean Z didn't believe it, and wanted to try again, and the leaves extended, trying to touch her again. No, I can't awaken my superpowers, thank you. Xiao Jean. Let's save the massage for next time. Host, its gift is nourishing your soul. Siapuro looked at the flower in her hand. What's its origin? It's so awesome. Nourishing the soul doesn't sound useful, at least it sounds useless to her. Very useful. The stronger the soul, the greater the improvement of your body's functions. For example, M80 emptied her knowledge reserve and gave her an example. For example, photographic memory, walking briskly in short. All aspects of the body are very powerful, so that the host will not be so busy setting up a stall in the future that her hands and feet will not ache. She understood, which means that the working soul is awakened, and in the future she can surpass the robots and become the strongest worker. This silly little flower, she just gave it a little water, it gave back such a precious thing. Luckily she found it, otherwise she would really worry that it would wither and die here. Jeanzy didn't believe that its gift couldn't awaken her superpowers, the leaves still wrapped around her body, and it was another burst of fierce output. Siapura closed her eyes, and felt it carefully, the soul really couldn't feel it. She just felt like the spring breeze all over her body, as if all the meridians were opened. Why is it still not working? Jeanzy's childish voice was a little depressed. It's okay. Little Jeanzy, you've already opened up my Ren and Du meridians. Jeanzy was curious. What's the use of opening up the Ren and Du meridians? Siapuro coaxed Xiaohua seriously. If someone sees me in the future, they will say to me, girl, I think you have amazing bones, and are a good seedling for learning. It's good to be able to help the master. Jeanzy's little leaf rubbed against her hand. M80 angrily. You call the master now. This must not be a serious flower. Sister, I have awakened the attacking ability. I love you, little green flower. Shizhu ran over with a shout. His smile was like the summer sun, bright and warm, making Jeanzy collapse and roar. Bad guy. You are the green flower. You didn't even see my color, return my gift. Its struggle and roar were destined to be in vain. Shizhu couldn't understand it at all. He also smiled and said, Sister, I can feel that it likes me very much. It seems to keep saying that it loves me. Siapura couldn't help but complain. I like your grandma's legs. No. Shizhu's eyes wandered around her, but before he could say anything, Chihua interrupted him. Chihua ran back, heard their conversation, and shouted to join them. I want one too. He stretched out his hand to Jeanzy. Xiaohua, I'm a college student, give me an attack-related ability. 2. At the end, he added 2 words. Thank you. Why did he add thank you? Isn't it to show that he didn't take it for free? Chihua was certainly not so shameless. I didn't take it for free. What temperature water do you want to drink in the future? Cold, ice, warm, hot, I make it for you. You are an adult, and still so childish. Siapuro gave them both a big bag. Seeing the color of the flower, he was surprised. It's actually white? He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the flower carelessly. This flower is really magical. If it spreads outside, I don't know how many people will come to grab it. Before he touched the flower, Chihua pulled his hand away. Chapter 134 Agree to keep it secret. What are you thinking about? This is my thing. Chihua looked at Siapuro very politely, and said solemnly, Such a magical plant is useless even on us. Are you going to take it? How dare he think about whether to take the flower away? Its ability is too outrageous if it gets out. I don't know how many masters will flock to it. Their team seems okay at the moment, but if they get to those big guys, they will definitely not be good enough in front of the masters. Whether they can keep the flower is one thing, but they may even have to pay with their lives. The principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure, if they don't even understand this, they won't survive more than half a year in the end times. Only people like the store owner have the ability to accept it. Even if the store owner doesn't want it, they dare not hope for it. Siapura looked at him with satisfaction. It's not easy for him to have this awareness. Chihua has some rationality in him. Maybe he is a little silly after playing with Shizhu for a long time, but he still knows the overall situation. She had no intention of letting the gold go, and nodded to indicate that she had accepted it. The two of them did not show any reaction, except for the excitement of gaining superpowers. When they heard her say that she wanted to take the gold away, they bent down and started digging the soil. Siapura wanted something for herself, so she should have participated in it. She took out a few small shovels from the space and handed them to the two of them, asking them not to dig with their hands. She also squatted down nearby, and was about to shovel nearby to loosen the soil when Shirju stopped her. "Sister, please go to the side. We are here to do the dirty work." "Isn't this bad?" Siapura said, but she actually took 2 steps back. "It's okay. Besides, it's such a small flower. You can't dig it with a shovel. It has thin roots and stems, so it's easy to damage it. Anyway, you just watch from the side." She knew she couldn't dig it directly with a shovel, but she just wanted to use a small shovel to loosen the soil next to it. Without saying anything else, she waited quietly by the side. "Sister, come here and sprinkle some water to loosen the soil." The soil was too dry, and it was impossible to dig without loosening the soil. Siapura went up and released her supernatural power, and sprinkled water all around the flower. After waiting for a while, until the water slowly penetrated into the deeper ground, she began to loosen the soil and dig a little bit. The 2 grown men were very careful, but they still accidentally damaged a little bit of the root. Jeanzi wailed in pain. "Ouch! It hurts. My leg." Siapura got up when she heard the sound, and wanted to go up and grab the life and do it herself. When they went over, they saw Shirju was already using his wood power to heal it. After an hour of repairs, they finally dug out the little flower intact. "Jeanzi, just be happy. I be mending for another 3 years. It's not easy, I'm so tired." Chihua stood up suddenly from his squatting position. His legs were numb, and he almost fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he had the wind power, so he kept his handsome face. But he was in trouble, and fell on the wet ground. Shirju held the flower, and stood up carefully, avoiding being touched by Chihua. He muttered to Chihua, "You should be more careful." Chihua stretched out his hand, and waited for a long time, but no one came to help him. Turning around, there was no one. Shirju was holding the small white flower, and giving it to Siapura as if she was offering a treasure. She put the gold into the space and announced, "This flower will follow me from now on." Shirju patted the dirt on his hands, reluctantly shook off some of it, and said, "Sister, if it follows you too, it will follow us." "Does it have to call us brother?" she said perfunctorily. "Well, it called you too, but you didn't respond." She noticed a detail. They dug a big hole in the ground from the periphery. The soil was very clean. There were no ants, earthworms, or other insects that usually appear in the mud in this pit. What could be the reason? Was it the special nature of this plant? Or was it a natural disaster? She retracted her gaze, walked back to the RV, put her hand on the door, and looked like she was going to close the door at any time. "Are you not leaving yet? Go. Go. Go!" Shirju wanted to pull Chihua, who was still in the position where he had just fallen. "What are you doing? Carpet search? Or, do you need a kiss to get up?" He pouted his lips, and Chihua felt a chill, and got up after rolling and crawling. The 2 of them trotted back to the RV, and they didn't dare to sit down because they were covered in mud, fearing that they would dirty the RV. The RV continued to drive. Chihua went to the bathroom to take a shower first, and Shirju followed. She wanted to put Jeanzi on the table to chat with her, so she looked for flower pots sold in the store. She found the smallest flower pot, and took out the soil sold in the store and poured it into it. After doing all this, she brought the gold out of the space and asked for its opinion. "Do you want to stay in the space or come out?" "Want to stay with the owner and talk to the owner." The childish voice is sweet. Siapura likes its tone of voice very much. Children talk in a milky way, and the gold's voice is sweeter and clearer than that of a child. Siapura planted it in the pot and poured some water on it. "Thank you, Master. This soil is so comfortable." The curled up branches and leaves of Jeanzi all stretched out, swaying to show that it was very satisfied with its new home. "Is it any different from the soil outside?" "Well, I can't say. I just feel that there is energy in this soil, which can help me grow." "As long as you like it." Both of them took a bath, and returned to the first floor to talk together. Shirju asked the question that Chihua had just interrupted. "Sister, you haven't awakened your superpowers?" "No." She lowered her eyes. "Does this also depend on physical constitution?" Shirju frowned, making a bold guess. No one answered him. Siapura said seriously, I hope you won't reveal anything about it. I won't tell anyone about your dual system abilities. Sister, don't worry. We won't tell anyone else except the team members. They both trusted each other. One wanted to protect the mutant plants, and the other didn't want to reveal that they suddenly became dual system abilities. They were all in agreement on keeping this a secret. They were visibly excited. But they didn't dare to show it because Siapura hadn't awakened her powers. Siapura said, "Okay. Have fun if you want to. I'm really not a stingy person." She was curious. "What level of powers did you just awaken?" "Level 1. Chihua looked at her with strange eyes, as if asking her why she asked such a question. Siapura shared the information she knew with them. That flower is called the Golden Edge Sky Lotus. We just received its gift. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. You all should take it easy. Don't be silly and tell everyone." Shirju smiled at her. "Smiling silly? Don't worry. We both struggled in the end times for 3 years before we met you." Chapter 135 Renovation of the Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Except for the team members and Siapuru, they would not believe anyone. Even the official, they did not believe so much. The official seemed to be righteous, but in fact, if something happened, they would advocate sacrificing the self to protect the public. They thought they were selfish people, and never liked to get involved in the official's muddy water. It is important to protect oneself. They have always known it. That flower. It's called gold. Siapura showed them the flower in the flower pot. Does it have a nice name? Jinzi laughed foolishly. My master gave me this name. I think it sounds good. She said, Jinzi can only inspire superpowers once. The two of them said nonchalantly, of course we know that. If it is so easy to inspire superpowers more times, the world will be in chaos. Siapuro organized the game of landlord and chatted while playing. The bet was the hottest kind of spicy strips sold in the homestay store, and the loser had to eat a whole bag of spicy strips. She found that her memory seemed to have really improved. Whatever cards they played, she remembered everything as if there was a timer in her mind. As long as she remembered what cards the opponent had played before, she could use the elimination method to know what cards were left. Siapura won every time. She played for more than 10 rounds. Except for her bad luck and the bad cards she got. She could remember their cards perfectly and beat them easily. No more. Shirzu's face turned red because of the spicy noodles. Chihua was also very spicy. They kept eating, but Siapuru only ate 1 or 2 packs. She held the spicy strips packaging bag, very Versailles. This fishtail is really good, very delicious. The only drawback is that I ate too little. Chihua was drooling because of the spiciness, waving her hands. No, it's too spicy, I take it slowly. Took out 2 bottles of pure milk and handed them to them. Drink it, take small sips and hold it in your mouth to relieve it a little. They were too honest, showing off one bag after another. She couldn't even eat that fishtail, and she felt it was too spicy to eat a bag at a time. No. My head is numb. Shirju held his head. I need to go upstairs and lie down for a while. I go too. They left one after another, leaving Siapuro alone to consider whether to upgrade the hospital's anorectal department for the two of them. The appearance of Jean Bientilian made her realize that perhaps humans have not yet developed this world to a level that is far from enough. They know what can be explored. But what about those that cannot be explored by humans' current technology? Siapura didn't understand, nor was she able to explore. So she could only let things take their own course. Little Jinzi, do you remember how long you lived in that place before? The water source was always sufficient before, but gradually I couldn't drink enough. I only remember that I was so thirsty, and I cried for help for a long time before I met the owner. Jinzi's words were incoherent, and Siapura didn't understand. M80 reminded her in time. The language system of plants is not well developed, and Jinzi is a chatterbox who can communicate fluently. Siapuru understood what it said. No wonder the big tree I saved before didn't like to talk to me. It turns out that its language is not well developed. The RV continued to drive. After the place where the gold was found, it was a wasteland. There were still many cars blocking the official road. After driving a little further, she noticed that a section of the road had been cleared at the other end of the blocked road. The road was full of sand and dust. It looked like no one had set foot on it for a long time. It should have been a long time ago when the authorities freed up their hands and started to clear the road. It turned out that the authorities had been trying to carry out rescue work, but everything was in ruins. They had no direction and could only try little by little. Siapuro's heart was touched. and her long-forgotten memories were opened again. She would be reborn after completing this mission. If there were shops like hers operating in the apocalypse in the world she was reborn to, she would not be so desperate at that time. Yes, the world before her rebirth was also the apocalypse, and she was a solid member of the lower class. At that time, she was the same as all the ordinary people waiting for rescue, but also different. She understood the desire of the lower class to survive, and understood the feeling of hallucinations caused by hunger without food. Traveling through so many small worlds to complete tasks, what she feared most was recalling the experience of being in the end of the world, unexpectedly. The last mission plane was the end of the world. It was really fate that made people. The system felt a little distressed when she felt her thoughts, and comforted her. Host, don't think about it. If I was reborn, will you still be here? She has been avoiding this question all the time, but now she wants to face it directly. I don't know. The shadow of the homestay gradually emerged in front of the transparent car window, and the RV drove at the fastest speed for 2 days and 1 night, and finally returned. We're home, Siapuru shouted, trying to wake up the 2 people on the 3rd floor with her voice. Get up. Get up. The 2 pigs were finally woken up by the continuous noise, and they came down in their slippers. You too. Wake up, Siapuru reminded. Remember what to say, and what not to say. I'm a little afraid that these 2 will do something stupid in their days. Shirju rubbed his eyes, and woke up. Sister, can you take me with you next time you go out? I'd be obedient. It was so much fun to go out. It was really busy, but it was better than staying bored in the B&B. They could breathe freely and ignore the temperature. They were reluctant to leave the RV. Even if they didn't get such a great opportunity, they were willing to follow her. She refused. I won't go out. Chihua didn't give up, and wanted to try harder. You won't go out far in the future? Let's talk about it later. They wanted to say something else, but she glared back at them. Okay. Okay, don't be mean to us. The 2 of them took the bags of clothes, packed their things and took them back. Returning to the B&B was the beginning of Siapuro's busy life. The trip was over. Chihua, Shirju had been removed from the temporary employee status. She kept walking towards the zoo. She was relieved to see the Sika deer living well in the zoo, and they seemed to have grown some weight. The destination of this trip was the hospital. The hospital had a large area, and the various departments were not yet complete. She just found a row of chairs, and sat down to start spending money. The card-drawing page switched to the hospital scene. The facilities were so specific that they could be drawn according to the required departments. She chose the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and began to draw cards. The ultrasound machine *3, tactile instrument *3, fetal heart rate monitor *2. There were many other strange instruments. The equipment drop rate was good today. Every time you draw 10 times, you can draw something useful. The equipment becomes more complete as time goes by. She thought she should stop when it was almost done. She planned to wait for the hospital staff to come and see what was missing. If there was anything missing, she would ask them to go back to their original hospital to get it. Chapter 136. Receiving the Pregnant Woman. After looking around, Siapuro was dissatisfied again. Since it is the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, why is there no high-tech? For example, painless or something. The pain of childbirth cannot be completely relieved by high-tech. I didn't see any slight pain relief. She was very dissatisfied with this, very dissatisfied. I thought the high-tech hospital produced by the system would be amazing, but the one Yushiwen used when she came here before was quite amazing. Why can't there be a shortcut to childbirth? Do you have to suffer? No matter how dissatisfied you are, this is human reproduction. There is not much she can do at the moment. She can only try to provide a better environment for pregnant women. Since we have to receive pregnant women, it is not enough to just have a hospital and facilities. She has never been pregnant, but she has seen a lot, and she still knows some common sense about pregnancy. Pregnant women need to walk more, so that they will not be exhausted during childbirth. This is just like a person who has been lying in bed for a long time without exercise. If the school suddenly tests them to run 1,500 meters, they will not be able to finish it. Open the B&B construction panel. Prepare to adjust the hospital construction. The hospital must be separated from the outside of the B&B. It is a bit strange to put a wall, so it is better to use a flower bed to separate it. To prevent some pregnant women from being allergic to flowers, she only put saplings on the flower bed, and no flowers. The fence separating the B&B is completed. To prevent the grandparents next door from wanting to dance in the square, A sound-reducing setting is added to the air wall on the hospital side. When the bus arrives, she naturally needs to greet it at the door. When she sees large and small bags of things coming off the bus, she is stunned. In addition to pregnant women, there are also doctors and nurses in white coats coming off the bus. More than 260 people arrived before and after. All the patients who came to the hospital were pregnant women with big bellies. It was not difficult to see that they were all pregnant for more than 9 months. As the director said, there were only female doctors and nurses among the accompanying medical staff. Among the women, there was only one middle-aged man with glasses and gray hair on his temples, who was particularly special. His face was weathered. She heard his voice when he was talking to someone, and immediately recognized that the other party should be the director, who asked her on the other end of the phone if she could admit pregnant women to the hospital. She walked to the director and extended her hand generously. "Hello. Are you the director of the first sub-base who talked to me? I am the owner of the B&B. My name is Siep Piru." "Hello. Owner, my last name is Ding. You can just call me Director Ding." Director Ding stretched out his hand and shook hands with Siep Piru. "Thank you for taking in the pregnant women. I thank you on behalf of the hospital." Seeing that the director was about to bow again, Siep Piru quickly stood on his left-hand side. "Don't be so polite. I'm also opening the door to do business." This action made the director's waist, which was about to bend, straighten up, and he was stunned for a moment. Siep Piru changed the subject and looked at the things that the medical staff had taken down from the bus. "Why did you bring so many things?" "These are the hospital's instruments, which are necessary for childbirth." Dean Ding was worried that the hospital here didn't have enough supplies. After all, the owner also said on the phone that there were not many doctors here. So he went against the crowd and brought a copy of all the instruments that their base hospital would use in the obstetrics department, including a lot of disposable items, even the baby's clothes, in case they didn't have them here. Siep Piru said, "Just put your luggage at the door. Someone will deliver it to you in a while." Well, robots should be considered human beings. They can carry heavy objects. This function was discovered by her from Bubu. "Oh no, now I have some potential as a capitalist, and even robots are exploiting me. Sister, we are here to help you move." Shirju Chihua and the men in their team came and waved to Siep Piru from a distance. Siep Piru smiled bitterly. "Why are you here?" "We are here to help." Shirju winked at her. The speaker was on when they were talking at the 9th base. They were busy in the RV and heard everything. They were the first batch of customers of the homestay. The small shabby house had developed into a prototype. They knew exactly how many employees she had. They came to help when they heard that someone from the base was coming. Chihua also winked at her, as if he understood her. He passed by her and whispered, "We are here to help you." As long as she came alone to receive the guests, there was no ceremony at all. People who didn't know would think that there was no one here. All these things were taken to the hospital. Right? Yes, then I trouble you too. Dean Ding didn't see their eyes exchanging information. He just thought they were all the shop owner's subordinates. The dean was right to understand it this way. In the end times, there is no free help unless you are bored. Obviously, Shirju and his group were really bored, and they came to help without caring about the cost. It's just a little physical work. Before the end of the world, it would be a matter of helping out. Now, if others don't stab you in the back, they are considered to be doing you a favor. There is absolutely no such thing as lending a hand. Siep Piru opened her mouth and was about to explain that they were not employees, but Shirju stopped her by saying that the dean was right. Seeing that they were about to carry the things on their shoulders, she still said, "Dean Ding, they are not employees." She stepped forward to stop their actions. Shirju didn't understand. What happened? Like a big golden retriever, he was waiting for her to praise him. "Sister, are you not happy that we are here to help you?" "Siep Piru, it's hard to say whether I am happy or not. Anyway, I am a little overwhelmed now. I originally wanted to let Bubu move it, in this case." She walked to the big and small bags inside, stretched her hand in front of him and snapped her fingers. All the items piled on the scene were transferred to her space. "Have you forgotten, kid? Sister, I also have a space. It's good to be young. The mind can work when it wants to, and when it doesn't want to work, it's blank. Okay, then we go. Sister, if you need anything, call us anytime." Since Shirju couldn't help, he didn't bother her to receive guests. He left with the team, and the team members didn't even have time to say a word. They came in a hurry, and left in a hurry. Siapuro looked at the crowd, and was a little scared by the pregnant bellies of the women. Pregnant women generally had big bellies, which looked bigger than those of normal 9-month pregnant women. I don't know if it was because of the end of the world. She asked directly if she had any questions. President Ding. Why do I feel that their bellies seem to be bigger than those of pregnant women before the end of the world? Is there anything I need to pay attention to when staying here? That's right. Pregnant women after the end of the world will have bigger bellies, especially in the 3rd trimester. And the pregnancy reaction will be more serious. President Ding pushed his glasses up a little and continued, there is nothing special to pay attention to. If you have the conditions, it would be best to eat something to supplement your body. She recalled the food in the B&B, most of which were spicy and greasy, and should not be suitable for pregnant women to eat for a long time. It seems that getting more new dishes for the B&B should also be included in her plan list. Chapter 137 Visiting the Hospital. Dean, are all the people here? If they are, we will go to the hospital first and settle the pregnant women down first. We are all here, let's go. She walked in front, leading the group to the hospital. Siapuro said as she walked, we can eat as long as we have crystal cores. Not to mention the good quality and low price, many people think the taste is good. If you are interested, you can go to the B&B to see if there is anything that catches your eye. Walking on the road, I would introduce them to any facilities I pass by. This is our school, and next to it is the library. Siapuro was most satisfied with these 2 facilities in the B&B. One is for teaching and educating people, and the other is for carrying books that condense human wisdom. She suddenly noticed that above the school area, she could see the bright national flag. Dean Ding was shocked all the way in the B&B, and finally couldn't hold it back when he saw the national flag. I thought this was just a simple B&B, providing shelter and food. But I never thought there would be a red flag hanging in the school. To be the dean of the 1st military base. I don't know how great it is, but it is definitely patriotic. I was really moved to tears when I saw this scene. And the old dean secretly had red eyes. He kept repeating, good boy. Good boy. You are a young man. And you still care about the country. That's great. That's great. Siapuro raised her head proudly and looked at the national flag. She didn't take Dean Ding's words as a compliment at all. She just said, it's what I should do. Let's keep going. The area next to us is the library. If you get bored in the hospital, you can come and borrow a book. Books are free to borrow here, but they have to be returned. She was the one talking all the way, and the people behind her were listening carefully. Suddenly, they felt like they were talking to the leader, and from time to time, they had the urge to take notes. We're at the hospital. We haven't received any patients yet. The obstetrics and gynecology department is over here. Siapuro walked in front, leading the way for them. The hospital in the B&B was not shabby. Except that it was deserted, it was a very formal hospital. Siapuro pointed to the wards in the department. This is a large area of wards. If it's not enough, tell me again. The dean walked in. There were 3 beds in one room. The beds were very large. The functions were the same as those of hospital beds, and even more convenient. The rooms were also very large. Each room had a bathroom. The whole room was clean, with white sheets and pillows. This place is much better than the hospital at the base. The visible hygiene level can't really be compared with the hospital at the base. Although the base hospital has been built due to the lack of equipment, the medical level is very poor, and it is even impossible to achieve a completely sterile environment. Many times, if you can't find a healing psychic, there will be a certain risk of bacterial infection when you are on the operating table. Disposable supplies are even fewer, and they are used less each time. These are used sparingly in the base hospital and are considered scarce resources. The dean walked to the room where the equipment was placed, looked around, and said nothing. Siapuro stood behind Dean Ding and could not see his expression. What's wrong? Is there any facility that is not available here? Dean Ding's lips trembled with excitement. Nothing is missing. There are so many things here. More than what we brought. Thank you on behalf of the base owner. Shame on me. Here I come again. Where should I put the things you brought? There are no empty rooms, and the rooms for the equipment are full. Siapuro thought to herself that she could just vacate a few rooms to store the equipment. The room is so big anyway, so there is no shortage of space for the equipment. The director blushed. Well, since you don't need the equipment here, can I take it back? Sure. You can let the medical staff see the equipment first to see if they can get used to it. They were talking about the equipment. and some people couldn't wait to lie down on the bed. Head nurse Lou came in cautiously, and when she saw that they were not talking, she asked, "Owner, when can we check in?" "Go to the room where the points exchanger is, and exchange the crystal core for points first. There is a sign next to it saying the hospitalization fee." "Okay." After she left, Dean Deng immediately introduced her as the head nurse. The girl who just came in is surnamed Lou. She is the head nurse of this group. This girl has a strong sense of responsibility. After I leave, the store manager can find her if he has any problems. What this means is, aren't you staying in the B&B for a few days? No, Dean Deng explained. They are still waiting for me to go back. The base needs me. Since you are here, it doesn't matter if you stay for a few days. You can also stay for a few days to see if the medical staff can get used to the machines in our hospital. Siapura words gave Dean Deng a reason. Besides, who doesn't want to live a good life? Who doesn't want to stay in a place with a comfortable temperature for a while? Chinese people are very concerned about. Since you are here, there is no resistance. She took advantage of the victory and said a few more words. The director decided to stay here. The pregnant women did not react much. The medical staff were very happy to see the director agree to stay here for a few days. The director is the backbone of the medical staff. Most of these medical staff, except the head nurse, are young girls. They feel more at ease when the director stays here for a few days. Can you please find a place to put the equipment first? I will take it back when I go back in 2 days. No problem. I put it in this room for you. Is that okay? The empty room they were in was a ward, which was spacious enough to accommodate the bed without moving it. Dean Deng agreed. Okay. Siapura didn't need to say anything more about exchanging crystal cores for points. The group of people who came to the hospital, led by the nurse, exchanged their points by looking at the exchange instructions on the wall. The hospitalization fee was the same as the daily rent for a single room, which was good. No one would try to get hospitalization just to save the points. It was not enough for them to live in peace. Since the medical staff of the first base were not from her side, she could not trust them completely. The dean called the head nurse, and head nurse Lou was responsible for connecting with her. As the owner of the B&B, Siapura first spoke about her own rules. You can ask my robot employees if you have any questions, and you can apply for any equipment you need. She waved and called 3 robot employees. The robots were very cute, not the cold, fierce ones. Even such cute robot employees made head nurse Lou's eyes widen. We apply to them? She was full of disbelief. Ahem. The dean coughed twice at the right time. Chapter 138 Conspiracy to Resell. Okay. No problem. Head nurse Lou agreed immediately, although she thought the question was a bit outrageous. She understood that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Besides, it was the store owner who helped them. They should be grateful. After communicating with him, Siapura went to do other things. It's great here, clean and comfortable. A voice startled. Don't get on the bed yet. Don't make the bed dirty. Another voice asked her, what's wrong? There is hot water in the bathroom. Let's take a shower quickly, and then go to bed. Really? With electricity and water? I don't want to leave the hospital. Forget it. It's so uncomfortable to carry a baby in my belly. The only advantage I can boast about during my pregnancy is that I can live here. On the way back, she passed by the hospital bed and happened to hear the pregnant women who were settled there chatting. She was definitely not eavesdropping. It was just that their voices were too loud. Their voices echoed in the corridor, and it was hard not to hear them. They were also chatting in another room on the other side. Where do the medical staff live when we live here? You don't know yet? The base gave them a crystal core and let them live in a homestay, but they live in a 5-person room, which sounds like it shouldn't be as good as ours. Siapura laughed when she heard it. Not as good as the hospital environment? The hospital has a room with 3 beds, and the 5-person room at least has its own independent room, which is a large suite. I don't know why they think so. But it was none of her business. She hadn't drawn a card to unlock the dishes for the last mission yet. The hospital received 200 patients, unlocking the painless delivery cabin. Ah? What is this? Siapura had just stepped out of the obstetrics and gynecology department. And then she came back. This is the painless delivery that the host wanted. The unlocked machine is in the room to the right in front. She walked forward a few steps, walked to the room where the machine was stored according to the system, and pushed the door open to go in. There were very simple aviation warehouses in the room, not many, only 10, which should be enough. She told the medical staff about unlocking the new equipment, and then she stopped caring about this place. She returned to her yard, and felt annoyed no matter how she looked at it. She upgraded so many other places, but her own place has not been upgraded yet. She did it right away, and she could not let others down but herself. She opened the panel and started the action. She was busy with the decoration here, and the medical staff were divided into two groups. Some of them went to their place to put their luggage first, and took a shower before changing shifts. A group of girls were carrying large and small bags with some difficulty. This was not only their own luggage, but also that of their companions. That meant that one person had to carry two people's luggage. Beads of sweat ran down their faces, but they didn't feel tired at all. After working for 10 minutes, Master Xie was very satisfied with her new yard. She added a swing between the two big trees, and a set of tables and chairs in the yard. She took out milled tea and snacks, and was about to enjoy afternoon tea, but was interrupted by M80. Host, something is happening. What's going on? A bright projection screen appeared in front of her. The scene in front of her was very unfamiliar. She was sure that she had never been to that place. She did not rush to ask, but patiently looked at the screen. M80 first explained the cause, so that she would not be confused. People also need to live after the extreme heat comes, especially those who spend lavishly, and do not save crystal cores. After spending all the crystal cores in their hands, they have bad intentions. The opening scene is in a building in the flame base, where several burly psychics with ferocious faces are plotting something. Reselling the base's water? Yes. Which base doesn't lack water now? How much water can those water psychics produce? There are many people in the base, and many of them have crystal cores. The water in the flame base is so cheap. We have the trouble of moving it and reselling it. I don't know how much we can earn. The scarred face has a ferocious face, and there is a scar from the eyebrows to the lips, which makes him look even more disgusting. Tongqi still had some concerns. He didn't want to do this. Is this business so easy to do? The base has clearly prohibited reselling to other bases. The man with a mole on his face didn't care. Didn't they say it before? All the money-making jobs are strictly prohibited. If you don't want to make money, don't participate. Anyway, we brothers will do something big together. There will be more wealth and glory in the future. The scarred man and the mole man smiled at each other. The strong malice in their eyes scared Tongqi. Tongqi hesitated. But it's so hot outside, we can't even get out of this room. It's not so easy to get a constant temperature suit, and currently only the official people of the base can get one. Luckily, there is a temperature-resistant spray, and I bought a few bottles as soon as the base went online. The room you can get after handing in the crystal core in the base is still very small. After spraying a few bottles of spray, their minds became active. I still have some points. I buy some spray and spray it on the car, and when we get there, we can just sit in the car and wait for people to come to trade, and we don't have to go down. Scarface became more and more excited as he spoke, and he felt that his plan was feasible. Unfortunately, he did not consider the weather, and overlooked many details. The two looked at him together. Brother, are you going to do it? The mole man added, it's okay if you don't do it. Everyone has their own way out. If you want to leave, go ahead. He waved his hand, and turned his head inadvertently. Tongqi still had some concerns. He was not a fool. He knew that since the base had rules, there were also punishments. If it can be done without anyone noticing, it's fine. If it can't be done, if the base drives them out in such hot weather, even if the base doesn't do anything to them, they will die of thirst. He didn't want to risk violating the base's regulations to earn the crystal core. Touching the last dozen crystal cores left in his pocket, he hesitated for a moment, but still refused. I won't join you this time. Next time I will definitely join you to make a fortune. The scarred man and the mole man looked at each other, and there was a cold light in their eyes. Tongqi stood up, and wanted to go out to buy some food. What do you want to eat? I bring you back. Only after seeing this did she realize that the scarred man was a gold-type superpower user. He attached his superpower to his hand, and turned it into a blade, and pierced Tongqi's heart at once. Tongqi felt a pain in his body, his eyes widened, and asked in disbelief, why? Brother, don't think I'm cruel. I definitely take you with me next time. The scarred man pulled back his hand that was inserted into his body. Without waiting for blood to splash, the mole man waved his hand and condensed a pile of soil, wrapping Tongqi's upper body. Chapter 139 Reselling Bottled Water. Tongqi still had a breath left. Watching the soil gradually cover his upper body, he could not use any of his special powers. His eyes were wide open, still filled with fear and disbelief. They had done so many things together, he had thought. He was different from those who were killed by them. He thought they were the three closest brothers. If he had known the result would be like this, he should not have saved them in the first place. Bringing them back to the flame base, trusting them, was the thing he regretted most in his life. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. In this era where superpowers are rampant, there is no superpower that can go back in time. The blood sprayed from Tong Chi's body was gradually absorbed by the pile of earth, and his body fell to the side limply. The scarred man spat on Tong Chi's face. Bah! You want to wait until we succeed before you fight us, you think so beautifully. Who doesn't know that the risk is the highest for the first time? If you succeed the first time, won't you be familiar with the way next time? Those who don't want to take any risk, who want to reap the benefits of others, what kind of brothers are they? The two of them hastily dumped the body somewhere, and then they turned and came to another base with a truckload of water. Siapuro felt a little disgusted when she saw this. There was no bloody scene, but she just felt a chill. Can the flame base sell so much water at once? Host, the video was 10 days ago, during this period. The two of them stockpiled it bit by bit. The fiery base has a rule that each person can only buy 3 bottles of water per day. And they only drank half a bottle of the stored water every day. She put a carefully peeled grape into her mouth and brought it to her lips, chewing it slowly. She hadn't seen what the punishment for reselling materials in this world was. So she was curious. Where is the progress now? Can I watch them trade directly? The scene in front of her turned, and it was already in another base. Scarface and the mole man were sitting in the car waiting for the buyer to come. Peeling grapes, I casually asked, why don't you punish them directly? The prohibition of reselling is a rule. So far they only have the mentality, but not the actual action. Does it mean that it will be considered reselling only after they have traded? Yes. Siapuro didn't say anything, and continued to read. 2 buyers came. It was really hard for him to wrap himself up in such hot weather. Their car was parked in the shade, and the buyer knocked on the car window and asked, how much is the water? As soon as the car window was opened, the heat rushed in. The two looked impatient, and did not even want to look at the buyer. They pointed to the back seat and said, let's talk in the car. It was really hot. And to hide their tracks, the 2 buyers got into their car. Why isn't it as hot in your car as outside? One of the buyers was puzzled. It was definitely not because of the air conditioning. If the air conditioning could reach such a comfortable temperature, they would have stayed in the car long ago. Even if it consumed fuel, it was better than being dehydrated by the heat. The price of water is now completely different. In their base, a bottle of clean bottled water costs 20 crystal cores, and it's still not enough to grab. The mole man showed the bottled water at his feet. I give you a bottle of 18 crystal cores, which is 2 crystal cores cheaper than your base. Is it a good deal? Before the buyer could say anything, Siapuro jumped up and slammed the table in anger. We only sell 1 point per bottle. Damn water vendors, why can't I be the one selling water? It hurt when she slapped her hands on the table. She was so painful that her expression was distorted. She didn't want to sit here anymore when she was angry. She moved to the swing with her milk tea in her arms. The buyer took out the crystal core. The dry lips were so cracked that they bled red. Siapuro felt very distressed. The price of water was so high. This extreme heat wave will kill many ordinary people. It's impossible for Suju to end this extreme heat wave. But Suju can change his mind. Maybe he can try artificial rainfall. M80 words rekindled her hope. She fell down again after sitting up, pouting in dissatisfaction. You fooled me again. If this method is feasible, there are so many scientists in the central base who are not slacking off at work every day. Can they not think of it? If it has not been implemented, it means it is very difficult to implement. It is difficult for them to implement, but for the host to implement, all he needs is the crystal core. She tilted her head, trying to do reading comprehension. What do you mean? You want me to smoke again? Artificial rainfall requires certain weather conditions to be implemented, and the scientists in the central base cannot do it. But the main thing is that you can draw artificial rainfall that can be made regardless of the weather. M80 didn't finish her words, leaving her some room for imagination. Ah! Several exclamations came through the projection screen. Looking up, the product disappeared on its own, disappeared under the gaze of their 4 pairs of eyes. What's going on? Which of you two is a space power user? The buyer looked angry. No, we are not space power users. Scarface and the mole-faced man showed them their abilities to prove their innocence. Space ability users are so rare, there are only a few space ability users among 10,000 people. It would be great if they were space ability users. As for dual ability users, they have never seen one. It is even more impossible for them to associate this aspect. We paid for the crystal core, you have to give me the water. The bottle of water was still in the moleface man's hand, but he just handed it out, and the buyer did not take it. So they really had to accept the buyer's request for a bottle of water. The mole man took another bottle, and this time the four of them stared at the water in his hand. The moment the buyer was about to touch it, the water disappeared again. Fuck. The mole man cursed, and explained before the scarred man looked at him. You all watched, I didn't do anything. The mole man turned his head, and didn't want to look at them out of anger. Don't look at me like that. Try taking a bottle yourself. The scarred man looked at him, as if he wanted to eat him alive. But then he thought that he really didn't see any problem. He took a bottle of water from the mole man's feet, and handed it to him. The mole man turned his head awkwardly, and stared at the water. He wanted to see who was causing trouble. The water disappeared again, and the buyers were scared to death. They snatched the crystal cores that the two had just given out. Ghost! We didn't touch your water. We won't buy it. The two staggered and crawled out of the car. Now you believe it. It's not me. The mole man felt better. He was not the only one. Could it be the base's rules? The two had a vague guess. But they still didn't give up. They waited for two more buyers, and it was the same. The scarred man suggested, this is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the flame base first. Chapter 140. All resellers are blocked. After reading this, Siapuro felt bored, and all she had was a grudge against the scalpers. From now on, all resellers will be blocked automatically. After being blocked, they cannot enter the BNB, or the business scope of the food truck, or even touch the goods, no matter where they are bought. The consequences of being blocked are quite serious, and it may not be obvious now. When she develops the BNB bigger and better, those who are blocked will have no room to survive. The screen was still playing. The mole man and the scarred man returned to the base nervously. They got off the car and wanted to take the water in the car away. They found that they could not touch it. They were really panicked. If there was no water, how would they survive the extreme heat? They did not believe it, and asked a few passers-by to help them get bottled water. The passers-by did not understand, but the two promised to let them take it if they could. The passers-by who were watching the excitement got a bottle of water for free, and took the water away easily, as if they had found a bargain. After several people did the same thing over and over again, Scarface and Mole Man finally understood that this was the price they paid for violating the base regulations. Mole Man sat on the cart in despair, his hollow eyes filled with fear and confusion. But he had no regrets. What should we do? How will we survive if there is no water? No. If he had any regrets, it would be that he had listened to Scarface. Now that the two of them were tied together, I'm afraid no one in the entire base would be so stupid as to violate the base regulations. The two sat in the car, and were silent for a long time. If I had known, I wouldn't have resold it. I didn't make back the fuel cost, and I even lost money. If I had known, I would have drunk a few more sips. I had to force the water I saved from my mouth. Now I can't drink it. The mole man kept talking about what he had known, and the more he talked, the more resentful he became. The scarred man was annoyed. Enough. Now that things have happened, what's the point of talking about that? So what do you think we should do now? Gurgle. Scarface's stomach growled. It's come to this, let's eat first. The mole man had no objection to this. He was also hungry. The two got out of the car together, and came to the place where the base bought supplies, and wanted to buy some food as usual. When they checked out, they found that they couldn't touch the food. The two widened their eyes. Scarface muttered, how could it be? How could it be? They were just secretly selling water. Why couldn't they touch other food? He didn't notice that the mole-faced man looked at him with a sinister look, as if he was looking at a dying person. The salesperson had never encountered such a thing before, and she boldly guessed, You are violating the base's regulations and reselling? No. We won't buy it. Scarface was the first to react, and he dragged the mole-faced man away. They panicked and wanted to get into the car. Suddenly they found that the car that was fine just now. Now they couldn't open it. Siapura turned into a curious baby. Why is this? Of course they can't use the things we sell if they are blocked. The two people in the picture ran home again. This time they went in, but found it was unusually hot. Siapura finished the milk tea in her hand. Why is this? They don't have the right to use our products. They still own the items. The car has too little space, so they can't get in. The house has a lot of space, but the effect of spray painting is ineffective for them. Don't blame others, they walked themselves to death. The price of the goods was already very cheap. This price allowed ordinary people to survive. I don't know why these superpowers still want to take advantage. She asked the system, is there no one else who wants to resell besides the two of them? Of course there are, and there are many more, but so far they are just thinking about it. Of course, reselling is not just for these few smart people. Many people have thought about reselling, but have not put it into action. I don't want to care about these dirty things. But this incident also sounded a wake-up call for Siapuro. People can't go out. And no one knows where the zombies have gone. Now there are fewer and fewer zombies when going out. And the people in the base don't know how to survive. She still needs to develop here. She doesn't know whether there are many ordinary people in the BNB. People without income can seize this opportunity and use the advanced points exchanger. Extremely hot. The environment with few zombies is giving ordinary people a chance. Isn't it? Iron sheets. Gold and silver. Bricks and stones. Scrapped cars. These can all be exchanged for points. And the last thing in the apocalypse is this garbage. The question is there no one in the BNB using the advanced exchanger to exchange points? Yes. Does the host still remember the man who attacked the vending machine? The daughter that the couple didn't want went out to pick up things every day and exchange them for points. That little girl? When she mentioned it, she did have an impression. She didn't seem to be that big. She used all the points on her to buy constant temperature clothes and other equipment to go out. The daily income is quite considerable. Now she shouldn't have to worry about food and drink. As the first person to eat crabs, it's normal to seize the opportunity and get the bonus first and make a small fortune. She also mobilized others to pick up some things and exchange them for points. But unfortunately no one paid attention to her. No one else wants to pick up some things and exchange them for points. She clearly remembered that when she first took out the advanced point exchanger, someone came to the lobby to try to exchange things. Most tenants exchanged their unnecessary things for points, but they didn't continue to do it because they thought the points were too few. She restrained the look in her eyes and had a preliminary plan in mind, thinking of mobilizing tenants to go out and earn points. She was full of energy and stood up. Young people, why do you sleep? Why do you rest? You have wasted your youth. Get up. Earn points. Put on a clean top and pants. Put on a nice hat and go out of the yard. She looked down at her manicure. The manicure she did before she came here has been completely replaced by the new nails. I don't know if there is a free manicure activity when you upgrade the hot pot restaurant to the maximum level. Arriving at the food court, the tenants' activity area had long been moved from the lobby downstairs to the food court. Many women gathered together to eat melon seeds and talk about gossip. It seems that life has really improved. Before, who didn't think about how to survive every day? Now everyone is interested in gossiping. I wanted to sneak over to listen to what they were talking about, but she seemed to have a super high wattage light bulb attached to her body. She was noticed as soon as she approached. Shop owner? Is the shop owner here to eat too? Old Lady Joanzi seemed to have become the leader of the gossip group, directing everyone. Chapter 141 Take action. Come on, make way, give the owner a seat, and get him some melon seeds. Melon seeds are sold cheaply in the BNB, a few points per bag of small things, and can be eaten as a snack. 30 points are enough for them to sit here and eat from morning to night, which is also one of the hobbies of people who don't like sports in the end times. What surprised her was that the silver-haired old lady Zhao was also included. It should be onesie credit, otherwise. According to the old lady Zhao's personality, she should not like gossip. Siapuro patted her pockets. No. I brought some sunflower seeds myself. She didn't reject their kindness, and sat in the middle seat. She came here for something, and it was just right for her to sit in the middle and talk. Her clothes were not those sold in the store, but a full wardrobe prepared by M80. According to her dressing preferences, she prepared many styles of dresses. The top she wore today had a super large pocket, and she put some of her favorite snacks on her body, and she could take them out and eat them whenever she wanted. While eating sunflower seeds, she asked, "What are you guys talking about here?" She ate sunflower seeds, and the people next to her also ate them. For a moment, the whole place was filled with the crisp sound of cracking sunflower seeds. Everyone was holding a garbage container, or spitting it out in their hands. No one littered. Siapuro nodded with satisfaction. Everyone has a high level of quality, which is worthy of praise. Nothing to talk about, just chatting casually. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone was seriously cracking sunflower seeds, and they didn't continue the previous topic. She didn't want to waste time beating around the bush. So she said directly, everyone can't get out due to the natural disaster. How can you earn points? Wanzi's eyes lit up. Does the owner have any ideas? Everyone's thoughts turned around, and they thought of all kinds of possibilities. Old Mrs. Zhao snorted, attracting everyone's attention. Could the owner be asking us to use the points exchange machine downstairs? The discussion immediately became louder, and there were many different opinions. I tried it before. I put my most precious brooch into exchange for points, but I only got 1 point, not even enough for a meal. And I put my favorite ring in, which is made of silver, and I only got a few points. I also put my man's big gold chain in, and I only got 2 points. Siapura couldn't stand it anymore, and interrupted them. Aunt, your brooch is meaningful to you, but the only thing that's valuable is the few grams of iron. Aunt, are you sure your ring is made of silver? What kind of silver? Is it pure silver? And sister, your man's big gold chain, are you sure it's gold? Someone used a gold ring to exchange points before, and got 200 points. These 3 sentences stunned a group of women. Someone subconsciously wanted to confirm the authenticity of this matter, and asked, is it true? 200 points? How can a gold ring be made of gold? How can it only be used as 2 crystal cores? The gold ring is too worthless, it won't be worth much. Faced with the question, Siapura said bluntly, that ring is said to be made of gold, but in fact, there is not much gold at all. It's good to be able to exchange for 200 points. If you don't believe me, who else has gold on you? Put it in and try to see if the points you can exchange for are worthwhile. Others can deceive you. How can I deceive you? If you don't believe me, I have to believe in great BNB. Right? The young, middle-aged, and elderly people present. This sounds familiar yet strange. Old Lady Zhao was the first to speak out. If you really want to earn points, you can still earn some by trying hard to pick up some things outside. Juanzi and I are too old to do that kind of hard work. If you have that much strength, you might as well kill more zombies. And you can earn more points. For capable people like Old Lady Zhao, killing zombies is more cost-effective. But for ordinary people, it is not the case. To deal with a level 1 zombie, several ordinary people must go together, and they must be careful to defeat it. It's extremely hot now, and zombies don't like to come out. Our BNB sells constant temperature clothes and breathing masks, which can protect the whole body. For others, extreme heat is a disaster. But for ordinary people who live in BNBS and have such good equipment, it may be an opportunity. You find some valuable things to exchange for points. You don't have to fight zombies, but just put in some effort. Isn't this more cost-effective than finding crystal cores? I stopped at the persuasion. It's up to them whether they want to do it or not. Anyway, she had already found a job for the people staying in the BNB, and the reminder was in place. If there were people who wanted to resell the items, don't blame her for being ruthless. Well, I think what the store owner said makes sense. I should go back and see if the clothes at home have been washed. Oh, yes. I don't think my clothes are hung out to dry. Everyone found an excuse to go home, and the crowd dispersed, leaving only Juanzi and Old Lady Zhao. Sister, we are old, and it's troublesome to bend down, so we won't get involved. Siapura waved her hand, indicating that she understood, and continued to sit and chat with them. It was not difficult to chat with the elderly. They had experienced a lot of things. She only needed to prepare her ears and listen quietly, sometimes asking questions and sometimes agreeing with them. The 2 elderly people spoke very well, telling their stories before and after the apocalypse, including many interesting things. During the chat, she learned a lot of details about the apocalypse when zombies were rampant. For example, it was 1 year after the apocalypse that humans slowly awakened their superpowers, and the crystal cores in the zombies' brains were not discovered until the superpowers appeared one after another. The energy contained in the crystal core can quickly restore the superpowers, and then slowly use the crystal core to replace the currency. She was like a very obedient junior, listening to the stories told by the elders. After listening for a long time, she summarized what they described. That is to say, most humans have evolved to become superpowers. But zombies have not evolved? Mrs. Zhao was stunned, and it seemed to be true. So she nodded. Juanzi was still talking, and she and Siapura looked at each other, and saw the same idea in each other's eyes. The weather is so hot. Will this natural disaster be a cleanup for the already decaying zombies? Or is it an opportunity for them? People, animals, plants are all evolving. There is no reason why zombies should not evolve. They have no way of knowing what is going on. Women spread information very quickly. In just one afternoon, the BNB was filled with discussions about the advanced points exchanger. The arrival of the eternal day has no effect on the BNB. They still maintain a normal schedule in the BNB. And there were so many teams and families planning to go out and get something to earn points that night. The next day, after chatting with Sia Pu Ro, Mrs. Zhao led her team to get up early and have breakfast. Not only them, most of the guests in the BNB got up very early. In the food street in the early morning, everyone wore a thermostatic suit. If you didn't know, you might think there was some group activity. Chapter 142 Snowflake Crisp. Everyone sat together, knowing each other or not, and had a great time talking. Some people who didn't have women at home and didn't like gossip were not so well informed, but they saw everyone going downstairs for breakfast, so they followed. I sat by and listened for a while before I realized that they were going to earn points together. Some people who were alone started to form teams on the street, and those who didn't want to form a team went alone. Most people didn't have complete equipment, so they went to the store to buy a full set of equipment before going out. Sia Pu Ro was sleeping soundly at the moment. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was forced to listen to the system chatter. Many people are not unwilling to earn points. But the news of the advanced exchanger has not spread to everyone. How could it be? I remember that I asked you to post an announcement at that time. She thought about it carefully, and was sure that she must have asked the system to post an announcement. Many people noticed that they were persuaded to quit by those ants again. I heard that they only earned a few points for their hard-earned money, and then stopped working. Now the host spread the news again. Most of the tenants went out to collect supplies today. Rumors really kill people. It delays things so much. She got up, washed her face and sobered up, and sat on the swing in the yard. She was reading a comic book she brought back from the library with great interest. Occasionally, a slight breeze blew her hair, and she patiently pinned it back. Suddenly, she felt that she particularly liked such days. Leisurely and free. Why do I feel that the air is better than before? System. Do you feel it? M80 was speechless. Does the host think I should feel it? It doesn't even have a physical body. How can it feel it? She sniffed again, but couldn't tell the difference even if she smelled carefully. In the end, she just attributed it to the fact that she was in a good mood and the air smelled sweet. After finishing a comic book, her mind became active and she was ready to start working. She opened the card drawing interface and could see all the things she had unlocked. M80 wanted to motivate her to draw cards. So he deliberately said, I always feel that there are too few things to unlock. Sia Pura gathered her hair and said calmly, then let me show you what is really few. Card drawing begins. Food card. Snowflake crisp. The sound of stepping on the snow is the taste of snowflake crisp. Snowflake crisp. Sia Pu Ro jumped off the swing with a start. Snowflake crisp is her favorite sweet snack. When she was in another world, there was no space at that time. She always liked to make some snowflake crisps and put them in her pocket. She could take them out and eat them anytime and anywhere. She remembered that she had been in the ancient plane before. It was very difficult to collect the raw materials for making snowflake crisps. After making them, she liked to share them everywhere. Go to another world to share your favorite snacks. It feels really good to recommend your favorite food to the whole world. Sometimes you can use it to entertain children. Give each child a piece of snowflake crisps, and the children will regard her as the king. Let her command them. And listen to her. Thinking about it, she laughed from the bottom of her heart. This is the charm of food and foodies running in both directions. I thought that people in the end times, and they would not see this kind of desserts if they had to draw cards, but I didn't expect that I was not so evil. Host. Are you happy? Sia Pura nodded her head like a vibrator. Not just like it, she really likes it. She stopped drawing cards, jumped up and ran to the kitchen. The ingredients needed to make snowflake crisps were placed on the kitchen table: marshmallows, milk powder, nuts, dried fruits. She found a non-stick pan of the right size, and prepared to start making snowflake crisps. Snowflake crisps are her favorite. She has made them countless times, and she has clearly engraved the recipe in her mind. Heat the pan first, add the butter to melt. When the butter is completely melted, pour the marshmallows in and stir. When the marshmallows are completely melted, turn off the heat, add the nuts, dried fruits, and small cookies and mix quickly. Take out the ruthless iron hand, and keep pulling the ingredients in your hand like you are pinching fake water. When it is almost pulled, put it in a rectangular container and sprinkle some milk powder to prevent it from sticking. Arrange it into a rectangle and let it cool. This is not the first time I have seen M80 make snowflake crisps. Every time I watch it, I enjoy it and feel very relieved. She made 5 flavors in total. The materials were sufficient, so she simply made all the flavors she could make at once. The snowflake crisps in front of her had 5 colors, namely, strawberry pistachio flavor, matcha fig flavor, mango Oreo flavor, salted egg yolk pork floss flavor, cheese kiwi flavor. The strawberry one was made pink by adding strawberry powder, and the mango Oreo one was made with butterfly pea powder, so in short, there were 5 colors. After cooling, cut them into thick slices, and let Bao wrap each slice separately. Since we were already in the kitchen, she also unlocked several rice dishes. Beef stew with potatoes, stir-fried pork with snow peas, stir-fried beans with bacon, pork stew with sweet and sour pineapple, stir-fried sausage with garlic moss. The unlocked dishes are very friendly, more suitable for pregnant women. In fact, pregnant women don't need to avoid anything except eating spicy food. They can eat anything, as long as they eat in moderation. Siapura packed the dishes she cooked and put them in the space, and eat them when she wants. A new store quietly opened on the street of the food street. The plaque hanging high above the store door reads the simple 3-word Snowflake Crisp. The font is different from that of other stores. It is a cute color and font, which is very eye-catching. There are many snowflake crisps. She grabbed a handful of each snowflake crisp and put it in her pocket, and put the rest into the space like treasures. Patting the bulging pocket of her clothes, Siapura was satisfied. It is safer to put a little treasure like snowflake crisp in your pocket. Put it in your pocket, and you can take it out and eat it whenever you want. The happiness of eating whatever you want is indescribable. Siapura was in a great mood with a bag full of snowflake crisps. She found a beautiful empty basket, and put some snowflake crisps in her hand, while walking out of the yard, humming a tune that was not a complete song. With a smile on her face and light steps, she soon arrived at the school gate. She had not visited the school since she handed it over to Mingqinglu, and she didn't even know how many students were enrolled. After passing the identity verification at the school gate, Siapura easily arrived at the classroom door. When she arrived at the classroom door, the bell for the break rang. The students sitting in the classroom all looked up at where she was. A childish voice rang, "Hello, store owner's sister." With the leader, the voices of greetings came one after another. Mingqinglu walked out with a smile on her face. "Is the store owner here to check the teaching results?" Siapura nodded, and then shook her head. Chapter 143 Educational Situation. "I'm here to see the new students enroll, not to supervise. It's only been a few days since the students enrolled. What can we find out by checking up now?" Mingqinglu knew that even if she wanted to check the teaching results, she wouldn't come at this time. What she said just now was just a joke. With a smile on her face, she said loudly, "Students in the big kids class, let's say hello to the store owner's sister together." Mingqinglu's words made the students from another class next to her come out, looking at Siapura, and a group of children shouted again in unison. During the break, the children were not the type to sit in the classroom for a long time, and they rushed out of the classroom. They all knew the owner, and everyone had heard from their families that they should respect the owner, so they only dared to watch from a distance when facing Siapura. The girls she brought back from the Shurgang base, as well as Lily and Chungchung, were not afraid at all. They ran to her side with laughter, surrounded her, and sweetly called her the owner's sister. Siapura did not mind these things, and raised the basket in her hand, and shouted with the momentum of a child king, "Everyone, look at what this is." She lifted the decorative cloth covering the basket, revealing the colorful snowflake crisps inside. The freshly made snowflake crisps still had a milky aroma, which could not be covered up by the individual packaging. The younger children could smell the aroma as soon as it came out. What a nice smell. Milky. So beautiful. So many colors. "Sister owner, what is this?" Many eyes looked at her, and she explained with a smile, "This is snowflake crisps. There are several flavors. Everyone can pick a piece they like to eat." As she said this, she brought the basket into the classroom and placed it on a nearby table. She took out a piece of snowflake crisp and handed it to Mingqinglu, and then asked the older and younger children to come in. "Everyone come and take it. 1 piece each." Mingqinglu took the snowflake crisp, unceremoniously opened it, and took a small bite. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "It's delicious." The principal took the lead and set an example. and the other children immediately lined up obediently. There were not many students, and everyone lined up in a short while. After each of them chose their favorite color, they couldn't wait to open the package, and squinted their eyes in satisfaction when they ate it. Looking down, the children's faces were rosy, like little red apples, and they looked very cute. Snowflake crisps were not very popular before the end of the world, and many bakeries didn't sell them. First, the raw materials were not cheap, and second, even if the children saw them, adults would probably not buy them. Many children had never even heard of the name of snowflake crisps before, and now they only dared to chew them slowly, and were reluctant to finish them all at once. The children were just in awe of her identity as a shop owner, not afraid of her. She generously distributed snacks to them, looked gentle and easy to talk to, and with the blessing of her affinity aura, the children were no longer afraid of her. Through so many children, Ming Qinglu looked at Siapura standing under the classroom light. This was a shop owner she had never seen before. This relaxed and somewhat childish shop owner, how could you tell that she was the girl who single-handedly saved all the women in the Shurgang base from dire straits? Maybe this is her most real side. Without disguise. Treating children is different from treating adults. Adults are bullies who are afraid of the strong. Many times, if they don't show a cold face, adults will think there is room for them to push their luck. Ding-ling-ling, the bell for class rang. Siapura picked up the basket with some snowflake crisps left and put it on the podium in front of the children. Everyone should be good in class today. After class, the principal will give the remaining snowflake crisps to the obedient children as rewards. The children threw the leftover wrappers into the trash can and sat down in their respective seats. The students in the older class also returned to their classes. The teacher came in and nodded and smiled at Siapura. She responded with the same courtesy. Ming Qinglu went with her to the principal's office to report on the students' enrollment status. The school is currently divided into two classes. The older class is for children who have been to school and learned to read before, and the younger class is for children who have no foundation at all and start learning to read. Most of the minors under 13 years old in the BNB come to our school, and the older ones don't want to go to school. Her report was very clear and concise, and she summarized the things she wanted to ask, but didn't ask in just a few words. Siapura casually flipped through the student file she handed over. It doesn't matter, it's the end of the world anyway. Studying is no longer the only way out. It's up to them if they want to risk their lives. Everyone just needs to be responsible for themselves. She asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Ming Qinglu fell into deep thought. In fact, before being caught by Shurgang base, she had visited other bases and thought about finding a job as a teacher in other bases. The schools she had interviewed were very subversive to her cognition. Most of the children were discussing what someone would do if they awakened their superpowers, whose parents knew which high-level person in the base could be a backer. No one really focused on studying. They said they were studying. But in fact, many children were unwilling to learn even the most basic Chinese characters and pinyin. The teachers in those schools were either forced in through connections, or their families gave them crystal cores in order to find a safe job to make a living. Those who were not professionally qualified had no idea how to teach, and did not even have the most basic teacher ethics. When she saw with her own eyes that a girl whose family did not have strong connections was called to the podium by the teacher, and was insulted by the boys in the class with obscene words, she knew that she could not fit in that school. Maybe as a teacher, she still couldn't let go of some damn principles. She could not accept that kind of education environment, and she did not teach in such a place. The official bases have no shortage of teachers, and the positions of teachers in private bases are filled to bursting with connections. It doesn't matter to her. Without connections, teachers with only work experience are the least valuable after the end of the world. There are dangers everywhere in the end of the world. Safety cannot be guaranteed. Who can calm down and learn culture? Ming Qinglu made up her mind and gritted her teeth to speak out her inner thoughts. Shopkeeper. Can we add a safety education class for children and teach them self-defense skills? Children in the end times are destined not to be too naive. Siapura sat on the chair calmly. I came here for this matter. You and I have the same idea. She stood up, reached out, and patted her shoulder. Since you and I have the same idea, I leave it to you. Thank you for your hard work. Ming Qinglu smiled and shook her head. It's my duty, it's not hard. Chapter 144. Setting fire? She also hopes that the children can at least have the ability to save their lives. Now is different from the peaceful and prosperous times. Before, you only needed to study hard. And you could skip physical education classes to get good grades. But now it is the end of the world. Since you have to teach and educate people, physical fitness and fighting cannot be ignored. Xie Puro didn't want to take care of many things. So she gave the power to Ming Qinglu and asked her to handle it. After leaving school, her mood was greatly improved by the innocent laughter of the children. She was thinking about going to the food street to get some snowflake crisps and put them in her space. Halfway through, she was disturbed by the alarm of the system. Alarm. Alarm. Blacklisted user Wang Dazhuang intends to set fire to the BNB. Host. Please go and deal with it immediately. Set fire? No big problem. It can't be thrown in. Xie Puro was very surprised why the system started to panic. The absolute safety zone is not for nothing. Is it necessary to alarm for a small fire? Normally, it's nothing. It's extremely hot now. I'm afraid that the sparks will fly to other places. A spark can start a prairie fire. Yes. She ignored whether a single spark would cause disasters in the surrounding area. Where is the location? At the entrance of the BNB. Are you crazy? Why would you set fire to the entrance of the BNB? Aren't you just waiting to be caught? She immediately quickened her pace and headed for the target. There was a bang. Wang Dazhuang was standing outside the BNB, throwing burning objects into the BNB. Above the BNB was a large protective shield that no one else could see. The shield was attacked but dared not bounce back, because after the BNB was expanded, in order to optimize the environment, the small area next to it was full of flowers, plants and trees, and this small area was not within the protection range of the BNB. If it bounced back, the area next to it would definitely catch fire. At this moment, the burning objects thrown by Wang Dazhuang were hanging on the transparent wall of the protective cover. No flammable objects could ignite them, and they burned themselves on it. Wang Dazhuang was wrapped with black tape to protect himself from the sun, only his eyes were exposed, and his eyes were vicious. He was blacklisted and could not get close to the BNB, so he thought of this way to retaliate. Some guests in the BNB, who did not go out to pick up things for points, were gossiping in the food street, and the sound of the burning objects thrown on the air wall attracted everyone's attention. Following the sound, we found a burning object hanging on the air wall. Everyone ran to the gate. Now that life is better, and people don't have to worry about food and drink, the subconscious reaction of watching the fun emerges. There are many people who know Wang Dazhuang among the crowd. They all come from the same village. They look through the gate and point at Wang Dazhuang in the guest house. Why does he look a bit like Dazhuang? Are you Dazhuang? Hey Dazhuang, did you throw this thing? What are you going to do? What else can you do by throwing this thing? You must want to set fire to us and burn us to death. Otherwise, could it be fireworks? There were also onlookers who didn't know Wang Dazhuang. They tapped the person who called out his name and asked, "Do you know this guy? Why didn't he come in? He's from the same village. When he first came, he smashed things in the store. He deserved to be blocked by the owner." A woman from the same village stood up and wanted to show off. From a distance, she pointed at Wang Dazhuang and asked, "Dazhuang, do you want to set fire to us and burn us to death?" Wang Dazhuang's face was ashen. Listening to their pointing and talking, he clenched his fists, tightened and loosened and tightened again. "Who told you to forget me after you went in? You said we were from the same village. You are comfortable with good food and accommodation, but have you ever thought about me? I have also observed that so many people have gone out today. Let me see what you guys will do with the only ones left." He roared fiercely, his eyes were red, his forehead was protruding, and he was as ferocious as a beast. "How is that possible? Didn't your wife send you food?" Wang Dazhuang's eyes became even redder with anger. He didn't know why he couldn't even touch the things his wife sent him, let alone eat them. He asked her to unscrew the bottle of water and pour it down for him to drink. The clean water flowed over his body. It was as if his body was lined with lines, and there was no water on him at all. The water poured on the ground, he lay down and tried to lick it, but he still couldn't touch it. The couple watched the land absorb the water, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't touch the basin of water. After listening to his wife's description of the house, he wanted to move in, but he was bounced back before he could even take a step. Talking too much is all tears. Wang Dazhuang's eyes are wet now. What did he do wrong? Didn't he just kick the broken machine twice? His life is not worth that broken machine. His wife can't help him, and the villagers don't care about him. He can only risk his life all the way back to the village to find some equipment. And if we die together. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was not wrong. And he shouted, "I just want to burn you to death." The onlookers were all stunned. They didn't expect Wang Dazhuang to really want to burn them to death. Then the villagers started to curse him. "You are so heartless. Your parents died early, and it was our villagers who helped you grow up. You later became successful, and were able to work in the city and marry a wife. You forgot our kindness to you. So I won't say anything. Now our villagers have finally settled down and have a place to live, and you still want to burn us to death?" Another woman took over the conversation and accused Wang Dazhuang. "Yes, we all chipped in to pay for your trip to the city. Are you going to burn us to death?" Wang Dazhuang gritted his teeth, glared at everyone in front of him, turned around and picked up everything behind him and set it on fire. He didn't believe that so many things couldn't burn these people to death. If Wang Dazhuang didn't have a good life, no one else would have a good life. Seeing that he was still throwing more, the people who were standing in the guest house and didn't dare to go out looked at each other. The fellow villagers who had just accused him dared not speak now. It seemed that Wang Dazhuang could not come in now, but no one dared to say whether he would retaliate if they left the BNB. No one dared to provoke Wang Dazhuang anymore, because in their eyes, Wang Dazhuang was already crazy. Xia Pu Rose smelled a pungent smell before she reached the destination given by the system. Damn it, because he wanted to throw things in and set fire when he couldn't get in. Damn Wang Dazhuang, his wife and children were still in the BNB, he was so cruel. Is this still a man? If she hadn't received a system prompt, and hadn't rushed over, a big fire would have been inevitable around the protective cover of the homestay. The breeze blew up sporadic flames. Xia Pura looked at it with fear, fearing that the flames would fall on the grass. Seeing that he was going to continue throwing, Xia Pura quickly released her water power, and a column of water fell from the sky to extinguish the things he was trying to throw in. Then she released the rattan, and rolled Wang Dazhuang, who was wrapped in black tape, in front of her. Chapter 145 Black Fingernails. People from your village are also living in there. Even if your wife and children are still in there, you dare to set fire. Wang Dazhuang stiffened his neck, and was very stubborn. I want them to die together. They haven't sent me food since they moved in. They live well and eat well. I am so hungry outside that I am gnawing on tree bark. He twisted his body and struggled to get rid of the restraints. Unfortunately, he was tied up like a hairy crab. After struggling for a few times, he found that he couldn't move at all, let alone escape. The crowd, which was quiet just now, suddenly became lively, and shouted in surprise, "The owner is here! This man wants to burn our people living inside. Owner! You can't let this man go! Owner! Catch him quickly! He is so bad! Yes! You must not let this kind of person go! He is setting fire now. And he will kill people next time." Xia Pu Rou listened to the voices around her, and glanced at the crowd of onlookers. Her eyes revealed a hint of indifference and ridicule. Among those who shouted to punish him, there were people from the same village as Wang Dazhuang. Even the villagers wanted her to take action to deal with him. As expected, no one would stand up when their own interests were not infringed. Don't think she doesn't know the twists and turns in these people's hearts. They are just afraid that they will be retaliated by Wang Dazhuang when they want to go out in the future. So many people discussed asking the owner to punish them. Wang Dazhuang panicked. He didn't have much ability, but today he saw that most people in the homestay had gone out, so he dared to set fire. Wang Dazhuang failed in his arson attempt. He was not emotional at all when so many people pointed at him. It was as if life and death were nothing. Xia Pura took back the vines that were wrapped around him. He was right in front of her, and could not run away. A man and a woman in the distance were also with a boy. They were wearing a thermostatic suit and talking and laughing. A man and a woman were flirting and making fun of each other. They looked like a loving couple. They walked to the door of the BNB, and saw so many people gathered at the door of the BNB. There was also the owner, and a black mass lying on the ground outside the door. The boy pulled the man curiously. "Mom and Dad, can we go over and take a look?" "Okay. Let's go over and take a look." The man led the little boy over to see the excitement. The woman smiled sweetly. "You two should be careful." "I know, Mom." Wang Dazhuang heard 3 familiar voices, and suddenly raised his head. He was wrapped in black tape, and only a pair of eyes were exposed, staring at the 3 people. Those 2 voices were so familiar. They were the voices he heard almost every day. Zheng Hongying. Wang Zi. Zheng Hongying couldn't believe what she heard, noticing the black figure on the ground. Wang Dazhuang. Another good show. Xia Puru took 2 steps back. Now she was particularly regretful. She didn't even have a little brother to put a chaise longue behind her. Now she could only stand to eat melon seeds. Zheng Hongying's heartbeat quickened. She quickly hid behind the man standing next to her. Wang Zi even shouted, "Dad? I don't know who he is calling, after all." His two fathers are present. Separated by a door, outside is Shira field, inside. Those who have melon seeds are eating melon seeds. The one who didn't bring melon seeds said, "Don't eat all by yourself, give me some, I buy you a bag later." "Okay." The one who was eating melon seeds asked for a price. "Buy 2 bags." "No way. I only cracked 1 melon seed from you. And you want me to give you 2 bags?" The one who didn't have melon seeds started to yell immediately. "Forget it. In order to eat melon with melon seeds, those without melon seeds gritted their teeth." "Okay. 2 packs is 2 packs. At worst, I can buy some and eat some together." Wang Dazhuang struggled to stand up. His muscles were tense, as if he was about to explode at any time. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, staring straight at Zheng Hongying, and his voice was full of anger. "Why are you with Gooden? Why does Wang Zi call Gooden daddy?" Zheng Hongying's eyes flashed with hesitation and fear. She hid behind Gooden again and again, trying to avoid Wang Dazhuang's questioning. Wang Dazhuang's voice became more hoarse. "Speak." He clenched his fists more tightly, as if he would swing at Zheng Hongying at any time. Getting no response, he turned to the little boy. "Wang Zi. Come here." Wang Zi was like a frightened little rabbit. How could he dare to go over? His eyes revealed fear and helplessness. Fearing his father's rage, and being paradoxically instructed by his mother, he was at a loss. "Ha ha. Why call him dad?" Wang Dazhuang's voice was full of laughter, and his smile revealed a kind of outrageous madness. He pulled Wang Zi's hand, forcing him to face Gooden, asking, "Son, why do you call him dad?" Wang Zi's heart was beating violently. He broke free from Wang Dazhuang's hand, not daring to look him in the face. "My mother told me to call her that." He hid behind his mother and Gooden, seeking a sense of security. "Zheng Hongying. You are so nice, when was it? Were you 2 together before? Whose son is Wang Zi?" Wang Dazhuang roared at Zheng Hongying angrily. His eyes were red, and veins on his forehead were prominent. Zheng Hongying kept shaking her head. "No. I didn't." "Then why does my son call him dad? Tell me." Zheng Hongying was speechless, thinking that she was also forced by life. She straightened her back a little. "My son and I will still live here in the future. What's wrong with me finding a man? Am I wrong?" She argued for herself with confidence. Wang Dazhuang's face was already twisted and hideous. He wanted to tear the 3 of them apart. How could she cheat on him? How could it be possible? There was a small shadow among the crowd of people watching in the guest house. Wang Dazhuang finally found an outlet for his anger. "Wang Xiaodi, come and see your slutty mother," he shouted with all his might. He was no longer afraid of losing face. He just wanted to let everyone know that Zheng Hongying and Gooden were a pair of bastards. "You bastard shall die." While Gooden was not paying attention, Wang Dazhuang pounced on them and scratched 3 people. Now he no longer cared whether Wang Zi was his son or not. He attacked indiscriminately and caught whoever he met. Siapuru ate melon seeds while watching. That guy named Gooden was not a good man either. He actually walked back after being attacked and ignored Zheng Hongying and her mother. He did not speak a word the whole time. No matter how Wang Dazhuang scolded them, he did not say a word. She even suspected that he was mute. Wang Dazhuang scratched Wang Zi, and it was not enough. He stared at Wang Xiaodi through the door. "You dead girl. You don't even care about your parents. Come out." Siapura's eyes fell on Wang Dazhuang's fingernails, which were pitch black. Seeing his crazy look, it seemed that there must be something in the pitch black fingernails. Chapter 146. Who is whose father? Men and women fight with different moves. Men usually swing their fists, while women fight by slapping and pulling hair. Wang Dazhuang's emphasis on scratching people with his nails was very strange. The people present thought he was stimulated by cheating, but it was not the case. She did not remind him. She just watched the show. She was just a spectator. Zheng Hongying saw that her precious son was also scratched, and instantly all the guilt she had felt was gone. "Okay. You beat us. And you beat our son, too. I fight you." She screamed and rushed to fight with Wang Dazhuang. "You slap me, and I tear off your clothes." It was a lively fight. The spectators around were dumbfounded and ate melon seeds even harder. Wang Xiaodi, who was hiding behind the crowd, just watched coldly and sneered in her heart. "Let's fight. It's best to fight until both sides are injured." Anyway, I have become independent and no longer subject to them. Wang Zi saw his parents fighting fiercely, and he was afraid. He did not dare to approach and hid far away. His legs and feet were weak, and he could only hold onto the wall and move slowly. Wang Dazhuang glanced at Wang Zi and stretched out his right hand to hug Wang Zi. My dear son, don't be afraid. Let daddy pinch you again. His right hand pinched his neck, and his left hand pinched Wang Zi's neck. Wang Zi instinctively stretched out his hands and slapped Wang Dazhuang's arms. Zheng Hongying attacked Wang Dazhuang's chest from behind. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between men and women. Zheng Hongying had just gone out and hugged Wang Zi for so long, so she had already lost all her strength. Wang Dazhuang snorted coldly and knocked Zheng Hongying to the ground with one punch. His eyes secretly explored the three people, and he was relieved only after he was sure that the three of them had broken skin. He then kicked Zheng Hongying in the stomach with his feet. He just wanted to kick her in the stomach. Bitch, dared to cheat on him. Gooden, who had been silent, finally spoke up. He was no longer a man, and could not watch Zheng Hongying being beaten in front of him. Gooden and Wang Dazhuang were originally from the same village. The village was not big. If you shouted loudly at the head of the village, you could hear it at the end of the village. They were brothers who had grown up together. They were similar in size. The only difference was that Gooden had been eating too much at the BNB recently. He didn't grow any muscle, but he gained weight. He pulled Wang Dazhuang away with a little effort. He said sullenly, "That's enough. Yingzi is my woman now." "Your woman?" Wang Dazhuang laughed in anger. "This is your sister-in-law. You have slept together, right?" He smiled foolishly, and couldn't help drooling. "I can protect Yingzi." Gooden knew that he was sorry for Wang Dazhuang, and his tone was not too harsh. "At least as a man, I won't swing my fist at a woman." "You as a man?" Wang Dazhuang's mocking eyes passed through his crotch. "You are really a beast." "Bah!" He spat out the blood foam in his mouth, kicked Gooden's crotch, and was blocked by Gooden. "I'm going to kill you today. You bitch." Wang Dazhuang. Gooden was also angry, raising his arm and punching back. After a few rounds, Gooden was completely unable to withstand Wang Dazhuang's desperate fighting style. He didn't care about any rules at all, and didn't even care if he would get hurt. He was just going to beat Gooden with all his strength. Gooden was also ruthless. Wang Dazhuang was thrown away by a huge force, and hit a stone on the side of the road. Wang Dazhuang, who was severely injured in the brain, had blood all over the back of his head. He struggled to get up, but he really couldn't hold on any more, so he gave up. He laid down on the spot, looking at the scratches on the three people's bodies. He laughed out loud. Wang Zi was frightened. He kept burrowing into Zheng Hongying's arms, and didn't even think of going forward to check on his biological father. The onlookers who were eating melon seeds in the BNB were shocked, and said little things about Wang Zi. The Chinese people attach great importance to filial piety, and no matter what, a son should not be so indifferent. Even if he is not his biological father, he has raised him to this age. Just now, Wang Dazhuang only called Wang Zhaodi. There are so many people in the crowd, and no one knows who he is calling. She was buried in the crowd, listening to the crowd scolding her brother. Wang Dazhuang's laughter was getting louder and louder. Zheng Hongying was scared. He had lost so much blood and without a doctor, he might die here. She took Gooden and her son with her, and headed for the BNB. She cursed in a low voice, "Psycho!" After a few steps, a wall separated the three of them. Zheng Hongying was too familiar with this feeling. In the first few days after arriving at the BNB, she brought things to try with Wang Dazhuang every day. The final result was, of course, that she could neither eat nor enter. Now they were the ones blocked by the air wall. She finally felt the panic and uneasiness in her heart. She tried again, and was still bounced back. She could no longer describe her mood as uneasiness, but simply horror. During this period of time, she was used to not being beaten and scolded by Wang Dazhuang, and not having her mother-in-law constantly nagging her about why she ate so much meat again today. All she had to do was take good care of her son, and help him drink water with big gulps, and eat until she was full. If she couldn't get in, she would never feel the soft bed and comfortable temperature again. Thinking of something, she opened her bag, took out some water, and poured it into her mouth. "It's drinkable." She casually rummaged in her bag, took out a chicken claw for soaking feet, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Wang Zi didn't know what happened to his mother. Why did she stop at the door and not go in? She suddenly started drinking water and eating. She shook her hand. "Mom, I want some too. Zheng Hongying turned a deaf ear to him, shook off her son's hand, and stuffed the whole boneless chicken claw into her mouth. It's edible. Then you won't be blacklisted by the store owner like Wang Dazhuang. Zheng Hongying smacked her lips, feeling that today's chicken feet were tasteless, and didn't think much about it. The more important thing now is to ask the store owner what's going on while he's still here. Owner, why can't we go in? Siapura stopped eating melon seeds. Why don't you ask the kid's father? Zheng Hongying looked at Gooden when she heard that. Why? Siapura was caught off guard when she ate this huge melon at the front line of eating melons, and she forgot to chew the melon seeds for a few times, and she choked and coughed when she swallowed them. Good God, the child's father is not Wang Dazhuang? The crowd in the guest house burst into laughter, and the discussion was so loud that Zheng Hongying could hear it clearly even from such a distance. She reacted and turned her eyes to Wang Dazhuang, who was still lying on the ground. She was so scared that she fell to the ground. Wang Dazhuang's skin turned pale, his eyes lost their vitality, and his normal skin was covered with black lines like dead branches. He let out a low roar, and his arms began to twist and deform. He. Zheng Hongying sat on the ground and pointed at Wang Dazhuang. Trembling. Chapter 147. You are doomed. She thought of something, and hurriedly lifted Wang Zi's clothes. The skin that was just scratched by Wang Dazhuang has now turned black, and there are also strands of black lines around the wound. No matter how naughty Wang Zi is, he is just a child. Growing up in the end of the world, he understands the meaning of death and mutation. He burst into tears and threw himself on Zheng Hongying's legs. Am I going to become a zombie? It's all your fault. Why did you cheat? You betrayed your father. He cried and hit Zheng Hongying, swearing dirty words, and looked exactly like Wang Dazhuang. Stop it! Wang Zi looked at Zheng Hongying in disbelief. No matter how much he cried, she would always come to comfort him first. It turned out that if there was a stepfather, there would be a stepmother. He was even sadder. He was thinking about how he would turn into a zombie. Zheng Hongying pushed Wang Zi away. How could a little kid resist the full strength of an adult? She pushed Wang Zi to the ground with one effort. Wang Zi cried even harder, standing up and grabbing Zheng Hongying's hair and beating her. Zheng Hongying didn't care about him now. Not caring about the public, she took off her clothes directly. Gooden's face was so dark that Siapura wondered if he would mutate in the next moment. He followed Zheng Hongying's movements, checking his wounds. The two saw that their wounds were indeed turning black. Black lines had already covered their bodies, gradually turning from gray to black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. It's over. I don't want to be a zombie. Woo. Woo. Woo, Mom, save me. You must ask the store owner to save us. The store owner is so powerful. She must have a way. Wang Zi hugged Zheng Hongying's head, and turned from cursing to asking for help. Zheng Hongying saw that her injuries were no worse than Gooden's, and even more serious than Gooden's. She didn't believe that Wang Dazhuang dared to kill Gooden. She didn't believe it. But she couldn't help but believe it. The facts were already in front of her. Siapura glanced at Wang Zi. This kid is not good at anything, but he is good at guessing. But why should she save him? These people are very upset. Just watch it for fun. If she saves him, she will be in trouble. Not to mention whether it is a matter of a thought. If the news that she can solve the zombie poison without being a healing type gets out, wouldn't she be so annoyed? After cracking the melon seeds, she clapped her hands, shaking the melon seed dandruff to the ground. Before Zheng Hongying begged her, she said, if I had such a great ability, would I still be just a poor shop owner? The play was almost over, and she could almost guess the ending. So she could just pat her, and leave without any psychological burden. If she didn't leave, she would steal the show and become the protagonist. Well, you guys chat first. My mom called me home for dinner. By the way, you have become zombies, and you can't use human things. But it doesn't matter. Bubu will help you clean it up. After that, she left. Zheng Hongying and the other two were left staring at Siapura back in amazement as she disappeared from their sight. It was not until her voice became increasingly distant that they reacted. Zheng Hongying was stunned for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Wang Dazhuang. You dead man. It would be fine if you died yourself. But you had to drag me down with you. Before she finished speaking, Wang Zi screamed. She lied to us. We were not infected at all. I'm fine. Mom. I'm fine. Wang Zi cried and jumped like a madman. Zheng Hongying saw her son like this, and she also went crazy and pulled Wang Dazhuang, while muttering, how could you treat us like this? Gooden also collapsed, slapping Zheng Hongying wildly, cursing. Bitch, I let you seduce me, it's all your fault. The two of them tore at each other in front of Wang Dazhuang, and the mutated Wang Dazhuang pounced on them and bit them, and the three of them wrestled together. Wang Zi was still wearing a thermostatic suit, and squatted on the ground shivering. The process of mutation is very uncomfortable. The little body lets out a low cry of pain, which gradually turns into a low roar when no one notices, until the eyeballs turn completely white, and completely lose self-awareness. The child's body is small, and the zombie virus spreads quickly, and it is completely transformed into a little zombie in a short while. Stretch out his little claws, and grab his mother, who has always doted on him. It was already difficult for Zheng Hongying and Gooden to resist Wang Dazhuang's attack, and they were attacked from behind by Wang Zi, and they had no power to resist. The gradual loss of strength and the pain of transformation into zombies tortured them physically and mentally. In fact, it was a foregone conclusion that they would become zombies, and their current struggle was just to avoid being bitten by the irrational Wang Dazhuang. After they were completely mutated, the people wandering in the BNB rushed out and blew up the heads of the 4 zombies and dug out the crystal cores. Originally, they wanted to exchange the zombie bodies for points, but Wang Xiaodi, who had been ignored by Wang Dazhuang and his wife, stood up and stopped them. The people were dead. The crystal cores were dug out, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Wang Xiaodi piled them together and burned them clean. She picked up a handful of ashes, and didn't know whose they were, but they belonged to the 4 of them. She grabbed a few handfuls of soil, dug a hole and buried the ashes, and said in front of the small pile of soil, "You treated me with kindness, but you never cared about me. I am repaying you by collecting your bodies. We owe nothing to each other. I just hope we will never see each other again in the next life. I don't want to be your daughter anymore. I will just be myself from now on." Wang Xiaodi gave herself a name, Mingxi. There is hope only if there is tomorrow. She really couldn't kill her father and mother, but she finally waited until the 2 old men died. Tomorrow will definitely be better. Xie Pura watched the screen projected by the system finally freeze on Mingxi's face. Her customer identity information in the BNB has been changed to a new name. Host should learn from her. She was very dissatisfied. What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Learn from her mental state. I feel comfortable when others outlast me. I am invincible now. I am a dick killer. Do I need to outlast others? M80. It's the end of the month now. Right? Her eyes rolled. Do you want to rush at the end of the month? M80 eyes rolled very fast, and the electronic sound became coquettish. Host, you know, I always think you are the best. I am the best with you in the world. Xie Puro was amused by it, and snorted. I still like your rebellious look just now. Draw it quickly. Now she has a lot of points, and there is no need to upgrade anything in the BNB for the time being. She really plans to draw all the points to see if she can get any good things. Chapter 148: The Age of Solar Energy. It's not just to boost the system performance. Joe Connect's purchase is estimated to be in the next few days. She really has to draw something, otherwise there will be nothing to offer. As soon as she opened the card drawing interface, she found that the interface had changed. Originally, you could choose between 10 consecutive draws and single draws, but now you can only choose between 100 consecutive draws and 1,000 consecutive draws. Generally, interface upgrades are made after the world is changed. Each time the world is changed, the mission is different. She also needed to draw cards a few times, but she never changed the card drawing page during the mission. After a little thought, I knew what was going on. You kid are treating me like a fat pig. One shot is 1,000 consecutive draws. Do you know how many points are needed for 1,000 consecutive draws? If I didn't cooperate with the central base, I would go to the stall alone. I would not be able to earn so many points even if I grew corn-like abdominal muscles on the soles of my feet. I saw that you were drowsy every time you drew cards, so I thought of helping you. Xie Puro ignored its words. If you want to keep me awake, increase my explosion rate. Every time the points are at the bottom, nothing good comes out. But you obviously sleep very soundly. Usually, she said watching TV on the tablet helps her sleep, and then she is more energetic than its machine brain. She fell asleep after drawing cards for a while, and she didn't even have time to watch the special effects. Isn't it also for the host to save more time to play with the tablet? The more it thought about it, the more dissatisfied it became. It brought up the last time it drew cards at the 9th base to argue with her. Last time when I drew cards at the 9th base, gold was obviously paid out, but you fell asleep and didn't see it. She choked, knowing that the upgraded card drawing interface was indeed quite friendly to her, so she stopped arguing. First, she checked her points, and found that even the points interface was different. M80 took the initiative to explain, because there are too many points. It is not convenient to look at. Before, 10,000 points equaled 10 card draws. So it was converted to 10,000 points equaled 1 grape coin, which equaled 10 card draws. She understood it after a simple explanation. There were more than 2,300 grape coins on her interface, which meant that she could draw 23,000 times. It was indeed much simpler, and she didn't have to convert it herself. Then, the interface for other points needed was also very simple and converted into grape coins, which was much more convenient. These 2,000 grape coins were the remaining ones after the hospital completed the card draw and upgrade. She was really satisfied with so many. How much does it cost to upgrade to the next level? 50,000 grape coins. Siepuro was shocked. So many? She was thinking that if she didn't need much, she would upgrade first. The system said that the degree of freedom would be higher after the upgrade, which was more attractive to her. After thinking it over again and again, she made sure that there was no other urgent need for points before she clicked the 1,000 draw button 3 times. The items that have been drawn will automatically increase the inventory. Now only the newly added items are displayed. Solar panels can generate electricity through solar energy. 20,000 points required. Current inventory, 261 items. Unlimited supplies. Solar fans can store electricity. Long battery life. 3,000 points required. Solar air conditioning fans have cooling function. Effectively reduce the indoor temperature of a small area. 8,000 points required. Gasoline, 20 L per barrel, 1,000 points required. Diesel, 20 L per barrel, 1,000 points required. There are not many new products, but they are undoubtedly the most practical at the moment. The most important thing is, there is fuel. Thinking that it has been a long time since I saw Yu Shiwen. She has not come to see her for a long time. I don't know what's going on. Suddenly, she noticed that there was a disposable prop in the corner, and its light was not dazzling. Disposable artificial rain equipment. It can ignore any weather conditions when launched. After use, the ground temperature can be maintained at 28 degrees, and the rain can continue for 3 days. Required points, 50,000. Such a good disposable prop, it is just a gray special effect? M80 saw her confusion. All disposable props have this special effect. She understood. It seems that she can no longer only focus on the impressive special effects in the future. Noticed that there was no clear place in the instructions. She repeatedly observed but did not see it, so she had to ask the system, how big is the range of rainfall? The system was very proud, and transformed into a red panda with its legs crossed and holding a bamboo. Our disposable props are also very powerful. Unlike those developed by humans, the artificial rain prop that the host has drawn can cover the entire China. The artificial rain prop is a prop unique to the extremely hot period, and it is a disposable prop, so the points required are not many. With such a good thing, the first thing Siepuro thought of was the central base. She found the satellite phone in the RV and called the central base phone number stored on it. In the meeting room of the central base, senior leaders are gathering for a meeting regarding the temperature rise observed in 20 days. I think we should make early plans. We cannot change the weather, and the only thing we can do is to stockpile food. All the senior leaders agreed with this statement. No matter what time it is right to stockpile more food. Don't let humans survive the disaster and starve to death. The top leader spoke. Regarding stockpiling food, do you have any good ideas? Our only food source right now is that BNB. Looking at Zhou's behavior during the past few visits, the owner shouldn't mind us buying more supplies. Normal food can't be preserved for that long. Save some teleportation business cards for people like pregnant women who need to be transferred. Otherwise, space ability users can go there to purchase goods at any time. So according to that, we don't need to stock up on food. We can just fill up the spare granary. We can ask space ability users to buy what we need when the time comes. This remark resonated with the people present, and they all thought that they only needed to leave a business card for the space ability user to go and buy at any time. Zhou, as the space ability user who has been responsible for connecting with the BNB, was able to attend the high-level meeting as an exception. Hearing this, he lowered his head. Another senior executive was dissatisfied and refuted the previous speaker. Space ability users have their uses, and their role cannot be limited to running errands. It's just extremely hot now, and it's the end of the world now. Who knows if there will be other natural disasters next time? The precautions we need to take must not be limited to extreme heat. The man's words made the entire conference room quiet. Knock knock, someone knocked on the door of the conference room. High-level meetings are generally not allowed to be interrupted. And the knock on the door made everyone present unhappy. Chapter 149, Disposable Rainmaking Equipment. The commander-in-chief, who remained silent, was already irritable due to the extreme heat. He frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied. Come in. The soldier who came in to report quickly explained the whole story. The owner of Great B&B called. The unhappy expressions of the senior officials returned to normal. Since it is the owner who called, you should answer it quickly. Yes. Yes. Don't let the owner wait too long. The commander-in-chief said. Xiaoke has dealt with the owner and is familiar with him. Let Xiaoke answer it. Xiaoke received the order, took the phone from the soldier and turned on the speaker. Miss Shopkeeper, I'm Xiaoke. Zhouke? Aren't you on your way to another base? Xia Puro certainly recognized Xiaoke's voice, but she didn't expect it would be him who answered. Zhouke explained. I'm back at the headquarters for a meeting. She didn't dwell on this issue for too long, and naturally said the purpose of the call. It's like this. I have a disposable artificial rainfall device here. I want to ask if you need it. It costs 50,000 points. Everyone was stunned, amazed that the store owner could get artificial rainfall equipment at this time. Those who understand the principle know that weather conditions are indispensable for artificial rainfall. The next moment, they heard the crisp voice on the other end of the phone continue to say, this equipment is a little expensive, but it can ignore weather conditions, one shot can. Then she read out the product introduction, and everyone present was shocked every time they heard what she said. Everyone was shocked. How could there be such a large-scale artificial rainfall? The girl voice was still saying, after the rainfall, the temperature will not rise back to the original temperature immediately. It will recover slowly little by little. After listening to her introduction, the old leader made the decision directly. We want it. It only takes 50,000 points to buy 3 days of rainfall, which will be saved for the next big temperature rise. By that time, they have successfully brought the supplies purchased in the store to other bases for rescue. Without saying too much, let's just talk about the heat-insulated tents. At least the poor people without houses in each branch of the central base can live in heat-insulated tents. With such a treasure, more people in the whole Huaxia country can drink water. People who can't be saved can store some water, which helps everyone have a break in extreme weather. And if you want to launch an artificial rainfall in normal times, the cost, at least 5 million Huaxia coins. Now you only need 50,000 points. It's worth it. The purchase of the one-time artificial rainfall equipment was finalized. It was not a big deal, and it was good for the country and the people. Xia Pura continued on the other end of the phone. There are a number of new things in the BNB now. Solar panels, solar fans, solar air conditioners, and fuel for sale. If Zhouke comes to purchase next time, he can consider what to buy in advance. After introducing what she had, she casually said a few polite words and hung up the phone, not caring what kind of storm her call would bring to the people in the central base. These people are indeed the elites of the base. Although they were shocked that she had such a good thing in her hands, they soon calmed down from the huge shock. The meeting continued, and the senior executives of the central base just discussed the materials that Xia Pura mentioned. After hanging up the phone, Xia Pura quickly calmed down. After thinking about it, she also called the flame base. The person who answered the phone was not Yu Shiwen, but a strange man's voice. Hello. This is the flame base. She paused. Hello. I'm the owner of Great BNB. I want to look for Yu Shiwen. The other party was obviously stunned, and after hearing her identity, he became respectful. Looking for Captain Yu? She's out. She's been out for a long time. How long has she been out? She went out a week ago. Okay. Thank you. Xia Puro hung up the phone. A week ago? That was when she left for the 9th base. Where else could she go, after being away from the flame base for so long? She didn't ask too much. What if she was on a secret mission? It would be so abrupt to ask like that. Forget it. It's okay if Yu Shiwen isn't here. I tell her next time she comes. She put her thoughts aside, and felt a commotion outside, and asked and found out that everyone who had gone out today had returned, and was queuing up in front of the points exchanger with the things they had found. That was also a commotion in the hall. How did it get to me? M80 kept it a secret. Host. You know, if you go out and take a look. She really went out, and saw that the queue in the hall had actually stretched to this side. The BNB is really big. Now it has developed to the size of a community. There are just too many people queuing up. How many? Looking around, everyone is a descendant of the dragon. She walked out and wanted to go to the hall to see why there were so many people queuing up. She chatted with the system in amazement while walking. Can we accommodate so many people here? You think? It is estimated that there will be another batch of people coming here after the artificial rainfall is launched. The system did not say this, and there is no benefit in knowing it in advance. In fact, many people from other bases want to move to the BNB. As long as they are not completely without income, those who have a little savings want to live here. Many people have no means of transportation, or those who have means of transportation are afraid that the vehicle will explode in high temperatures. In fact, people just want to live. It is dangerous to move rashly in high temperatures, so everyone is holding back. The flame base sells constant temperature spray. Those who want to move have moved, and many cannot move. I have a stable job in the base, and I have a family to support. After the transfer, I will have no source of income. Let's see what will happen if the central base uses artificial rainfall. By then, this homestay will definitely not be enough to accommodate people. Host, work hard to upgrade. Siapuro was confused by its incoherent words. I am working from dawn to dusk now. What else do you want from me? I will go to the production team to lead the donkey out and put the rope around my neck. M80 also felt that she had worked very hard and had improved a lot compared to her previous slacking state. That's not what I meant. I just lamented that the current BNB is still too small, and it still needs to be upgraded. Siapuro was full of worry. Of course she knew that she needed to upgrade more. Before, the best thing about slacking was that the business progress would be slower, and the tasks would take longer. Now the cost of slacking is serious, and whether she slacks or not seriously affects whether so many people can eat. To put it another way, she is awesome now, and there are so many people waiting to be fed. Ha ha ha. Wandering all the way, following the queue of people to the points redemption area in the hall. Chapter 152 Kittens. She saw the leader of the dragon's team. In fact, everyone was very fast. They put the things down and exchanged them for points. The things used to exchange points were all kinds of strange things, such as car tires, broken laptops, and even worse, someone carried a toilet back. Could this be the legendary genius? There is gold and shit? Looking along the toilet, the person carrying the toilet had a pair of big hands with distinct joints, very white fingers, slender and pink. If someone who is a hand control person saw this, they would definitely say don't touch it everywhere. But when she saw these hands and the white toilet bowl together, she felt that they were out of place. From the fingers to the arms were also strong and powerful. The owner of the big hands seemed to be unable to wait and took the initiative to move closer. There were many people around, the crowd was noisy, and if you didn't move closer, you couldn't hear what the other person was saying. The owner has been looking at me. Is there something wrong? This voice. It seems a little familiar. Looking up, it was Lu Ming. Isn't this the sports guy from the Funny Guys team? As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Only people from their team would think of carrying a toilet. Are you worried about carrying this thing? No worries. It's just that our team said they wanted to see how many points this thing can be exchanged for. So we carried it back. His answer made her laugh. And at the same time, she also sighed at the uniqueness of this team. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. But actually, how much can I exchange? The next person in line was Lu Ming. Siapuro went over to see how many points this thing could exchange for. The last person exchanged points without staying for long and left immediately. Lu Ming carried the toilet and put it in. The advanced points exchanger flashed. Can this thing exchange for 30 points? Siapuro exclaimed. The toilet was actually 10 points more expensive than the zombie corpse. Lu Ming was very satisfied. He wiped the sweat from his forehead after the exercise, and said hello and left. Siapuro looked at his back, wondering secretly, how could she have such good luck? If there was a secret to good luck, she would be willing to study. Bored, she watched for a while, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the queue. It was just that there were too many people. It was boring to watch. So she simply stopped watching. Host, there is a surprise at the door. What surprise? Siapuro asked as she walked towards the door of the BNB. If the system has any good things, can't it just give them to her? When did you learn to put it at the door? Is it a reward for accumulating card draws? Walking to the door of the homestay, she saw two dirty kittens at the door. One had sparse and messy black hair, and its eyes were full of vigilance and alertness, and the other had short gray and white hair, and leaned against the other furry, looking very cute. The little black cat subconsciously wanted to run. When he saw someone coming, he touched the silly gray kitten, and opened his mouth to drag it away. They looked a little embarrassed. No, it was the black-haired kitten that looked embarrassed. Although the short-haired gray kitten was also dirty, it looked much cleaner and more energetic than the black kitten. These two kittens, were they the legendary surprise? Judging from their size, they should have just been weaned. Pura condensed water in her hands, tempting the kitten like a deer. Mimi, come here and drink some water. I don't know if it was the effect of the affinity aura or the temptation of the water, but the black cat stopped moving and cautiously moved closer to her. The little tongue stuck out and drank a few mouthfuls quickly. Obviously it was thirsty. It seemed that he was sure that the water was fine, so he called the little white cat to drink with him. Pura looked at the two little heads licking the water in her palm, and communicated with the system. Explain? They, obviously, are here to seek refuge with the host. She was silent. You know, I have never raised animals. Doesn't the host always say that I am a machine brain? The strongest machine brain is by the host's side. You can ask Baidu for everything. Right? After drinking the water in her hand, the black kitten walked straight to Pura's feet. He looked up at her, with a pleading look in his eyes, and meowed quite a few times. Clip cat. It's quite smart. She squatted down and looked at it. The kitten eyes were also big, but much smaller than those of a cicada. It was so dirty that I couldn't see anything, but I thought it was of good quality. In the words of the pet world, meow. The cry of the black kitten called the gray and white kitten. The other one also came over obediently, walking slowly and leisurely, looking very elegant. The gray and white kitten seemed to have received professional training. It rubbed its head against her shoes and gently scratched her with its claws, as if saying to her, "Take me away." The furry claws loosened her white shoes. She smiled and lowered her head. Her eyes touched a small plum blossom on the upper of the shoe. She took a breath of cold air. She was originally thinking about whether to take them in and take them to the zoo. Now, she took out a cardboard box that could hold two kittens from the space and placed it on the ground. If you want to go with me, jump into the cardboard box yourself. The two kittens seemed to understand what she said, and they meowed a few times. The little black cat walked to the door and tentatively put its paw in the junction between the B&B and the outside world. That is, the door did not bounce him away like before. The little black cat meowed excitedly and called the gray and white cat over. The two kittens put their paws in together and meowed excitedly. In the future, set the B&B permissions to allow cats and dogs to enter. Changed. Before, only people could enter the B&B. But now that the rules have been changed, cats and dogs can also enter. However, the activities of cats and dogs are limited to the perimeter of the B&B walls. They are not allowed to enter the human activity area. After all, many people are afraid of small animals, and she cannot ignore other people's feelings. The people in the B&B should not be so hungry that they want to eat cats and dogs. Pura was still worried, so she added a rule to the store rules: no harm to animals in the B&B. After thinking about it, it was not a good idea to destroy plants. So she added another rule: no destruction of plants in the B&B. Every flower and tree here is hers, and it is not okay to damage her things. There will be more and more people staying in the B&B in the future. There is no order without rules. While she was in a daze, the two kittens had already jumped into the cardboard box. The two furry little heads poked out and looked at her, waiting for her next move. Don't scratch me. Don't make me dirty. Don't make trouble at home. Don't. She walked back to the courtyard holding the cardboard box, not caring whether they could understand the series of don'ts. She took off her clean white shoes while cursing, and washed the two kittens twice one by one. Chapter 151. Snowflakes. Although the cats were dirty when she picked them up, they were still good to go after washing. The black cat was still black after washing, but the gray cat turned white after washing. She noticed when washing them that the black cat should be the older brother and the white cat was the younger sister. They were very well behaved, not noisy at all, and let her do whatever she wanted with them. She blew their hair dry and wiped off the plum blossoms on her shoes. The hair was fluffy after drying, and the black cat was thinner, and the luster of its hair was not as good as that of the white cat. What surprised her was that although they looked dirty, the fur on their bodies was not stuck together. The fur was also smooth and soft. and it looked like it had been well taken care of. Siapura couldn't help but put her fingers on the little white cat's belly, and touched its soft belly. The little white cat didn't resist, and looked at her quietly with its watery blue eyes, as if saying, "I feel very comfortable. Sister, please touch me." She cursed secretly. "Little goblin, you are so cute." She pinched the black cat's cheek, and touched the white cat's belly, and couldn't let go. She scratched their noses lovingly. "You can be cute, but you are not allowed to love them to the point of breaking the rules." Now she is also a cat owner. "No," Siapura paused while stroking the cat. "You are raised so well, and you are still so young. Does anyone take care of you? It would be bad if she accidentally became a cat thief." In the end times, kittens that can be taken care of like this must be the favorites of their owners. Look at the chubby little white cat, how cute it is. She knew the little black cat was smart, and she looked at it when she spoke. The little black cat shook its head and meowed a few times, but she didn't understand. She put the black cat aside and picked up the white cat. The white cat was very obedient, lying in her arms without moving, letting her stroke its fur. "Then I will be your master in the future." Siapura sighed. "Let me give you a name first." The two kittens seemed to understand, and rubbed their heads against her. Such cute cats. She touched their ears, rubbed them gently. The kittens were very well behaved, except for the occasional meow. The rest of the time they were very well behaved. Recalling that it was popular to name small animals after the food they had recently eaten, she thought about it. They had recently eaten mango Oreo snowflakes. "Can you call me Snowflakes?" she asked, teasing the little white cat. "Chew." The little white cat opened its mouth, and its voice was soft and chewy. "Then take it as your consent." Looking at the little black cat, "What's his name?" "Oreo? But he doesn't have any white on him." "How about calling you Aoeo? Because you don't have any profit." "It's settled." Siapura decided the names of the two kittens on her own. The two little guys didn't know something very important to them yet, but she just hastily decided on them. The strongest machine brain. Can kittens of their age eat meat? M80 doesn't even need Baidu to search for this question. Animals have all mutated. They can no longer be raised as normal kittens. Just give them what the host eats. In order to survive, the kittens born after entering the apocalypse are very tenacious. Evolved to the point where those who stutter can survive. So animals are the fastest to adapt to the end of the world and make adjustments and changes. Aoeo. Snowflakes. The whole afternoon, the yard was filled with the sound of Siapura calling their names, and the two kittens meowed in response to her voice. In a few hours, the two kittens had figured out what their names were, and they would respond when she called their names. In the evening, Siapura made herself a barbecue in the yard. The sound of fat exploding on the fire made people salivate, and the meat slices still had a slight burnt aroma, which aroused their appetite. The fat on the meat slices sizzled when roasted by the charcoal fire, and the aroma of roasted meat spread. The two kittens circled around her feet, looking like they were about to cry because of the roasted meat, which made her very fond of it. Shuewa licked her paws that were washed pink by Siapura love. The two kittens looked at her eagerly, and made gurgling sounds in their throats. Siapura saw their expressions, and couldn't help laughing. Siapura placed the roasted meat slices on a plate, and put the first batch of roasted meat out to cool down. Kittens can't eat hot food, but she can. She blew the meat slices to cool them down a little, and ate a piece of roasted meat in one bite, which was amazing. Her mouth was full of the aroma of meat, and she squeezed out a voice to praise. "I will never say that the golden finger of cooking is useless again. It is simply the best thing I have ever seen. Even simple roasted meat becomes extremely delicious when she roasts it." Meow. Meow. The two kittens were so anxious that they kept spinning around, and their little paws kept massaging her legs. Okay. Don't worry. It will be your turn soon." She picked up the slices of meat that were drying on the side, and tested the temperature with her hand. After making sure it was not hot, she placed them in front of the two kittens. Seeing them lower their heads and start to bite the slices of meat, their happy expressions pleased her. Siapura couldn't help laughing, and she bent down and gently touched their heads. In the yard, the charcoal fire danced in the breeze, and the aroma of barbecue drifted with the wind, creating a warm and happy atmosphere. Siapura had eaten her fill early, watching the two kittens eating with relish, and occasionally adding a piece of meat to them. Her heart was filled with satisfaction and warmth. Sure enough, now only small animals and plants could fill her empty heart. After feeding them almost full, Siapura began to decorate the yard where she lived. With the addition of the kittens, there must be a cat bed, and cats prefer to drink running water, so she also arranged it for them in the yard. After eating, the two cats leaned against the place where Siapura sat and fell asleep, while she held a hoe and began to open up new land in the open space in the yard. After loosening the land, she spread the soil sold in the store on the open space, and brought some heat-resistant seeds sold in the store. What is the host doing? Farming? Didn't I always want to see how food is grown? Anyway, I'm free now, so I might as well try it out. She had never tried it before, but had only read online tutorials. She hoped that the seeds sold in the store were really strong. If they could be grown with soil and water, as described in the instructions, then she would definitely have no problem. With her cat as a companion, she had a few weeks of comfortable life. The central base sent Joku to purchase goods, and he also bought a disposable artificial rainfall equipment. Then, the various branch bases of the central base came to purchase goods, but they all hurriedly filled up their space abilities, and hurried back to the next place to provide disaster relief. During this period, there was still no news from Yushiwan. Chapter 152 Rainfall. In addition to being busy delivering supplies to other sub-bases, the central base also took the initiative to contact all the small bases that could be contacted, and inform them of the specific time of temperature rise, and the time to use artificial rainfall. I hope that a 3-day heavy rain can give everyone a break. Unknowingly, the time came to the first day of the extreme heat rise. The J-side arranged people to wait for the temperature to rise to a stable level, and then launch artificial rainfall. They wore constant temperature clothing and breathing masks, and did not feel any change in the temperature outside. After a while, they took out the thermometer, and saw that the temperature had risen to 80 degrees. What does 80 degrees mean? Let's put it this way. The process of slaughtering pigs and scalding pig hair is only 78 degrees. If humans who are not prepared face this temperature alone, they may not survive for more than a day. This temperature can roast people alive. After the temperature rises again, there is no trace of zombies at all. Even the zombies that occasionally wander outside are now nowhere to be found. If someone pays attention, they will find that the ordinary plants that wilt after the high temperature gradually become greener. They are the first to withstand the test of high temperature and complete further changes. I don't know how many ordinary plants died, and even the mutant plants used as stepping stones and fertilizers for their evolution, although they have completed the mutation. The difficulties brought to them by the high temperature and lack of water cannot be underestimated. Today, the whole city has become a wasteland baked by high temperature. Only a few mutant trees were left standing stubbornly on the once bustling streets, and they were no longer as beautiful as they once were. Both trees and grass were burned yellow and withered by the flames, and there was no spirit at all. Survival of the fittest. It was so cruel. Most animals had prepared for migration early, and found habitats that were better for facing disasters. It was impossible for all animals to be lucky enough to find a safe habitat with water supply. What about those who did not find a habitat? They could only stay where they were, and die of the sun or fire. Would this be the fate that the mutant animals were willing to accept? Until noon, they confirmed that the temperature was stable at 80 degrees, and would not rise any further. In an open area, veterans with experience in fireworks started the artificial rainfall equipment at a command. This land, where countless lives had died under the scorching sun, finally waited for the fine rain to fall. Along with the drizzle came a slightly cooler air, and the wind and rain were about to come. But people were not as impatient as usual when they saw the rain. Everyone had a happy look on their faces, as if they saw hope. As time went by, the rain gradually increased, and the temperature became lower and lower. The sun that hung overhead every day was finally covered by clouds. Everyone was cheering and celebrating the arrival of the rain, and also happy for their successful survival. Many people rushed into the rain, opening their mouths to accept the baptism of the heavy rain. After experiencing this period, the children once again realized the importance of water resources. This rain can only last for 3 days. This is something everyone knows. No one is in a hurry to get water. They all wash themselves first, wash their hair, take a bath. What a luxury in the extremely hot period. After washing their whole body, then they took out the pots and pans that had been prepared at home to fill water. Joku looked at the rain, with an expression that could not hide his anxiety and worry. Lihu patted his shoulder and comforted him. We have tried our best. Since the weather was predicted to get warmer, the space ability users, have been traveling everywhere, and they have used up 3 teleportation business cards. One card can take 5 buses. The teleportation business card can only take them back to the BNB, and then they can only go back from the BNB to the departure point, and they have to take a car to move for the rest of the time. A month of preparation time sounds like a lot, but in fact most of the time is spent on the road. I'm just thinking about how everyone will survive the next warming period when there are so many bases without supplies. Joe looked out the window for the first time. He felt that watching the rain fall was so healing. The sound of the raindrops hitting the ground was so gentle and pleasant. They all tried their best, but they still thought more. Did they stop? No. While everyone was celebrating the arrival of the heavy rain, all the space ability users in the central base were racing against time to deliver the supplies they bought from Great BNB to each base. There were only about 50 space ability users in each base, and their space was filled with the most important food. There are 5 space power users in one team. Each team is escorted by several times more attack power users. People are evil. Even if they are G-side personnel who are delivering supplies. They have to be on guard. Fortunately, they dropped the supplies at the door and left. There was no direct conflict with them, and no advance agreement. All the personnel who delivered supplies were able to return safely. Not everyone cheered for the heavy rain. The Jiayong base was an exception. Sun Rui, the head of Jiayong base, gave an order early on that. After the rain, everyone except the psychics must participate in digging the underground city. It was not that they did not dig before the rain, but they were afraid that everyone would be exhausted, and they would give them a break. Now that the temperature has dropped, everyone has to dig even if it rains. Why can the psychics and leaders lie in the house and sleep? Aren't our lives not lives? Li Jian silently shed tears and complained to his guard friend at Jiayong base. It is said that men don't shed tears easily. That was when it wasn't raining. Now it was raining, and they were carrying the excavated waste soil in the rain. The cold rain splashed on their faces randomly. I couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. The guards at the gate, children over 8 years old, pregnant women, old people with gray hair, no matter who they were. They had to move, otherwise they would face the anger of the base commander. It's not that no one resisted. Young and passionate young people had already resisted. In return, his head was chopped off with a knife and hung high in the middle of the busy square as a warning to others. I should have gone to the BNB with them when it was not so hot. Even if I was sunburned on the way, it would be better than being beheaded at any time in the Jiayong base. Guard Ronggang was silent, and he lowered his head. After a long time, he made a decision. He held Li Jian's hand, his eyes firm. We can't go on like this. We have to save ourselves. What are you doing over there? The supervising psychic's voice came. Very arrogant. Nothing. I just saw him almost fall, so I helped him up. The high-level psychic looked over and saw that it was Ronggang. Ronggang was a guard who managed low-level psychics, and his ability was not much different from that of high-level psychics. The other party was very considerate and waved his hand to let them go. Chapter 153 Escape with Passion. This is the end of the world, and everyone respects those with power and ability. Even if it cannot be called respect, at least they can respect each other. Here, the first and second levels are classified as low-level superpowers, and are also classified as ordinary people, but the treatment is only slightly better than that of ordinary people. And Ronggang, with his strength, does not need to do these hard work, and he can even be a supervisor. But he has his own ideas. He hid his strength, and made an excuse to the higher-ups that he was also a low-level superpower, and did not want to break the rules, so he came here and had the opportunity to talk to Li Jian. After the high-level supernatural person, who was the supervisor, left, Li Jian lowered his voice, approached Ronggang and asked him in a low voice, Brother Rong? What's wrong? Brother. I treat you as a brother. We have been good friends for so many years. I trust you. Ronggang looked at him. Let's go. There is no way to survive if we stay in Jiayong base. Li Jian's heart was shocked. Let's go. What to go? How to go? He didn't react for a while, and didn't understand what Li Jian meant. Let's do something big. Looking around, there are not many old people who can survive to this day, and there are not many children, and pregnant women are treated as men. Ronggang smiled bitterly. If we stay here any longer, I can see our end. If we die of illness, we will be thrown away and burned. If we die of exhaustion. Brother Rong, where are you going? Speaking of this, Ronggang's face showed hope. To Great BNB. Have you decided? Li Jian looked at him with a complicated expression. Last time, many people left Jiayong base, and the shop owner left without saying hello, which annoyed the base commander. The base commander issued a death order. No one is allowed to go to Great BNB anymore, and if caught, they will be killed on the spot. Rongang said, we have no choice. Apart from Great BNB, which other base can accommodate so many of them at once? Even if they can be accommodated, who would want to have a conflict with Jiaoyang base for no reason? Accommodating them is equivalent to announcing the conflict with Jiaoyang base to the outside world. Everyone is busy with natural disasters. Who has the energy to deal with a bunch of trivial things? The air was quiet for a while, and only the sound of dripping rain could be heard. And people were moving things, and the sound of shoes stepping on the rain. Li Jian asked, how do we make a big deal? The two smiled at each other, and Rongang knew that he agreed to it after years of tacit understanding between friends. You go to lobby ordinary people, and I will persuade the superpowers. Mobilize everyone, and we will leave at dawn tonight. So soon? Li Jian was shocked. Tomorrow is the second day of rain, and Great BNB is still some distance away from here. If they are chased by the people from the Jiaoyang base, they still have room to escape. Rongang chuckled, we have to catch them by surprise. Li Jian's hands were shaking as he carried the things, and he continued to ask, how do we get there? Walk? It's unrealistic for so many people to walk together. Rongang expressed his thoughts and plans. We cook the meals anyway. Just give those superpowers and the top leaders some good food, and let them sleep a little longer. As for how to get there, it's really a bit difficult. The car keys are in the hands of the top leaders of the base for unified management. If they want to move, they can't walk. It's not difficult to get the key. It's just a matter of putting a few more packets of strong sleeping pills. He has been saving the powder in his hand. It's time to use it all. Put them all in. If they die, it's good. If they don't die, it can delay for a while. The idea of the two passionate young men is really bold and simple. Even if Xie Puro travels through so many small worlds to do missions, she dare not make such a hasty decision to do a big job. Only two young boys would dare to do such a thing. Maybe this is what youth is like. Young and frivolous. Who is not reckless when young? Why not? If they are not reckless, they don't know if there will be a tomorrow. At the moment, they just want to do what they think is right and worthwhile. That being said, Li Jian is still worried. Brother Rong, what if someone reports us? Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Li Jian shook his head. I'm afraid that we will implicate others? Rongang frowned. The law does not punish the masses. As long as we gather everyone together, they can't kill us all even if they are not human. At worst, they can blame me. I will die alone. It's worth it. He was not betting on their mercy, but he was sure that if ordinary people died, no one would work for those guys. You are not the only one, Li Jian retorted. It's the two of us. The two looked at each other with more determination, as if the road they were going to take was an absolute dead end with no return. There were only a few words of conversation, and various details were not finalized. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the supervisor's high-level superpowers, they did not dare to say more. After the conversation, the two of them split up and acted according to the plan. It was definitely impossible to persuade everyone one by one with his mouth. He suddenly had an idea and planned to start with the people he knew. Talk to the people he knew first, and the other party would trust him more. Then spread the word. One person spread it to 10. 10 spread it to 100. And only in this way could he ensure that he would take action tomorrow. Li Jian was a smart man. He first found a young man who was similar to him. When he asked Ding Fu if he wanted to join him, he was obviously eager to do something, but he didn't rush to agree. How many people will participate in this action? Li Jian told him all their plans. Just when he thought he would have to spend more time persuading the other party, Ding Fu agreed immediately. Okay. I have wanted to do this for a long time. Damn. You only live once. If you don't struggle, you will die. Now the road is in front of him. It depends on whether he will go or not. You go find someone to spread the word. I go too. We start at 12 o'clock tonight. The rain will only last for 3 days. Tonight is the first day. There are no tents here, sprays or anything like that to block the temperature. The first time the temperature drops, the group of high-level superpowers and high-level people who think they are extraordinary will definitely have a good sleep. And they will definitely relax their vigilance at this time. In addition, they plan to put something in their food. As long as they eat it, the plan will be 80% successful. As long as they were asleep, they could move overnight after midnight. The plan was bold, full of loopholes, but the people were full of vigor. They started with the young people and gradually expanded to people of all ages. They did not mobilize the children, as they were afraid of accidentally letting the cat out of the bag. Since the lives of so many people were at stake, they kept it a secret from the children. The rough plan was spread as they expected. Since it was spread by word of mouth from familiar people, those who seemed to be the lackeys of those people were not notified. Chapter 154 Mass Evacuation. The place is so small, and everyone can only gossip when they are bored. Everyone knows who is the lackey, and they will consciously avoid those fence-sitters without being reminded. Roan Gang is even smoother. As the leader of low-level psychics, he is in charge of all low-level psychics, so how could he not know them? With just a few words, one person can get 100 responses. The difference between low-level psychics and ordinary people is that simple jobs like cooking are done by them. The low-level psychics and ordinary people work together, and the plan went smoothly. The high-level psychics and senior managers slept soundly, and Roan Gang went to steal all the keys to the vehicles in charge. When they gathered at the parking lot, they found that almost everyone had come to gather. Those lackeys were knocked unconscious by them, and no one blocked their way to gather. But there were too many people. There were so many people. And at a glance, they were all heads. There was no time to think more, and escaping was the most important thing. Roan Gang took the lead in distributing the keys first. If there are enough people in the car, put them in. If there is no room, you can only put them on the roof. At worst, drive slower. In short, everyone must be transferred together. Roan Gang has become the backbone of so many people. Everyone follows his words. No one has luggage among so many people. The crystal core is not big, and it is convenient to carry it on the body. There are more or less trucks in each base. Trucks can seat more people. Children are taken by adults to sit in trucks. Smaller children can only be held in arms, while older children can ride on adults' necks. I don't know if it was because of the excitement of escaping, there were no children crying that day, and no one talking or discussing. Everything was so orderly, maybe this was everyone's will to survive. So many of them were like a rope twisted together, with one heart. Occasionally, a child cried out of fear, and the adults would be cruel enough to knock the child unconscious. Small babies, who were unable to take care of themselves, could not be beaten. Roan Gang reserved some sleeping pills, and put them out, and the adults mixed them with the children's food, and fed them to them in advance. The truck was packed with people, and it was only with great difficulty that more than 30,000 ordinary people were squeezed in. The cars were also full of people, and they were all packed to the limit. People no longer considered safety, and now they were escaping for their lives, so they could only drive slower. Roan Gang opened the gate of the base as wide as possible, and first someone who knew the way to the ordinary base drove out to lead the way. Then the trucks, and finally the cars. Roan Gang and Li Jian were the last to go out. After driving a distance from Jiayang base, everyone dared to make a sound in the car. The sound was not loud. Some people were crying for surviving the disaster. Some people were laughing for a new life. After driving a distance, their car drove very slowly. There were many people, and it was raining. Driving slowly was the safest. It was not so smooth. There were no accidents along the way. Roan Gang watched several cars stuck on the road because they ran out of gas, and the people in the cars got out and followed the convoy with their legs. Now they were running for their lives. It was normal to hit someone for their own lives. They were worried about being hit by the car behind them, so they got out of the car and walked to the side of the road. People who hadn't eaten for a long time didn't know where they got the strength from. Maybe they were just holding on for a breath. Li Jian couldn't bear it, and said to Roan Gang, "Should we take them for a ride?" "No, our car doesn't have much gas, and we guess it'd just make it there." Roan Gang immediately refused. "We can go to the B&B, fill up the gas, and then come back to pick them up." Before setting off, Roan Gang and the low-level psychics filled each car with oil. They only took special care of the large trucks. There were too many small cars, and time was tight. It was impossible to check all the cars one by one. Some cars had no oil. Everyone has their own destiny. But Li Jian wanted to say something. Roan Gang interrupted him. "Now is not the time to sacrifice yourself for others." The people in the car agreed silently, and no one wanted to give up the chance to survive to save others. They can't even protect themselves. How can they help others? Maybe God felt sorry for them. Luckily, there were no other accidents except that some cars ran out of gas. The people from Jiayang base didn't catch up. At this moment, they were all sleeping soundly. Since Rongang and his car were the last to leave the base, When they arrived at Great B&B, the car stopped along the road of the parking lot. The parking lot was already full of cars seen tonight. Sia-Pu-ro was woken up by M80 with sleepy eyes. It was only 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the morning. She couldn't even open her eyes. She said in a bad tone with a bit of morning mood, "You better be busy. Host. A lot of guests are coming, get up and make money." She suddenly opened her eyes, asked uncertainly, "Are you serious? Are there really people coming? How many people are there?" There were too many people. M80 only gave an approximate number, more than 30,000 people, host. Get up quickly. Hearing the number of people, she jumped out of bed directly. She didn't even have time to wash up. She put on a thicker coat and slippers and came out. Before, she thought her B&B was quite big. But when the real big group came, she realized that she was still naive. Although there were many people, they were not close to each other. However, when she opened the door and saw that the crowd had all come to her yard, she was really silent. Last time, everyone went out to exchange points for things and lined up at the door of her yard. Is the B&B really that small? The host is going to upgrade this time. Sia-Pu-ro ignored the chattering system. Her current points were enough to upgrade. But with so many people, how many rooms would she have to unlock to accommodate them? Fortunately, people from the central base often came to her during this period, and they brought a lot of goods every time. They also told her that as long as there were solar panels, they would reserve them all, and they also bought fuel in batches. Her small treasury was now bulging. The door opened, and someone came out. It seems that the owner lives here. The words owner's residence were hung at the door of the courtyard, and it was normal for others to see it. She couldn't help yawning as she walked out, and saw that all the people outside were drenched in the rain, and they were wet. So she held back her yawn. So many people were surrounding her, knowing her identity as the store owner, and no one came to talk to her. So she knew that the leader of this group of people was not here. She had no choice but to ask, "Is your leader here? Let your manager come over." It's impossible for so many people to just stand around her and not check in. After parking the car, Rong Gang rushed over here without stopping. Word of mouth spread, and the speed of passing on a sentence from one person to another was not much slower than making a phone call. Rong Gang followed their instructions and came to Sia-Pu-ro. Chapter 155 Snitch. Before she could speak, he said, "Shopkeeper, we are from the Jiayang base. We are all low-level mutants and ordinary survivors. Do you think you can accommodate so many of us?" He was a little unsure when he said this. The B&B is so small. Looking around, the buildings don't look very tall. It would be difficult to accommodate so many people. People here have heard some rules of the B&B and know that crystal cores are needed to stay here. I brought all my assets with me. It's not much, but I can still give 1 or 2 crystal cores to each person. Of course we can stay here, but you can see that I run a shop here to do business. At least 1 crystal core is needed for each person to stay for 3 days. Rong Gang couldn't wait any longer, and interrupted, "Shopkeeper, some of our cars ran out of gas on the road, and we have to pick them up. Do you have fuel for sale? Or do you have cars for rent?" After listening to his explanation, Sia-Pu-ro was not angry that he interrupted her. "There is fuel for sale in the store. You have to buy it with points." "Thank you, owner." Rong Gang bowed. "I feel relieved when you said that we can stay. Here is a bag of crystal cores for you to arrange accommodation for us." He threw down this sentence and hurried to the store. Human life is a race against time. He thought about it all the way. He just needed to refuel the truck. Trucks can seat more people. It is not cost-effective to have so many cars. Before Sia-Pu-ro could even shout, he had already rushed out. But she couldn't touch the crystal core. And now, is it popular to put crystal cores in garbage bags? The people around just watched, not daring to approach her. She didn't want to talk to her either. She stood there and prepared to upgrade the B&B. She opened the system panel and skillfully clicked on the upgrade. The B&B currently meets the LV3 upgrade conditions. Do you want to spend 50,000 grape coins to upgrade? She chose yes. Upgrade successful. The homestay has been successfully upgraded to LV3. This upgrade has unlocked the hot spring hall with special effects, unlocked the fresh supermarket, and will be opened after the host is perfected. Unlocked room types: single room 5,000, double room 3,000, triple room 1,500, quadruple room 1,000, family room 1,000. After this upgrade, you can open up room types by yourself, Each room type unlocked requires the monthly rent points of the corresponding room type. That is to say, if she wants to unlock a single room in the future, she will have to spend 900 points to unlock it, and only after unlocking it will there be a room for guests to stay. The number of rooms unlocked during this upgrade has increased many times, but in fact, it is not enough for so many people to live in. Siapure's mind was not fully awake yet. She counted carefully with her fingers, until she was sure that her remaining points were enough to unlock so many people to live in. She felt relieved. After unlocking so many rooms, the change of the B&B was huge, from a B&B to a large community. After being unlocked, buildings appeared one by one. Each building had 66 floors, 8 households per floor, and was equipped with 4 elevators. She counted in a daze and felt something was wrong. That's wrong, there are only a few thousand rooms. So there shouldn't be so many unlocked. Right? After the upgrade, each suite is divided into independent areas, and a few more buildings are for the host to spend points to unlock suites in the future. No more alien space? M80 was speechless. Host, guess why the building of the single room is the same size as the building of the family room? I thought. She murmured and yawned again, squinting her eyes and looking around, looking at the whole picture of the B&B. Basically, the layout of other things in the B&B has not changed much. At a rough level, only a few new buildings have been added. The owner's upgrade in the store is not affected. It is different for ordinary people. They are fixed in the same space. They are not allowed to move and can only talk. It took a few minutes for the B&B upgrade to be completed before they returned to the real world again. Now they have more respect for the owner of Great B&B. I didn't expect the owner of the B&B to be so powerful. So this absolute safe zone should be true. Right? Everyone was thinking this. Rong Gang and his 2 psychic brothers drove the truck to the places along the way. They stopped wherever they saw people along the way. They picked up 86 people in total. Rong Gang couldn't know everyone, so he asked, "Are there any people missing?" Yes. Li Guang and his friends went back. Silence. Deathly silence. Then a quarrel broke out. Why didn't you stop them? Why did they go back? They won't tell anyone where we are going. Right? Rong Gang ignored everything when he heard that, and shouted to everyone, "Quick, get in the car!" Everyone got on the truck. Rong Gang stepped on the accelerator, and returned to the basement garage of the B&B at the fastest speed. He was nervous all the way, watching the rearview mirror to see if there were any cars catching up. He relaxed a little when he arrived at the B&B. After getting off the car, the person who said that someone was going back to Jiayong Base could not escape the fate of being surrounded by everyone. Why are you all surrounding me? It's not me who wants to go back. How do I know if they will tell on me? This is a different matter. Don't argue or quarrel. Rong Gang spoke, and the whole place was silent. I will go to the owner of the B&B and tell him, since we are here, we should make the best of it, and everyone should go up first. Everyone knew that arguing was useless. It was not anyone's fault that they didn't keep an eye on the people. Now they could only put their hopes on the B&B, hoping that the great B&B would be an absolute safe zone as advertised. Seeing that so many people were still there, Rong Gang took 3 steps at a time and strode towards the place where Siapura was. Siapura was still there, and she moved a stool for herself and sat on it to wait for him. She was smart now, and she put a comfortable sofa into the space, so that she could lie down on the spot when she wanted to eat melon or something. Rong Gang arrived, and his eyes froze when he saw the bag of crystal cores on the ground that had not moved at all. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that the owner didn't want it because it was too little? Did the owner not want them to stay here? The owner refused to accept them? Owner, I'm sorry, you are. Chinese people believe in courtesy, although he didn't know what he did wrong, and didn't know if he angered the owner, he should apologize first. I'm waiting for you. When she arrived, Siapura stood up and put the sofa back into the space. She thought to herself, I have to bring in a blanket to cover myself next time. Rong Gang was about to apologize and explain, but he heard Siapura say, bring the crystal core, and come to my yard to talk. After the upgrade, every building, every store, and even the stalls on the food street have points redemption devices. Rong Gang took several heavy bags from Li Jian and others, and followed Siapura nervously. Chapter 156 Check-in Statistics. Walking into the courtyard, both cats woke up, standing at the door waiting for her. Xue Hua looked dazed, and came to her side. She held her in her arms, and put her on her lap. Aoao lay under her legs, and continued to sleep. You are the leader of your group. Right? She muttered to herself, and you are quite young. No, I am just the initiator of this escape. Ronggang just happened to tell her about the Jiaoyang base, and also told her about the possibility that someone might go back and tell on her because they didn't connect. After Xiepura listened to their plan and the whole process of their escape, she was surprised and said, "You are so careless? Just ran away so easily. It's a bit outrageous." Ronggang said with fear on his face. "They don't treat us as human beings. Fortunately, they let down their guard. So we can be so successful." He looked at her face carefully and said, "Is it safe here? Don't worry. You can stay if you want." Xiepura looked normal, and her hand was still stroking Shuihua hair. "The lowest rent here is by day. A single room costs 30 points a day. A double room costs 1 day." After listening to Xiepura's introduction quietly, Ronggang said, "I still have some crystal cores here. I will pay 1 crystal core for each of those who don't have one. Let them live there first, and they have to figure out the rest by themselves." The crystal cores he took out were taken from Jiaoyang base when he took the car keys. There were several large bags. Time was very tight, so he only dared to secretly pack a few bags. There were about 30,000 people, and 1 crystal core per person was enough. Xiepura looked at the bags, and they were full of crystal cores. She suddenly looked at this young man differently. No wonder young people always produced talents in the past. Young people are really amazing. There are so many crystal cores. He could have kept them to himself. He has done his best by bringing people here. He could have escaped by himself, but he didn't. He reached out and helped everyone. He could have kept the crystal cores from everyone. So many crystal cores are enough for him to live here for the rest of his life. But he didn't. She tentatively said, "There are so many crystal cores here. Are you sure you want to share them with others?" The boy only said, "It wasn't originally mine. I stole it from the base. It's actually everyone's. Everyone has a share. Everyone has to do a lot of things every day. As a low-level psychic, it's okay. At least he has a salary. But most ordinary people don't even have a salary. At most, they can give them some food and water to keep them from starving to death and continue to work." "Okay." She didn't say much. "Go and count the number of people who need to stay in the rooms. After counting, you can find out how many rooms of each type are needed and then report to me." She paused, thinking that some new rooms have been unlocked but no one has checked in yet. There are still some empty rooms. Let them check in by themselves according to the check-in process. The operation process is at the entrance of the BNB and downstairs of each building. If there are not enough rooms, report to me. Ronggang was stunned and said woodenly, "Okay." He turned around and went out to find someone to do as she said. He was not a fool, and he would not take out the crystal core and offer it to them at the beginning. He discussed with his brothers with low-level abilities. Let those with crystal cores check in first, and then count the remaining people after they check in. Not everyone thinks that everyone is a group like him. And another fire-type ability user was a little unhappy. Chapter 157. Human nature has changed so much. You brought those crystal cores out, and we have to share them with others and take care of their food and drink. Ronggang saw the other party's little thoughts and directly retorted. Everyone worked, and we escaped together. If everyone hadn't participated in covering each other, would we have been able to get out so easily? The fire-type mutant gritted his teeth, and his face was unhappy, but he didn't say anything more. People's hearts are like this. They can only share the hardships, but not the happiness. They can help each other when escaping. And after escaping successfully, they will still be angry about such trivial matters as profit sharing. Ronggang took out the things on his own accord. They can only blame themselves. Why didn't they follow him to get some crystal cores? Some low-level psychics were full of anger. Anyway, they had already arrived at the BNB, and there was nothing for them to gather together. He used the crystal cores he had accumulated over the years to exchange for points, and booked a room for himself, and didn't even want to change his wet clothes. Under the spotlight, I went to the food court to buy food and eat, and then went back to my room to take a shower and sleep. Every move in the homestay could not escape Xiepura's eyes. She had long been accustomed to these scenes. Many people do not want to become bad, but they just do not have the strength. If they have the strength, they will try their best to suppress others within their ability. If she had known that human nature was like this, she would not feel uncomfortable. She will expand her place in the future, and the people who live in it will be of all kinds. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't touch her bottom line, and doesn't violate the store rules. I just sigh at how much human nature has changed. It's too scary. They were all escaping together. But they couldn't even survive a few hours. And they began to fall apart. She said to M80, "Please show me more videos of fights in the future. First of all, it's for eating melons. And secondly, she can't let anything happen without her." The store owner, knowing about it. Most of the people who came tonight brought crystal cores. And only a part of them were too low level and couldn't touch crystal cores at all. 1/3 of the people didn't have crystal cores. Roan Gang did what he said and paid 3 crystal cores for each of them. They could first deal with accommodation and food before they came, except for those who obviously didn't call the people from Jiayong base. Everyone came. The children with parents came with their parents. And those without parents came by themselves. There were also some younger and immature ones. Everyone was worried that they would go out and talk nonsense. So no matter who they were, as long as they were children, they were brought here. There were still many orphans left, all alone with their heads down. Roan Gang was in a dilemma. He couldn't be a 19-year-old boy and be the father of so many children. If he took them in, he would have to take responsibility for them for the rest of his life. He had no better solution for the moment. He could only treat them as ordinary people without crystal cores, write them down in a notebook, and report to the store owner. Siapuru and the others were really tired. 30,000 people would not be solved so quickly in a short time. It was not convenient to go back to sleep. So she leaned on the swing, put her coat on herself, and dozed off for a while hugging the snowflakes. When she woke up again, it was M80 that woke her up. It said that Roan Gang had finished the statistics and did not dare to call her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Roan Gang standing at a safe distance from her, lowering his head and not daring to look around. She moved slightly, and Roan Gang noticed her. "Shopkeeper, you are awake." Siapuru stood up lazily and sat on the table and chairs in the yard, so that they could talk about things. This is based on statistics. The rooms are already full with people coming here. You see, Roan Gang was in a dilemma. There are many rules here. When he booked his accommodation, he saw a reminder that a single room can only be occupied by one person. He wanted to pay more money to accommodate multiple people, but it was not possible. There was no such option. The system also reminded him that, except for the people staying, other people could not stay in the room for a long time. This made him give up the idea of asking everyone to squeeze in. Sit down first. Hot water was always kept warm on the table. Siapuru poured him a cup of tea. She glanced at the list Roan Gang gave her, and estimated to round up each room type. Wait. She threw down a sentence and entered the construction mode, unlocking new rooms according to that number. Roan Gang saw her expressionless and dazed, and drank tea obediently without saying a word. Among the list, most people wanted single rooms, and the second was double rooms. The more people lived in the room, the less they lived in. Family rooms were occupied by more people. And it should be that the team wanted to live together. She had long since defaulted to unlocking the new room and automatically decorating it as the most basic and simple check-in mode. And the points were deducted together. Doesn't the host feel bad about losing so many points? What's there to feel bad about? So many people have come. They are all a constant source of points. Don't be so careless. M80 muttered behind his back. How could its most powerful machine brain not know this truth? It was just surprised that she, a stingy person, was willing to spend so much at once. And she didn't even complain to it. Unlocking and decorating, all the points were spent. Finally it was done. The time she was in a daze was just a few minutes in Roan Gang's eyes. Okay, you give them the crystal cores to exchange, and then you can check in. Roan Gang was stunned. Is it all done? Seeing that he didn't move, Siapuru frowned and asked, is there anything else? If there was nothing, she would go to sleep. She was really too sleepy. Come to me tomorrow if you have anything to do. I'm really too sleepy. She was still talking to him. Her eyelids were fighting, and she was about to close them. She didn't care about what happened after sending Roan Gang away. She had a good sleep. After Roan Gang left, he gave 2 crystal cores to each person, 5 to pregnant women and children without family members. He could only help here because of his limited ability. Anyway, they had escaped. People with healthy limbs should earn their own living. He couldn't care less. People with impaired limbs? No. In this era of food and clothing shortage, people with impaired limbs would not survive for more than a few days, and would not even last until the rain. Those who got the crystal cores were very grateful to Roan Gang. But some ungrateful people thought he didn't give enough. He accepted the compliments, but ignored the complaints. They didn't have a very good relationship to begin with. They were just neighbors at most, and didn't care what others said about them. The sky was dark, and the rolling clouds rolled in the sky. The rain washed everything in China. All the sounds were hidden in the sound of the heavy rain, and the world slowed down. Except for the sound of the rain. Everything seemed to disappear. The sound of rain was a good sound to help you sleep. But unfortunately, everything in the B&B was separated from the noise of the outside world by the invisible protective cover above. Chapter 158: Existence and Independence from the End of the World. Xiepuro likes the sound of rain, but she doesn't like the wet ground outside, so she chose to separate herself from the outside and prevent the rain from falling into the B&B. Yesterday, everyone in the B&B saw that the B&B seemed to be a small world that really existed and was independent of the end of the world. What was seen outside was that the rain avoided when it touched the protective cover above the B&B, and there was no accumulated rain dripping around. Looking up at the sky from inside, you can see rain dripping from the sky. When we were about to touch the B&B, the rain disappeared as if it was a game of Candy Crush. This wonder disappointed the children, who were looking forward to rain in the B&B. They didn't know how to weigh the pros and cons, whether it was comfortable or not, whether their clothes would get dirty. They just knew they couldn't play in the water happily. Xiepuro slept in a sprawling state. There was nothing she had to do. She slept until she was no longer in a bad mood. It took her a while to wake up. She moved the small courtyard where she lived to the edge, so that she could see the scenery outside through the window of her room. There is nothing to see, even few flowers and trees. I want to make myself a cup of coffee to see how it rains outside, but I find that I haven't unlocked coffee yet. System, didn't you say that the degree of freedom will be better after the upgrade? Explain it. The host can unlock the furniture mall by himself, but... She knew that this was not easy, sighed, and said helplessly, but you want me to spend money again. Right? A smart and beautiful host stopped flattering. I was too sleepy yesterday. After upgrading, I didn't take a good look at what I unlocked. I hurriedly unlocked the room for someone to stay in, and went back to sleep. There is still a lot of time, so there is no need to rush. My main points have been lost a lot. I don't know whether I need to spend money at the hospital. I still need to keep some money in my small treasury. Without coffee, there is nothing to stay with. I changed my clothes and prepared to go out. It was bustling outside the B&B. It was 12 o'clock lunchtime. The old tenant woke up and found that the B&B had been upgraded again. I was happy but felt that I had to do something. B&Bs are developing faster than humans. Who knows that the prices of food in B&Bs will increase in the future? They are best at being prepared for danger, because similar things have happened before. When the end of the world first came, the order of human civilization had not yet collapsed, and paper money at that time could still be used to buy food. As time goes by in the end of the world, the more you can appreciate the preciousness of food. It's not just the soaring prices, but also the food that is out of stock. After experiencing such a disaster, everyone has to be on guard. It's better to be prepared. As the B&B expands, the food court is also expanding. There is a certain distance between each item sold, so it will not cause crowding. The upgraded food court is in the shape of a cross, and there is an ornamental fountain in the middle of the cross. The fountain is also very large, and the children from the Jiayang base sit in front of the fountain to play. The children in the B&B are all in school, and she is not used to seeing so many children suddenly appear on the street at this time. However, she will have to go to Ronggang to discuss the issue of the children's school education. She packed herself a portion of fried tomato and eggs, and took it back to the B&B to eat as usual. She didn't dare to eat in the B&B anymore, because every visitor who passed by would recognize her face. Everyone had to come and say hello, and she was really overwhelmed. Ronggang? She saw someone waiting for her from a distance. His cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't know if it was because of the heat or because he had something to ask of her. It wasn't a big surprise, because she had known he would come today. She walked forward, pushed open the gate, and said, "Come in and talk." He followed her into the house. There was no one in the house, just like last night. Xiepuro put the food into the space to keep it warm, made 2 cups of tea, and handed one of them to him. "What's the matter?" "Shopkeeper, it's about what happened last night. The Jiayang base will definitely not let us go if so many of us run away together. You went to the base to set up a stall before and left without saying a word, and the base commander was very angry." Xiepuro lowered her eyelashes and looked at the teacup in her hand. The hot water in the teacup emitted wisps of green smoke. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and asked softly, Did he make things difficult for the survivors at the bottom? Ronggang pulled a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. He has always been like that. But he has done a good job on the surface in the outside world. In the end times, information is blocked. And the outside world doesn't know what kind of person he is. She frowned slightly. How does he make things difficult for people? It's just that little trick. It's just squeezing. And doubling the work you did before. Ronggang's tone was light. As if it was not happening to him. But it is true that, compared to ordinary people, he is living a comfortable life. So she also indirectly influenced them to a certain extent. Not knowing what to say, she could only be polite. It's okay. It's all in the past. As long as you earn points and renew the rent here, it shouldn't be so tiring. Then she told him where the advanced points exchanger was placed. The most basic room rate for one person per day is 30 points. If you don't renew within 24 hours after checking in, you can only leave. Ronggang had a plan in mind on how to earn points to survive. And he was overjoyed. He quickly assured, don't worry, owner. I have shown them the store rules. The topic turned back to the worry that Jiayong Base would come to the door. Siapuru only said one sentence. Don't worry. Ronggang stared at the woman in front of him in a daze. Although the other party was only a few years older than him, her words could actually give him a sense of security. When she said the three words don't worry, an inexplicable magic surged in his heart, which was to believe in her. I feel relieved with what the owner said. Ronggang stood up to leave. Siapura poured him a cup of tea without changing her expression, and placed it in front of him. There is one more thing. Owner, please. She briefly told her thoughts just now, beside the fountain. Do you have children who want to go to school? If they are willing to go to school, we provide free food and accommodation for students here. She paused, and added, I won't let you be idle. If you come here to live a lazy life, don't bring bad things to others. You can study or not. She won't beg others. Really? Ronggang couldn't believe what he heard. The end of the world. Go to school. Free? Such a niche Chinese. How come he didn't understand these three words together? She refilled her tea, and said briskly, it was the second junior brother who lied. Shopkeeper. You? Ronggang hesitated for a long time, and his ears turned red. He couldn't find a word to praise her. Siapura waved her hand, and said that sentence herself. I'm a good person. Right? Chapter 159 Selling a Car for Points. Puff. Ronggang laughed. The heavy stone in his heart was solved by her light words. I didn't expect the shopkeeper to be like this. He could still joke around. He wasn't as unkind as he thought. Any other questions? Ronggang was still laughing foolishly. He was caught off guard by the question. After being stunned for a few seconds, he said, nothing. Oh, I'm going to eat. Siapuro looked at him directly. Her meaning was very clear. Ah? Okay. His first reaction was to guess whether she meant for him to run errands and buy food, recalling that she did have something in her hands when she just came back. Then I leave first. Shopkeeper. Can I come to you if I need anything? Ronggang was afraid of being rejected. His hands behind his back tightly grasped his clothes. Considering that he brought so many people here, he was not very old, looking like a child, and it was not like he could handle so many people well. There is a doorbell at the door. When she goes out to set up a stall, she will hang a sign on the courtyard gate saying that the owner is out. Even if she takes a step back, there is still M80. After thinking for a long time, she said, if there is something. It's okay. Ronggang smiled. Then I leave first. He stopped after taking 2 steps, and thought of asking, by the way, owner, do we have any policy to treat pregnant women like the free schooling for children? Siapuru had just taken out the fried tomato and eggs from the space, and her hand shaking when she took the food. Do you think I'm doing charity? Oh. Okay. There was no disappointment on Ronggang's face. If he had known the result would be like this, he would just ask without holding on to hope. If it's possible, the pregnant women would have a place to stay and wouldn't have to worry so much. If it's not possible, then there's nothing we can do. He was about to leave when Siapuro stopped him. Don't the pregnant women have family members to take care of them? We have a hospital here. If they want to give birth, they can go to the hospital to give birth. Most of them don't have family members. Ronggang said it in an obscure way. And I don't want to mention it, but I think this kind of thing is not a secret in the end times, so it seems nothing to talk about it. After the end times, most women rely on men to survive. Only young women dare to go out and try their best. Some women don't want to go out and would rather do some business in the base. It goes without saying what kind of business can be done. Everyone has their own choice. She doesn't criticize and has no right to interfere. It's all forced by life. If she were in such an extreme environment, she doesn't know what she would do for survival. As if because she was silent, Roan Gang continued, with the advanced exchanger. Everyone's life should be better. But if you want to go out, you can only spend time. The Jiaoyang base will definitely take action. And we still have to stay out of the spotlight now. Xie Puro understood very well. And whispered, if it's really that difficult, just lift the car to the points exchanger and sell it. The car is a bit heavy. And the materials are all good. Someone picked up 2 tires and exchanged them for 10 points. And how did you all come here in separate cars? Roan Gang was dumbfounded again. He had never thought about what Xie Puro said. He had a bold idea. Shopkeeper, can your shop rules guarantee that I won't be beaten in the BNB? She thought it was something else. She couldn't guarantee anything else, but this was guaranteed. Roan Gang was reassured immediately. Definitely. Thank you for the tip. Shopkeeper. Roan Gang clasped his fists towards Xie Puro in a very immature way, and walked out quickly. She was stunned for a while. But this way of thanking was much better than others. She was terrified when the soldier saluted her. And she was flattered when the old director, who accompanied the woman in labor, bowed to her. The fist holding was good, it would not embarrass her. And it was a bit interesting. Roan Gang came to the owner, and the 2 big stones in his heart were put down. He didn't even eat, and returned to the double room he rented with Li Jian, and said that he had a second-year plan. What? We each steal a car and exchange it for points to give to pregnant women. Li Jian was shocked. Roan Gang was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. He didn't dare to speak so loudly in his own room. Who knows if the soundproofing here is good? What if the wall has ears? He was totally overthinking. Last night, there were so many people coming. And the noise was not small. None of the residents in the BNB were woken up. Which was enough to show how good the soundproofing was. Roan Gang was now a typical thief with a guilty conscience. The car was driven out by everyone together. If you really count it, it is everyone's property. He wanted to give it to the pregnant woman. This behavior is not stealing, but it is impossible to say it is not. Roan Gang gave his reason. We have to take advantage of the fact that everyone is busy eating, drinking and resting, and has not reacted to the need to divide the car. We should get things out and finish the job as soon as possible. I think you are really crazy. Li Jian looked at him with a complicated expression. Do you think we can move those cars with our thin arms and legs? These 2 people once again prove that if you don't share the same interests, you can't be good friends. Most people focus on making profits for themselves, but Li Jian only cares about whether they can move. Xie Puro ate while watching the screen projected by M80 on her own initiative. These 2 people are quite interesting. She asked the system cautiously. If they do something weird later, you won't show it to me. Right? Don't worry, the screen projection will be automatically terminated if privacy is involved. That's fine, she is a law-abiding citizen, and she can't rely on being a store owner to pay attention to other people's privacy at will. Li Jian on the other side of the screen was still talking. What about those children? Just give it to the pregnant women and not the children. Roan Gang slapped his head. I was so anxious, I forgot to tell you. The owner of the BNB said that children under 16 years old will be provided with food and accommodation when they go to school. We just need to solve the problem of the pregnant women and give them a hand. Just think of it as being worthy of our conscience. Many good girls are forced to do so, by their families, or they just can't afford to eat. It's no longer the era where you can earn a living as long as you have hands and feet. We are all pitiful people, so try your best to help those you can. Li Jian was puzzled. Why Roan Gang always wanted to help those strangers. Brother Roan, why do you have to help them? If you want to talk about pitiful people, the last thing in the end of the world is pitiful people, and they are obviously not the most pitiful. Roan Gang thought of his family, his eyes froze, and he lost his excitement just now. When the end of the world just came, my sister was pregnant, and we haven't contacted each other until now. I don't know if my family members are still alive. At that time, he was still in school, and the end of the world broke out suddenly, and the communication was not interrupted all at once. Chapter 160 The Road Home. At that time, I was still able to contact my family, but I never returned home. They both came from the same hometown, and they agreed to go home together. They tried many times, and set out on the journey home again and again, but it just didn't work. It didn't work. They walked the road home for 3 years. In 3 years, they hadn't even walked 1/3 of the way home. I just thought, if I help others more, maybe others will meet someone like me and think about helping them. Just thinking about it made his eyes wet. Ronggang choked up when he spoke. Li Jian lowered his head. He wanted to go home. When the apocalypse first broke out, no one cleared the roads. They couldn't go back even if they had a car. And the small roads were blocked. Li Jian asked, if the natural disaster is over and things stabilize, will we go home? Yes. Ronggang never wavered in this goal. He dreamed of going home for many days and nights. Even if it was just to go back to see if his parents were still there. And to see if his sister had given birth to a little nephew for him. Ronggang was a few months older than Li Jian. They played in the mud together, went to school together, and played pranks together. If I had known that, I would not have gone to such a faraway university. The more Ronggang thought about his family, the more he blamed himself, blaming himself for going to such a faraway university. Li Jian's mouth was a little bitter. Although the university they went to was not a 985 university, it was still a face-saving thing for them to tell others about it. At that time, their scores were very different. In order for them to pass the exam together, he studied hard day and night, and he didn't even dare to sleep enough. They got what they wanted, and they passed the exam. But God played such a big joke on them. I'm sorry. Ronggang turned his back, and Li Jian saw tears in his eyes not far away. Okay, brother. You have taken good care of me. Li Jian did not go forward to comfort him. He understood him, and he could not bear to see his brother's fragile side. Ronggang really took good care of him. He did not awaken his superpowers, and Ronggang usually had to share crystal cores with him, so it was difficult for his superpowers to advance. His elder brother had to endure so much hardship to become the leader among the low-level psychics, just to take care of him more. Ronggang adjusted his state, turned around and faced Li Jian and promised, brother will definitely take you home, no matter how difficult it is. I must go home. The word home has become a luxury and obsession for many people. They have been suffering from a lack of food and fuel supplies, and they have no way to go home on the mountain road. But then again, how are we going to move the car? How about going to the store owner and asking if there is any quick method? Okay. Xie Pu was also asking him 80. Is there a method? Yes, there is. The host needs to go there in person. The host is the store owner. When there are large items that are not convenient to exchange for points, the host can exchange them for points by touching them with his hands. She is asked to go out. Then, she lowered her head and quickly ate the remaining food in the bowl. As soon as she finished eating, the two of them arrived in front of her yard and rang the doorbell. She grabbed a coat and hurried out. As soon as she went out, she said to the two of them, let's go. She walked ahead on her own. The two looked at each other. Brother Rong, I feel like the owner seems to know why we are here. Silly boy. She is smart. Ronggang trotted to catch up with Xie Pu, and Li Jian followed. The three of them came to the underground parking lot. Ronggang didn't think much along the way, just thinking about what he had told Xie Pu in the yard. I can only transfer the points to your account. You can transfer it later. Hurry up. Which cars are yours? Ronggang followed her, and could tell which cars were theirs at a glance. He pointed at the Jiayong base logo on the car, and Xie Pu looked a little embarrassed. Have you changed them all? She temporarily blocked the underground parking lot. After all, she was doing something bad, and she didn't want to be caught. Brother Rong, don't we have to keep some cars to go out and look for supplies later? We still have to go home. She noticed the unlockable things on her map, including the car rental service, and now was a good time to promote it. We sell business cards for transmission at our BNB, and we are planning to start a car rental service. Your cars are broken, old, and have a poor battery life. Why don't you try our cars? Then change them all. Thank you for your hard work, owner. Ronggang had spoken and Li Jian couldn't say anything else. Xie Pu touched the cars with Chaoyang base printed on them one by one. It took her a long time to touch so many cars one by one. After she walked away, Li Jian complained, Brother Rong, how could you exchange all the cars for points so easily? You are stupid. Even if there is only one car left, it may not be given to us. Ronggang was very clear-headed. Don't even mention whether they will be given the car if there is only one car left. Even if there are so many people, everyone wants to take it for themselves. How can they get a share? After explaining it to Li Jian, he finally realized it. After touching all the cars, Siet Pura came over and said to him, 500 points for a car, 1,000 points for a truck, all put into your account. You two will share it equally. Thank you for your hard work. Shop owner. If you have anything to ask me in the future, I will definitely say what I mean. If you have any dirty or tiring work, just ask us two brothers to do it. Rong Gang was very sensible, and offered to exchange his labor for hers. She waved her hand. I don't need it. Just don't bother me too often. They walked out of the garage, and went back to their own homes. So many vehicles disappeared at the same time. But no one noticed. Siet Puro thought someone would come to make trouble soon, but she waited and waited but no one came. At Jiaoyang Base, the senior management and the psychics woke up and found that the building was empty. They were so angry that they were about to explode. Li Guang and a dozen other people were walking on their legs, and they were discovered when they walked back to the base. In a rage, Zheng Rui ordered the superpowers to kill anyone they saw, leaving only one alive. Li Guang was lucky, and he was the only one who was not killed. The fishy yellow liquid flowed down his trouser legs along with the rain. He couldn't stand up, and he knelt on the ground with his hands raised high. The remaining poor people were only the lackeys of the base, who followed the wind. Without waiting for the superpowers to take action, they dragged Li Guang to Zheng Rui. Tell me, where are all the people? If you don't tell me, you will end up like them. The threats from one person to another frightened Li Guang, who had already peed, into peeing again. Zheng Rui walked away with his nose pinched in disgust. A dozen women who were not notified came forward to surround him. He felt relieved when he smelled the fragrance of the women. On the way back, Li Guang was thinking about reporting them. After being frightened like this, he told everything in detail, from beginning to end. Chapter 161 Seducing the Shopkeeper. Zheng Rui became angrier and angrier as he listened, and kicked Li Guang on the head. Why didn't you report it earlier? I was forced to do it. Li Guang thought of a solution in a hurry. I know the way to Great B&B, I'm very useful, I can lead the way. Zheng Rui and the high-level psychic exchanged glances. They really needed a guide, because they had only heard of the name of Great B&B, and they had no idea where it was, and it really wouldn't work if there was no one to lead the way. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise your fate will be worse than those people just now. No. No. I will definitely lead the way. Li Guang waved his hands hurriedly, fearing that he would be killed by Zheng Rui if he was a second late. Zheng Rui gave a look, and those lackeys took the people away. The only ordinary people present were the women who served the high-level psychics, and the top leaders of the base last night. Killing a few people could not relieve Zheng Rui's anger at all, but he knew that getting angry was useless. If they don't find the person back quickly, they will be left alone. If no one is doing the work, they have to work on their own. Who among you is not waiting for someone to serve you? After figuring this out, Zheng Rui pushed the woman beside him away and said with a sullen face, meeting? The women were very sensible and left the room together. Only their own people were left. Zheng Rui said, now we are the only ones left. We have to go to the B&B to get the person back. What do you think? Tell us about it. The people present laughed. To put it nicely, it's a B&B, to put it more simply, it's our new granary. The people present were proud of themselves, they were all high-level psychics. If we work together, we can even take down a base. What's there to be afraid of with a mere B&B that we just heard of? High-level psychics originally had brains. Under Zheng Rui's excessive indulgence in them, they heard women praising them every day. The strong verbal praise had been deeply rooted in their hearts, and they felt that they were really powerful. It should be said that the food sold in that B&B is really delicious. Last time, each of them didn't get much, and they only ate a little, and could never forget it. Take over that B&B, and the supplies there will be ours. The eyes of the high-level psychics were full of desire for food. The delicious food and drinks in the base were all provided to them first, so they didn't lack food and drink at all. But at this time, who would complain about having too many supplies? No matter how much supplies you have, they are still better than those in others' hands. Zheng Rui did have some intelligence. He spoke slowly, and his tone revealed a hint of shrewdness. What's the point of occupying an empty B&B? Is it the land we lack? The most important thing must be that the owner is extraordinary, otherwise how could he get so many supplies? After listening to Zheng Rui's words, everyone seemed to understand, but still a little confused. Li Jiming was impatient, and couldn't help asking, do you mean the fight or not? Zheng Rui's eyes flashed, and his face was unfathomable. He uttered 3 words mysteriously, beauty trap. Wang Changye immediately misunderstood, beauty? Give her a woman? Ding Tongan also asked. Isn't the boss a woman? Will it be useful to give her a beauty? Li Jiming mocked the two people slowly. You are stupid. The base commander means to find a good-looking man to seduce. Zheng Rui added, how can an ordinary person guard so many supplies? That boss must not be an ordinary person. We don't know the strength of the other party, so we should not act rashly. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful a high-level psychic is, can he deal with so many of us at the same time? The crowd was arguing, but Zheng Rui was quietly alert in his heart. He was still worried, remembering that when he was still in contact with the flame base, Yu Tanghai repeatedly warned him not to offend the owner of the BNB. He didn't think she was scary. At most she was clean and pretty, and he didn't see how powerful she was. Even so, he didn't want to fight a battle he wasn't sure of. It would be better if he could take over the BNB without fighting. How about this? Choose the best-looking one among us, and seduce the owner. His words made everyone present excited. They had never seen what the owner of the BNB looked like, but they only knew from word of mouth that she was a great beauty. They had long been tired of sleeping with the women in the base. There were only a few beautiful ones coming and going, and they had long been tired of playing with them. Li Jiming was the first to recommend himself. I think I look okay. What are you good at? You have 2 balls under your eyebrows. You are stupid. So you are stupid. I think I am better looking than you. Ding Tongan didn't give him face at all. A group of people gathered around the table and chattered, and it seemed that they were about to quarrel again. Okay, what are you quarreling about? Zheng Rui slammed the table angrily. You can't judge a person by appearance alone. For a man, strength is more important. Li Jiming straightened his clothes, very proud. He is the strongest among so many people. If we divide them according to their strength, he will definitely take the title. Xiao Ding. Then you go. Zheng Rui looked at Ding Tongan with a flattering look. Why? Li Jiming couldn't hold back his expression anymore, and he stood up and shouted at Zheng Rui. I am obviously the strongest. Jiming, sit down first, and listen to me. Zheng Rui didn't want to offend either side, nor could he afford to offend. He went behind Li Jiming and pushed him to sit down. What I mean is, women don't just look at the face, nor just the strength, but also whether the man can make her happy and convinced. He pointed out the key point. Xiao Ding is a 4th-level gold-type superpower user. A 4th-level gold-type superpower user can attach superpowers to any part of the body. Another point is that Ding Tongan is considered to be the best-looking among them, and he is also more loyal to him. Since he is selecting people, he must choose the one who is most beneficial to him. Otherwise, if he hooks the boss, he will ride on his head. How can it work? After combining various indicators, Ding Tongan is the only one who is reliable in all aspects. The other superpowers and high-level people looked at each other in silence. They have been exploiting the survivors for so many years. All the resources of the base were given to them. They are all fat and bloated. Only Ding Tongan has a normal figure. Men don't worry about their appearance. They can only comfort themselves. Each has its own advantages. Men still have to look at their strength. I agree. Ding Tongan got the advantage and still acted cute. When I'm done playing, I might share it with you. Li Jiming mocked mercilessly. Whether others like you or not is still a matter of fact. What he said made sense, so Zheng Rui made 2 preparations. So we go together. Xiao Ding will seduce her first. If seduction fails, we will just take her by force. Chapter 162 Official Departure. Everyone suddenly realized that, in fact, it was still robbery, but it was just a late robbery. In this case, their dissatisfaction with Ding Tongan completely disappeared. They did not consider whether Xie Pu Rou could be seduced, and whether the seducer would be in danger. Now, just thinking about it, they are already thinking about how to divide the spoils. It is still raining outside. The delicate high-level supernaturals had never suffered such grievances since the end of the world. He tried to shirk his responsibility by making excuses. Is it too soon? Why don't we wait for a while, until the boss relaxes his vigilance before going? No. Zheng Rui said helplessly. Have you forgotten? The artificial rainfall only lasts for 3 days. We must prepare now, and set off immediately. The temperature will rise after the rainfall. The central base made it clear in the call notification. The matter was settled. The women found Zheng Rui's formal suit and put it on Ding Tongan. Sweet talk is also one of the survival skills in the end times. They praised them one by one, and praised Ding Tongan's slightly delicate face to be better than that of a top star. Ding Tongan became more and more confident, and even thought about how to seduce people. He asked those women, What type of men do women like? The serving woman rolled her eyes and said attentively, of course they like gold-type superpowers like Mr. Ding, who are more powerful than ordinary men. Ding Tongan was very pleased to hear this, and patted the head of the sweet-mouthed woman as a reward, thinking that his actions were so gentle that he would definitely win her over. Seriously? What type of men do women like? I have to show something to make the store owner like me. The sweet-mouthed woman offered another suggestion, since the boss is a woman. It means that she is a bit strong to a certain extent. This kind of woman usually likes little milk dogs. Little milk dogs? Ding Tongan is not very old, so he naturally knows what little milk dogs mean. That day, the women prepared a big meal for them. The superpower said that only when they are full can they have the strength to fight on the road. Zhang Rui was reluctant to give up, but he had to bear the pain and take out the supplies, so that they could eat happily. Have a safe journey. We wait for you to come back. The sweet-mouthed woman's eyes were misty with tears, and her gentle tone seemed to be talking about a wife waiting for her husband to come home. The other women also sobbed when they saw this, and they clung to the men as if they were reluctant to leave. Zhang Rui's face darkened, and he gave a death order. You go with us. The women's bodies were stiff for a moment, and they really cried this time. They couldn't let anyone see it, so they could only nod their heads repeatedly. The sweet-mouthed woman asked, how do we get there? They've taken all the cars away. This isn't something you women should worry about. You should all eat less. People who don't know would think you're the ones going to the war. Zhang Rui stared at them. No one should be left in the base. It was enough that his home was robbed once. He didn't want to experience it again. After this meal, they officially set off. There are 135 people in the Jiaoyang base now, and there are 48 women alone. That night, they slept in each other's arms. There are also some lackeys without superpowers. All of them have to go out. Zhang Rui certainly kept a trick, which is different from ordinary cars, and the most important thing is that the car keys are all with him. And the car is also in his private garage, so now he can only take it out and use it. Armored vehicles are also one of the most sought-after things in the end times, which are stronger than ordinary cars, and the body is bulletproof, and it is easy to resist the attack of zombies. Of course, there are not only a few such cars in the early days. He took the superpowers to rob other people's cars. After filling up the gas tank, they set off. The car couldn't hold so many people. After the high-level superpowers and the leadership were all seated, there were only a few seats left. The sweet-mouthed woman sat in one of the seats, and a few sweet-mouthed people were also assigned seats. The other women were held in arms, and among the lackeys, except for Li Guan who had to show the way and take the car. The others had to walk to the B&B. They hurried on their way in the rain, while Xie Pu Rou was watching TV series on a tablet in the yard, and teaching the two little guys to go to the toilet in the yard. It takes 1,000 grave coins to unlock the pet store. She doesn't want to spend her points on that yet. Luckily, there are urine pads in the disposable supplies of the hospital. She can only teach the two little guys to urinate on the urine pads. The two little guys are very smart. She guided them a few times, and they knew to find the right place to go to the toilet. Inadvertently, the two little guys turned on the faucet in the yard again, and kept getting close to it. The fur on both of them was wet. Xie Pu Rou laughed at them. They are so small. Clearly they are two kittens, but their fur is wet like a big mouse. Ao meowed loudly. Seemingly he understood what she said, and was protesting. Luckily, the temperature in the B&B was constant, so there was no need to worry about them catching a cold, otherwise they would have to go to Chuling again. Speaking of Chuling, she also thought it would be better to take the two little guys to see Chuling to see if there were any problems. She made up her mind to go in 2 days, let the two get familiar with the environment first, so that they would not be stressed if she suddenly took them out. She educated the two little guys while blowing their fur. Ao, please take care of Snowflower. Don't play around with Snowflower. If you do it again, I keep you and Snowflower separately. Xie Pu Rou threatened the two kittens. Ao must have understood, and gave Snowflower a lecture. Because it was Snowflower who turned on the faucet just now, it just couldn't help but went over to play with the water. Xie Pu Rou muttered to the system. I remember that the cats in the short videos I watched before were afraid of taking a bath. Why do these two love playing with water so much? Times have changed, host. Now the sky has changed. I haven't seen the night for a long time. What else is impossible? No. Host, someone is coming for you outside the door. Xie Pu Rou fiddled with the two claws of Snowflake, and heard the system prompt. Coming for me. Thinking carefully, the only people she has offended in the past 2 days are from Jiaoyang base. Taking in their residence It's impossible for them to rule the land, so it's normal for them to be anxious. But the host may have to be more careful this time. Someone wants to move in. What? They definitely can't stay here. She put down Snowflower and walked out directly. If they come in, the B&B will have to take their surname. Most importantly, it will scare the residents who just fled here. It's not enough to just block them. Since they've come to her house, she makes sure they never come back. She walked out quickly and heard pedestrians exclaiming, "What a cute cat!" She then noticed that Snowflower and Ao followed her out. Ao is very spiritual, and Snowflower is also very white. They must have sensed that something was wrong with her aura, and followed her out, because they were worried that something had happened to her. Chapter 163. I want to beat him, but... Edited with tears. I didn't drive them back, and I was worried that the two kids would be hurt after leaving the B&B. System, I remember we have 2 temporary employees vacant? Yes, what's wrong? For Shuahua and Ao. This? She narrowed her eyes dangerously. It didn't say that the employees must be human before. M80 gave in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 2 temporary employees. Siapuro was satisfied, as long as the 2 little guys wouldn't be hurt. Arriving at the entrance of the B&B, she saw a different man walking towards her. He was really special. He was the first person she had seen in the apocalypse who wore a suit, had a slick back hair, and held an umbrella. In Ding Tongin's eyes, Siapuro was also very special. She was different from the ordinary girls in the base. At first glance, she seemed to be someone who did not belong to this world. Most importantly, her long hair was very beautiful. Not frizzy at all, and smooth enough to reflect light. It was exactly the style Ding Tongin liked. His eyes were locked on Siapura's face, and she couldn't help but feel it. Siapura frowned slightly. She didn't like this kind of look. Are you the boss here? Yes. You can call me the owner. Siapura wanted to ask. Which base are you from? Ding Tongin was stunned. And then he reacted and played Tai Chi with her. I came from another base. He walked into the B&B area, put away the umbrella in his hand, and was surprised. It's not raining inside? Well, there is no rain inside. Well, I am indeed speechless. Siapura leaned forward, blocking his body from entering. Ding Tongin thought she wanted to get close to him, so he smiled smugly. Sure enough, a unique woman like her would definitely not be able to resist his charm. When we were at the base, didn't those women also take the initiative to get close to him? He tilted his head to look at her, raised his eyebrows, and deliberately boasted loudly, "How do you know I am a gold-type superpower?" To be honest, I am a level 4 superpower. Worried that she didn't know the special features of a level 4 gold superpower, he also kindly explained, I can turn a part of my body into metal. Every woman who has tried it has praised me. Don't you want to try it? Don't worry. You are different from those women. I admire you very much and won't be so rough with you. Gold superpowers. He has always been proud of his ability to conquer women. Isn't it said that strong women like the owner like nannies? He was so excited that he wanted to get closer to Siapuru. Sister, I can make you happy. Ding Tongin said with a self-righteous smile on his face. He looked at her figure with an aggressive gaze, as if he wanted to see through every inch of her body. He confidently waited for Siapura's response. He believed that this woman would eventually be conquered by him like other women. But just when she thought Siapura would be intoxicated by his masculine charm, Siapura slapped the face he wanted to touch. Pa! The huge force stunned him instantly. Ah! So dirty, my face is covered with oil. Won't you wash your face in such a heavy rain? She took out a tissue from the space, and wiped her hands clean bit by bit. Hiding behind the tree outside, the people in Jiaoyong base, who thought they were well hidden, saw everything happening here. Zheng Rui took the telescope, and saw the scene of Ding Tongin being beaten clearly. Ding Tongin is a waste. Zheng Rui cursed, and was so angry that he clenched the telescope tightly. The material was expensive, but he couldn't bear to throw it. Base Commander, are we going to fight? No hurry, let's wait and see. Zheng Rui shook his head. Although the beauty trap failed, Ding Tongin's strength was still there. She was just a woman, and might not be his opponent. If Ding Tongin was serious, it shouldn't be a problem to capture that woman directly. The base commander had spoken, and others had to listen to him. But Li Jiming was anxious. He also took a telescope, and saw that the shop owner was so beautiful. Don't let Ding Tongin get away with it. Siapura used a lot of force to slap Ding Tongin. 5 slap marks appeared on his face immediately. His eyes were full of confusion and doubt. His head was turned to the other side after being hit, and he stared at her blankly. You hit me? He covered his face, that was quickly swollen and hot after being hit, and looked at Siapuru in disbelief. She didn't want to entrust it to Shusha anymore, and a quick fight was her style. I hit you if you want. Do I have to choose a day? You dare to hit me? He stared at Siapuru with gnashing teeth in disbelief. Why can't I hit you? Siapuru snorted coldly. Because you like me, Ding Tongan said firmly. You must have fallen in love with me. Siapuru's hand was already raised. This time she was going to beat him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize the floating wood. Beating is love. Scolding is love. She must love him. The excitement in Ding Tongan's eyes became more and more crazy. Stuck out his tongue and breathed heavily. That look. A bit like a dog. No, can't say that. It's insulting to a cute little animal. But Ding Tongan's look made her a little scared. She wanted to hit him, but was afraid of him. Ding Tongan was really. He was actually a masochist at heart, but he was selective. He could only hit good-looking people he liked. If those stinky women in the base dared to hit him, he would scatter their ashes. Please God, hit me again. When he got excited, his voice became a double-faced turtle. Siapuru, you succeeded. She got goosebumps all over her body. Now she dared not hit him, nor scold him. She was afraid that if she hit him, scolded him, he would, without waiting for Siapuru's response. Ding Tongan thought that he had not done well, and he slid down to his knees in public, and raised his butt to Gao Laozhuang. Please, master. The voice of the double-faced turtle sounded again, and Siapuru's head was buzzing. Don't ask how Ding Tongan could be like this in public. He just likes being in public, enjoying the attention of others. Anyway, he has a big fist, and whoever dares to laugh at him will be killed. Xuehua and Aoao, who came late, saw this scene. Siapuru saw the shocked expression on the cat's face for the first time. Aoao's face was black, but she could see its shock. The two little things were communicating with each other in a meowing way. Siapuru couldn't understand, but she saw that after the two little things finished communicating, their eyes turned from shock to hostility when they looked at Ding Tongan. Holding Xuehua, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could these two little things think that Ding Tongan was here to steal her job? Steal her super big job? Zhongrui looked at Ding Tongan kneeling down, and thought that Siapuru was forcing him to rebel. And a sense of crisis arose. Everyone get in the car. Let's fight. Chapter 164. The whole army attacks. The residents in the BNB noticed the movement here, and came over to see who had upset the owner, and who was actually kneeling down to beg for mercy. Suddenly someone saw an armored vehicle coming not far away, and exclaimed, There's a car! There's a car coming! It's an armored vehicle. Are they coming to take us away? It's someone from the base. The car has the logo of the Jiaoyang base printed on it. Owner, what should we do? Siapuru didn't know what to do. Ding Tongan blocking the door was so scary. Now who knows where the zombies are? Maybe it's Xiaokuan. If people are teleported to the zombies, it will be funny if they can come back alive. She asked M80, what do you think? M80 knew that she didn't want to kill people. It would be bad to stain her hands with blood. The host can change the punishment, such as teleporting to the depths of the mutant animal's nest? She frowned and disagreed. Isn't it still teleportation? Nothing new. The mutant animals finally changed their residence. The depths of the nest are full of animal cubs. Host, guess how they will treat the invaders. You are so bad. Ha ha ha. I like it so much. Siapuru laughed out loud. Ding Tongan could feel that she picked up the two cats, but she ignored him. He attributed all this to, this must be a test from the owner. You can't compete for favor with pets. But being ignored really doesn't feel good. He thought of a way to attract the other party's attention. He didn't notice that the large army from Jiaoyang base was rushing towards him. At this moment, he was crawling forward on his knees. Climbing to Siapuru's feet, he stretched out his tongue to lick her shoes. Siapuru suddenly retracted her foot and took a step back. Pupils trembled. Quick! Make him disappear. Fortunately, he retracted his foot early. If he was a second later, he would not have wanted this leg. The people in the BNB did not get a response. Seeing Siapuru's horrified expression, they panicked. Why did he disappear? Where is he? Most people don't care about whether he disappeared or not, they just know that they are going to be caught. What should we do? What if they want to rob the store? Shopkeeper, let's close the door. They can't get in if we close the door. Yes. Yes, let's close the door. While we are still far away, quickly close the door. The few big men who escaped from the Jiaoyang base had a full meal, and they had some strength. They really don't want to go back to live in such a dire situation. Now they want to gather together to fight against Xing Rui who wants to come. If they escape and are caught, they will definitely suffer. At that time, it will not be as simple as working. Being beaten and scolded every day is a small matter. I don't know if I will still be alive. Ronggang and Li Jian were eating in the food street. When they saw the movement here, they didn't want to pay attention. He noticed that several people were running towards the BNB with gray faces, as if there were zombies chasing them. Then he and Li Jian trotted over to see. Everyone was trying to close the door in a panic. Siapura quickly said, "Don't be afraid. Everyone is safe in the BNB. The BNB will protect everyone's safety." Her voice made everyone who was confused come to their senses. Such a good BNB, where even the rain from the sky can't drip in. Makes no sense for it to be attacked by outsiders. If it was going to be attacked, it would have been occupied long ago. It wouldn't be their turn at all. After a change of mind, they calmed down. "Owner, if they still come in, I will protect you." Ronggang felt very guilty. He believed in Siapuru's ability, but if there was an accident, after all, this disaster was caused by him. The people he organized fled here, which was an unexpected disaster for the owner. He took a step forward, trying to protect Siapuru behind him. There were many aboriginal residents of the BNB around them. It was also the first time for them to encounter such a thing in the BNB, so they were a little nervous. Some brave men wanted to stand in front of Siapuru, but they were interrupted by her action as soon as they moved. Siapura pushed Ronggang away with one hand, trying to stand in front of her. "Go away. You are blocking my highlight moment." She wanted to see what Xing Rui would do to her. There was a pervert before, and she hoped that it was not a group of perverts coming now. The armored vehicle drove to the front of the BNB. Siapuru went out to fight with Xuehua in her arms, and Aolo followed her out. Ronggang didn't understand, and wanted to follow her out. She turned around and said to everyone in the BNB, "Don't come out. Your safety is guaranteed in the BNB. I can't guarantee it outside." Xing Rui got out of the armored vehicle, and then the people in the car got out as well. The people running behind the car also ran over here. Unlike the ordinary people getting off the car, the women getting off the car each had a cold weapon in their hands, and the people running over even had blood on their clothes. "Boss, where did you take our people?" Xing Rui's face turned red with anger. He had just seen him right in front of him. Could it be that the boy had betrayed her, and was hidden by her? "Are all your people here?" Siapura fiddled with snowflake claws nonchalantly. "We are all high-level psychics. You look good. If you hand over the people, we can let you go." Xing Rui threatened, dreaming of taking over the BNB without any effort. "Oh!" Siapura raised her eyebrows slightly, wanting to see if there was anything else to say. Xing Rui misunderstood, and asked several psychics to show her. They all stepped forward, showing off their supernatural powers that they were proud of in the end times. Li Jiming even performed a fireball show. Boom! A red fireball suddenly condensed in Li Jiming's hand. Under his control, the fireball kept changing into various shapes, and the terrifying high temperature spread. He whistled at her proudly. "If you surrender now, we will let you join us and eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day." This hum came from Shizhu and Chihua. They had brought snail noodles and small stools to the door to eat without knowing when. Chihua looked at them, and then at the snail noodles in his hand. "Go to their place to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Then what is this? What is the snail noodles in their hands? Is it boiled water with chili peppers?" The raindrops fell on the heads of the people in Jiaoyang base, flowing down their hair and drilling into their collars. On the other hand, Siapuru, even if she left the BNB, the rain would not reach her, and the two kittens beside her were so dry that their fur was fluffy. Comparing the two sides, the superiority was immediately distinguished. Xing Rui also felt that he was as ridiculous as a clown, and he was angry and said, "Don't hide your abilities. Use your powers. Take this place down, and you can eat whatever you want tonight." After that, he first condensed the power in his hand, and the red flames quickly took shape and rolled bigger. He was a 6th level power user, and he didn't know how many high-level crystal cores he had used to upgrade his power. Chapter 165. Let me borrow it to have a look. In this apocalypse, He had never seen anyone higher than him. Even if there were, they were the people in the base. He didn't believe that this little broken place was not organized by the government. He had already investigated it. It just suddenly appeared. It was time for him to take this good place into his pocket. Zhengrui thought so. His eyes were full of greed, as if he had already won. The people in the BNB saw Zhengrui releasing his supernatural power through the door, and his aura was different. Their ability levels were not high. They were protected by a protective shield across the gate. They could all feel the horror of a level 6 ability user. The fire condensed by a level 6 ability user had a momentum that could engulf the heavens and destroy the earth. Captain Zeng is actually a level 6 ability user. It's over. Can the store owner beat him? Trust the store owner. She asked us to trust her. I didn't say I didn't believe him. But can you give me a hand? My feet are so cold that I can only shiver. Are you sure you weren't scared by the level 6 ability user? Qi Hua felt a force coming from Zhengrui, which was only slightly stronger than his level 5 ability. The ability accumulated by crystal cores was not as strong as the ability accumulated and upgraded by one's own strength. He knew at a glance that Zhengrui only had an ability level in vain, and he lived a life of luxury all day long. How could he have any practical experience? He also thought that he was a dual-type ability user, and Shizhu was also a dual-type ability user. If they cooperated with him, they would be sure to fight the opponent on equal terms, without waiting for them to think about it. Suddenly, Zhengrui's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at his hands, and a huge fear rose in his heart. He found that the power he had just condensed was weakening at a very fast speed. In a few seconds, he watched the flame in his hand completely disappear. How could it be? Why? Is this? The rain extinguished his power? Impossible. How could rain extinguish fire power? Zhengrui looked at the large army behind him in panic. Not only the fire power, but also the energy balls condensed in the hands of the gold and wood power users were disappearing quickly. What happened? Where were their powers? The women following behind could only see that they hadn't made any moves for a long time. Didn't they say they were going to fight? Why didn't they use their powers? Are you looking for this? Xiaopuru's voice sounded. Her already clear voice had a bit of quirkiness, and now it sounded like she had succeeded in making trouble. Everyone at the Jiaoyang base looked at her, and saw that she was holding the 5 colors of power, condensing into a small sphere, as small as a glass bead. Borrowing and returning, I just took it to have a look. I return it if you want to find it. She waved lightly, and 5 elements swarmed out of her hand, emitting charming light. The original small element ball, after she threw it out, suddenly expanded in size, and turned into a huge sphere. Everyone widened their eyes, surprised to find that the shape and size of the sphere were exactly the same as the element ball that everyone in the Jiaoyang base had just condensed. The familiar element ball approached rapidly, but everyone felt as if their feet were imprisoned by a force like cement, and could not move. As the energy ball got closer and closer, it finally hit everyone in the Jiaoyang base, making a deafening explosion. They screamed miserably, then fell to the ground with a bang, and bright red blood spurted out of their mouths. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching in the BNB exclaimed. Some gloated, and some secretly rejoiced. The energy was returned by Xiaopu to those who had just used it, and those without energy were still standing there. The women holding cold weapons were at a loss, and those lackeys saw that things were not going well, and ran towards the forest. Xiaopu's eyes were cold, watching them run, and asked the system to keep an eye on them. When they enter the woods, they will be teleported away when no one can see them, leaving no one alive. Yes, she is not a person who likes to cause trouble, but she hates others to cause trouble for her. Zhengrui spit out a mouthful of blood, and met Xiaopu's eyes. Her expression was indifferent, and she even disdained sarcasm. Even so, Zhengrui still broke down, being humiliated by her in public in front of so many people. A sense of humiliation burst out. Her eyes were still smiling, but they gave him a deep and cold feeling. You? He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat was blocked by a fishy sweetness. She tilted her head slightly, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. Don't be impatient. She looked at the girls behind him. She just noticed that those girls were staring at the people standing in front of them in other places. The hatred in their eyes was definitely not fake. She couldn't even hate openly. She could only do it secretly. And when someone turned around, she could only hold back and put on a flattering smile. She understood the feeling of hatred. She had also climbed up from despair and helplessness. She silently said in her heart, "Girls help girls." She said loudly, If you don't want to follow them, you can go to the homestay. We have complete facilities here. You can be self-reliant, and no one will bully you. When Xie Puro said this, everyone's face froze. I follow. Li Jiming raised his hand while enduring the pain, hoping that Xie Puro would notice him. He was the most seriously injured. His ability was of a high level, and it was a fire ability. He used his arm to block it, and his entire arm was burned. You? He got Xie Puro attention as he wished. Go to the side. Xie Puro just glanced at him, and then stopped looking at him. Tao Qing came to Zheng Rui and said softly, Are you okay? Zheng Rui, who was in pain all over his body, roared in a bad voice. Do you think I'm okay? After saying this, he realized that he shouldn't let her down at this time. If his woman was turned against him, it would be too embarrassing. You won't go with her, will you? You all won't, will you? He raised his voice and asked all the women standing behind him, with a threat in his words. If anyone dares to leave, he will kill them. I will always be by your side. Until the last moment, Tao Qing was as gentle as the spring breeze, which brought him great comfort. Zheng Rui raised his eyebrows and looked at Xie Puro, his eyes full of mockery and a sense of demonstration. He suddenly yelled loudly, calling Tao Qing to help him up. Why don't you help me up? There was a hint of anxiety and provocation in his voice. Tao Qing bent down slightly and gently hugged him, just when he felt her warm embrace. His eyes suddenly widened, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Zheng Rui twisted his body in pain, blood gushed out of his chest like a fountain, staining his entire upper body red. He looked down in disbelief at his chest stained red with blood. Tao Qing's eyes flashed with viciousness, and she held a sharp blade in her hand, and she stabbed Zheng Rui mercilessly. Chapter 166. The Zhejiang base was wiped out. The sharp blade shone with cold light, and it was so cold when it pierced his heart. She turned the sharp blade vigorously, and let it pierce his heart into pieces. After stabbing 3 or 4 times, she suddenly pulled out the sharp blade, and swung the knife at his arm, to prevent him from condensing superpowers with his hands. To everyone's surprise, facing a 6th level superpower user, Tao Qing actually hacked him to death, with one knife after another. Not only his body, but also Zheng Rui's face was hacked more than a dozen times. She hated him, and wanted to chop him into pieces. Her anger burned like a flame, and she wanted to cut him into pieces. After confirming that Zheng Rui was indeed dead, she laughed and shouted with relief. Sisters, I did it. I did it. The blood splashed on her face, and the rain quickly washed it away. Dead woman. She dared to stab them in the back. Li Jiming gritted his teeth. Other women followed suit, holding the cold weapons they gave them, and hacked at the men. The men without superpowers and seriously injured were like meat on the chopping board of women. Xie Puro clicked her tongue twice. They had condensed too much superpowers at once. If they really hit ordinary houses, the area of their BNB would be razed to the ground. Would it not hurt if they were hit back at themselves? If they didn't rely on superpowers, they, the fat men, would fight against the skinny and weak women who had been hungry for a long time. And it would definitely not be so miserable. Unfortunately, they relied too much on superpowers. Without superpowers, they themselves could not fight, and they only had brute force. Li Jiming knew that if he didn't save himself, he would be hacked to death. He gritted his teeth, feeling the pain in his body, stretched out his other hand, and condensed a fireball. Tao Qing took advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack Zheng Rui just now. They knew how terrifying Li Jiming fireball was. As a peak level 5 fire-type mutant, the fireball he condensed should not be underestimated. When they were at the base, they saw Li Jiming threatening people with a fireball, including them. Some of them came because of the threat of the fireball. The women were terrified, and the speed of stabbing with their knives increased a lot. Even if I die, I have to stab a few more times. Stab you beasts to death. He still threw the fireball. Bang! Li Jiming was knocked down hard, and there was a burst of meaty fragrance in his chest. The severe pain made him roar. He struggled to get up from the ground. His face was pale, and he looked up at Xie Puro, who had just walked over. And he collapsed and shouted, "What do you want to do? Can we stop fighting? We leave now." As long as he can leave today, he will definitely find a healing system in any base. As long as the healing system comes to treat him, he can survive. Please, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Li Jiming endured the pain and shook his head like a rattle, without waiting for Xie Puro to speak. The women behind rushed forward. dragged Li Jiming, who was not killed in the end, back, and stabbed him to death with a knife. They vented their anger every time they stabbed him. How did you treat my mother when she begged you not to take me away? How old am I? My brother was so young, he was still so young. He was just begging for food in the base, and you beat him to death. Sisters, don't stab him in the vital parts, he should be cut into pieces. The rain washed away the scarlet scene in front of the guest house. There was so much blood on the ground that even the heavy rain could not wash it away, flowing out a pink river. The girls' heart-wrenching cries were not pleasant to the people in the B&B. They had the same experience. Ronggang watched for a long time. How could he not know what those powerful people did? He was also a manager. He knew all the dirty things. God gave him the ability to empathize, but did not give him the ability to lead them out of the abyss. I'm sorry, he said silently in his heart. They ran away together that day, and it was really impossible to notify them. Li Jian stood beside him, accompanying him silently. I don't know what Ronggang thought of. He suddenly ran out of the B&B, his body was completely exposed to the water, and soon, he was soaked. I'm sorry, I didn't take you with me that day. He knew that his apology was insignificant. He didn't regret his decision at that time, but if he didn't apologize, he would feel uncomfortable for the rest of his life. Tao Qing walked out of the pile of body parts. Her tears had been shed, and all her emotions had been vented, which made her feel much better. It doesn't matter. Whoever can leave is the one who can leave. You can't take us away. Her voice was calm and firm. She looked at Xia Pu. Can we stay here? The girls next to her also gathered around. Their clothes were stained with blood that the rain couldn't wash away. They didn't eat well at Jiaoyang Base, and now they smelled the faint smell of snail noodles coming from Shizhu and the others next to them, and swallowed their saliva. Okay, you need to have crystal cores to pay the points. Xia Pu lowered her voice, her eyes frantically telling them. Ah? Tao Qing was slightly stunned, and didn't react for a moment. Her wet face looked a little silly. Xia Pu guessed that they were probably not very old, around 20 years old, all in their prime. Her voice became softer, and she moved closer to them. You killed these people, hurry back and collect the spoils. That was what they deserved. It would be bad if someone came back to snatch them. Isn't their car still there? Xia Pu winked. Tao Qing finally reacted. But the girls were being guarded by them like thieves. How could they know where the crystal core was hidden? She told them about their dilemma. I know. Ronggang spoke silently. I can go back with you. Okay. Then we will divide the supplies equally. Tao Qing was the most opinionated girl among the group of girls. And they all listened to her. They had no objection to the distribution of supplies. And the main thing was that they didn't have the ability to take all the supplies. The problem is, we can't take so much. With such a small car. Can we put it all in? The supplies they understood were all the valuable things in Jiaoyang Base. Not just the crystal cores. Ronggang was very open-minded. Just take the crystal cores. And take the valuable things to the store owner. As long as you have points, you can get everything. Go ahead. Be careful on the road. Li Jian just ran over, and no one noticed him because he didn't say anything. Let's go together. The girl stopped him. Don't get me wrong, it's not that there are no men. It's just that when the end of the world first came, most of them were high school students, and the oldest were college students, and they really couldn't drive. Among the 48 girls, only 13 could drive. Chapter 167, Visiting to Express Gratitude. There are no laws and regulations in the apocalypse. As long as you have touched a car and can ensure your own safety, you can drive. The 13 girls who can drive. They are in the student stage. The apocalypse is a large driving training ground. There is nothing for them to hit. Just drive smoothly. Even if there are some rotten roads. It doesn't matter. The armored vehicles are stubborn. They just pass through and it's done. Let's divide the supplies equally, okay? The girls looked at Li Jian. As long as he agreed, they could get more supplies with one more person driving. Okay. Li Jian's Adam's apple moved, and he agreed. It was impossible not to be tempted. People die for money and birds die for food. There is no time to lose. Let's go now. Tao Qing turned around and fumbled for the key among the mincemeat on the ground. Xia Pu took advantage of this opportunity, walked into the B&B and drove back all the people watching at the door. It's over. Everyone. Go away. We need to clean up the battlefield. Don't look at the bloody stains. It will bring bad luck. The word bad luck is still a superstitious word for some older people. It's not so easy to persuade young people. Some of them went back to sleep because they were afraid of nightmares at night. Some of them were curious and their eyes were still staring at the pink water outside. Siapuro just glanced coldly, and they dispersed without saying anything more. Meow meow. The two little ones came to her obediently, and meowed to her. Good. She patted their heads, and came to the door, and saw that they were still cleaning the floor. Alas, this is not something they can handle. If it wasn't raining, it would be fine. It would be easier to burn it with a fire. Now it's raining, and there are no zombies. I don't know what to do. You go. She stepped forward and asked the system to clean up the front. It was just a few seconds of daze, and all the disgusting things in front of them disappeared. She turned her head away from them, and teased the two on the ground to go home together. Back in the yard, she first checked whether they were dirty, and then took out the gold, patting the leaves of the gold to spread them out. Gold? Gold, do you miss me? Gold obediently cooperated with her. Missing the master, she placed the gold on the table in the yard, and opened her mouth to say something, but the M80 popped up a projection screen. The picture showed Ding Tongan hiding in a cave. It was dark, and the system screen was in night vision. He was hiding well, not talking or moving, pretending to be a stone. A lot of things fell from the sky, and Ding Tongan used up all his courage to hold back from screaming. He closed his lips tightly, not daring to make a sound, fearing to alarm the wild animals nearby. He didn't understand why he came here, and heard the roar of wild animals as soon as he arrived. Judging from the footsteps, the opponent must be quite large, and he didn't know if his superpowers could defeat the mutant animals. A piercing chill came from behind. Ding Tongan felt something approaching him, and he tightly grasped some kind of meat that fell from the sky in his hand. If he makes good use of the meat, he might still be able to survive. The instinct for survival drove him. He was now covered in meat, and it could be said that he was buried in the meat. It was the bloody smell of the meat that attracted the tiger. Ding Tongan's heart skipped a beat, and the hairs on his body stood up. He did not move, hoping that the tiger would not see him and would let him go. He was doomed to miscalculate, and there was more than one extremely hungry tiger. He heard the sound of multiple noses breathing at the same time, and the air they exhaled was so hot that he felt it was actually sprayed on his face. Many footsteps sounded at the same time. One of them was getting closer and closer. Each step seemed to strike the bell in his heart. A big tiger came to his side silently, stretched out its claws, and slapped him. He took the punch with his mortal body. The tigers approached little by little, eating the meat around him. There was no time. If he didn't go out now, they would eat him after they finished eating the meat. Ding Tongan prepared himself mentally, looking at the only light at the entrance of the cave. He covered his whole body with supernatural powers, and ran with all his strength. After moving 2 steps, he bumped into something. Moving forward and backward was just a thick wall. He couldn't move at all. So what if the supernatural power covered his whole body? He didn't know that he had already entered the tiger den. Behind him was the tiger. The animal's habitat was important and secretive. The arrival of the end of the world made the tiger vigilant. Since he was here, it was impossible for him to get out again. This big lump was quite interesting. There were countless tigers surrounding Ding Tongan and sniffing around. Siapuro didn't want to watch it anymore. The next scene must be terrifying. But she had a bit of a bad taste. System, can you give him some light in the cave? Small matter. A beam of light hit Ding Tongan's face. He thought he had met a soft-hearted god. However, the light only flashed by, but he clearly saw that there were hundreds of tigers surrounding him. No, more than hundreds. It was impossible to count them. The tiger closest to him was holding a section of his arm in its mouth. There was a tattoo on the broken arm, which he was very familiar with. It was Zingrui's. In addition to being terrified, he also saw the pieces of meat around him, and the pieces of clothing were automatically pieced together in his mind, which turned out to be the people from the Jiaoyang base, who had set out with him. He desperately wrapped himself up with his superpowers. He was unwilling to die here. However, he waited until the end, and no one came to save him. The tigers waited until his superpowers were exhausted, opened him like a can, and gnawed and ate him. The following scene was very cruel. Siapuro did not watch it, so as not to affect her appetite. This was the best meal they had ever had since the cave was occupied as a tiger den. From time to time, tigers would tilt their heads to look up at the sky, hoping that some more meat would fall from the sky. No. System, can we feed animals remotely with this function? Don't wait until the natural disaster is over and all the animals die. In principle, it is possible. It didn't expect that this batch only knew to give the host a golden finger to let her save animals and plants. And forgot that it could also feed them remotely. The rain brought a drop in temperature. Most animals were hunting. She was not in a hurry to feed them now. She would airdrop some supplies to them after the rain was over to help them survive the natural disaster. Anyway, the supplies in the system were unlimited, and feeding animals did not require points. She would just raise a big cat in the cloud. She thought the farce at Jiayang base was over on the second day of the rain, and she could spend the next day in peace in the extreme heat. On the third day of the rain, Tao Qing and Rong Gang came back to the B&B and knocked on her door. The two men came with all the girls. 50 people stood in front of the courtyard door and lowered the temperature by a few degrees. Tao Qing and Rong Gang, who were in the lead, were carrying a large bucket bag in their hands. Chapter 168. The same town. What are you doing? Thank you for your help. She took a look at the bags they brought, and there were quite a few crystal cores in them. She knew nothing about the wealth of Jiayang base, and could only guess that it should be about the same as Shigang base. This is a token of our love. The girls smiled, and their smiles were from the heart. There are also some diamonds and jewelry, and the entire base has been turned upside down by us. In fact, there are still a lot of supplies. But our car is full, and there is really no room for them. After packing the crystal cores, they packed other valuable things. With Rong Gang's guidance, they were able to go smoothly all the way. They exchanged points first before coming here. After dividing the points, the crystal cores were exchanged for points. One person's share was enough for the 50 people who came to live in the B&B for the rest of their lives. Thinking that she would not need so much anyway, she brought one share here. The more gifts, the less blame. This sentence is an eternal truth. Many girls were talking at the same time. All kinds of voices were surrounding her ears. She couldn't tell who was talking to whom. She thought she had entered the silk cave, and that she was the immortal meat that was entangled. She begged, don't talk at the same time. Speak one by one. Otherwise, I couldn't hear clearly. Be quiet. Everyone. The owner can't hear you. Tao Qing made the whole place quiet. Pushing the crystal core to her again. Please accept our thank you gift. Xia Pure raised her eyebrows. I didn't help you with anything. They couldn't use their powers after being seriously injured by their powers. It must be because of you. Please don't be polite. Xia Pure looked at them and found it a little funny. Girls are so kind. She stopped refusing and put her hand on the crystal core. And the crystal core disappeared on the spot. The points have been divided equally into your accounts. You have already thanked me. Xua Hua poked her head out in the yard, wanting to see what interesting things had happened on their side. Go back. If you really want to thank me, live a good life is the greatest thank you to me. She turned around and closed the gate. The people outside the door looked at each other in bewilderment. Forget it, the owner doesn't need anything, we just need to do what she says. Okay. They lowered their heads, a little depressed, because before coming here, they didn't think that the owner would not want a thank you gift. They really wanted to give it to her, and never thought of taking it back. Tao Qing took the girl hand next to her, and said something nice to divert their attention. We have so many points. We will definitely have no worries about food and drink if we live here. Do you want to think about what we will do every day? We can't just sit there and wait for retirement with nothing to offer. Right? Isn't this the goal of going to school? We have money to support our retirement, good food to eat, and we don't have to go to school. Several girls chatted enthusiastically like magpies, and everyone's depressed mood was diverted at once. The speed was so fast that Rong Yang and Li Jian couldn't react. How are you going to spend your points? Tao Qing turned her head and asked Rong Gang and Li Jian. Rong Gang often helped them when he was at the base. After a while, the girls became familiar with him. They also had the experience of going back to the base to get things and share the spoils. They could be considered ordinary friends. Rong Gang was stunned. He didn't expect them to ask this. There are too many points. Anyway, I can't spend them all. I want to take out 1/10 and lend it to those pregnant women who have no family members after leaving the base. Then when the extreme heat is over, we will borrow a car to go home. Rong Gang showed a yearning expression on his face. And he had already imagined meeting his family one day. What about you? He asked them back. The girls obviously did not think of the word home. And they all lowered their heads. Some girls thought about this question. And said frankly, I am just an ordinary person. And I don't have any special powers. I don't know how many dangers there will be along the way. Even if I go back safely, they may. So I'm not going back. My family members are all gone at the base. I have no home. All of them didn't want to go back. Only one voice said, I'm going back. Ronggang was a little surprised and asked Tao Qing, where is your home? Dayu Town. Really? Li Jian was so excited that he couldn't control the volume of his question. They walked to the food street and startled the diners, who were enjoying the food, and rolled their eyes at him. Li Jian turned around, bowed his head, and clasped his fists to the people around him, and apologized to everyone in a rotating manner. Tao Qing suppressed her smile and asked, I said I'm from Dayu Town. Why are you so excited? Li Jian lowered his voice. We are also from Dayu Town. If you want to go home, let's go together. Ah. This? Okay. Tao Qing agreed without hesitation. She absolutely trusted the character of the two of them. And going home together was also a kind of guarantee for her. But I don't have any special powers. Li Jian waved his hand, patted his chest and swore to her, it's okay. Brother Rong will protect us. Ah? Really? Tao Qing couldn't hold back her laughter. Li Jian was also one of the people Ronggang wanted to protect. Why did he, the one being protected, swear so confidently? Really? My brother Rong is now a 4th level special power user. No. You can brag without me. Okay. What do you mean by protection? Ronggang's face turned red, and he reached out to pull Li Jian to stop him from talking nonsense. Tao Qing said, I will try not to be a drag. We have a lot of people, and we can take care of each other when we go back together. No, that's not what I mean. I mean I will try my best to protect you. Tao Qing did not continue the topic, but just said, then it's settled, when the time comes. The 3 of us will go home together. Do you really want to give the points to the pregnant woman? Li Jian and Ronggang nodded. Anyway, we can't use up all the points, so just give some out. People like you. Ronggang laughed at himself. You are very saintly. Right? Tao Qing shook her head. No. Saintly means to be generous to others. You are doing your best to help others. How can you be saintly? The girls walking in front saw Tao Qing falling behind, and came to pull her. Come on. Come on. There are candied haws for sale here. Fruit candied haws. The fruit we dreamed of eating before. The 2 girls took her arms, one on each side. Tao Qing followed them subconsciously. Otherwise she would be lifted up by their brute force. Okay. Okay. I go. You guys go slow. The girls' voices gradually faded away, leaving the 2 brothers in a daze. Brother Rong, this woman is really special. She actually said we are not saints. Ronggang dumped on Li Jian's head. What woman are you talking about? Are you a domineering boss? Chapter 169 Unlock Fried Chicken. The silver threads falling from the sky are getting thinner and thinner. The 3 days of rain are about to pass. What's coming next is a more severe test. She drinks tea on the 2nd floor and enjoys the life of 2 cats and 1 person. The water vapor floats quietly into the sky. She looks outside through the transparent glass window. I wonder if everyone is ready to face the end of the world. She tried to draw more disposable rain props, but unfortunately she couldn't draw any. Tao Qing and Ronggang exchanged a lot of points. Her small treasury is full again. She just doesn't know if it's enough to open a furniture store. After all, she draws all the types manually, leaning on the chair, looking at the steam in a daze. Actually, this kind of ordinary life is quite comfortable. 2 cats for 1 person, 8 meals a day, a small goal of savings. In this kind of life, I wake up with a smile every day in my dreams, and when I wake up, I find that it is not just a dream. I don't know how Yushiwen is doing. I found a phone and called the flame base. The phone was connected after a few rings. Hello, I want to find Yushiwen. Is she back? A middle-aged man's voice came through the receiver, with a hint of fatigue. Is it the owner? I am. She was slightly startled, and recognized that it was Yutong Hai, Yushiwen's father. When she was setting up a stall before, she had sold him pork trotter rice by herself. He was a middle-aged man who could eat a lot. Hello. Uncle, is Yushiwen not back to the base yet? Yutong Hai's eyes were red on the other end of the phone, and his worry about not being able to find his daughter became more and more serious. Not yet. I have sent people to look for her, but there is no news yet. Is that so? She was silent for a while, always feeling that something was wrong. If it's convenient, can you tell me where she went? Luan Base, which is managed by her uncle. Half a month ago, she went to deliver supplies to her uncle. After hanging up the phone, She fell into deep thought. Yu Shiwen was no longer just her client, she thought. Although the rain had passed, the temperature had not risen so quickly to a scary level. So she could go out and set up a stall. Then let's go and see the Anil base. Lun, Anil, peace and happiness, this name is very thoughtful. A person like Yu Shiwen would go to send supplies to her uncle, which shows that her uncle is also a very good person. This trip can also promote the business, which is beneficial and harmless no matter how you look at it. She has always been a hands-off boss. She usually doesn't care about anything that happens in the B&B. There are store rules to constrain, so there won't be any big trouble. Today, she thought of going to Anil base, and she has already started packing. First, melon seeds and snowflake crisps. She can't bring too little of these. In the RV, you can only buy things that are available in the store, and you can't buy snowflake crisps directly. So she took a lot of snowflake crisps. Before leaving, she drew a lottery as usual, and drew 1,000 great coins. But no food was given. All of them were extremely hot materials, heat-proof and constant temperature materials, that she had drawn before, which made her a little angry. There is also a teleportation business card set, a total of 999 cards, plus the remaining cards from before. There are 999 plus 5 cards. She chose to sell half of them in the store, and she still had 500 cards left. Now she really has to go out and sell the supplies, otherwise, if the extreme heat is over, this thing will be a waste of money. I have drawn so many, why haven't I drawn any to unlock food? M80 was surprised. Host, have you forgotten? I told you last time, upgrading to LV3 will increase your freedom. There are 2 options on the card drawing interface. You can switch to food and supplies. Why don't I see how to switch? Why don't you try swiping from right to left? She slid her hand as advised, and instantly switched to the food card drawing page. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead at such a young age. One was speechless, and the other 2 were also speechless. Why didn't you remind me? She was so angry that she jumped up and down. Just now, she seemed like an old person who hadn't learned to use a smartphone. M80 knew she was in the wrong, and she did not dare to answer. There was another line of words on the top of the food card drawing page, which said, you can unlock up to 6 main foods in a month, not including drinks like milk tea. She had no opinion on this, because she couldn't make more anyway. 6 foods in a month. She was afraid she couldn't finish them. She started drawing while cursing, and it took her 300 great coins to draw a food card. The rest were some daily necessities. Fried chicken. The happiest moment is to eat golden and crispy fried chicken with cola. Siepuro was almost in tears. Not only because this was her favorite food, but also because most people in the end times were thin and weak. It's okay to eat some of this fried food. The most popular thing in the end times is high-calorie food. These are easy to sell. The fried chicken on the shelf is very pleasing to the eye. She got up and went straight to the small kitchen. The 2 furry ones followed her down, meowing all the way. She pushed the 2 little things out and said righteously, the kitchen is a restricted area. Kittens are not allowed in. The kitchen fumes would smell bad if they got on the furry ones, and she had to give them a bath, which was not okay. She was very lazy. The 2 little ones didn't know what she was thinking. They pushed their heads inside, trying to get out of her big hand. They were still meowing, and their voices were soft and soft. But she felt that if she could understand what they were saying, they would definitely scold her in a very unpleasant way. It's a no, she threatened viciously. If you don't listen, I lock you up in the small dark room. They didn't know what the small dark room was, and their eyes were full of confusion. But they didn't need to understand. Siepuro closed the door forcefully, completely isolating the sound outside. What a clingy little thing. She told the system worriedly, pay attention to them. Siepuro felt helpless about the ingredients in the kitchen, like a eunuch marrying a wife. Fried chicken is also divided into many parts and many categories. She unlocked the most basic crispy fried chicken. Now there are more and more things in the kitchen. For her now, the role of unlocking is actually just to unlock the unlimited sales rights of the goods. She can study and cook anything she wants in the kitchen, but if she wants another serving after eating, she has to ask the robot employee in the RV to make it for her, or she has to do it herself, because she has not unlocked the unlimited sales rights. After asking the system, it only said that any part of the chicken could be made into crispy fried chicken. She confirmed it again and again before letting it go. The ingredients provided by the system are all the freshest. Even the whole chicken that has been stripped of its feathers looks like a live chicken that has just been slaughtered. In general fried chicken shops, they either have semi-finished products or frozen products. It is impossible for fried chicken to be made from such fresh chicken. Chapter 170 Renovation of a fried chicken shop. The cost issue is a big reason. The price of frozen chicken is completely incomparable to that of fresh chicken. In terms of meat quality alone, the two types of chicken are completely different. First, separate the different parts of a chicken, then soak it in water, and force out the blood, so that it will not smell fishy. In addition to the ingredients themselves, the seasoning for marinating fried chicken is also very important, and the seasoning often determines the taste of a dish. Take out the soaked chicken pieces and marinate them, then she starts to mix the batter. The soul of fried chicken is the outer layer of batter. She doesn't know about others, but she definitely likes to eat the outer layer of batter the most. She always thinks the meat of fried chicken bought from fried chicken shops is not tasty, and the ingredients are fishy and heavy. Eating fried chicken with heavy seasonings is easy to cause diarrhea, but frozen chicken will definitely be fishy if it is not seasoned with a lot of seasonings. So when she is greedy and lazy, she will only eat the outer layer of skin. As for the meat, feed it to the dog. The most important thing about frying things is the heat. She has to concentrate and fry the chicken well once, so that the hard work in the future will have nothing to do with her. The fried chicken in the pan gradually turned golden yellow. Now, take it out, control the oil, put it on a plate, all done in one go. At the same time, Siapuro received a reminder from M80. Host, fried chicken needs to be opened in the store. Wait for the host to go to the food street to decorate the store, and then open the fried chicken store. Okay, you want me to spend money again, right? Luckily, Tao Ching and the others put a lot of money in, otherwise, I really can't decorate it. Looking at the fried chicken in her hand, and looking at her wallet with 10,000 grape coins left, she decided. Pack the fried chicken she just made and put it in the space. Go and decorate the fried chicken store first. There will be endless fried chicken. Standing outside an empty store, she suddenly thought of a very important question. Wouldn't it be a bit funny to open a store with only one product? Taste is the real truth. She thought about it. And it was true. Although she hadn't eaten yet, she had never made a mistake since she had the blessing of the cooking golden finger. When she went out, Xiuehua and Aoao kept pestering her. So she didn't care, and just let them follow her. She started working as soon as she entered the store. First, she unlocked the most basic decoration style, and laid a good foundation before installing the soft furnishings. Soft furnishings such as tables and chairs are bought in sets according to the decoration style. There are 12 tables in the store, matched with comfortable soft chairs. She wants to create a comfortable and casual style. The audience of fried chicken has always been young people. What she wants to do now is a paradise for young people. Therefore, some details of soft furnishings are closer to the preferences of young people, such as lighting, murals, wall decorations, and even the appearance of the disposable glove machine on the table is in the style that young people like. The one-time glove machine is awesome. Gloves are provided according to customer needs, avoiding waste from self-service. There are also napkins, and the same goes for the straw dispenser. She chose to install a glass window in the back kitchen of the fried chicken shop, so that everyone can watch and supervise the production process. It's not a secret anyway, all made by robots, needless to say about hygiene. The chicken used is also very good, so they are not afraid of being seen. There is no need for cashier counters. Points are deducted directly from the customer's personal panel. Just add a carbonated beverage counter. Coke, Sprite, Fanta, Mirinda. These carbonated drinks with bubbles may be too sweet to drink alone, but they are just right with fried chicken. She originally planned to put only a little carbonated drink, but the sound of children playing outside the store woke her up a little. What if parents don't allow children to drink carbonated drinks? Drinking too much is really bad for teeth. So she added bottled water to the freezer, thinking that it was a bit inhumane to only sell water. So she added some drinks that she thought were suitable to accompany fried chicken. Unconsciously, she added a lot of drinks in. She looked up and saw that the freezer was not big enough to hold the drinks she had selected. So she waved her hand and replaced the freezer with a larger one. She added all the drinks in the store, which became a wall of freezers. The drinks were neatly arranged in a row, which looked much more comfortable. The entire store was also made of glass to the outside, allowing the natural light from outside to penetrate, which made it look better and stimulated the desire of passers-by to buy. If she wanted to decorate a food store in a nice style, she could only spend points to build it herself. She didn't decorate the store like the snail noodle store. There was only a big white wall, and the simplest dining tables and chairs. That was enough, as long as it tasted good. She didn't want to bother decorating it. I remember that authentic snail noodle stores were all simply decorated. Why didn't the host move all the snacks on the food street into stores? Then everyone would eat in the store. Not only would there not be enough seats, but it would also be noisy. It would be much better if everyone could have fun together outside. I don't want to move to the store. If she doesn't see people gossiping in the food street, her life will be boring. When the days are quiet, she won't go out to set up a stall. And she can only rely on the food street intelligence team to maintain the source of gossip. The store here has just been renovated, and Siapuro is still perfecting the small decorations inside. Dora and her team members just came out to find something to eat. After walking around the snack street, they felt that they had eaten almost everything. It's the same every day, and they don't come up with new products quickly, which makes her very greedy. After struggling for a long time, she finally decided to eat rice. Only the side dishes of rice are different, and she never gets tired of eating it. She looked up and happened to see the owner standing in a shop. The lights in the shop were so warm. She thought of fried chicken at first glance. Dora lowered her head and sighed. It would be great if I could buy fried chicken. Gu Jing said on the side, how is it possible? It's good to have food and drink. Oh my god. Dora, look up and see what it is. What? Dora looked up expressionlessly, thinking that Gu Jing was playing another trick. She looked up and saw the words fried chicken on the door. Oh my god. It wasn't there just now. Did you say that you are lucky? Gu Jing looked at the store, and then at Dora. He clearly remembered that he didn't see the big sign just now. Should we go in and take a look? Let's go! Gonzi, Han Bing, Gu Jing, and Dora walked into the store with hope and enthusiasm. Siapuro sat on the soft sofa and pondered. What is missing? Host. Someone is coming in, don't be in a daze. She came back to her senses, and saw 4 people staring at her. What's wrong? Aren't you here to eat fried chicken? Why are they looking at her? Owner, this is really a fried chicken shop. Right? It's not my illusion. Right? Dora tried her best to restrain the urge to dance and celebrate. Chapter 171. The fried chicken shop opened. The atmosphere here is so good. It looks like it makes young people want to spend money. If this is really a fried chicken shop, she must eat until she is full. Of course, it's not your hallucination. Siapuro felt a little strange. Could it be that there are superpowers that can make people hallucinate? I haven't seen it, I don't know. She still knows too little about superpowers in this world. Apart from Shizhu team, there is only Yushiwen who can speak. She rarely goes out. Even if she does, no one can use their powers within her RV. She really has no way of knowing if there are any people with powers. Gu Jing walked around the store, and was sure that she had never been to this store. She asked in confusion. When was this fried chicken store opened? Why haven't I seen it before? It has just been renovated and has not opened yet. If you eat here, you will be the first table of customers. Then you must take care of the owner's business. Go. Go. Gonzi. Go order the dishes and see what they have. Dora pushed Gonzi to the counter. Gonzi was there, but he didn't know how to order. Siapuro hadn't perfected the ordering process, and the self-service ordering process hadn't been laid out yet. How about I help you order first? Currently, the store only has crispy pistol legs, spicy chicken wings, spicy chicken cutlets, and sweet and sour chicken cutlets. What do you want to order? She is now a master at cashiering, not shy at all, and direct. Dora didn't hesitate at all. 3 chicken legs per person, 2 pairs of chicken wings per person, 2 servings of both flavors of chicken cutlets. We eat together. There is no need to hesitate about fried chicken, just show it off. She was afraid that she might not order enough, and she didn't know if it would be enough. The price is? Dora waved her hand. No need to talk about the price. I will eat it even if I sell everything I have. Are you sure? Siapuro asked again. I'm sure. It will all be charged to Gu Jing, and he will pay for it alone. Thank you. Owner. Siapuro noticed that the price of fried chicken was not cheap. Before a meal was only 20 points, now a fried chicken steak costs 40 points, a pair of spicy wings costs 45 points, a pistol kick costs 50 points. After she confirmed the order, a payment message popped up in front of Gu Jing. More than 1,000 points? Gu Jing was shocked, and thought he had seen it wrong. Seeing the owner with a normal expression, he was sure that he had not made a mistake. He gritted his teeth and paid the points with pain. After paying, He remembered why he had to be such a sucker. Woohoo, if I don't work harder in the future, I won't even be able to afford fried chicken. Siapuru was very satisfied with the price. It's not good to eat too much fried food. Raising the price can also prevent people from eating too much. Fried chicken is not like other things. This thing is still delicious when it is fried freshly. Even if it is a semi-finished product prepared in advance and then refried, it tastes different from freshly fried ones. As soon as the order was received, the robot in the back kitchen of the store started to work. Pouring oil, heating, it is obviously a human-shaped robot, but it does everything much faster than a human. Until she saw that the meat taken out by the robot was already marinated, she was about to break her defense. It turns out that the system can serve food so quickly. The crackling sound of frying came from the kitchen, making people's appetites growl. Dora was beside her, also looking in through the glass window. Wow! Fresh oil. Wow! Big chicken legs. Wow! Fried chicken wings. No owner, why are there no fries? This question made her stunned. Yes, why didn't you unlock some other food? It only takes 10 great coins to unlock fried food. Why didn't she unlock it? Ahem. She pretended to be deep and explained. I'm afraid that the fried chicken will steal the limelight. Let's serve the fries later when we have time, Dora said. Oh! And her attention was focused on the kitchen. This is the first time I've seen the fried chicken production process in the kitchen. It's cleaner than my room. Gu Jing, are you exposed? Gongzi, is your room messy? Dora argued nonsense. I'm just using a metaphor to describe the cleanliness of the kitchen. Do you understand? The 4 people were like geckos, clinging to the transparent glass. I don't know what's so good about them. Siapura sat down to one side, ordered a portion for herself, and wrote down the ordering process and hung it on the wall. She checked it from beginning to end and felt relieved when she found no problems. The process was simple and not complicated. Even the elderly could understand it. The cold machine prompt sound came, reverberating in the store. Please pick up the meal. Customer number 00010001? We are number 0002. Just looking at the prompt on his panel, he fell into deep thought. It's mine. Hee hee. You ordered too much. You have to wait. Siapura took the food in front of them. She picked a seat by the window with the tray and sat down. Snowflakes. Oh! Come and eat delicious food. Meow meow, the 2 little creatures came over after hearing the sound, and sat on her left and right with one leap. She didn't know where they had gone to play before, and she couldn't find them after searching for a long time. The fried chicken was served on the table, still steaming, and the fat was shining on the outermost skin. The aroma of fried chicken floated in the air, with a special charm that made it impossible for people to say no to it. Dora swallowed her saliva. Cats can eat fried chicken? Cats are better off than her. After the apocalypse, the physical fitness of animals has been greatly improved. It may not be possible before the apocalypse, but it is possible now. Siapuru answered her with the conversation she had with the system. The fried chicken just out of the pan is very hot, and it cannot be eaten now. She waited patiently under their wide-eyed gazes, and after waiting for a few minutes, she felt that it was almost ready. So she picked up a pistol leg first, and bit it off with the skin and meat. The juice burst out in the mouth instantly, and the tongue felt the unique fresh juice of the chicken. As the chicken rolled back and forth in the mouth, the strong fresh fragrance overflowed, as if the whole world was enveloped by the aroma of fried chicken. She resisted the urge to swallow the chicken leg in one bite, chewed the chicken leg meat in her mouth slowly, and swallowed it into her stomach, and then quickly took the second bite. She couldn't swallow it all at once. If she swallowed it all at once, it would get stuck. She touched her stomach with satisfaction after eating the whole pistol leg, but she felt a handful of hair. The 2 little creatures looked at her with resentment, as if they were accusing her of not sharing a bite with them. Is it delicious? Dora was so greedy that she couldn't hold back her mouth. She covered her mouth with her hands, trying to stop her saliva from flowing. Siapura gave her a conservative answer. Well, not bad, not bad. It was definitely delicious to her. Even she, who had eaten countless delicious foods, couldn't help wanting to eat one bite after another. Chapter 172. Sky-high fried chicken? Fried food can't bring you much, only happiness. The dopamine brought by high calories can't be replaced by anything. As expected, fried chicken is the final destination. It used to be sweet girls who saved the world, but now it's time for fried chicken to save the world. They placed the order at the same time, but they ordered more, and the speed of serving food was not much different from hers, so they just had to wait a little longer. As soon as the idea came out, the electronic prompt sounded. Please pick up the food. Customer number 0002. The few people could no longer control themselves and ran to the food pickup port. They couldn't help it. They couldn't help it at all. It was hard to just stand by and watch and smell it. They finally got their own fried chicken. Dora commanded, Gonzi, you go buy some drinks. I want a Coke. We can just bring it over. Okay. The four of them moved quickly as if they were on a mission. If you didn't know, you would think something big had happened when you saw them in a hurry. Dora put on disposable gloves and tried to pick up a chicken wing. The delicate and hot gravy interacted with the softness and elasticity of the chicken wing itself. And a satisfied sigh came from her lips and teeth. She shivered from the heat and subconsciously wanted to spit it out. But she couldn't bear to do it. She could only open her mouth and exhale, so that the air would not be so hot when it entered her mouth. Dora, you can't eat too hot things? Dora retorted loudly. I'm just impatient this time. Shashasha. It's so beautiful. This fried chicken is the best she has ever eaten. It is so juicy and not greasy at all. Even the juice overflowing from the fried chicken has the fresh and fragrant taste of chicken, which reminds her of chicken soup. The juice of fried chicken and chicken soup must have two different tastes. However, Dora suddenly only has chicken soup in her mind. She doesn't know how long she will have to wait for the new chicken soup to be served at the B&B. She must not eat it by herself when the time comes. Otherwise, she will be so impatient that her eyes will light up when she sees the new food at the B&B. I wanted to eat it as soon as I got it. I couldn't wait any longer. I would get esophageal cancer sooner or later. Gongzi and Han Bing came back in a hurry with drinks. Seeing Dora had already started eating, their eyes were full of anger. You betrayed the organization. You didn't even wait for us. Han Bing gritted his teeth. No. This is so delicious. Slurp. Come on. She sat a little to the side, leaving an empty seat. Gu Jing had been eyeing the fried chicken steak for a long time. The fried chicken steak was sweet plum flavor. He had never tried it before. When he saw the name, he wanted to try it to see if it was a dark cuisine. The sweet and sour taste of the sweet plums relieve the greasiness of the fried food. The more you eat, the better it tastes. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. The only drawback is that. Shaha. Shaha. It is really hot. Gu Jing was eating with relish at this moment, and completely forgot about the expensive fried chicken that he had just thought about. The taste alone is definitely worth it. He just taught Dora a lesson. When it was his turn to eat, he couldn't help himself. He could only use his mouth and his free hands to fan the fried chicken so that it would cool down faster. Seeing Gongzi and Han Bing still standing, Dora didn't even raise her head and said incoherently, Why are you still standing? Sit down and eat. It's really delicious. She still had fried chicken in her mouth, but she picked up another chicken leg with her right hand, indicating that it was delicious. She put the chicken leg in her hand next to her face, and only then did she notice that the chicken leg was so big. Dora has a small head and a small face, and it's almost the same size as her face. Gu Jing looked at Dora's movements and suddenly felt that the chicken steak in his mouth was not fragrant. Why eat chicken steak? The pistol leg looks delicious. He didn't even care that his two brothers were standing by, and took a big bite of the pistol leg. Gongzi and Han Bing saw, this is too much. If they don't sit down, they will have to eat their own share sooner or later. He sat down on the chair quickly, without even opening the drink, and patiently put on gloves before grabbing a handful. Han Bing squinted his eyes in delight. This is top quality, absolutely. Gongzi widened his eyes in surprise, and ate one bite after another. Suddenly, the fried chicken shop was quiet. The only sounds were the kittens meowing, and the sounds of them eating. Dora finished another chicken leg, opened a bottle of iced Coke for herself, and drank it down with her head tilted back. Great! Han Bing and Gongzi suddenly understood why they didn't wait for him. If he asked himself, he would definitely not be able to handle this thing in front of him. True friends will never be polite. Only those who are not particular about details are true friends. They have been together for so long, and he knows that they will definitely not be angry. Siapuru didn't pay much attention to the noise here. She was also happily enjoying the fried chicken. She ate several in a row to satisfy her craving. After she had a little more food in her stomach, she used her hands to smooth the fur of the two anxious little creatures. Wait a minute. I get a bottle of drink and feed you. Siapuru just stood up. and suddenly remembered that there was passion fruit lemon tea in her space. So she sat down again. She put in a straw and drank it in small sips. While holding the chicken leg, she peeled off the crispy skin and fed it to herself. The remaining chicken thighs were torn into small pieces and given to them to eat. The kittens made a smacking sound when eating, which was not the annoying kind. It sounded crisp and looked very satisfying and healing. She also did not forget to instill in the kittens, "I am good to you. Right? Chicken thighs are high-quality protein. You must show your characteristics in the future. I am still waiting to see you grow up." She only knew that mutants also had superpowers. But small animals could not speak, so she could not guess what superpowers they had. She could only wait to slowly discover them in the future. "Everyone, come and see. There's a new fried chicken shop here. I thought it was time to introduce new products. It's worth my wandering around the streets every day. System, get out of the way. I want to be the first, second, sixth person to eat fried chicken." Someone shouted. "Go!" The people standing under the sign squeezed in. "It's so expensive. The B&B has actually increased its price. Dude, have you been staying in the B&B for too long? One crystal core can eat 2 pieces of fried chicken. What else do you need a bicycle for? Can you stand aside if you don't want to order? I'm a little nearsighted. I can't see the process on the wall clearly. Who said I won't order? I order." When I entered the store, I smelled the aroma of fried chicken on 2 tables. Even gods would be attracted. How could I bear to leave? When they clicked the price according to the process and wanted to order, they were silent. Some of them were really poor, and they could only pay the rent on a daily basis. Now they were packing up and preparing to go out to scavenge. Some smart single people wanted to find someone to team up with, so they stood outside the door, waiting for someone with his head down to come out of the store and pull them up. "Brother, want to team up? Let's go out together to find some supplies and exchange them for points." Chapter 173 Departure for Loan Base. In this way, they recruited every person who came out. Finally, they recruited a team of 20 people before leaving, and they were still discussing when they left. "If we don't make some money, we won't even be able to buy thermostatic clothes when the weather warms up. At that time, we can only watch those who have thermostatic clothes go out to make a lot of money, and we can only eat coarse food." That's right. I originally just wanted to make some money to pay the rent and have a fried chicken. I didn't even think I would have to buy a thermostatic clothes. Alas, poor workers, it's the end of the world and I still have to work. Don't think so. Just think about it. At least there is an advanced points exchanger in the B&B. Other bases don't have it yet. That's true. A bunch of people seem to have been successfully brainwashed and held their heads high and became more confident. The first batch of people who wanted to form a team left. The ones who came later didn't form a team. They could only follow suit, standing at the door waiting for a team like the first one. Those who couldn't afford to eat tried to earn points. Those who could afford to eat ate on the spot. Some didn't have enough after eating and had to pack it up and keep it for more. Siapuro didn't understand this behavior. Isn't it good to eat hot food? Cold fried chicken. I feel sick just thinking about it. So the host should quickly develop the furniture city, so that they can buy furniture and appliances in the furniture city and use the kitchen. Wait a little longer. I always feel that the points are not enough now. Now that the extremely hot zombies are not coming out, the host still has the central base to continue to supply them. If the extremely hot weather doesn't pass, the crystal cores will probably be gone. It's a good thing that the zombies are gone, but it's not a good thing that the zombies don't come out because of the weather. If the zombies really disappeared, the country would definitely arrange manpower and resources to rebuild the homeland as quickly as possible. But who would dare to do that now? Maybe she was mixing cement 1 second and was attacked by a zombie behind her the next. She did not let the system publish a notice. There were limited seats in the store. Since everyone had come, she would let things ferment slowly. There were more and more people in the fried chicken shop. It seemed that there was no room. Tables were being shared everywhere. Due to her status, the guests did not come forward to disturb her. The seats next to her table were all empty. The furry kids had almost finished eating, and she was full too. To prevent the little ones from being stepped on, she carried them and sneaked away. When she left, she saw that not only were there people queuing up to get food, but there were also people queuing up to buy drinks at the counter. It was only people who ate fried chicken in the store, and it would be more troublesome for those who wanted to take fried chicken away to buy it at the store. The checkout there was fast and convenient, and there was limited space here after all. She also packed some milk tea and put it in the space. and brought some snacks. Anyway, the space could keep things warm and fresh. And she was afraid that she would not be able to eat when she wanted to. The scene changed, and she drove out to set up a stall in the RV under everyone's attention. The food she was selling this time was fried chicken. She put the happy water on the RV countertop, and it would automatically refill a bottle when you took one. The layout of the first floor of the RV changed again, and the third floor also changed. Probably because they detected that the temporary employees accompanying them this time were not human. The third floor became 2 cat beds that looked very comfortable. The place where food was placed on the first floor once again changed back to the big basin that was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. But there were not so many big basins this time. According to the type, each food could only be placed in one basin. The 2 different flavors of chicken steak should be placed in 2 basins respectively. The disposable packaging has been upgraded to paper tubes, just like the oil-proof and waterproof family buckets of Kaifeng dishes. It was another big Monday, and she directly found the Lun base and clicked OK. Apart from the time of the long journey, I don't know how long it will take to come back. I hope that cats and flowers will accompany me along the way, so that I won't be lonely. If it doesn't work, as a last resort, there is still a system. She lay on the bed and brought them to her side. The 2 cats couldn't get on the bed, so she moved down the 3-layer cat bed for them to lie in and play. Mutated animals are really powerful. Who would have thought that 2 kittens, who had not yet been weaned, would remember her playing gold miner after watching her play it once? Now they used the soft flesh on their paws to touch the screen, playing more smoothly than her. She chatted with Jeansy from time to time, and discussed the TV plot with the system. Life in the RV was quite comfortable. Before they drove far from the B&B, the 2 little ones started to ask her to get off the car to walk around and breathe some fresh air. She brought them outside the car. They had protective covers on their bodies, so they were not hot. They ran and jumped around happily. As soon as they got off the car, their 4 legs were like propellers, pedaling quickly and running far away. When they were tired and hungry, their owner would prepare delicious food for them. Sometimes chicken breasts, sometimes chicken legs. They were the happiest cats in the entire apocalypse. She was not idle while the furry children were playing, looking around to see if there were any mutant plants that needed help. It was only a few days before the artificial rainfall stopped, and the temperature was rising little by little, and the plants were taking as much water as possible while it had been raining for several days, so there were no plants that were short of water now. I remember you got a sprinkler truck, didn't you? How is it going now? M80 didn't answer, but projected a screen to her. From the driver's seat of the sprinkler truck, as the first perspective, she saw the sprinkler truck driving on the road at a very fast speed, sprinkling water everywhere. The view was much wider, and the speed of the car slowed down. She could see a group of animals chasing the sprinkler truck. When a group of animals had enough to drink, they left. The sprinkler truck resumed its speed at the beginning. The animals on the next road saw the sprinkler truck and ran after it again. The sprinkler truck slowed down until they had enough to drink and resumed their speed. Siapura said uncertainly, "Does it do this every day? Why does it feel busier than her?" M80 spoke for the sprinkler truck. "Survival is not easy." Che sighed. Jeansy saw that she got off the car without taking it with her, and screamed anxiously to attract her attention, "Master, take me with you. Take me with you." Siapura had no choice but to go back to the car and bring the gold down. "Absorb some sunshine. If I'm too tired when I get to the base, I have to rely on you. A comfortable SPA will make it perfect." She always remembered the gift it gave her when they first met. It was simply a soul extraction artifact, making her feel comfortable. It was estimated that the 2 little things would not be willing to get in the car for a while, so she took out the lazy chair and a table she had stored in the space, and lay on the chair to bask in the sun, and put the gold on the table next to her. Unlike Siapura leisure, Yushiwan life was not easy. Chapter 174. 1 month ago. 1 month ago, a few days before Siapura found that she could not contact Yushiwan, she brought a group of people to Lun Base. 1 month ago, Lun Base. The base gate was wide open, welcoming Yushiwan. Truckloads of supplies were transported in by large trucks, and the space ability users in the cars were packed until they could not fit in. Zhou Zhengping is Yushiwan uncle. The guard at the gate saw their convoy early, and notified Zhou Zhengping after confirming it. As soon as Yushiwan entered the door, she saw Zhou Zhengping and his wife waiting for her at the door. She stopped the car and jumped out. As soon as she got off the car, she called people politely, "Uncle, Aunt, why are you waiting at the door in such a hot weather?" Uncle and Aunt came to greet her. Uncle showed off his skills as soon as he came up. Woman has grown so big. Look at her. She is so handsome. She is a good candidate for standing at attention. Yu Shiwen showed her legs in front of the two people. Her straight legs were strong and powerful. Why don't you say it's a pity that I don't use my legs to ride a tricycle? Ha ha ha. You are still so humorous even though you are a grown-up girl. There was a space ability user in the car that Yu Shiwen got off. He got off and quickly took out a few constant temperature clothes for Yu Shiwen. He handed one to his uncle and the other to his aunt. After putting on the constant temperature clothes, the first person they thought of was Yu Shiwen. His aunt stretched out her hand and pulled Yu Shiwen to her side. Let's go. Your uncle will take you to eat delicious food. Yu Shiwen acted surprised. It won't be insect cakes. Right? Go to hell. Zhou Zhengping smiled and wanted to pat her head like he did when they were little. But then he thought about Yu Shiwen being a grown-up girl. So he didn't pat her in the end. He took his hand back and said lovingly, "What's so delicious about insect cakes? If you want to eat, just eat some rice porridge." Rice porridge wasn't delicious either, but it was the best thing their base could offer to entertain their niece. The two bases share the same virtue. And like the flame base, they will not embezzle. They eat what the masses eat. And they don't think they are superior to others just because they are the head of the base. Yu Shiwen knows her uncle's temperament. When she was a child, her parents took her to run around, staying at her grandparents' house for a while, and then going back to her grandparents' house for a while, without any favoritism. When she was a child, she loved to pester her uncle to play. She was a little different from other girls. Other girls liked to play house, but she liked to go to the military area for training with her uncle. Of course, she couldn't touch guns at that time. At her age, she could only touch bows and arrows. 3 months after the apocalypse, hot weapons were useless, and her best bow and arrow came in handy. Hee. Wenwen, what are you thinking about? The gentle voice of her aunt sounded, pulling Yu Shiwen thoughts back. She shook her head and stopped reminiscing about the past. Nothing. I brought a lot of delicious food. Let's eat something first. She took her aunt's hand and walked into the base. Aunt, I told you that there is a homestay near us that sells everything. Walking back to where my uncle lived, she talked about all the benefits of the BNB along the way. My aunt covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes roaming, and she said in disbelief, "Is there really such a place? If there really is such a place in the end times, it would be heaven." It is no exaggeration to say that it is the hope of mankind. Really. I also brought you delicious food. The space power user from the flame base came by car. He had already arrived to put out the supplies. Now they have been heated up and placed on the table. As soon as Yu Shiwen entered the room, she smelled the familiar aroma of food. The two people who followed her in also smelled it. Let's eat quickly. We still need to count the supplies later. The two sat down, looking at the large table of food. They thought they had returned to the end of the world. Looking at their dazed looks, Yu Shiwen was secretly happy. She was like this when she first saw these delicious foods. Luckily, they also looked like they had never seen the world before, so she didn't seem so dazed at the beginning. The fragrance of normal vegetables was so unreal when it tasted in the mouth. The table was as quiet as a chicken. They couldn't control the crazy noise in their mouths. Yu Shiwen was very careful. Knowing that the food bought from Great BNB tasted special, she asked them to get some more food on the way before coming here. Zhou Zhengping really couldn't restrain himself. He ate until he couldn't eat anymore. Seeing Yu Shiwen staring at him, he felt a little embarrassed after realizing it. Ahem, this pig trotter rice is quite authentic. He ate a portion of pork leg rice, a portion of vegetarian dish, and a portion of meat dish. Maya wasn't much better. She ate 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, and ate all the rice. I just said it was delicious, but you didn't believe me. Yu Shiwen sat on the chair and smiled nonchalantly. Zhou Zhengping didn't say much in detail when he talked to Yu Tanhai. I don't know why they could only make a call here. The signal was very poor, and he only managed to give a rough idea of what happened during the call. They thought the satellite phone here was damaged. So Yu Shiwen brought a phone. Wenlin, you can just call back and let them know you're safe. Okay. Yu Shiwen took the phone back and made a call honestly. No. It didn't go through at all. Uncle, how come even the satellite phone here can't get through? Zhou Zhengping took the phone and looked at it. Oh. It's true. I thought the phones in our base were all broken before. It seems that's not the case. Is there something nearby that affects the signal? Yu Shiwen put forward his own guess. Zhou Zhengping immediately became serious. It should be. Let's have someone go out and investigate later. Was it like this before? It seems to be like this recently, I don't know why. Their base is relatively remote. It is impossible that someone from another base did it. After the extreme heat disaster came, everyone had no intention of competing for supplies. No one went out to look for supplies anymore. They could only focus on hunting mutant beasts. Zhou Zhengping thought that since it was not man-made, it would be fine. Yu Shiwen did not speak again, and lowered her head to think. If there was something affecting the signal, she would have found out before the base was built. But now it is like this. Why? She could not figure it out. But her intuition told her that it was not that simple. Wenwen, how long do you plan to stay this time? Her aunt pulled her to sit on the sofa and asked her kindly. About 10 days. She came here not only to transport supplies, but also to have some tasks. Her uncle's base is not as well developed as the Flame base, and she came here specifically to teach them some experience. Chapter 175. A group of mutant spiders. The phone call was not straightforward. Many things can only be said face to face. Since she came this time, she had to do something before leaving. It had not rained yet, and the temperature was still so terrible. She asked the space ability user to take out the temperature-resistant spray and sprayed the whole room. The temperature was slightly more comfortable. She was reluctant to take off the constant temperature clothes on her uncle and aunt, and just wore them. Yu Shiwen stayed in Lun base for more than 10 days, and also received the message from the central base through the satellite phone. We planned to leave the next day after the rain, but the gatekeeper discovered something was wrong. The daily patrol guard stood on the observation tower with a telescope to check the movement in the distance, and saw a black line approaching slowly from a distance. Am I dazzled? He shook his head violently, put his eyes on the telescope, and after a careful inspection, he found that it was a black line approaching. Because it was too far away, he couldn't see what it was, and just joked with his companion next to him. Look, there's a black line so far away, and you can't see what it is. Another person also picked up the telescope in confusion and looked for a while. The black line was getting closer and closer. The guard saw clearly that his hind legs went limp, and he fell on the observation deck. He saw clearly that it was not a black line. It was clearly a dense mass of mutant spiders coming towards this side. There were too many of them, forming an encirclement. Oh no! Oh no! It's a beast tide! Such big spiders? Sound the alarm. He called his companions to sound the alarm, while he was still on the observation deck with a telescope to check the situation. The base has 3 entrances and exits, and at this moment, the alarm sounded at all 3 entrances and exits. The sound of the alarm hovered over the entire base, and everyone heard it clearly. It's a level 1 alarm. The alarm levels are divided into level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Level 1 is the highest level alarm. What's going on? An insider who had just rushed home from the base gate shouted in panic. It seems there is a beast tide. Hide quickly. The crowd was panicking and discussing what was going on. After hearing the uncertain answers, they quickly hid in their houses. Some of the timid ones even ran away. The superpowers did not retreat but advanced, going to the entrances and exits of the bases they were responsible for to check what was going on. Yu Shiwen and Zhou Zhengping stood at the largest entrance. Gate number 1, observing with binoculars, with pale faces. The base was already in chaos, and the staff of the base had to take the trouble to guide the crowd to calm down. Boom! 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 The terrifying roar was deafening, coming from the outskirts of the base, and every sound was concentrated in the hearts of everyone present. The number of the beasts was so large that as they moved closer, the ground inside the base began to shake. The kerosene lamp hanging on the observation tower shook violently, then fell to the ground, and shattered into slag. No one cared about a few kerosene lamps. Everyone who was guarding the front line of the base knew that a few lamps might be a pity at ordinary times, but now they could not care about it at all. The mutant spiders approached, and everyone could see the changes in the mutant spiders. Before the end of the world, spiders that were only the size of a palm at most, now evolved to half a person's height, with their originally slender abdomens connected, just like a series of moving hills, under the sunlight. Their huge bodies, their shells can actually reflect light. The most disgusting thing is the head. A pair of scarlet eyes that can actually be seen flashing dark red light in the daytime. It's a mutant spider. It's really a mutant spider, Zhou Zhengping whispered, holding the telescope with trembling fingers. The black line gradually approached, getting closer and closer. Whether it was ordinary people or superpowers, everyone was afraid. Zhou Zhiping immediately ordered, "Block the gate with sandbags." It was just sandbags. Fortunately, there were a lot of them in the base. This alone was not enough. Spiders can climb walls, and they can also climb in. All the superpowers can do is to guard the walls near the base. Since the hot weapons became ineffective, they can only use cold weapons. Bows and crossbows and archery are also one of the items they have to train every day. Of course, you can't use superpowers all the time. You can only use them alternately with cold weapons. A giant spider approached the wall of gate number 1 where Yu Shiwen was. She was quick-witted and shot directly with her bow. She shot it accurately with her sword, but it didn't have much effect. Their shells were too hard. Although it didn't bounce out, the arrow only penetrated a little. The spider was pushed back a little, and a small amount of sticky substance flowed out of the wound. "It can't penetrate," Yu Shiwen muttered, looking at the spider still climbing up the wall in disbelief, shooting 3 arrows in a row, but the effect of each arrow hitting the target was far from satisfactory. The arrow only penetrated a little into the spider just like the first one. "Hurry up and attack. They are too big, can't let them climb the wall together." The wall was only slightly reinforced. If they climbed together, the wall would definitely collapse. "No, can't just sit there and wait for death. Pile things up beside the wall. Don't let the wall fall down. Once the wall falls down, the base will be lost. And then everyone in the base will become food for these disgusting things." The subordinate who passed the message reminded, "But if we pile up the sandbags, if the spiders crawl up, they can come down. There's nothing we can do about it." Zhou Zhiping roared. "A few of them that crawling can be killed, but if the wall collapses, none of them will be able to escape." Yu Shiwen also felt that they could only hold out like this for a while. Otherwise, the base would be completely destroyed once the wall collapsed. The others immediately followed suit, carrying sandbags one by one with deft hands and feet. Seeing this, the space psychic hurried forward, collected the sandbags and piled them behind the wall. It was not enough to just pile one layer of sandbags on the top. They had to continue piling them behind to reinforce them. Now only the attacks of the psychic were effective against the spiders. And the psychics of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth were all playing their best role by the wall. The most effective way to deal with the mutant giant spiders is to use fire ability. Fire ability can burn the silk spit out by spiders. When fireballs are attacked on spiders, they will lose a layer of skin if they don't die. Water ability follows the fire ability, and puts out the fire on the ground and walls. They can't use fire to attack spiders in large quantities. If the fire catches on a large area, water ability won't be able to put it out in time, and they will be trapped in the fire and wait to die. Seeing more and more spiders approaching and crawling over, everyone couldn't help holding their breath. Only when you get close can you feel that. They are covered with sticky liquid and emit an intriguing odor. Chapter 176, Broken. They kept spitting out silk from their mouths to weave webs. It was unknown what the webs they wove were used for. The spiders could not climb up the wall, so they could only lie on the edge of the wall. Squeak. Hiss. Yu Shiwen told her discovery. They are weaving webs. They want to use the webs to resist the attack and climb up. At the moment, only fire attacks are effective, but they do not have so many fire-type psychics. Besides, even if there are many fire-type psychics, it is impossible for everyone to use their powers all the time without rest. Wrap a piece of cloth around the sword. Light it, and shoot it out. Find fuel. Find fuel. Ordinary people held their heads and prayed in the house. They did nothing but comfort themselves. It's okay. It's okay. There are still soldiers. And the soldiers will protect them. They didn't plan to help. They just stayed together and waited for the soldiers to build a new world for them. The tender voice of a child sounded in the empty room, which was particularly harsh. "Mom, I want to go out to help the soldiers. Let's fight off the big spider together." "Good boy, we are just ordinary people. We can't do anything. Just leave everything to the soldier uncle. Why don't we go out and help? Didn't Mom always say that people with special powers are no big deal? She also said that people with special powers must protect us. Why can't we protect the soldier uncle together?" Those who stayed indoors were only concerned about saving their own lives. They were very upset that their selfishness was touched by a child. Everyone around them was staring at them with unfriendly eyes. The child's mother cursed the child in a low voice. After a while, she felt that the people around her had lost some of their attention. Finally, she scolded him, "Shut up." As the mother and child quieted down, The only sound of fighting outside could be heard in the room. Bags of crystal cores were delivered to each superpower user. Crystal cores were equivalent to their mobile blood packs. They needed to replenish their superpowers as soon as possible and could only rely on them. Fortunately, Yu Shiwen method of launching rockets at mutant spiders really worked. Superpower users absorbed the energy in the crystal cores to replenish their superpowers. And at the same time, they had to pay attention to the zombies under the wall and not let them attack. The two groups of people staggered their absorption of the crystal cores, relaying to protect their own homes. Finally, they successfully repelled the first wave of mutant spider attacks. Some of the mutant spiders died. Seeing that they could not attack today, the two sides pushed and shoved for 24 hours, ending with the mutant spider's retreat. Until the last mutant spider left the visible range, Yu Shiwen finally fell to the ground in a sweat, lying on the ground to rest. She was so tired that she couldn't even lift her hands, and her tense nerves finally released. She was wearing a thermostatic suit and was sweating all over. The sweat on her face flowed directly into her eyes. She did not move, closed her eyes, and no longer cared about her surroundings. She fell asleep. A day and a night of continuous fighting was too tiring. She fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Her hands were bruised and scratched from constantly pulling the bow, and were hanging on the ground. She had no time to care about this. Zhou Zhiping was the same. He was very tired. But Yu Shiwen could sleep peacefully. But he could not. He held on, and had someone treat Yu Shiwen wounds. Until he saw his wife's familiar figure approaching him. He fell asleep while standing. If it weren't for the continuous tension and continuous output of superpowers, the body of a superpower user wouldn't be so exhausted even if he didn't sleep for 3 days. He really spent too much energy, and he couldn't hold on any longer. So he fell asleep in his wife's arms. After a beast-tied battle, the Lun base was silent, and the superpower users fell asleep like Yu Shiwen, leaving some ordinary soldiers without superpowers to clean up the scene. Many people were lying on the ground, lying on their backs, and ordinary people were ordered not to leave their rooms. Who knows if someone will attack the mutants at this time? War is so cruel. On the one hand, they have to guard against the enemy's attack. And on the other hand, they can't trust their own people. This battle was a little tiring, but it didn't really allow the mutant beasts to attack. It's just that the number of bows and arrows was not enough. They could resist this attack, but no one could guarantee that the mutant spiders would not come to them next time. Yu Shiwen was awakened by her hunger. She saw her brother lying on the hospital bed next to her, and her aunt beside her. She could only make a simple sound, and her throat was so dry that she couldn't say a word. Her aunt opened a bottle of water she brought and handed it to her. Yu Shiwen moved her hand, but it was too sore to lift it. She tried several times, but still felt weak. Her aunt came over and lifted her up, and fed her water. She fell asleep again. She was woken up by noise. The alarm from the base commander nearby was so loud that it woke her up. The mutant spiders are coming again. She was shocked, and her hands tightened subconsciously. No, she also heard a different sound outside. It's raining? Well, it's the first day that the central base notified that it would rain. Damn it! Yu Shiwen cursed inwardly, and didn't care how long she slept, and she got out before her uncle got up. What when? Zhou Zhiping quickly got up and caught up with her. This little girl shouldn't be so impulsive. Yu Shiwen stood at the same position as last time and looked down. The spider army was gradually approaching. From a distance, the number was not as large as last time. Fire-type mutants were affected by the rain, but fire was not completely useless. It was just that the rain extinguished it as soon as it burned the mutant spider. The problem that should be considered now is that they can't use fire attacks today. What can they use to fight the mutant beasts? A mutant spider is as big as 2 people, it's scary to look at, and it's definitely not possible to fight face to face. Yu Shiwen and Zhou Zhiping, who arrived later, looked at each other, and saw the same decision in each other's eyes. That is to firmly defend, and never let the mutant spiders get in. In the rain, the temperature dropped, and they could move freely without wearing constant temperature clothes. No, that's not right. The attack power of the mutant spider group this time seems to be much higher than last time, and even the movement has become faster. It was rain. It was this rain that drove away the extreme heat. When the extreme heat faded, the mutant spiders had nothing to worry about. Shooting arrows one by one was useless. Water-based psychics had to use a large stream of water to flush the spiders down, but that was too uneconomical. Water-based psychics needed to replenish a lot of crystal cores to flush a large mutant spider down. So the water-based psychics switched to using arrows. In the end, there were not many arrows left. They could only pick up stones from the base and throw them down. When they hit the mutant spiders, there was a bang, as if they had hit an iron plate. The mutant spiders became even crazier. Finally, they broke through the wall. The first mutant spider successfully climbed over the wall. Chapter 177 Spiders Eat People. The funny thing is that the wall near the second exit of the base was lost, and the group of ordinary people were still in the old place, waiting for others to protect them without saying a word. I've had enough. We can't go on like this. That kid is right, we can't just stay here. There are so many spiders outside. If we all stay here, how can the soldiers stop so many mutant animals? A girl with pigtails stood up. The girl's round eyes were very cute. She was only in her 20s, and her round face made her look very young. The words she said were not convincing at all. They didn't need to go out and see the situation outside with their own eyes. They could feel how fierce the battle was just by listening to the noise. Is there anyone who wants to go out with me to defend the base? The round-faced girl voice echoed in the room. There were people everywhere, but no one responded. After a long while, the round-faced girl became a little annoyed. If the base can't be defended, none of us can escape. You're being very clear. If you want to go, go by yourself. Why do you have to drag us along to die together? If you are not afraid, then go ahead. I am afraid of death, so I will wait here. They were able to repel the mutant spiders last time. Why can't they do it this time? An old lady approached the round-faced girl and pulled her down. Girl, just sit down. Don't think about going out. We must believe in our country. We must believe in the soldiers. The round-faced girl was holding back her breath and stood up with a rush. Belief in the country does not mean that we can only be protected by the soldiers. We must not sit and wait for death. The sweet voice was totally inconsistent with her determination, and many young people were infected by her emotions. I go too. The speaker was also a girl. She stood up and walked to the side of the round-faced girl. Once someone takes the lead, countless young people will be called upon to fight against the same enemy. I go too. Count me in. If the base cannot be defended, we will have no home. Even the baby from last time joined in the fun, standing up and clapping his hands, excitedly saying, I go. I go. The sound of the baby's clapping made everyone present blush, especially those who had looked at the baby with unfriendly eyes before. Now, their eyes fell on the mother and child like knives. If the child who clapped his hands was not only a few years old, they would have suspected that someone with a deep mind was implying something about them. Can you take care of your child? He is disturbing me. Tell him to be quiet. I am already upset. Shut up quickly, or I will slap you in the face. The child's mother quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To avoid offending the public. The child's voice was obviously not as loud as any of the people who stood up, but they were said to be noisy. This was not noisy at all. It was clearly that they still wanted to save face, but they said shameless words. This was obviously bullying the weak and fearing the strong, which was really shameful. The round-faced girl asked again, Is there anyone else who wants to go out together? The scene became quiet, and no one else wanted to go out together. Those who stood up were all young people. Maybe they were more daring and aggressive because they were still young. It was not that they did not care about their lives, but their passion did not allow them to stand behind the soldiers and wait for protection. It was estimated that more than 40 young people stood up, both men and women. The round-faced girl said silently in her heart, That's enough. To protect our homeland, start with ourselves. Bang, bang. Several loud noises seemed to ring in her ears. The round-faced girl thought it was not good and quickened her pace to go out for support. The people hiding in the room turned a deaf ear to the sound, and even covered their ears with their hands, and buried their heads in their knees. It was raining outside. The round-faced girls rushed out of the room, and their clothes were soaked as soon as they went out, before they could accept the scene in front of them. When the last person rushed out, the first mutant giant spider that broke into the base without being stopped kicked the glass window of the room just now. The huge body drilled into the room, and followed by a deafening roar in the room. There were humans and mutant spiders. The room was already crowded with people. The mutant spiders were like a slaughterhouse, spewing dense spider webs from their mouths, and wrapped the people closest to them like mummies. Everyone in the room screamed and fled, scrambling to get out. The door was blocked by the fleeing people, and the glass was broken. A man who was fierce to the baby jumped up to the window, and half of his body was already out. The mutant spider noticed the commotion here, and a spider silk flew over and grabbed the man. The man had a strong will to survive, and his right hand tightly grasped the window. The 40 or so people who had just left the room did not feel relieved at all, and turned around and scattered, looking for weapons everywhere. Several people came up to grab the man, and held his hand outside the window. "Ah!" The man wailed in pain. Don't. Before he finished speaking, the mutant spider looked at the food on the plate and became ruthless. The spider silk pulled harder, and the man was split in half like a piece of rag. The mutant spider's big head bit the man's other half of the body crazily. When several people leaned over to check, they saw that the man's lower body was bitten into pits. The man's death was not without value. His death temporarily delayed the mutant spider. The people in the room bought some time and squeezed harder at the door. There were too many people in the room. The door was small and crowded. Some people couldn't fight for it, and were pulled by the people behind them and fell down. The crowded crowd couldn't hear the shouting at all, because everyone was shouting. It was very scary to see such a big mutant animal eating people in front of you. Screams came one after another in the room, and their voices completely covered the sound of being stepped on. The mutant spider quickly ate half of the body, making a hissing sound from its mouth as it moved towards the crowded crowd at the door. The people outside the window gritted their teeth, and threw the half of the body in their hands back in order to slow down the mutant spider's pace. Although this method is a bit cruel. The dead are gone, and the most important thing now is to save the living. The round-faced girl and the first girl who stood up went to the nearest place and found a few steel bars, and returned with the steel bars. The mutant spider spit out a spider web, and bit people in front of the crowded door. The spider is very smart. It will trap the one it catches first, and then save the others to eat together. It eats faster and faster, and its scarlet eyes are so bright in the daytime. When the girls with steel bars arrived, most of the people in the house ran away, and the baby was left standing in the room in a daze, watching the spider eat people at a loss. Chapter 178: Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkey. A child of a few years old has no sense of danger. His mother ran away to who knows where. Or was he eaten by a spider? He sat there obediently, without making any noise. Just because he was far from the door, although he was small, at least he was not stepped on by the crowded crowd. Seeing the round-faced girl, she was still laughing and looking at her. While the mutant spider was still eating its prey, the round-faced girl looked at her companion and said, "I want to save him. You wait here for me, I will go in quietly, try not to alarm the mutant beast." After the girl finished her instructions, she turned around and went in. There was not much time to think. The spider had eaten a person in just a few words. All they had to do now was to race against time. The others followed her and walked towards the house. "Hurry up, if the spider finds you, we will attract its attention." The round-faced girl heard it. One foot had already stepped into the house, and did not dare to respond. When she entered the house, the mutant spider had just finished eating a corpse, and was preparing to eat another target. The round-faced girl was extremely careful, and walked with fear at every step. It was almost there. It was almost there. The next second after she picked up the child, she accidentally stepped on a broken palm, making a crackling sound of a broken joint. The mutant spider turned around and saw the human entering the house, and immediately pounced on the person. The round-faced girl companion had been observing from the side, and when he saw the spider attack, he rushed forward to stop it, and swung the steel bar in his hand and stabbed it. The spider's defense is very high, but its weakness is also obvious. The eyeball on its head is its most vulnerable part. Bang! The steel bar was inserted into the eyeball, and the mutant spider let out a terrible scream. It stretched its neck and violently sprayed a large amount of spider webs, which directly wrapped around the girl's arm. The girl was terrified, and the young people around her continued to attack. Fortunately, it was indoors, and there was no rain. They were lucky to find a lighter. A companion on the side threw the dead body at the door to the spider. Fortunately, the big spider was really attracted and turned to eat. The round-faced girl in the house ran out holding the child, and the girl who inserted the steel bar into the spider's eyes also ran out and closed the iron door. The young man threw the fireball and the torn clothes into the house, and several boys stood guard at the window with the thing they found. Once the big spider poked its head out, they would poke it mercilessly with the things in their hands. A mutant big spider was finally trapped and burned to death under the siege of so many people. It takes so much effort for so many of us to deal with one. Is there no one in the base to take care of this place? No one knew where the people who came out of this room had gone. According to the battle situation just now, the number of people who survived and the 40 people who came out earlier is no more than half. The round-faced girl was holding the child in silence. The child was playing with her braids. She suddenly said, "The base will not ignore us. Unless the base is already unable to take care of itself." They looked at each other and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. If so many powerful superpowers in the base can't defend the base, then why are they struggling in vain? The panic spread quickly to everyone. The tools in their hands slipped, and they gave up struggling. Another mutant spider came over the wall, and those who did not hide in the house on the ground were so conspicuous in the eyes of the mutant beast. They looked at the mutant spider crawling slowly, and closed their eyes in despair. The young people who were full of fighting spirit just now hung their heads one by one, waiting for death to come. Puff! The sound of the dagger piercing the flesh. Before they could feel the pain, they suddenly opened their eyes. The mutant spider's legs were cut off and thrown away. The mutant spider's transparent mucus covered the entire area. Stupid. Standing there waiting for a pie to fall from the sky and kill the mutant beast? Yu Shiwen cursed, and called back everyone's desire to survive. It's Sister Wen. The base has not given up. We still have hope. We still have hope. Everyone stopped hesitating and squatted down to pick up the things they had thrown away. The round-faced girl also squatted down, holding the child in one hand and picking up the steel bar in the other. Yu Shiwen has been inspecting everywhere since she came here. Everyone knows her, whether they are at the top or the bottom. The masses at the bottom will pay more attention to the kind of person the new leader is than other classes. Yu Shiwen character spread throughout the base from the beginning. They only cheered up when they saw her. Yu Shiwen looked up and looked at the gray sky. She left a sentence. The base has not ignored everyone. Then he left in a hurry, heading to the residence of the next survivor attacked by mutant beasts. Some people who wanted to escape gathered at the gate of the base and shouted loudly for people to open the door. Yu Shiwen had just finished dealing with a mutant spider and heard the movement of gate number 3. He didn't even care about the rain running into his eyes and ran straight to gate number 3. He shot the person who was shouting the loudest in the crowd with an arrow and shouted, "If you don't want to live, you can die right here. Now open the door, and there are many mutant beasts outside. Do you know? Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys is the most effective method at this moment. These people are greedy for life and afraid of death. They don't think that if they can survive, will the base not let them out? The wall can still block most of the mutant beasts. And some people are trying their best to stop the mutant beasts from coming in. And these people who they are protecting on the front line with their lives are actually asked to open the door. Anyone would be angry. We don't know. Let us out! Let us out! Let us out!" The voices of protest were getting louder and louder. Yu Shiwen moved quickly, drawing her bow, shooting arrows, without any hesitation. Swish. Swish. A few shots, she shot down a few more people who were making trouble. She said resolutely, "If you want to die now, just say so, don't drag us into this." Killing a few people was effective, but in return, all she got was a silent crowd. Just a bunch of ignorant people. Now all of you take up your weapons. Protect yourselves. The base will protect everyone to the greatest extent. Yu Shiwen ignored them. They were a bunch of noisy people who only knew how to cause trouble. They were annoying. The most urgent task was to find a way to deal with the mutant spiders. Their weakness was obviously the joints of the spider legs. Every joint was a weakness. But it was not only difficult to deal with them, but also slow. What they needed most now was time. The phone call was not connected. She sent someone back to inform her father early and agreed on a time to go back. They could only hold on now. They could move after surviving this wave of beasts. If it really didn't work, they could only wait for rescue to arrive. Yu Shiwen came to exit 1 and met Zhou Zhengping, who had just arrived. Zhou Zhengping looked worried, as if he had made some kind of decision. Chapter 179, This is unscientific. 1-1. If the mutant beasts continue to consume us like this, we will only be exhausted to death, or you can just leave. Yu Shiwen laughed in anger. When has she ever been a deserter on the battlefield? The mutant spiders have surrounded the outside. It's impossible for us to leave. No, it's possible. I will protect you and lead you to fight your way out. Zhou Zhengping's voice was hoarse. Are you crazy? Yu Shiwen looked at him in disbelief. Is this still his gentle and selfless uncle? If you want to fight your way out at this time, it is impossible to rely on superpowers or cold weapons. The only possibility is to use human flesh to pave the way for them to leave. Uncle, we should think of a way now. instead of thinking about how to escape. Yu Shiwen's mind was working fast, thinking about what else he could use. It's useless. I've thought about it. There are too many mutant beasts. Zhou Sheping gritted his teeth. And when he looked at Yu Shiwen again, he was already determined to die. Yu Shiwen was thinking about countermeasures. And at the same time, he had to deal with his uncle's negative energy. He was a little broken. And shouted, "You said not to give up until the last moment. There can be no deserters on the battlefield." Zhou Sheping believed that he was definitely not a deserter. He could be the leader of a place. And he was definitely not a coward. But it was about his niece and his wife. And if he fought his way out, there might be more people who could survive. Even if they fought desperately, they would eventually run out of energy. Those beasts were like perpetual motion machines. And they could never be killed. After killing one, another would come. Human strength and energy could never match them. You know me. I'm not a selfish person. At this critical moment, I just want you to live. Zhou Jinping's eyes showed a look of struggle and pain. He was really conflicted. If he died alone, it would be considered a heroic sacrifice. The problem is that if the people who are to be sacrificed are people he cares about. He discovered for the first time that people can be so selfish at the critical moment of life and death. When? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you come. Zhou Jinping held her hand that was cold from the rain. Full of self-blame. Yu Shiwen had no time to listen to what he said. She would definitely be able to come up with a solution. It's all the fault of those damn bugs. It's all my fault for getting you involved. Zhou Jinping was still mumbling something. Yu Shiwen only heard the word bugs. Spiders are also insects. Right? Even if they mutate into spiders half the height of a man, they are still insects. Right? Yu Shiwen jumped up excitedly, cheered in the rain. Uncle, get up quickly, we are saved. There are insecticides in the supplies we brought. The insecticides must be useful. They had always overlooked a problem before. The mutated giant spiders were so big, they didn't think that spiders were also insects. Zhou Jinping just thought she was crazy. It was still raining outside. What kind of insecticide could prevent rain? Before the end of the world. When spraying insecticide in the room, the doors and windows must be closed to prevent air circulation, so that the insects can inhale toxic gases. Even if you take out the insecticide and spray it on the insects. It is a spider as big as a hill. What insecticide can kill it? Yu Shiwen didn't want to say more. Now time is life. But she promised, Uncle. Just listen to me once. It's better than your bad idea. If the insecticide doesn't work, I still have something to save my life. She brought some great BNB teleportation business cards with her before she went out, which she could still use to save her life in critical moments. She completely understood her uncle's mentality when he asked her to take her aunt away. A soldier who could ignore his own life and death might not be able to be equally indifferent to his wife's life and death. This is human nature. She didn't want to use the business card transmission because she didn't want to leave so many people here. If she and her uncle left, the people here would really just wait to die. There weren't so many business cards transmission, she could only do this. To some extent, she was as selfish as her uncle. She brought Zhou Jinping to the room of the space ability users, who came with her to Lun base. The mutant beast attacked. The space ability users, and some key protection personnel stayed in the safest room. They were all key protection personnel. She rushed forward and asked excitedly, "Where are the insecticides? Take them all out." The space ability user, who was asked, found an open space and put out more than a dozen bottles of insecticide. "Captain Yu." He held back the words he was about to ask. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Yu Shiwen picked up the insecticide on the ground, put a few bottles on her body, and put them in her pocket, and handed a few bottles to Zhou Jinping. When Zhou Jinping was about to utter a syllable, Yu Shiwen rushed out like she was escaping. She was not very sure. After all, it was still raining, so she could only give it a try. Even if there was only a little hope, she wanted to try it. It was better than running away without doing anything. When she came out, she brought out a long sword, sprayed the insecticide on the sword, let the rain wash it, and she looked for mutant beasts everywhere with the sword. Near the wall, more and more mutant spiders poured into the base, each one bigger than the other. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from far away. Yu Shiwen stopped looking for the target and turned her head to look at the source of the sound. The sound became louder and louder, accompanied by a foul smell. Yu Shiwen covered her mouth and nose with a pale face, holding a sword to face the stench. A mutant spider came in front of her and bared its teeth at her. She didn't waste any words and started to spray directly. Zhou Zhengping followed and watched the mutant spider that had just bared its fangs and claws become stuck. The spray lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the mutant spider was controlled for more than 10 seconds, twitched a few times, and fell limply. Yu Shiwen was delighted, raised the insecticide in her hand and shouted, "It works!" She did it. She found a way to deal with it. Zhou Zhengping was stunned for a few seconds, and his mind was full of, "This is unscientific. How could insecticide be used outdoors on rainy days?" Then he thought, the end of the world, zombies, and strange natural disasters, which one can be solved by science? He didn't think much about it, turned around and ran to the room with space-related superpowers. Soon everyone had a few sticks, and passed the insecticides around in small areas. The insecticides were distributed to everyone, and the situation changed quickly. The soldiers guarding the wall took the insecticides and sprayed them under the wall, and the mutant spiders below really didn't dare to get close. The distance was too far, and the spraying time was not enough, and the mutant spiders could not kill directly. This was enough. As long as the mutant spiders were stopped from moving forward, it would not be a problem to clean up the spiders that ran into the base. Chapter 180. Yu Shiwen was injured. Yu Shiwen tried. Attaching insecticide to the sword did not work. She tried many bottles, and finally determined that spraying insecticide on the head of the mutant spider was the most effective. Spraying on the spider or spraying from a distance would greatly reduce the effect, and waste more insecticide. After killing all the mutant spiders in the base, there was not much insecticide left. The base had a casualty rate of nearly 1/5, and most of the injured and dead people were hiding in the room, and were eaten by the mutant spiders, who broke in and had no time to retreat. Houses are not safe places that can do everything in the end times. Why don't they understand this? After the fierce struggle, the whole Lun base was filled with a strong smell of blood. The remains of the mutant spiders that had not been eaten were scattered on the ground, which was both terrifying and miserable. Broken limbs, broken weapons, and countless corpses that fell to the ground and were not eaten by the mutant spiders in time. The rain fell on the corpses, splashing red flowers. The wind blew, bringing with it a strong smell of blood and the special smell of mud in the rain, which made people sick. There were wails and shouts in the distance, calling for their relatives who had been separated in the panic. There were also people who watched their families being killed by mutant beasts, and they searched for the remains of the dead near where their relatives were attacked. The crying in the dead silence was particularly harsh, and it was particularly harsh in the devastation in front of them. Zhou Zhengping dealt with the post-war situation and returned home. Yu Shiwen was already waiting for him at home. "Uncle, can we move?" Yu Shiwen looked at him expectantly. "This place has been targeted by mutant beasts. Those beasts haven't eaten meat for a long time. Now that they have started eating meat, they will definitely not let this place go easily." Zhou Zhengping shook his head. "They didn't withdraw. They formed a circle around the base. They are competing with us to see who can outlast us." Yu Shiwen looked grumpy. He wanted to say something, but noticed that his aunt was still there, so he held it back. "Uncle, come upstairs. Let's have a simple meeting." She emphasized the two words, because she didn't want her aunt to follow her. After returning to the room and locking the door, she took out the transmission card and introduced its function to Zhou Zhengping. Zhou Zhengping's eyes lit up. "You and your aunt go first." Yu Shiwen had expected him to say such words. "Do you think this good thing is so easy to get? Of course, there is only one card." "Uncle, let's let my aunt go first." Of course, she had more than one on her. But she would not. Nor could she abandon her uncle, abandon so many people in the base, and run back. She looked at Zhou Zhengping calmly. "I didn't bring much insecticide, and it should be almost used up now. Auntie has no ability to protect herself, and she left first so that we don't have to worry about the future." Zhou Zhengping was silent for a long time, and he suddenly realized that his niece, who he had watched grow up since she was a child, had really grown up. She was no longer the little girl who pestered him to take her to the military camp for training. She could even stand on her own and fight alongside him. On that day, Yu Shiwen found a time when everyone was asleep, tricked her aunt out, and secretly opened a crack in the base gate. Yu Shiwen prepared a large bag of crystal cores, put a note of explanation in her arms, and threw her onto the bus with brute force. While her aunt didn't react, she mouthed "I'm sorry" before the bus door closed. The base gate could only be opened briefly, and she closed it immediately after sending the people away. "Uncle, don't worry. Your wife will be safe." Zhou Zhengping looked at her and laughed. and shook his head and said, "I'm worried about you now. Let's go. Go back and think about how to delay time. The rain will continue for 2 days. The insecticide on the wall will have to be sprayed again after a while. The insecticide in their hands will not last long." As soon as the rain stopped, they only had a few cans of insecticide in their hands. During this period, even if they wanted to reinforce the wall, they were powerless. The rain kept falling, and the cement could not dry at all. The countermeasure that Yu Shiwen and Zhou Zheping came up with was to try spraying the insecticide on the sword like she had done before. If it worked, it would last longer. They were not just sitting there waiting to die. As long as they could hold on for a few days, their aunt should be able to move to the rescue, right? Yu Shiwen was not particularly sure. After all, her aunt had just arrived, and whether she could find someone to pass on the message was another matter. However, she had prepared such a large bag of crystal cores, so she should be able to find someone even if it was just a profit transaction. At this moment, Yu Shiwen didn't know that the people she sent back had been completely digested by the mutant spiders, and Yu Tahai had not received any news from her. From Yu Tahai's perspective, they were already missing. He sent several waves of people to find her, but none of them survived. They all became food for the mutant beasts. Who could have thought that so many things would happen in a short period of 3 days of rain? Most people were cheering, but only a small group of them didn't even have time to feel the joy of the rain, and they fell into another life and death crisis. Unfortunately, the messenger sent by both sides were gone at this time, and the information gap was deadlocked. In the 2 days when the mutant spiders faded, they processed another batch of bows and arrows. With the addition of superpowers and fire attacks, they should be able to maintain it for a while. Yu Shiwen didn't know if she could win the bet. It is said that 9 out of 10 bets are lost, but she believed that everything depends on human effort. The mutant spider group still used the same tactics, just trying to squeeze in, and avoided it in disgust when they smelled the insecticide spread all around. When Siepuro arrived, she followed the navigation to the number 1 entrance of Lun Base, in front of the number 1 entrance. There were piles of mutant giant spider corpses lying on the ground, with the hair on the spider's legs still hanging on the legs, which made her feel cold. After getting off the RV, she began to feel confused, and she knew that there was a fierce battle here. Just by looking at the mixture of mucus and blood on the wall, she took the 2 little ones with her, and bravely pushed open the number 1 gate. After pushing hard a few times without opening it, she returned to the RV and let the RV go in. There were only corpses outside, but there were sounds of fighting inside the base. She walked casually, as if there was no one around. The spiders passing by ignored her, pretending not to see her. People were focusing on fighting with spiders, not paying attention to her. Yu Shiwen's abilities were exhausted, and she couldn't concentrate after not sleeping for a long time. In a moment of negligence, the mutant giant spider suddenly launched a fierce attack from behind, and a huge spider leg accurately pierced Yu Shiwen's abdomen. Yu Shiwen groaned. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and her face was twisted with pain. She struggled to take out the transmission card, tried to call a bus, but the pain in her body made her unbearable. She fell down without strength, and her last thought was, "I really want to go to the BNB to sleep again."